Monsters roam freely, the secret realms manifest, and deities loom high above, harvesting humanity. Upon reaching the age of 18, every individual is granted the opportunity to transition into formidable practitioners, continuously hunting monsters to acquire cataclysmic powers. Ning Chuan, having traversed into this realm, assumes the role of a necromancer, awakening the innate talent of the Necromancer Sovereign. Necromancer Sovereign, upon the demise of summoned undead, all attributes will be conferred upon the Sovereign's being. With billions of undead falling, Ning Chuan unknowingly surpasses the deities. The undead calamity? Pardon me, the true might lies with the Sovereign. One day, after the deities, after immense toil, finally obliterate Ning Chuan's undead calamity, they behold Ning Chuan rising slowly from his throne of bones, black flames obscuring the heavens. He extends his index finger, effortlessly suppressing the gods. Congratulations, you are fortunate to witness the true power of the Sovereign. Chapter 1. The Skeleton Pendant Left by Mother. Year 1045 of the Federation. Blue Star, Beichuan City. Awakening Square. A myriad of magical combat aircraft dart across the sky, while alchemical puppets maintain order on the ground. The square, paved with obsidian tiles, suffused with an atmosphere of solemnity. Today marks the annual Practitioner Awakening Assessment Day. The typically closed Awakening Square is now filled with numerous formations, with a crowd of tens of thousands. Young faces brimming with vitality gaze expectantly towards the heavens, engaged in hushed, anxious discussions. They are the senior students who have met the conditions for Practitioner Awakening this year. Ning Chuan is among them. Even after 18 years of traversing this wondrous world, Ning Chuan remains in awe of the scene before him. A millennium ago, I doubt the ancients could have imagined Blue Star transforming into what it is today. Remarkably, he, slender as a reed, initiating a common, yet often revisited topic, such as the way of discourse. A millennium ago marked a pivotal turning point in the fate of humanity on Blue Star, with countless historians and anthropologists incessantly studying that era, seeking insights. Li nudged Ning Chuan with his elbow, expressing a sense of wonder. Brother Chuan, do you think ancient high schools were as depicted in books, where one merely had to solve problems daily? I've heard their physical education classes were even encroached upon by other theoretical subjects. His incredulity was palpable. After all, in his understanding, physical education was of paramount importance. Ning Chuan was momentarily at a loss for words. He indeed possesses the authority to speak on this subject, for he, Ning Chuan, is a traveler from the ancient year of 2024 as per Li's description. Yet, to this day, he remains uncertain whether he has traversed into a parallel universe or directly into a future world a millennium hence. Perhaps, maybe, but I believe history is invariably strikingly similar. Ning Chuan chuckled. In the present era of universal vocation transition, the phenomenon of teachers dominating subjects persists, albeit now encompassing physical education and meditation classes encroaching upon theoretical course time. His gaze grew contemplative, reminiscing about the grand history of this age. A millennium ago, monstrous beings descended upon Blue Star from the secret realms, some powerful enough to wield planet-destroying capabilities. The rules of Blue Star transformed. Nuclear weapons became ineffective, and humanity found itself in an unprecedented existential crisis. Fortunately, at a critical juncture, the cosmic will descended, granting humanity the means to acquire extraordinary powers. That is, becoming practitioners. By continuously hunting monsters, practitioners can augment their strength. Thus, Blue Star commenced the rallying call for counteroffensive action. Through the relentless efforts of countless pioneering practitioners, they ultimately reclaimed portions of their lost homeland from the grasp of the monsters, transcending nationalistic divides to establish a federation. Majestic central cities and satellite towns rose from the ground, forming a constellation-like layout. To this day, under the Federation's aegis, numerous public practitioner high schools have been established, implementing 9 years of compulsory education, all to cultivate an unending stream of practitioners. The first practitioner high school of Beichuan City, where Ning Chuan is enrolled, is one such institution. However, unlike before his traversal, the curriculum in current high schools does not revolve around mathematics and sciences, but rather an entirely different set of subjects, tailored to individual needs and desired combat professions for transition. Indeed, the transition into combat professions is not arbitrary. They are broadly categorized into physical and magical disciplines. The former emphasizes physical education, while the latter focuses on meditation. Before turning 18, one must achieve a score of 7 in any one of the 4 attributes: strength, constitution, agility, or spirit to qualify for the corresponding profession. Throughout the 3 years of high school, at least half of the students will fail to meet the transition requirements, relegating them to non-combat professions. Moreover, a certain level of theoretical knowledge is also requisite. For instance, for Ning Chuan to transition into a necromancer, achieving a spirit attribute of 7 is merely the baseline requirement. Additionally, courses such as magical runes, human anatomy, and necromantic bestiary are mandatory, each requiring a certain level of proficiency. Thus, high school students in this era similarly endure rigorous academic pressures. I truly envy the predecessors from the time when the cosmic will first ascended. They had no need to study and could effortlessly transition into powerful practitioners, lamentedly he. Ning Chuan replied with a smile. That was a period of grace bestowed upon humanity by the cosmic will, with minimal transition requirements, yet a millennium of evidence shows that a solid foundation leads to a smoother path for practitioners. Moreover, you wouldn't want to confront the myriad legendary monsters and sanctified beasts of that era, would you? Li seemed to recall the brutality of that age, shivering involuntarily. He remarked, Indeed, that is a valid point. Had I lived in that era, I would have surely become a footnote in history by now. Yet if it were you, Brother Chuan, I believe you might already be a demigod. After all, you are the greatest prodigy of Beichuan City, with all 4 attributes reaching the maximum value of 10. Upon saying this, Li's gaze revealed a hint of admiration. Around him, astonished and admiring gazes converged, many of which emanated from the adoring eyes of young girls. After all, Ning Chuan was not only a genius, but also possessed an extraordinary handsome visage. With both looks and talent in abundance, he inevitably became the center of attention wherever he went. Ning Chuan helplessly thumped Li He on the shoulder, exclaiming, Could you lower your voice a bit? All you do is attract trouble for me. Li He chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head, but everything I said is the honest truth. He continued, somewhat exasperated. However, one thing I cannot fathom is this. Brother Chuan, your attributes have all reached the maximum value of 10, surpassing even those of non-professionals, and your other subjects are nearly all perfect scores. You could choose any profession you desire. So why on earth would you choose to become a necromancer? Whether it's the invincible knight charging forth, the graceful archer, or the inherently noble elementalist, it seems that any of those professions will be far superior to one that involves dealing with the undead, right? Moreover, the future advancement paths for those classes are impressive, combining both power and elegance. Surely, this aligns more with your status as the foremost genius and the most handsome lad in our school, Brother Chuan. The awakening assessment is about to commence. Are you truly not reconsidering? In truth, it wasn't just Li He who found it incomprehensible. Many others shared the same sentiment. Even the homeroom teacher and the principal had approached Ning Chuan on multiple occasions, urging him to switch to the elementalist curriculum and pursue a future in that direction. However, Ning Chuan resolutely declined each time. This matter had become a peculiar topic within the school, with many even suggesting that Ning Chuan harbored a unique fascination. Ning Chuan playfully thumped his forehead, saying, What do you know? Have you any idea of the value that comes with the plague of undeath? Just wait until I, Brother Chuan, reach the pinnacle of my power. All warriors and wizards will tremble before my legion of the undead. Li He groaned, clutching his head in pain, while muttering phrases like, Be wary of dealing with the undead daily. You might find no girls interested in you afterward. Ning Chuan paid Li He no mind, as a surge of anticipation welled up within him. In truth, before entering high school, his ambition had been to become a formidable elementalist, but everything had changed 3 years ago. On his 15th birthday, a miraculous event unfolded. The relic left to him by his mother, a skeletal pendant, suddenly merged with his very being. Chapter 2. The Sovereign of the Undead. Then, Ning Chuan was astonished to discover that he had awakened an attribute panel, a privilege exclusive to professionals, ahead of time. Not only that, but he had also awakened a talent prematurely. This was one of the reasons why Ning Chuan could achieve the maximum values in his 4-dimensional attributes, as he possessed a panel that allowed him to progress steadily, while other students could only rely on the Federation's instruments for assessment. Attribute panel name, Ning Chuan occupation, none level, LV0 strength, 10 agility, 10 constitution, 10 spirit, 10 talent, sovereign of the undead, upon the demise of summoned undead. All attributes will be permanently conferred upon the sovereign. This talent was undoubtedly extraordinary. From that moment, he realized that the profession of necromancer was tailor-made for him. Just imagine, if one day, the attributes of billions of undead were entirely bestowed upon Ning Chuan, it would be but a mere gesture to subdue even deities. The so-called calamity of the undead was merely an excuse. It was the talent of sovereign of the undead that fundamentally influenced Ning Chuan's decisions. Ning Chuan clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He could hardly wait to embark on the awakening assessment for professionals. The so-called awakening assessment for professionals was not merely a simple transition into a professional role. It was a trial bestowed by the will of the universe. After a successful awakening, the newly minted professionals would be transported to various assessment realms, where they would independently undergo trials and be graded based on their performance therein. The evaluations ranged from SSS to F, 9 levels in total. Different ratings corresponded to various rewards. A generous gift from the universe S will to the gifted. Should one fail to achieve even an F rating, Regrettably, the originally awakened combat profession would be stripped away, leaving them with the only option of pursuing a non-combat profession, or perhaps obtaining a rare professional item, which might offer a glimmer of hope. However, in today's well-established system of 9 years of compulsory education, such situations were exceedingly rare. Unless one had a particularly poor mindset, it was unlikely to fail to even achieve an F rating. Everyone be quiet. The awakening assessment is about to commence. Shortly, when Lord Town Protector summons the awakening stone steps, you will ascend to receive the baptism of awakening. Now, I need all of you to adjust your states properly. Listen carefully. This time, the rookie assessment realm is a privilege granted by the will of the universe. The drop rates and experience points within the realm are significantly higher than those of ordinary manuals. You must cherish this opportunity. Give it your all to achieve the highest evaluation, as this will ensure a smoother path in your future professional journey and is also crucial for your eligibility in professional university selections. You must not be negligent. The voice of class teacher Zhao Gang resonated before the formation of Senior Class 1 at High School Number 1. Ning Chuan and Li He, who had been conversing softly, gradually steadied their breaths. Excitement and eagerness welled up in every senior's eyes. They were confident in their transitions. In the realm of low-tier professionals, everyone was on equal footing. With no particularly outrageous disparities, the key lay in their talents. If they could awaken a powerful talent, the path ahead would be smooth sailing. All right. I wish you all success in your transitions and the awakening of satisfactory talents. With that, Zhao Gang waved goodbye to his students, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia as he glanced back at them. Despite having guided several cohorts, he still felt a pang of emotion each time this pivotal moment arrived, as if he were transported back to his own awakening years ago. As each teacher concluded their instructions and departed, the square was left with the anxious figures of the seniors. The tension in the air gradually intensified. This was a moment that would determine their fates. Ning Chuan observed as Li He unconsciously tightened his fists, his knuckles turning pale. He too took a deep breath, gazing towards the horizon. The mana war machines that had been patrolling back and forth were nowhere in sight now. Suddenly, everyone's gaze was drawn to the sky as a formidable figure sped towards them from the distant horizon, landing gracefully above the square. Waves of potent air surged outward, prompting everyone to instinctively shield their eyes. Accompanied by a peculiar beastly roar, the young students looked on in awe. It was a griffin, resplendent in golden plumage. With the body of a lion, the claws of a lion, the head of an eagle, and the wings of an eagle, it exuded an unparalleled majesty that commanded respect, leaving no one daring to meet its gaze. Upon the back of this golden griffin sat a dignified middle-aged man with a distinctive mustache, the town protector of Beichuan City, Yi Luyun. Ning Chuan felt a surge of excitement. Residing in Beichuan City, he was well acquainted with the strongest figure in the region. Disregarding the novice professionals, occupations were classified from low to high into 9 tiers: bronze, silver, gold, purple gold, diamond, epic, legendary, holy domain, and demigod. According to Federation regulations, the town protector of a Tier 3 satellite city must be a Level 6 epic professional. Lord Yi Luyun, boasting an impressive level of LV 687, was a formidable existence even among the 6 tiers, and his advanced profession as a Golden Griffin Knight was exceedingly powerful, capable of standing against even formidable legendary monsters. It could be said that many had grown up hearing tales of Yi Luyun's exploits. During the 2 monster attacks that Beichuan City faced, he shone brilliantly, slaying countless powerful beasts and saving millions of residents. The town protector, a true hero safeguarding the city. All present bowed in heartfelt respect. We have seen the town protector. Waves of reverence directed towards the sky reflected not merely Yi Luyun's strength, but also his contributions. Yi Luyun gazed down at the vibrant faces below, a rare smile gracing his features. No need for excessive formalities. You are the future of the Federation. I shall not waste words. Today, strive diligently and give it your all. It was evident that Yi Luyun was a decisive man. After merely a brief statement, he commenced his actions. Sitting upright atop the golden griffin, his expression turned serious as he retrieved a 4-colored rune gem from his bosom. Infusing it with his internal strength, the entire sky underwent a transformation. Beams of light surged from the gem, swiftly weaving into a colossal 4-colored stone platform that spanned the city's apex. Following this, the edges of the platform revealed a series of stone steps cascading down in various colors: black, red, blue, and green. Ning Chuan's breath quickened involuntarily. The awakening stone platform. The awakening stone steps. As long as one ascended the awakening stone steps to the platform, they could commune with the will of the universe, successfully transition into a profession, and enter the rookie assessment realm. As the students buzzed with excitement, Yi Luyun's clear voice resonated in everyone's ears. The awakening stone steps have appeared. Why delay? Quickly ascend. Everyone felt a jolt of energy, and then thousands of candidates surged forward, each selecting a stone step. Ning Chuan was no exception. He stood at the edge of a black stone staircase, which symbolized the mental attribute, while the other 3 colors represented strength, physique, and agility respectively. To ascend the staircase, one must possess attribute values exceeding 7 points, which is the minimum requirement, and the climb would be exceedingly arduous. "Come on, Brother Chuan," shouted Li He from the side. He had chosen the green staircase, corresponding to agility-based professions. Naturally slender, he aspired to become a stealthy assassin, capable of moving without a trace. Ning Chuan smiled encouragingly, saying, "You've got this, Dehi." With a deep breath, Ning Chuan's gaze revealed determination. His four-dimensional attributes had already reached the pinnacle for non-professionals, and he felt no fear. Almost simultaneously, as the stone staircase solidified completely, a group of high school seniors began their strenuous ascent. In this era plagued by monsters, failing to become a powerful professional meant relinquishing control over one's destiny. All the seniors gazed longingly towards the stone platform. On the elevated platform outside the awakening square, Yi Luyun leapt down from a griffin, and the principal of the vocational school promptly bowed, exclaiming, "Greetings, esteemed town protector." Yi Luyun merely waved his hand dismissively. "It seems there are even more seniors this year." He scanned the crowd, noting at least a 10% increase compared to the previous year. However, this was to be expected. The Federation has always encouraged procreation, and in this age, resources are plentiful. What is lacking is merely living space. Each satellite city is overcrowded. And even Beichuan City, a Tier 3 satellite city, boasts a population of millions. The Federation requires a larger populace to expand its territories and establish more satellite cities, competing for every inch of habitable land. Each year sees an increase in new professional aspirants, yet the number of those who perish remains significant. This is not a game. There are no opportunities for resurrection. I hope to see some promising talents this year. The situation has been increasingly dire in recent years. Yi Luyun sighed inwardly. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He noticed a black-clad youth on the black staircase, seemingly outpacing the other seniors by a significant margin and climbing at a breathtaking speed. Already nearing halfway up. Who is he? Chapter 3. Reaching the summit. A stout figure stepped forward. The principal of the first school, Rin Shan, respectfully smiled and said, "To the esteemed town protector, that young man is our student, Ning Chuan. After testing, his four-dimensional attributes have all reached the non-professional limit of 10 points." There was a hint of pride in his voice. Upon hearing this, Yi Luyun's eyes widened in astonishment. Four-dimensional attributes maxed at 10 points? What a remarkable talent. To reach the non-professional limit before transitioning careers requires an amalgamation of talent, effort, and resources. Yi Luyun did not hesitate to commend him. With such a solid foundation, he held a distinct advantage in the newcomer assessment. Should he awaken a commendable talent, securing a favorable evaluation would not prove difficult. He formed a positive impression of Ning Chuan. Generally speaking, it is not every year that such gifted students emerge from a Tier 3 satellite city, which left Yi Luyun in good spirits. After all, the higher one elevates their attributes as a non-professional, the greater the likelihood of awakening formidable talents. Turning his gaze downward, he noted 3 individuals in the second tier. Although they appeared inferior to Ning Chuan, they were closely trailing behind. The principals of the other schools also took the opportunity to introduce their students. The girl in the white bodysuit is Li Muran from our second school. Her strength, agility, and mental attributes have also reached full value, though her physique is slightly lacking at 9 points. The curly-haired boy is Zhuo Yue from our fourth school. Aside from his mental attribute being 8 points, the other 3 are also maxed out. That stoic short-haired girl is Yi He from the 7th school. Her background is significantly weaker than the previous contenders, yet her mental and agility attributes have also reached full value. With sufficient resources, achieving full values across the board may not be an issue. Listening to the information about the 3, Yi Luyun's previously tense expression softened into a smile. This year's crop of talents exceeds my expectations. You all have done well. His gaze lingered on Ning Chuan and Yi He. The former was the pride of Beichuan City, while the latter possessed untapped potential that was equally astonishing. All thanks to the exemplary leadership of the esteemed town protector. Yi Luyun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I hope this year's newcomer trials yield an S-rank evaluation. At this, everyone collectively held their breath. An S-rank evaluation. This would signify that the professional could potentially reach the legendary status of a professional. Yi Luyun himself had only reached such heights in his time. It had been a decade since Beichuan City had witnessed such an evaluation. All eyes turned to the 4 figures laboring to ascend. If no extraordinary dark horse emerged, it was likely that the S-rank evaluation would be among these 4. At this moment, atop the awakening stone staircase, Ning Chuan continued his ascent. The higher he climbed, the more he felt an invisible pressure compressing the climbers. This was precisely why an attribute value of 7 points was mandatory to participate in the awakening. Only thus could one ascend to the awakening stone platform. Fortunately, with his attributes at maximum, Ning Chuan found the climb effortless, a surge of power coursing through him, allowing him to ascend with the swiftness of a comet, starkly contrasting against the other students. He was nearing the awakening stone platform. All the students gazed in awe at the figure leading the pack. Ning Chuan from the first school truly lives up to his reputation. I heard his 4 attributes are maxed out. He truly is a prodigy. Initially, I thought it was mere rumor, but it appears to be true. Indeed. He is not only handsome, but also possesses such formidable talent. Oh heavens, let me experience a script like this in my next life. Sighed the boys. Meanwhile, many girls looked on with admiration. In this era, the strong commanded all respect. Drenched in sweat, Li gazed at the radiant figure above him. Feeling a sense of pride, admiration glimmered in his eyes. Brother Chuan is so impressive. Li, you must push yourself too. Gritting his teeth, he intensified his efforts. The 3 in the second tier could not help but gaze upward at the figure on the verge of reaching the summit. The sweet-faced Ning Chuan tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, feeling somewhat helpless. This guy is still so formidable. It seems I won't be able to surpass you before awakening my profession. However, our competition has only just begun. This time, I shall secure an S-rank evaluation and let you taste what it feels like to be beneath me. She clenched her fist, a hint of playful determination surfacing. After all, Li Chuan was tired of being known as Beichuan City's perennial runner-up. Zhui Yue furrowed his brow slightly as he glanced at Ning Chuan, scoffing inwardly. Don't get too smug. Becoming a professional is where our true competition begins. A temporary lead means nothing. I, Zhui Yue, am the true genius of Beichuan City. As for the short-haired girl Yi, she cast a fleeting glance at Ning Chuan before averting her gaze. Though she admired him, her thoughts were occupied by matters of greater significance. Her delicate visage was etched with determination as her eyes fixed upon the stone steps before her. One resolute thought consumed her mind. Ascend the awakening stone platform. Alter her destiny. Yi, you can surely accomplish this. The crowd harbored a myriad of thoughts. At this moment, amidst the throngs of spectators, Ning Chuan was the first to reach the summit. Ning Chuan had ascended. He was about to awaken his profession and prepare for the assessment. With a powerful leap upon the stone steps, he firmly landed on the vast awakening stone platform. Turning to gaze below, the Steel City appeared diminutive from such a vantage point, while the distant demonic energy warplanes resembled mere mosquitoes. An unprecedented state of mind enveloped him. He yearned to let out a triumphant roar, yet ultimately restrained this impulse. Ning Chuan lifted his gaze and could perceive a magnificent and immense will descending upon this place. As if it were both near and infinitely far away. It was the cosmic will. A glimmer of reverence flickered in Ning Chuan's eyes. Until now, no one on Blue Star had comprehended the true nature of the cosmic will, not even the demigods themselves. Taking a deep breath, Ning Chuan closed his eyes and began to communicate with the cosmic will as instructed by his school. Suddenly, a resounding boom erupted in his mind, and an inexplicable force surged throughout his being. A grand and profound will intertwined with Ning Chuan. Newborn, congratulations on meeting the basic conditions for awakening a profession. Based on your physical attributes and acquired knowledge, you have the following career options: warrior, archer, assassin, elementalist, necromancer. As anticipated, Ning Chuan had a plethora of professions to choose from. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely murmured within, I choose necromancer. Congratulations on successfully awakening the profession of necromancer. You have unlocked the abilities of the profession panel, log panel, announcement panel, storage space, and more. Shall we now enter the newcomer assessment secret realm? Ning Chuan felt a surge of towering power sweep over him, and then his entire being underwent a profound transformation. It was akin to breaking free from some constraints, enabling him to grow continuously. From this moment forth, he was a professional, capable of gaining experience by slaying monsters. This was the ability bestowed upon professionals by the cosmic will. Ning Chuan opened his attributes panel and was astonished to see changes manifest. Attributes panel. Name, Ning Chuan. Profession, Necromancer, 0 stage. Level, LV00. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 10. Talent, Master of the Undead, upon the demise of summoned undead. All attributes will be permanently conferred upon the master. Skills, Summon Skeleton, summons a small skeleton to fight for you. Necrotic Flame, shoots a flame to damage enemies, inflicting additional corrosive damage. With the profession established, the level now boasted an experience bar, and he had awakened 2 professional skills. Having studied extensively during high school, Ning Chuan was exceptionally familiar with these concepts. Wasting no time, he confirmed his choice. Enter the newcomer assessment secret realm now. In the next instant, as a beam of light descended from the heavens, Ning Chuan's figure was enveloped in the light and vanished from the platform. At that moment, Li Chuan and his companions had just reached the awakening stone platform. Witnessing Ning Chuan dissolve into light, their gazes shifted. Ning Chuan was the first to enter the assessment secret realm. The profession he had chosen was necromancer. What kind of evaluation would he ultimately receive? Yi Luyun's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Following Ning Chuan, one by one, students ascended the stone platform, eagerly awakening their professions before rushing into the assessment secret realm. The trials of the newcomers had begun. Chapter 4, Secret Realm of Despairing City. You have successfully entered the secret realm, Despairing City. Current secret realm level range, LV0, LV100. Current secret realm difficulty, Common difficulty for newcomer assessment secret realm can be explored. Allowed stay duration, 24 hours. Newcomer assessment secret realm can communicate with the cosmic will to exit at any time. Secret realm background. This was once a tranquil city where people lived joyfully and leisurely. However, at some point, peculiar monsters began to inhabit human bodies, leading to the mysterious disappearance of individuals, and despair spread throughout the city. Caution, be wary of every seemingly normal human around you, for they may be craving your brain. Ning Chuan felt as though he were traversing countless timelines, plummeting deeper and deeper, the intense sensation of vertigo almost provoking a wave of nausea. When the dizziness finally subsided and the light dissipated, Ning Chuan opened his eyes to find himself in a modern city. Unlike Blue Star, this city bore numerous resemblances to the world he had known prior to his journey. For a moment, Ning Chuan felt disoriented, nearly believing he had returned to his previous life. Yet, the profession panel and the cosmic will's prompts clearly indicated that he was merely experiencing the newcomer assessment secret realm. Rumors suggested that the newcomer assessment secret realm for professionals and the Ascension assessment secret realm were gateways to another dimension of the real world. Whether this was true or not remained uncertain. Taking a deep breath to cast aside distractions, Ning Chuan immediately began to analyze the secret realm before him, an instinct inherent to a top student. Newcomer assessment secret realms were typically solitary, and the types of realms encountered during high school had been meticulously studied. Monsters hidden within the human body in Despairing City? It appeared my luck was not particularly favorable. Such a deceptive realm posed a higher difficulty than the average. However, there was a silver lining. The upper limits of the realm would also be elevated. Caution around every seemingly normal human? A faint smile crept across Ning Chuan's lips. A seductive voice reached his ears. Hey there, handsome. Care to join me over there for a little fun? Ning Chuan turned to see a woman with fiery red lips casting a sultry glance, her figure voluptuous. Directing her gaze towards a distant alleyway, Ning Chuan replied with a grin. Sure, but do you charge for your services? For a handsome guy like you? It's on the house. Amidst hidden, envious glances, Ning Chuan and the alluring woman stepped into the shadowy alley, one after the other. As the woman leaned closer, her eyes brimming with desire and allure, Ning Chuan took a step back. Aren't you interested, handsome? The woman's expression faltered, confusion evident in her eyes. Ning Chuan chuckled softly. Oh, I am, but I'm more concerned about you craving my brain. The magical energy within him began to surge. Intricate runes rapidly coalescing inside his body, and one after another, dark circles of light illuminated the alley. Summon skeleton, with the sound of bones clattering. 10 small skeletons wielding bone clubs encircled the woman before him, their hollow eye sockets ignited with pale soul flames, creating a chilling spectacle. 10 small skeletons. This was the extent of Ning Chuan's current capabilities. Small skeleton. Level, LV0. Strength, 2-2. Constitution, 2-2. Spirit, 2-2. Agility, 2-2. Skill, heavy strike, swinging a bone club to inflict additional damage on the target. The attributes of the little skeleton are indeed quite meager, with all 4 primary attributes only reaching 2 points. Fortunately, there is a bonus of 20 from Ning Chuan's spirit attribute, elevating the total to 4 points, which is barely acceptable. The woman paused momentarily, and then her eyes revealed a ferocity and malice utterly incomprehensible to normal humans. You are indeed no ordinary being. Your physical form entices me. Such a wretched body is unworthy of my greatness. Come, let us merge into one. The woman even excitedly unleashed a tongue that flickered like a serpent's. Suddenly, her beautiful face exploded, and a flat lizard head surged forth, splattering a copious amount of repulsive mucus. Her arms and thighs bloated into a ghastly green hue, and scales began to emerge. The once plump and attractive woman instantly transformed into a lizard-like monstrosity. Parasitic lizard, common. Level, LV8. Strength, 14. Constitution, 13. Spirit, 7. Agility, 11. Skill, parasitism, venomous tongue. Ning Chuan furrowed his brow, then relaxed. An ordinary monster of level 8, neither elite nor a boss, thankfully. Who would want to merge with such a disgusting creature? Get away from me. He retreated a few steps. The 10 little skeletons had already charged forward. Whoosh. The sound of bone clubs whistling through the air resonated. Although the little skeletons were weak, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. The lizard monster, swift as the wind, dodged several heavy strikes. But the rest of the bone clubs inevitably came crashing down. The rhythmic sound of impact echoed through the air. The lizard monster roared in pain. Several bones shattered under the assault. There were no health bar indicators. Ning Chuan was not surprised. His teachers had repeatedly warned during high school that this era of universal class change, resembling a large-scale real-life game, was not a game at all, but reality. Despite the presence of attribute panels, this was not a world where one could simply trade blows until health diminished. This was a realm where death was a genuine possibility. The lizard monster, exceedingly agile, suddenly thrust its sword-like black tongue into the eye socket of one little skeleton, extinguishing its soul flame in an instant. The pale skeleton crumbled to the ground. Log. Little skeleton has fallen. Talent Undead Sovereign activated. Your strength 2, agility 2, constitution 2, spirit 2. Ning Chuan's body trembled. Astonishment flickering in his eyes. He could feel his strength surging slightly. The talent Undead Sovereign had indeed activated. He summoned his attribute panel, and to his astonishment, he discovered that all his primary attributes had reached 12 points. After the demise of the little skeleton, all its attributes had been conferred upon Ning Chuan. He was on the brink of leveling up by almost 2 levels. Even though he was somewhat prepared, he could not help but feel elated. This talent was extraordinarily powerful. It was well worth his decision to specialize as an Undead Mage. Undead Sovereign. Upon the demise of summoned undead, all attributes will permanently be conferred upon the Sovereign. He finally experienced the true extent of this talent's potential. If this continued to accumulate, what would become of him? Observing the remaining little skeletons continuing to pummel the lizard monster, Ning Chuan's eyes burned with fervor. Fight on, little skeletons. Ning Chuan watched from a distance. Having no intention of using the flame of the undead to assist in battle, although doing so would expedite the fight and spare the little skeletons from excessive damage, the benefits for him would be diminished. He needed the attributes of the little skeletons. The chaotic battle raged on. The lizard monster was significantly stronger than the little skeletons. However, it could not withstand their sheer numbers. The heavy strikes from the little skeletons were no trifling matter. The lizard monster sustained increasingly severe injuries, with both arms and its right leg fractured, and its chest and head reduced to a bloody pulp. The cost, however, was the demise of several little skeletons beneath the lizard monster's tongue. Log notifications continued to appear. Log. Little skeleton has fallen. Talent Undead Sovereign activated. Your strength 2, agility 2, constitution 2, spirit 2. The magical power surging within Ning Chuan grew ever more potent. Finally, all the little skeletons had been defeated. The gravely wounded lizard monster glared with unrestrained malice, hissing in fury, "I will slowly devour your brain, piece by piece." It yearned to witness the terror on the human's face, as its reliance had been utterly shattered, even in its weakened state. It was far beyond the capabilities of a frail human. However, the anticipated fear and panic did not manifest upon that human's countenance. Ning Chuan remained remarkably composed. Oh. He raised his hand, and a fierce white flame erupted from his fingertips, swiftly piercing through the lizard monster's head. One-shot kill. Having absorbed the attributes of 10 little skeletons, the flame of the undead was now terrifyingly potent. The lizard monster's eyes filled with confusion as it collapsed to the ground, as if to say, "Why did you wait so long to eliminate me instead of watching your skeletons perish?" Log. Killed LV8 parasitic lizard, common, gained 10 experience points. Log. Acquired high-quality material lizard's tongue, ordinary material lizard's eye. Log. Discovered a glimpse of the truth of Despair City, evaluation increased. Log. Completed the first kill in the novice secret realm, evaluation increased. Log. Level increased by 1, all attributes increased by 1 point, gained 1 free attribute point. Chapter 5, Lizard Staff. Indeed, the novice assessment secret realm offered substantial experience and drop rates. Even an ordinary monster could yield high-quality materials. Ning Chuan reflected. In this world, items such as materials, tools, or equipment are categorized by quality. For instance, within the same tier of materials, classifications include shabby, ordinary, fine, excellent, perfect, flawless, and supreme, among others. Fine quality is already considered quite good. However, the first kill in the secret realm does provide a certain bonus. Gazing at the now lifeless lizard monster, Ning Chuan understood that the root of despair plaguing this city stemmed from these parasitic lizards. Just imagine. The friends and family he interacted with daily had actually been parasitized by lizards. It was indeed a source of profound despair. Perhaps there was more to it. In the novice assessment secret realm, there are no main quests. The only ways to enhance one's evaluation are by defeating more and stronger monsters or exploring the world. Completing the first kill in the secret realm guarantees at least an F-grade evaluation. However, for me, an F-grade evaluation is far from sufficient. Ning Chuan's eyes brimmed with fervor. Since he possessed such a powerful talent as Undead Sovereign, he naturally aimed for a higher evaluation. S-grade? No, his goal was even loftier, SSS grade. Casually allocating the newly acquired free attribute point to his spirit attribute, Ning Chuan opened his attribute panel. Attribute panel. Name, Ning Chuan. Profession, Necromancer, Tier 0. Level, LV10. Strength, 31. Agility, 31. Constitution, 31. Spirit, 32. Talent, Mastery of the Undead. Skills, Summon Skeletal Minion, Necrotic Flame. It is evident that despite having merely ascended to the first level, Ning Chuan's attributes have surged to more than double. After the demise of 10 skeletal minions, his 4 core attributes, Strength, Agility, Constitution, and Spirit, each increased by 20 points. This is simply extraordinary. It is worth noting that at Tier 0, leveling up by a single tier typically grants only a total of 4 fixed attribute points and 1 point of free attribute. In contrast, this showcases the sheer potency of his talent. Ning Chuan himself felt a surge of exhilaration, acutely aware of the invigorating power coursing through him. As long as he continues to let the skeletal minions engage in battle and subsequently fall, he senses the possibility of amassing attributes in the hundreds or even thousands within this testing realm. Regrettably, after the minions perish, a brief interval is required before he can summon them anew. This is no mere game. The death of summoned entities inflicts a psychological toll on the Necromancer, necessitating a period of respite to restore mental equilibrium. Ning Chuan began to contemplate his future development strategy. He understood that his path diverged significantly from that of ordinary necromancers. Typically, necromancers are deeply protective of their summoned undead companions, fearing their demise, as their strength largely derives from these minions. As long as the skeletal minions remain unvanquished, they can continue to gain levels and enhance their attributes. Additionally, with the enhancement of a spirit attribute of 20, even a skeletal minion could possess formidable combat prowess in the later stages. However, Ning Chuan's approach was fundamentally different. He did not require the growth that comes from the leveling of his summoned entities. Rather, he needed to elevate his own attributes. With just the boon of that 20 spirit attribute, he could easily command respect among others. For instance, when he next summons a skeletal minion, even if its level remains at LV0, the benefit of his current spirit attribute of 32 would elevate the minion's 4 core attributes to an impressive 84. This is a significant enhancement compared to before. Ideally, during each summoning cycle, he could allow all skeletal minions to perish, thus maximizing the effect of his talent, resulting in a 20-point increase across all 4 core attributes. With a plan in place, Ning Chuan stepped out from the alleyway, gazing at the extravagant red light district before him. The ostentatiously adorned streetwalkers appeared to him as nothing more than grotesque lizard-like creatures. These parasitic lizards seemed to thrive in the shadowy corners of society. With his spirit attribute now at 32, he could more acutely perceive these repugnant creatures, even when they lurked beneath human facades. The red light district before him was undeniably a den of monsters. With a seemingly harmless smile, Ning Chuan paused before a fair-haired lady, extending an enthusiastic invitation. "My beautiful lady, may we indulge in some fun over there?" The blonde woman's eyes sparkled with delight. Such a delectable specimen had approached her willingly. "Of course, handsome. But I am quite strong. Do you have any other sisters?" Ning Chuan displayed a bashful grin. The blonde lady giggled, her excitement palpable as she licked her lips. "I have 2 twin sisters. What a splendid prospect." 2 more blonde ladies approached, encircling Ning Chuan, eager to embark on a delightful escapade, their forms disappearing into the dark recess of the alleyway. Observing the trio as they began to shed their outer garments, Ning Chuan mused, "These creatures possess some intelligence, albeit limited. Allow me to prepare a little surprise for you, ladies." The trio paused, bewildered. With a snap of his fingers, shadowy circles materialized around the women. As robust skeletal minions emerged, their eye sockets ignited with flickering soul flames. Before the trio could react, the hefty bone clubs swung forth. Thud, thud, thud. The women were struck by the shattering bones, while the parasitic lizards hastily seized control of their bodies to unleash their strength. These 3 parasitic lizards were evidently more formidable than their predecessors. Though the skeletal minions had grown stronger as well, they succumbed one after another to the lizards' venomous tongues. Log. Skeletal minion has perished. Talent mastery of the undead activated. Your strength 2, agility 2, constitution 2, spirit 2. As the skeletal minions fell, the parasitic lizards suffered grievous injuries, with one even succumbing to death. A broad smile spread across Ning Chuan's face. With the necrotic flames extinguishing the battle, the pale flames devoured the remnants of the parasitic lizards, their eyes still clouded with confusion, unable to comprehend the workings of this human's mind. What arrogance to flaunt your strength. Log. Killed LV-10 parasitic lizard, ordinary. Gained 16 experience points. Log. Acquired fine quality material. Lizard fangs, ordinary material. Lizard venom sac. Log. Acquired ordinary quality equipment. Lizard staff. Log. Killed 3 parasitic lizards. Reputation increased. Log. Level increased by 2. All attributes increased by 2 points. Gained 2 free attribute points. Defeating monsters above his level yielded bountiful experience. It seems he has even obtained equipment. The novice's secret realm truly is a paradise. As even the smallest creatures can drop gear, Ning Chuan felt a surge of joy as he retrieved a staff from his storage space. Crafted from redwood and adorned with a lizard's venomous fang. Lizard staff, bound. Tier 0. Quality, ordinary. Attributes, spirit 4, constitution 2. Requirement, magic-based. Not bad at all. Although it is bound equipment, I can still utilize it, and its attributes are quite commendable. For professionals slaying monsters, equipment and items can drop as rewards from the cosmic will. However, there are 2 types, bound and unbound. If an item is bound, it can only be used by the wielder and cannot be traded. If it cannot be utilized, it must be dismantled into rare materials to be recrafted by a blacksmith. Conversely, unbound equipment holds considerable value. Ning Chuan felt a twinge of regret, but did not dwell on it. At this stage, even if he obtained unbound equipment, he would only use it for himself. Opening his attribute panel. Attribute panel. Name, Ning Chuan. Profession, Necromancer, Tier 0. Level, LV3, 23. Strength, 53. Agility, 53. Constitution, 53, 2. Spirit, 56, 4. Talent, Mastery of the Undead. Skills, Summon Skeletal Minion, Necrotic Flame. Feeling the renewed surge of power within him, Ning Chuan could not help but close his eyes in delight. With these attributes, even a level 30 professional would pale in comparison. This strategy is indeed effective. Glancing at the red light district outside the alley, Ning Chuan felt as if he could see attribute points beckoning him. The old adage holds true: sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of chopping wood. Attaining an SSS rating is no simple feat. First and foremost, he must enhance his own strength. Engaging in hunting to level up while accumulating attributes is the true path to success. He only had a mere 24 hours to seize the moment. With fervent determination, Ning Chuan stepped once more into the red light district. Let the battle commence. Chapter 6. Human. Do you enjoy the kill? Bang. The sound of steel colliding with flesh and bone resonated with a profound dullness. Ning Chuan casually discarded the steel pipe. Now slick with viscous fluids. With his current strength attribute exceeding 100, these parasitic lizards were exceedingly fragile. A single blow from the pipe was sufficient to shatter their skulls. This marked the 6th time Ning Chuan had lured the monsters into the alley. Consequently, it also meant that the little skeletons had perished collectively 6 times. Meanwhile, nearly 2 hours had elapsed. Ning Chuan calculated that after their demise, the little skeletons would require approximately 10 minutes to be summoned again. Considering the time spent luring and battling, he could barely manage to farm attributes 4 times in an hour. He wished to allow the little skeletons to forego resistance and be slain directly by the lizards, maximizing the efficiency of attribute farming. However, reality dictated otherwise. True to the name of his talent, Necromancer, Ning Chuan was the master of the undead. Should the undead fall in battle, they would zealously offer all they had to their master. Yet, if the master commanded them to surrender and meet their demise, while they would harbor no resentment, their abilities would remain dormant. After one attempt, Ning Chuan promptly abandoned this strategy. Thus, only one path remained: to seek out stronger and more formidable monsters to engage in combat. Log. Killed LV-18 parasitic lizard. Normal. Gained 26 experience points. Log. Level increased by 1. All attributes increased by 1 point. Gained 1 free attribute point. Log. Your current level is LV-10. Skill effects have been enhanced. Observing the continuously refreshing logs, Ning Chuan felt a sense of satisfaction. He had grown immensely stronger compared to 2 hours prior. Attribute panel. Name, Ning Chuan. Profession, Necromancer, 0 stage. Level, LV-10, 18. Strength, 143, 2. Agility, 142, 3. Constitution, 144, 3. Spirit, 154, 6. Talent, Necromancer. Skills, Summon little skeletons. Flame of the Undead. All attribute values had surpassed 100, bolstered by several pieces of equipment. He had reached level 10. Now, he could summon 11 little skeletons. The power of the Flame of the Undead had also been enhanced. Joy flickered in Ning Chuan's eyes. For practitioners, every 100 levels marked a significant tier. For instance, upon reaching LV-100, one must undergo a tier advancement trial in the Mystic Realm to ascend to the rank of a bronze practitioner and continue leveling up. Within the same tier, level 10 represented a minor threshold, granting certain enhancements to skill strength. Furthermore, to elevate skill potency, one required deeper theoretical knowledge and continual practice, a lesson well ingrained in Ning Chuan's scholarly mind. Yet, he pondered, the efficiency of stacking attributes seemed rather sluggish. Ning Chuan furrowed his brow. During the last 2 encounters, he had distinctly noticed that the little skeletons were dying at a slower pace. As time progressed, the attributes of the little skeletons became so elevated that they struggled even when standing still, allowing the lizard monsters to strike them. Some little skeletons even perished only after leveling up. While they added more attributes, the overall gains were not as advantageous. As he observed the now quiet red light district, having dispatched dozens of parasitic lizards, even the most dim-witted of monsters sensed something amiss. Ning Chuan's gaze grew intense. It was nearly time to begin. With his current attributes, a typical LV-100 0-stage practitioner would only surpass him in primary attributes. Their secondary attributes might even fall short. Not to mention, in this mystic realm, he could certainly assert his dominance, particularly in the red light district before him. Stepping out of the alley, Ning Chuan kicked a nearby trash can, sending it crashing into the enormous sign of the red light district. With a resounding crash, the sign plummeted to the ground, creating a thunderous noise. Hey monsters! Your dinner time has arrived. Ning Chuan unabashedly displayed his mental prowess. He had discerned that these parasitic lizards favored humans with high mental attributes, which explained why he had so effortlessly lured them into the alley before. In that moment, he resembled a firefly in the darkness, strikingly conspicuous. Coupled with the loud crash of the sign, all attention was drawn toward him. The human form could hardly conceal the myriad of greedy, salivating, and covetous gazes. The sounds of flesh tearing and viscous fluids splattering echoed throughout the red light district. Hiss! Such delectable flesh. I shall devour him. Do not dare to compete with me. One by one, the lizard monsters shed their disguises, their grotesque heads swaying atop human bodies, some strong, others weak. In hues of purple and green, they filled the entire street. A few bewildered humans stood frozen in terror, having unwittingly stumbled into a den of monsters, an unforeseen turn of events. They could only stare blankly at the dark-haired youth clad in black. Ning Chuan surveyed the multitude of lizard monsters, feeling a surge of exhilaration rather than fear. There's no need to rush. Come at me one by one. There's enough for everyone. He bellowed with laughter. An ominous aura manifested around him as 11 extraordinarily robust skeletal warriors emerged, adorned with menacing bone spines, their bones glinting with a metallic sheen. Now, the little skeletons, bolstered by Ning Chuan's attributes, boasted an astounding total of 34 points across all attributes. Their combat prowess had drastically transformed from their initial state. The lizard monsters roared and surged forward, varying in levels from LV5 to LV40. If the little skeletons coordinated effectively, they could easily dispatch LV50 or even LV60 monsters with their current strength. However, Ning Chuan clearly preferred a different approach. Advance, little skeletons. Fight for your master. The little skeletons dispersed, plunging into the throng of lizards. One by one, lizard monsters fell beneath the relentless strikes of the skeletal warriors, with some little skeletons even leveling up, though the flames of their souls gradually waned. Log, little skeleton perished, talent Necromancer activated, your strength 2, agility 2, constitution 3, spirit 2. Log, little skeleton perished, talent Necromancer activated, your strength 3, agility 2, constitution 2, spirit 2. The smile on Ning Chuan's face deepened. With 11 little skeletons falling, all the monsters now gazed hungrily at him, each one lunging forward with ferocity. Ning Chuan chuckled in amusement. You do not think of me as a pushover, do you? The latent power concealed beneath my elongated frame is far beyond the imagination of these grotesque creatures before me. Seizing a massive light board that had fallen nearby, a sinister smile danced in Ning Chuan's eyes. A surge of ferocious strength erupted, muscles in his arms swelling instantaneously, imbuing his entire form with the aesthetic of raw power. The hefty light board felt like a mere toy in his grasp as he swung it with vigor, creating a gale around him. Bang! The colossal light board crashed down upon a horde of lizard-like monsters, some unfortunate souls falling victim to its might, transforming into experience points and materials. Bending his legs, Ning Chuan unleashed the explosive power of his robust thighs, leaping effortlessly to the summit of the tallest building, brandishing the battered light board like a general wielding his sword in defiance. With repeated swings, he dispatched the frenzied lizard monsters that lunged at him, drawing the attention of every creature in the red light district, as if he were a delectable morsel. A few surviving humans watched in stunned disbelief. My God! Is this youth a superhuman? They cowered in the shadows, their jaws agape as they beheld the distant clash. Ning Chuan had no inclination to personally eradicate these monsters. They still held potential for further utility. As 10 minutes elapsed, Ning Chuan snapped his fingers. 11 skeletal minions, now imbued with greater vigor, reappeared. The spectacle was far from over. A glint of mischief sparkled in Ning Chuan's eyes. Indeed, he had come to regard these lizard monsters as mere tools for enhancing his attributes. The moment they could no longer swiftly dispatch the skeletal minions would signal their doom. Perched atop the high-rise, Ning Chuan reveled in the exhilarating rise of his power. Each skeletal demise yielded valuable feedback, facilitating his own ascension in attributes. Once the skeletal minions were all vanquished, he would rise to engage the lizard monsters himself. The advantage of this strategy lay in the potential for at least 5 attribute enhancements within an hour, perhaps nearing 6. Time slipped by unnoticed. Log, your current level is LV20, skill effects have been enhanced. Ning Chuan felt a jolt of exhilaration. The number of summoned skeletal minions had increased to 12, and his attributes surged once more. Strength, 3033. Agility, 313-2. Constitution, 3094. Spirit, 318-10. All 4 primary attributes had decisively breached the 300 threshold. Ning Chuan could assert with confidence that the attributes of a level 100 novice could not compare, even with the finest equipment. For instance, a typical necromancer at level 100 might possess unadorned attributes of 110, 110, 110, and 210, which paled in comparison to Ning Chuan's current prowess. At this moment, the entire red light district had gradually quieted, with only a handful of lizard monsters remaining, casting fearful glances toward Ning Chuan, as if he were the true monster among them. Stretching languidly, Ning Chuan mused that if they could not even slay a single skeletal minion, there was no reason to spare these worthless creatures. The efficiency of attribute stacking had significantly diminished. He had begun to contemplate relocating. Just as he prepared to take action, a deep voice reverberated from afar. Human, Did you enjoy your slaughter? Ning Chuan instinctively turned his gaze. Before him stood a gargantuan lizard, cloaked in black armor, towering 2 stories high. The ebony scales glinted ominously in the sunlight, and each powerful stride sent tremors through the surrounding structures, causing numerous nightclub signs to tremble and fall. This was the first time Ning Chuan had encountered a monster appearing in its true form. His eyes narrowed with anticipation. An elite monster, the black-armored giant lizard? Chapter 7, The Perfect Rope. Black-armored giant lizard, elite. Level, LV 48. Strength, 159. Constitution, 187. Spirit, 74. Agility, 124. Skills, Parasite, Shapeshifting, Titan Strength, Poisonous Armor. Elite monsters typically possess attributes 3 times greater than those of their level counterparts and wield an array of formidable skills. For novices, such creatures are overwhelmingly dominant. Although the monsters in the novice assessment realm range from LV 0 to LV 100, elite creatures of LV 48 rarely manifest this early. According to the experiences of countless professionals, such monsters typically appear only after one has lingered in a dungeon for over 12 hours. Yet now, Ning Chuan had been here for barely 4 hours. The reason was simple. Ning Chuan had been excessively audacious, nearly annihilating an entire district of monsters. This was a pivotal moment. If he could vanquish such a formidable opponent, an S-rank evaluation would be assured. Do not be misled into thinking this was a trivial task. For newcomers entering at level 0, survival and gradual leveling were paramount. With only the 2 skills granted upon class awakening and attributes that were thoroughly outmatched, they relied solely on their innate talents. Only those with sufficiently potent awakened talents could hope to defeat such elite monsters. Consequently, while the Cosmic Will did not categorize talents by rank, the Federation implicitly graded them based on evaluations from the novice assessment realm. An S-rank evaluation signified an S-rank talent. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Ning Chuan felt a growing fervor. For an ordinary individual, the challenge posed by this towering figure was insurmountable. Yet for him, Ning Chuan, what did it matter? Attribute supremacy? Glancing at his own attributes, all exceeding 300, he smirked. Excuse me, who is truly outmatched here? He gazed at the black-armored giant lizard, his excitement intensifying as if he were eyeing a delectable treat. A powerful elite monster promised bountiful rewards upon defeat. Ordinary equipment held little value for him now, but he yearned for mightier gear and items. If he could acquire a skill book suited to him, it would be the cherry on top. The black-armored giant lizard took offense to Ning Chuan's gaze, recognizing it as the typical way he regarded humans. Human, answer me, did you find joy in your slaughter? Ning Chuan, resting his chin upon his hand, scrutinized the hulking creature, deftly sidestepping the query. I ponder how many times you can endure. It was not every day a new sparring partner presented itself. He could not let this chance slip away easily. The skeletal minions were itching for battle. The giant lizard let out a thunderous roar. Arrogant human. Well then, once I consume your brain and seize your body, I shall grow even stronger. In an instant, its form swelled dramatically, the toxins visible upon its black armor. Its thick, barbed tongue lashed toward Ning Chuan atop the high-rise with lightning speed. One skeletal minion leaped into the air, crashing its metallic glinting bone club against the lizard's tongue, only to be ensnared and devoured whole. Log. The skeletal minion has perished. The talent Necromancer has activated, granting you 2 strength, 2 agility, 2 constitution, 2 spirit. Ning Chuan's heart soared with delight. Splendid. The black-armored giant lizard found the situation perplexing. Was this human a fool? After all, it had been the one to slay the summoned skeletal minion. The great lizard's pupils glistened with a palpable malice as it charged toward the 11 diminutive skeletons. Eager to eradicate these skeletal foes and ascertain whether the creature before it could still maintain its mirth. Swiftly, at the cost of a minor injury, all the skeletons were vanquished. Humans, tremble. The great lizard unabashedly unleashed the fury that simmered within its heart. Yet, an ethereal white flame caused it to startle. Silence. Ning Chuan, regulating his power, refrained from obliterating the creature in an instant. The black-armored great lizard was filled with trepidation. How could this human possess such formidable strength? Why had it merely observed previously? Before it could ponder this enigma further, 10 minutes had elapsed. With a snap of his fingers, another 12 skeletons materialized, leaving the black-armored great lizard in a state of bewilderment. However, the skeletons showed no mercy. Their assault grew increasingly ferocious. The black-armored great lizard felt disoriented. It was perplexed as to why, despite the ease with which it had dispatched the skeletons earlier, they now seemed inexhaustible. What was the true aim of this human? The lizard felt ensnared in a peculiar cycle, as if it were being toyed with. Slay the skeletons, confront the human, repeat the process. Until roar. The black-armored great lizard instinctively lunged toward the skeleton before it, only for a bone club to strike and sever half of its tongue. Agonizing pain surged through it, revealing that it had sustained grievous injuries, and the skeletons before it had grown increasingly difficult to eliminate. Initially, it had been able to kill them with ease, but now, it struggled to endure. The black-armored great lizard suddenly came to a realization. Its limited intelligence illuminated the truth. Was it merely a practice dummy for the skeletons? An incredulous, anguished wail erupted from its throat. Ning Chuan chuckled and snapped his fingers. Correct. Alas, I did not anticipate your utter incompetence. You succumbed after merely 8 rounds. 24 by 8192. Ning Chuan reveled in the surging power within him. Power, for 95, 3. Agility, 505, 2. Constitution, 5014. Spirit, 510, 10. With the enhancement from his equipment, his spirit attribute had reached an impressive 520. The attributes of the small skeletons had also escalated to an astonishing 106 points across all 4 dimensions. While the critically injured black-armored great lizard had forfeited its right to continue augmenting its attributes. Observing the evident disappointment in the eyes of the human youth, the black-armored great lizard felt an inexplicable surge of panic and dread, instinctively urging it to flee as far from this terrifying human as possible. Ning Chuan rose slowly. As a token of gratitude for your efforts, I have decided to present you with a splendid gift. The black-armored great lizard instinctively turned to look. It beheld the human conjuring a pale fireball between his palms, which rapidly swelled to a size surpassing that of a grinding stone. Come, savor my grand creation. Ning Chuan bellowed with laughter. With his current spiritual power, he could effortlessly wield the flames of the undead. He raised the pale fireball above his head and hurled it toward the black-armored great lizard. Boom! The fireball screeched through the air, producing a scorching roar. The massive fireball made the black-armored great lizard quake with trepidation. The power it harbored was terrifying. Just as it turned to escape, the fireball soared through the air and obliterated its head. Instant kill. In its final moments, the black-armored great lizard could only think, are you even human? Log. Killed LV-48 black-armored great lizard, elite. Gained 534 experience points. Log. First kill of LV-48 elite monster. Evaluation significantly increased. Log. Acquired superior grade material lizard black armor. Superior grade material lizard eye. Log. Obtained perfect grade equipment great lizard robe. Superior grade equipment venomous plate armor. Log. Level increased by 3. All attributes raised by 3 points. Gained 3 free attribute points. As Ning Chuan observed the continuously updating log, joy welled within him. The rewards for the elite first kill were bountiful. Chapter 8. The Request of the Natives. Ning Chuan reflected on his gains. Firstly, the exceedingly generous experience points. Combined with his nearing level 21 status, he surged forward 3 levels in one breath. Secondly, the significant rise in his secret realm evaluation. Ning Chuan surmised that if he chose to teleport out now, an S-grade evaluation was assured. One must not underestimate an S-grade evaluation. Each year, tens of thousands of candidates in Beichuan City vie for it. And the last individual to achieve an S-grade evaluation did so a decade ago. However, Ning Chuan was certainly not content with an S-grade evaluation. He had yet to reach his limits. His goal was an SSS grade evaluation. He even yearned to explore whether there existed higher tiers beyond SSS. With this thought, Ning Chuan's gaze ignited with fervor. He felt a sense of exhilaration, yet upon glancing at his talent, the sovereign of the undead, he reassured himself that his ambition was warranted. Drawing a deep breath, Ning Chuan shook off the distractions and focused on the array of equipment and materials that had fallen from the black-armored great lizard. The superior grade materials already held considerable value, with even the lowest tier fetching 5-figure sums in Federation currency. Yet, what delighted Ning Chuan the most was the perfect grade equipment, the Great Lizard Robe. Although it was bound equipment, it was still usable for him. Great Lizard Robe, bound. Tier 0. Quality, perfect. Attributes, Spirit 30, Constitution 10. Additional effects, Mana Recovery 5. Spell Resistance 3. Additional skill, Great Lizard Armor Shield. Requirements, Magic Class. Observing the attributes of the Great Lizard Robe, Ning Chuan felt immense satisfaction. Generally, perfect grade equipment not only offered 2 core attributes and 2 additional effects, but also included an extra skill. The Great Lizard Robe was undoubtedly a premium piece among 0-tier equipment. It could significantly enhance the power of an average practitioner. Although, due to Ning Chuan's exaggerated attributes, the impact of the attribute boost was somewhat diminished. The other additional effects and skills remained quite impressive. Particularly, the added skill, Great Lizard Armor Shield, greatly fortified Ning Chuan's defensive capabilities. At present, he could solely rely on his formidable constitution. Gazing at the black robe in his hands, Ning Chuan promptly donned it. The robe's mystical power instantly communicated with his interface. He felt a surge of inspiration, extending his hand to summon layers of runes, which manifested as translucent black armor shields around him, faintly echoing the roars of great lizards. Experiencing the defensive strength it provided, Ning Chuan smiled in satisfaction. Although the skill attached to the equipment did not fully benefit from his spirit attributes as his personal skills did, it still received a portion of the enhancement. With his current spirit exceeding 500, the defensive power was quite formidable. The black-armored great lizard would have struggled to breach it in a short span. His survival capacity had significantly increased. As for the exceptional piece of equipment, the toxic plate armor, it is exclusively suited for physical classes and is bound to the user, rendering it non-transferable. Thus, it can only be taken back for disassembly. Additionally, there are 2 more usable items that further enhance Ning Chuan's attributes. Even the smallest morsel of meat holds value. With a smile, Ning Chuan dispelled his armor shield and gazed towards the red light district. The once bustling area had now fallen into a haunting silence. A few surviving humans looked upon Ning Chuan with dread, as though he were a monster clad in human skin, before frantically fleeing the scene. Meanwhile, the lizard creatures were completely eradicated by the small skeletons. With tears in his eyes, Ning Chuan accepted the experience points bestowed by the lizard monsters and leveled up twice, reaching level 25. It seemed he needed to seek out a stronger monster gathering ground. Ning Chuan leaped down from the tall building, treading upon the silent red light district. To be honest, it was only now that he had the time to carefully observe this area. The architectural style bore some resemblance to that of Western countries in the 20th century, with flickering pink lights casting an atmosphere of ambiguous eeriness. Yet, the charred corpse of the massive lizard, engulfed in necromantic flames behind him, was a stark reminder that this was an entirely different world. Surrounded by so many monsters disguised in human skin, one could never know when they might suddenly be devoured. It was no wonder this city was named the City of Despair. He pondered the number of survivors still left in this city with a slight sigh. Contemplating where to go next, he had no qualms about assisting the humans of this metropolis while completing the secret realm assessment. This was also a real world, not merely a game instance. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. Ning Chuan turned to see a group of well-trained individuals clad in black trench coats, most of whom appeared to be ordinary people, yet he could sense that a few possessed considerable strength, albeit not overwhelming. Was this a special department tasked with dealing with the lizard monsters? Ning Chuan squinted upon witnessing the charred remains of the black-armored giant lizard. The trench-coated individuals were clearly taken aback, their mouths agape in shock. Thank God, that damned monster has finally been slain. The crowd erupted in excitement. The leader of the group, removing her sunglasses, revealed herself to be a strikingly elegant woman, her long legs clad in stockings occasionally peeking through the gaps of her coat. Exuding an alluring charm, she approached Ning Chuan and suddenly knelt heavily before him. Great One from the stars, we beseech you to aid us. Her eyes brimmed with sincerity and desperation. Ning Chuan, taken aback, inquired, do you know where I come from? The woman shook her head. Such exalted beings as you are not of first occurrence. A previous Great One once claimed to be a messenger from the stars, stating that only those like you could effortlessly slay these monsters single-handedly. Your ability to defeat the black-armored giant lizard marks you as the strongest among all who have descended. We implore you, help us. The crowd collectively knelt, gazing at Ning Chuan with pleading eyes, as if they had already regarded him as their savior. Ning Chuan felt a sense of bewilderment. It appeared that this world had seen other newcomers before, which explained the natives' fragmented knowledge. A messenger from the stars? Which audacious individual made that claim? What significance could a mere novice hold? Ning Chuan couldn't help but scoff internally, looking at the woman before him. He rested his chin on his hand, contemplating the pros and cons, and soon reached a decision. I can assist you in clearing the monsters from the city. However, my summoned minions have a 10-minute cooldown upon their demise, during which I will need your help to stall. With a warm smile, he gestured towards the small skeleton beside him. Additionally, I hope you can lead me to stronger monsters. More is better, and they must be stronger than this fellow. We must commence immediately. I have no time to waste. Is that agreeable? It was far more efficient to have the natives guide him than to search aimlessly. If these natives posed no hindrance, it wouldn't hurt to lend them a hand. Nevertheless, Ning Chuan retained a degree of caution. The 10-minute interval for summoning the small skeletons would allow them to contribute, easing his burden. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's response, all the trench-coated individuals were filled with exuberant joy, and the leading woman wept with excitement. Absolutely. There is no problem at all. Everyone from the Special Operations Bureau is at your service. Great One. Great One. My name is Kalissa, she introduced herself. Ning Chuan smiled. Then, Miss Kalissa, may our collaboration be fruitful. In a corner of the urban ruins, where collapsed buildings, power poles, and shattered concrete completely obstructed the roads, lizard monsters revealed their true forms, fiercely charging, not at Ning Chuan, but at the operatives of the Special Operations Bureau. The sound of gunfire echoed incessantly. Although the firearms posed limited threats to the high-level lizard monsters, they were still effective in holding them at bay. The small skeletons had just fallen, and they needed to delay for Ning Chuan for 10 minutes. In the distance, Kalissa inadvertently lifted her coat, revealing her long legs clad in black stockings, and respectfully addressed Ning Chuan. Great One, you may not be aware that since the appearance of these accursed lizard monsters, we have been embroiled in conflict. However, the formidable among them are impervious to our firearms, and we have been steadily pushed back. Now, only a small fraction of humanity remains within the safe zones of the city. Were it not for your arrival, we would have never realized the multitude of monsters lurking in the red light district. Her beautiful face was marked with a look of dread. Her enchanting gaze was filled with admiration for Ning Chuan. Currently, we are in Zone 6. With the strength of the skeletons you summoned, perhaps we could clear this area in 3 hours. Ning Chuan nodded slightly, neither affirming nor denying her subtle flirtation. During this time, Kalissa had shared much about the City of Despair with him. For instance, the lizards came from meteoric origins, multiplying rapidly and overwhelming humanity. The city's upper echelons had established the Special Operations Bureau, recruiting extraordinary individuals with some success. Furthermore, had it not been for several newcomers who had come to hone their skills and eliminate some of the lizard monsters, humanity in the City of Despair might have already faced extinction. Regarding these matters, he merely listened, offering no opinions. It struck him as peculiar. Humanity had established safe zones, yet allowed such a multitude of lizard monsters to infest the red light district? Surely, the upper echelons were nothing but incompetent. Miss Kalissa, I must correct you. It may not take 3 hours. 2 hours should suffice. Ning Chuan gently shook his finger. My skeletal warriors grow stronger with each battle. You need to prepare the next area for cleansing, one stronger than Zone 6. 10 minutes passed. 12 more potent small skeletons emerged from the dim circle of light. Then, amidst Kalisha's astonished gaze, he plunged into the throng of lizard monsters. Presently, the little skeletons, with their 4-dimensional attributes surpassing 100, were vastly superior to these lizard creatures. Were it not for the sheer number of lizard monsters, who relied on their numerical advantage, they would struggle to bring down even a single little skeleton. The personnel from the Special Operations Bureau ceased all actions, each one transfixed by the fierce confrontation between the little skeletons and the lizard monsters. Lord Ning Chuan, truly formidable. A chorus of admiration and astonishment echoed continuously. Ning Chuan's lips twitched slightly. If he were to take matters into his own hands, victory would be swifter. However, such a course was unnecessary. While leveling up held importance, for Ning Chuan, the most expedient method to enhance his strength lay in continuously utilizing monsters to bolster his attributes. Nevertheless, even so, his level was steadily on the rise. The little skeletons too would occasionally level up. After all, the current little skeletons were no longer the fragile ones that shattered at a mere touch. Lizards faced considerable cost to slay even one of them. Log. A little skeleton has perished. The talent Undead Sovereign has activated. Your strength 3, agility 2, constitution 2, spirit 4. The logs flashed repeatedly. Ning Chuan's mood was exceptionally buoyant. Having a local to assist was indeed advantageous. There was no need for him to seek out monsters or draw aggro, and the cooldown time for summoning little skeletons was seamlessly prolonged with help. Moreover, a stunning beauty, Kalisha, had placed her delicate hand on Ning Chuan's shoulder, gently massaging him. Ning Chuan merely needed to relish the steady rise of power within him. It was simply delightful. Wave after wave of lizard monsters fell, transforming into nourishment for Ning Chuan's growth, occasionally dropping precious materials and equipment, even skill books. Time flew by. The lizard monsters in Area 6 were all vanquished. Everyone stared at Ning Chuan, utterly dumbfounded, filled with profound respect. Ning Chuan and his little skeletons had definitively demonstrated what it meant to be true lizard slayers. Their gazes toward Ning Chuan resembled that of a savior. Yet, within Ning Chuan's heart, there was little turmoil. Only when he glanced at his attribute panel did a smile of joy surface. Strength, 725. Agility, 705, 4. Constitution, 710, 14. Spirit, 740, 40. After 2 hours of combat, the little skeletons had collectively perished nearly 7 times. There was no remedy, although the summoning interval was merely 10 minutes. Achieving the ideal 6 summons per hour remained an unlikely feat. After all, the skeletons' combat prowess had significantly increased, making them progressively harder to defeat. Besides attributes, Ning Chuan's level had also reached LV 32. This meant he could summon up to 13 little skeletons. Such incremental growth brought Ning Chuan immense joy. His steady and grounded progress afforded him great reassurance. Upon reaching LV 50, he would awaken a new skill. Anticipation sparkled in Ning Chuan's eyes. Following this trend, leveling up to LV 50 or beyond in the novice secret realm was almost a certainty, as the difficulty escalated with time. This pace was remarkably astounding. He glanced at Kalisha beside him. Miss Kalisha, my little skeletons convey that they believe the intensity of these foes no longer suffices for their continued growth. Kalisha, shaken from her stupor, promptly replied with respect. Lord Ning Chuan, allow me to escort you to Area 7. Vehicles swiftly departed, heading to the next zone. Time gradually passed. One after another, lizard monsters fell beneath the skeletal clubs, while the little skeletons faced repeated demise. Ning Chuan leisurely savored the ministrations of the alluring woman. The power within him surged at an astonishing rate. Meanwhile, in Beichuan City, on the awakening platform, beams of light emerged incessantly. Radiant columns of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, silver, and gold corresponded to the 9 grades from F to SSS. The students participating in the assessment repeatedly returned, enveloped by these luminous columns, revealing expressions of either satisfaction or chagrin. Not every individual could fully unleash their potential upon awakening a profession and venturing into the secret realm alone. Cursed luck. If only I had been a bit more cautious, perhaps I could have defeated that LV8 elite monster. My evaluation might have soared. Let us not mention it. My talent is utterly abysmal. I had hoped for a C-grade evaluation. Alas, my misfortune. My secret realm turned out to be a primeval forest, where the cat demons are terrifyingly swift. The students exchanged their experiences, filled with excitement or frustration. This was their first encounter. They were eager to vent their emotions. From a distant high platform, the city lord Yi Luyan maintained a stoic expression. The heads of various middle schools were nervously sweating, fully aware of the reason. Over 10 hours had elapsed since the assessment began, and not a single S-grade evaluation had emerged, nor even an A-grade. 99% of the examinees had already exited. At this moment, the principals fidgeted restlessly, desperately wishing for a blue column of light, symbolizing an A-grade evaluation to appear on the high platform. Yet, the only glimmer of hope lay in the fact that the four most talented individuals, including Ning Chuan, had yet to emerge. Suddenly, the awakening platform radiated brilliantly, and a dazzling purple beam descended from the heavens, instantly revitalizing the crowd. Even Yi Luyan couldn't help but rise, filled with excitement. The purple beam signified an S-grade evaluation. All gazes converged. Who was it? Who had attained the S-grade evaluation? Was it Ning Chuan? Chapter 10. Is Ning Chuan still alive? As the rich purple light gradually dissipated, the figure within became discernible. Clad in iron armor and wielding a sword and shield, the scene erupted in astonishment. It was not Ning Chuan, it was Zhuiyue. Our Zhuiyue from the fourth high. I knew Zhuiyue would stage a comeback. The first in a decade. Zhuiyue is indeed the greatest genius of Beichuan City. Waves of jubilant cheers erupted. The principal of the fourth high wore an ecstatic expression, his flesh quivering with excitement. Even Yi Luyan couldn't suppress his laughter. It had been 10 years. Beichuan City had not witnessed an S-grade evaluation in a decade. Yi Luyan was immensely pleased. Not only for the Federation gaining another genius, but also because if a prodigious youth emerged within the city he guarded, he too would be rewarded by the Federation. At this moment, Zhuiyue basked in the astonished gazes of those around him, feeling as though he might float away. He had dreamed of this scene countless times. And now, the dream had finally merged with reality. Zhuiyue knew from the murmurs around him that he was the first to achieve an S-grade evaluation. Even if others subsequently attained the same grade, they could not overshadow his glory. Moreover, given Beichuan City's foundation, it was already exceptionally fortunate to have one S-grade. He doubted the other few could achieve S-grade evaluations again. The mere thought of the formidable elite monster still sent shivers down his spine. Had it not been for his unique talent that providentially countered the creature, he might have found himself prematurely departing, forever estranged from the coveted S-rank evaluation. Ning Chuan, you are destined to be beneath my heel, Zhuiyue proclaimed, closing his eyes and extending his arms, savoring the adulation that enveloped him like a warm embrace. He longed to relish this moment a little longer. However, before he could step away from the awakening stone platform, an otherworldly phenomenon re-emerged. With a resounding hum, a similar violet beam descended from the heavens, instantly silencing the jubilant cheers, replaced by a wave of astonished murmurs. Yi Luyan clenched his fists in exhilaration. Another S-rank evaluation. The atmosphere grew even more electric as a vivacious young girl, her long hair flowing and a bow slung across her back, emerged from the violet light. The crowd erupted in fervor. It was Li Muran from the second high school. Li Muran had also achieved an S-rank evaluation. Good heavens, our Beichuan City has risen. 2 S-ranks, a pair of unparalleled prodigies. Zhuiyue, initially lost in his own reverie, widened his eyes in disbelief. As the majority of gazes shifted towards Li Muran, his irritation simmered, and he gritted his teeth in displeasure. Yi Luyan laughed heartily, never anticipating such a delightful surprise. Initially, he had hoped for just 1 S-rank. Yet here were 2. If these 2 did not falter, they would undoubtedly be his equals in strength in the future. Congratulations, Lord City Guardian. The surrounding high school principals continuously offered their congratulations. Yi Luyan's serious demeanor melted away, replaced by an uncontainable grin. This should be a celebration for our Federation, he corrected. Just as everyone was about to continue their conversation, another beam of light descended from the sky. Yet another violet one. All eyes were fixed on the awakening stone platform, bewildered by the unfolding events. What was happening? Had S-rank evaluations, which had been so rare for a decade, suddenly become commonplace? How could there be 3 in rapid succession? The crowd watched as a short-haired girl clad in form-fitting light armor stepped out from the beam, her exquisite figure accentuated, captivating all who beheld her. Yihi. Wow. Yihi from the 7th high school has also received an S-rank evaluation? Given her background, I had thought she might not even attain an A rank. Yet it seems her talent is remarkable. Just imagine, if Yihi had the same background as Zhuiyue and Li Muran, wouldn't she be an SS rank? At this thought, everyone fell into a stupor. The principal of the 7th high school, in particular, regretted his oversight deeply. Had he known this would happen, he would have personally funded Yihi to maximize her attributes before her class change. All eyes turned toward Yi, who seemed to cast a subtle shadow over Zhuyu and Ning. Indeed, in earnest, Yi's talent surpassed that of both. Zhuyu instinctively clenched his fists. He had anticipated being the sole focus of admiration, eclipsing Ning Chuan, only to find that these two women had also achieved S-rank evaluations. With Yi perhaps even stronger than himself. Ning-Chuan's expression momentarily faltered, but she quickly composed herself. Who says lineage isn't a form of strength? She smiled at Yi. Yi, congratulations. Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, and congratulations to you as well. However, a tinge of reluctance lingered within her. If only I had started a moment sooner, perhaps I could have attained an SS rank evaluation. The distinction between S rank and SS rank, though merely a tier apart, was worlds apart in significance. Yet, the hardships she had endured since childhood swiftly recalibrated her mindset. An S rank is already commendable. At least my mother won't have to toil as hard anymore. I will strive for greater achievements in the future. The evaluations in the new secret realm are not absolute. My future accomplishments may very well rival those of individuals with SS rank evaluations. Filled with determination, Yi's gaze suddenly faltered. Where's Ning Chuan? Hasn't he emerged yet? Logically, he should have by now. In truth, this was a question on everyone's mind. After Yi received her S-rank evaluation, an exhilarating thought naturally blossomed in Yi Luyun and the others, 4 S-ranks. After all, Ning Chuan had consistently been recognized as the most gifted student in Beichuan City, and his prolonged absence raised the likelihood of an S-rank evaluation considerably. However, after waiting for a substantial time, no violet beam appeared once more, leaving the crowd in a state of uncertainty. Could it be that Ning Chuan has achieved an SS rank? Yi Luyun inhaled deeply, suppressing the flicker of unrealistic hope within him, instructing the Golden Griffin to convey Yi and the others, a privilege reserved for geniuses. The others? They would have to make their own way down. We have the honor of meeting the city guardian. The three bowed on the observation platform. Yi Luyun waved his hand with a smile. You all performed admirably, bringing glory to Beichuan City. Now, share your experiences in the secret realm. And briefly describe your talents. No need for excessive detail. The trio did not hesitate. Well aware that it was customary for those with S-rank talents and above to report their types and experiences to the Federation to caution future aspirants. Yet, the Federation would never pry into the personal lives of these talents. It was a matter of respect. Yi spoke first. My talent relates to stealth. I entered a town infested with zombies. Yi Luyun nodded thoughtfully. Zombie-themed secret realms were relatively common among newcomers. Zhuyu declared loudly, my talent enhances strength. And I found myself in a goblin lair. Finally, Ning remarked, my talent is related to true damage. Yi Luyun's eyes sparkled. True damage talents were exceptionally powerful. It seemed that Ning S-rank evaluation might have been underestimated. Her talent was undoubtedly outstanding among S-ranks, potentially even worthy of SS rank. Individuals of Yi Luyun's caliber understood that evaluations from the newcomer assessment secret realms were merely for reference. Instances of overestimation were rare, while underestimations were not uncommon. Ning continued. The secret realm I entered was a battlefield between humans and beastmen. At first, everything seemed normal, but the human leader, driven by lust, attempted to ambush and imprison me. Fortunately, I was able to communicate with the cosmic will and escape. Upon hearing Ning utterly distinct account, the crowd's expressions shifted. The indigenous inhabitants of the secret realm were not necessarily friendly. Some were exceedingly adept at deception, plotting against these visitors from another world. Although newcomers could communicate with the cosmic will at any time to leave, what if they fell into a coma? They would then be at the mercy of others. The mortality rate in newcomer secret realms was quite low, partly due to psychological factors. Some succumbed to panic upon encountering monsters and were killed, while others fell victim to the schemes of the natives. You were fortunate to remain vigilant, Yi Luyun remarked. Otherwise, the Federation might have lost another genius. Zhuyu muttered. What if that fellow Ning Chuan has yet to emerge because he encountered a situation similar to Ning-Chuan's? Though he wished to see Ning Chuan humbled and distressed, he honestly did not wish for Ning Chuan to perish in the secret realm. That would be a loss for the Federation. The expressions of the crowd shifted in unison. The principal of the first high school shook his head repeatedly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ning Chuan's exceptional talents are widely acknowledged. What if he is still fighting on? Yi, too, pressed her lips together, her gaze fixed on the awakening stone platform. She could not bring herself to believe that Ning Chuan would fall in such a trivial newcomer examination realm. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Continue fighting? An SS rank? That seemed rather unrealistic. It had been many years since Beichuan City had seen an SS rank. They dared not even entertain such thoughts. Yi Luyun waved his hand, silencing the murmurs of the assembly. Just wait. The examination lasts a mere 24 hours, and it will be over soon. Almost all the candidates have completed it by now. The few who have yet to emerge have essentially been declared dead within the realm, with only Ning Chuan still sparking a glimmer of hope among them. A shared thought arose among the crowd. What had Ning Chuan encountered? Was he still alive? Chapter 11. Do you think I am intelligent? Ning Chuan was, of course, still very much alive. In fact, he was thriving beyond measure. After more than 10 consecutive hours of attribute grinding with someone providing protection, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Up until this point, he had been within the realm for nearly 20 hours. During the latter part of his time there, he had been relentlessly slaying monsters alongside Kelly Shah and her companions, with some luring the enemies and others stalling for time, while he simply summoned his little skeletons at his leisure. Then, he merely waited for his attributes to continuously grow. The sensation was indescribably exhilarating. To be frank, if given the choice, Ning Chuan would have preferred to continue this endeavor indefinitely. However, alas, he had to pause. The reason was simple, as his attributes and level escalated. These lizard monsters became increasingly difficult for his little skeletons and skeleton mages to vanquish. Moreover, the relentless slaughter had essentially eradicated all the high-level lizard monsters in the entire Despair City. Indeed, Ning Chuan's level had astonishingly reached LV 53. He had unlocked a new skill, Summon Skeleton Mage. As for his attributes, they were utterly astounding. Ning Chuan quietly opened his attribute panel. Attribute panel name, Ning Chuan occupation, Necromancer, 0 tier, level, LV 53, 20, strength, 1315, 15, agility, 1347, 20, constitution, 1309, 25, spirit, 1468, 42, talent, master of the undead skills, summon little skeleton, 15. Summon skeleton mage, 1, necromantic flame. His 4 primary attributes had surpassed 1300. It was hard to fathom that these were the attributes of a 0-tier practitioner. Even a maxed-out first-tier practitioner would pale in comparison. This was primarily due to the fact that the strength of the lizard monsters had not kept pace. Otherwise, after several hours, even accounting for time wasted in traversal, Ning Chuan's spirit attribute might have exceeded 2,000. As Ning Chuan reveled in the formidable power coursing through him, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Particularly, the skill awakened at level 50, which allowed the summoning of skeleton mages, boasted impressive attributes, starting at level 50, enhancing the strength of his undead army even further. Skeleton Mage, level, LV 50 strength, 25, 302, constitution, 25, 302, spirit, 50, 302, agility, 25, 302, skill, fireball. The attribute gains from a single demise of the skeleton mage surpassed the collective benefits of 15 little skeletons perishing. This realization led Ning Chuan to understand that stagnating at a certain level was futile. Once his level and tier rose, he would be able to summon more powerful undead creatures, and a single boost in attributes might outweigh countless sessions of grinding. He merely needed to maintain a substantial lead at his current tier. Ning Chuan was confident that with his terrifying attributes, he could crush anything in his path. Even the so-called SSS-ranked talents would prove ineffective. After all, his summoned little skeletons and skeleton mages boasted base attributes exceeding 300. Wasn't he that utterly monstrous? However, with great power comes great responsibility. The attributes of his summons were so formidable that they were not easily dispatched, leaving Ning Chuan in a state of bittersweet enjoyment. After these arduous hours of battle, he had reaped bountiful rewards. In addition to his own growth and strength, he had amassed a trove of rare equipment, materials, and items, including an array of excellent grade gear he could don, with many more that he could not. Among the spoils was a non-bound perfect grade item, a weapon suitable for assassins. The venomous dagger. This non-bound equipment, being perfect grade, held considerable value, and if Ning Chuan were to release word of it, numerous factions would be eager to purchase it at a high price. 4 0-tier newcomers, possessing powerful gear early on would facilitate their progression immensely. However, for Ning Chuan, ordinary equipment held little merit. His attributes were exceedingly advanced, a mere few points of enhancement were negligible, with only the skills attached to perfect grade and flawless grade equipment providing any substantial benefit. There were also exquisite grade items, rumored to offer percentage boosts. Unfortunately, he had yet to encounter even a flawless grade piece, let alone an exquisite one. Such high-quality equipment was not easily obtained. Ning Chuan shook his head in mild regret, not wishing to be too demanding. After all, these matters often hinged on both strength and luck. One could not force them into existence. He observed the gradually ceasing carnage in the distance. The coordination of 15 little skeletons and 1 skeleton mage was nothing short of terrifying, leaving the lizard monsters without any means to retaliate. If I recall correctly, this should be the most formidable Area 9, right? Ning Chuan turned to inquire, his gaze reflecting curiosity. Although he considered himself virtually guaranteed an SSS rank now, there should logically be a final boss within the realm. However, he had yet to encounter one, with only elite monsters thus far. The surrounding crowd was steeped in an overwhelming sense of reverence and astonishment, having witnessed the sheer terror embodied by this young man during the brief hours of slaughter. The formidable skeletons, undeterred by pain, sent shivers down their spines. As long as someone could buy time for Ning Chuan, he would undoubtedly be the most fearsome killing machine. An unending stream of skeletons would instill dread and despair in their adversaries. Kelly Sha spoke with utmost reverence. Indeed, Lord Ning Chuan, once this area is cleared, the remaining monsters will merely be stragglers. We are immensely grateful to you. You are the savior of this city. With that, she knelt before him, her eyes brimming with fervor, as though beholding a deity. The other cloaked figures followed suit, kneeling in unison. Thank you, Lord Ning Chuan, for ridding us of the monsters. To be honest, Ning Chuan felt a bit elated. The experience of being revered by others was truly delightful. Alas, he sighed quietly within himself. Ning Chuan gently waved his hand, saying, I cannot be deemed a savior. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. My skeletal warriors require growth, and that is all. There is no need for your gratitude. Kelly Sha, with unwavering conviction, replied, You are indeed our savior. Regardless of your intentions, you have cleared the monsters from our path. And for that, we are all grateful. Lord Ning Chuan, our mayor has prepared a celebratory feast. In the few hours you have left here, please allow us the opportunity to repay you. Everyone turned their gaze towards Ning Chuan, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Ning Chuan nodded. Very well. I shall indulge in the culinary delights of this other world. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's consent, the crowd erupted in sheer delight. Wonderful. Kelly Sha gestured invitingly. Ning Chuan began to walk forward, but suddenly halted, drawing puzzled looks from the crowd. He wore an innocuous smile, his gaze fixated on the exquisitely featured Kelly Sha, his eyes taking on an unusual glint, as if he were beholding a delectable confection. Kelly Sha, unable to suppress her shyness, averted her eyes from Ning Chuan. The onlookers exchanged knowing smiles. Indeed, it was a classic tale of beauty and hero. Someone jested, Lord Ning Chuan. Kelly Sha is the most enchanting rose of our Special Operations Bureau. No one has ever made her blush like this. It seems the rose is about to bloom tonight. The laughter only intensified Kelly Sha's embarrassment. Ning Chuan feigned ignorance, his benign smile deepening. It is good that you think me clever. Kelly Sha sensed something peculiar in his tone. What? She lifted her gaze, only to see a fist engulfed in pale flames hurtling towards her with tremendous speed. Her mind blanked, and she barely had time to scream. The sound of a watermelon bursting echoed through the air. In an instant, Kelly Sha's beautiful head shattered, blood and brain matter exploding forth. Ning Chuan's voice rang out coolly. If you deem me clever, then you must surely be lacking in wit. Everyone stood in shock, staring at Kelly Sha's headless corpse as it slumped to the ground. The splatter of blood and brain matter marked each face, sending chills down their spines. As they regained their senses, disbelief filled their eyes as they turned towards Ning Chuan. Lord Ning Chuan, why would you? Even if you did not favor Kelly Sha, there was no need to kill her. Their expressions had shifted from reverence and respect to confusion and fury, the change in emotion stark enough to suggest Ning Chuan had committed an unforgivable crime. You must provide us with an explanation. They clenched their fists, directing their anger at Ning Chuan. Yet, he remained remarkably calm. You are quite the actors, he remarked, glancing at the headless corpse engulfed in pale flames. With a forceful stomp of his right leg, he seemed intent on obliterating the remains. At that moment, a headless golden lizard suddenly sprang forth, moving with the speed of a golden lightning bolt. I've been waiting for you, Ning Chuan declared, flames erupting from his fingertips. The intense pale fire enveloped the headless golden lizard entirely, a chilling cry emanating from its heart, and in an instant, it was reduced to ashes. Effortlessly and without strain, Ning Chuan's power had become terrifying. Log, killed LV-78 Golden Lizard, Elite, gained 959 experience points. Log, first kill of LV-78 Elite Monster, reputation increased significantly. Log, acquired perfect level material, Golden Lizard Heart, excellent level material, Golden Lizard Skin. Log, acquired perfect level equipment, Wrathbringer Greatsword, excellent level equipment, Golden Cloak. Log, level increased by 1. All attributes raised by 1 point, gained 1 free attribute point. Observing the notifications, Ning Chuan smirked before quietly watching the Special Operations Bureau personnel who were now retreating in fright. Their earlier fury had dissipated, replaced by astonishment and confusion. When did you discover this, human? A strange voice echoed from the ranks of the Special Operations Bureau. Weaklings do not deserve an explanation. Ning Chuan waved dismissively, signaling the small skeletons and skeletal mages to charge forth. The faces of the onlookers, or rather the lizard-like creatures, shifted dramatically. A cacophony of roars erupted from within their human forms, as what had once appeared to be ordinary humans grotesquely transformed. Their flesh tore asunder like fabric, black cloaks shredded, and repulsive slime splattered everywhere, their heads elongating, twisting, and changing until vicious golden lizard heads emerged upon their mutated bodies. Ning Chuan observed these lizard creatures with curiosity. Unlike the parasitic lizards encountered previously, these golden lizards had completely supplanted their human hosts, rather than merely infesting them. Were they primitive species brought forth by meteorites from beyond? Ning Chuan pondered thoughtfully. Meanwhile, the golden lizards began their assault, roaring, kill. This human is not strong. You engage the skeletal monsters while we deal with him. In the next moment, gunfire erupted. The golden lizards unleashed a torrent of bullets towards Ning Chuan and his skeletal companions, while others charged fearlessly, their toxic slime spraying forth, and their sharp claws capable of rending steel. It must be said, these creatures exhibited a modicum of intelligence, distinctly unlike typical lizard monsters. After hours of fighting alongside Ning Chuan, they believed they had discerned his weakness. Once the skeletons were dealt with, there would be a 10-minute window of vulnerability. Ning Chuan's eyes glimmered with a cold, disdainful smile. Fools. As magic surged within him, translucent black shields materialized around him, bullets ricocheting off with a sound reminiscent of rain on banana leaves. Ning Chuan stepped forward, his shields swirling around him, as pale flames erupted from his being, swirling and roaring like a raging demon. Did you truly believe I was weak? The golden lizard's pupils widened in terror. In their slitted eyes, the pale flames surged forth, a tide of heat and corrosive energy capable of melting anything in their path. They initially believed that the skeletal warriors were terrifying enough, yet they were utterly unprepared for the true horror that was Ning Chuan. Such formidable power had remained concealed, merely allowing his subservient skeletons to fight. What profound cunning and depth of character this demonstrated. This human was indeed fearsome. The golden lizards writhed in despair, howling in agony. You have long since discovered our disguise, Ning Chuan remarked, slightly shrugging his shoulders. It was unavoidable. The stench emanating from you was simply too overpowering. In truth, he had not initially recognized that these agents of the Special Operations Bureau were disguised as lizard monsters. He had merely found it somewhat perplexing. After all, having battled in the red light district for such an extended period, it felt too coincidental that they had arrived just after he had concluded his fight. His earlier reluctance to strike was due to his nature, which disdained unnecessary exposure, as well as a desire to enhance his attributes. However, as time progressed, the inconsistencies multiplied. For instance, Kelly Shah remarked that had it not been for Ning Chuan, they would still be oblivious to the complete infiltration of the red light district. Wasn't that ludicrous? If infiltration were indeed so effortless, what need would humanity have for safe zones? They would have surely been obliterated long ago. Moreover, during subsequent visits to various monster territories, Kelly Shah consciously circumvented the so-called safe zones within the city, justifying it as a means to save time. Ning Chuan remained noncommittal. If these were merely suspicions, the undeniable truth emerged when Ning Chuan's mental attribute surpassed 1,000. From that moment onward, he distinctly sensed an overwhelming aura of monstrosity emanating from those agents of the Special Operations Bureau. He, Ning Chuan, had unwittingly stumbled into a den of monsters. It must be said that these beings were truly adept at camouflage, appearing convincingly real, far surpassing the previously encountered parasitic lizards. Coupled with the rumors surrounding the meteorites from beyond the heavens, he surmised that these golden lizards were likely primitive species brought forth by celestial debris. As for why he had not acted sooner upon realizing that the agents were monsters, the answer was simple. Should he eliminate them? Where would he find such effective monster farming machines? Now that they had outlived their usefulness, it was only fitting to send them back to reunite with their kin. Ning Chuan observed calmly as the golden lizards transformed into ashes amidst their wails. The deathly flames, bolstered by over 1,500 mental attributes, were far beyond what these low-tier elite monsters could withstand. Log. Killed LV-58 Golden Lizard, Elite, gained 386 experience points. Log. Killed LV-54 Golden Lizard, Elite, gained 167 experience points. Log. Acquired exceptional equipment, Wailing Ring, and exceptional equipment, Swift Longbow. As the last golden lizard turned to ash, the log ceased its notifications. Ning Chuan gazed at the surging experience points and the array of items dropped, a smile of satisfaction spreading across his face. Annihilating this wave of golden lizards had indeed yielded bountiful rewards. Chapter 13, The True Natives. Ning Chuan began tallying his gains. First and foremost, his level surged by 5. Reaching LV-58, he was not far from LV-59. His small skeletons had also leveled up significantly, with even the skeleton mages advancing several levels. One could not deny the richness of experience provided by this horde of golden lizards. Furthermore, his dungeon evaluation continued to rise, by Ning Chuan's estimation. He was now undoubtedly eligible for an SSS rating, and he eagerly anticipated whether he could surpass the SSS threshold. Lastly, there were the rare materials and items. As he surveyed his spoils, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Setting aside the unusable items, 2 particular treasures elicited his delight. The first was a perfect great staff, suitable for his use. This was a staff entirely crafted from gold, resplendent in its golden hue, a sight to behold. Golden staff, bound. Tier, low tier. Quality, perfect. Attributes, mental 50, strength 20. Additional effects, mana recovery 5, spell penetration 5. Additional skill, roar of the golden lizard. Requirements, magic class, a true gem. This was undoubtedly a top-tier piece of low-tier equipment. The supplementary attributes and effects were exceedingly powerful. For an ordinary low-tier practitioner, it would significantly amplify their strength. For Ning Chuan, however, The most crucial aspect was the additional skill, Roar of the Golden Lizard. This was a control skill, where the roar of the Golden Lizard could instill fear in enemies. The duration of the fear would depend on the strength comparison between the parties. In the world of practitioners, skills never had fixed damage or control durations. It all depended on one's prowess and control. If one were a legendary demigod, even a low-tier fireball could unleash cataclysmic power. Finally, he had acquired a superb piece of equipment that he could utilize. Ning Chuan equipped the golden staff, feeling quite pleased. He then turned his attention to another item he could use. It was a skill book, and notably, it was unbound, making it tradable and undoubtedly valuable. Bone Spear Technique. This skill allowed the user to conjure a sharp bone spear to inflict damage on foes, possessing armor-piercing and penetrating effects. A commendable damage skill indeed. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Chuan decided to learn it. He was not currently in need of money, and should he require funds, the abundant materials and items that had dropped during this newcomer assessment would surely make him wealthy. His mental energy surged forth, enveloping the Bone Spear Technique skill book, which transformed into a myriad of luminous particles and entered Ning Chuan's mind. A surge of enlightenment blossomed within him. As he quickly grasped the intricacies of casting the Bone Spear Technique, he couldn't help but marvel at how convenient this method of learning skills was. Akin to a sudden awakening of the mind. This was a gift from the will of the universe. The inhabitants of Blue Star were undoubtedly unique. According to the records of the Federation, no other native species in any world entered by practitioners possessed an evolutionary path akin to that of Blue Star humans. Their extraordinary abilities required arduous training to attain. Taking a deep breath, Ning Chuan cast aside his distractions and couldn't help but flash a broad smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. His strength had risen once more. Kelly Sha, what a good person. Ning Chuan glanced at the time. Only a few hours remained before the 24-hour limit in the secret realm would be reached. His gaze turned contemplative as he looked toward the heart of the city. It was time to seek out the ultimate boss within this secret realm. Initially, Ning Chuan felt somewhat at a loss, uncertain of the location of this final boss. However, after the revelations regarding Kelly Sha and the Golden Lizards, his objective became crystal clear. If even a specialized department like the Special Operations Bureau could be disguised as Golden Lizards, it indicated that the so-called safe zones were mere illusions. The entire city had been utterly transformed into a haven for monsters. The remaining remnants of humanity are either blissfully unaware and confined, or they merely survive in the shadows, clinging to life. Why did Kailasha go to such lengths to deceive Ning Chuan, even accompanying him to eradicate the majority of the lizard creatures? It was only after Kailasha extended her final invitation that Ning Chuan grasped the truth. Their objective was none other than himself, the visitor from the cosmos. These creatures are far from ordinary. They must have discerned something from the newcomers who arrived previously, realizing that we could communicate with the cosmic will and depart at a moment's notice. Thus, from the very beginning, they aimed to earn my trust, to lower my guard, even resorting to the art of seduction. And what was their ultimate goal? It was likely to control me, to prevent my immediate departure, and thereby pry into the secrets of other realms through me. Such audacity these monsters possess. A cold glimmer flickered in Ning Chuan's eyes. Nevertheless, it was beneficial, for they had revealed to him the location of the ultimate antagonist, the City Hall. He exhaled deeply. With the Special Services Bureau fallen, it was hardly surprising that the city's elite had succumbed as well. The most formidable of monsters could only reside within the City Hall. After all, the lizard creatures also exhibit a hierarchy. Ning Chuan had already taken note of this during the previous carnage. Without hesitation, he dispatched the skeletons back to the underworld, then swiftly climbed into an intact off-road vehicle, igniting its engine and speeding towards the City Hall. Time was of the essence. As the vehicle raced on, Ning Chuan finally glimpsed the safe zone that Kailasha had mentioned. All around, remnants of buildings lay in ruins. A few solitary structures stood intact, while lower-tier lizard creatures feasted upon the corpses amidst the debris. Upon spotting the Special Services Bureau's vehicle, they fled in terror into the shadows. This only intensified Ning Chuan's icy demeanor. What a safe zone indeed. He paid no heed to the lower-tier lizard creatures. His sole focus was to vanquish the strongest of monsters. Perhaps then, the remaining humans in this city could still have a glimmer of hope for salvation. Soon, wreckage near the City Hall. Ning Chuan disembarked, gathered his composure, and prepared to summon his skeletons to engage. His overwhelming strength instilled him with immense confidence. At that moment, a faint voice unexpectedly emerged from a shadowy corner. My lord, wait. Ning Chuan's gaze sharpened. Goes there. Step forward. Turning towards the source of the disturbance, he was taken aback. In the corner stood a small girl, her face smeared with grime, gazing at him with trepidation. Her tattered clothing bore a faintly visible, albeit damaged, image of a cute cat. The soles of her shoes were wrapped in thick cloth, seemingly intended to muffle her movements. Ning Chuan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. This was a human. A genuine human, not a counterfeit like Kailasha. Chapter 14, Confronting Fear, Becoming Fear. My lord Ning Chuan. I am Sherry, the girl stammered, casting a fearful glance at the pale flames at his fingertips before summoning her courage to speak. You managed to evade my mental perception? Ning Chuan inquired, intrigued. With his mental attributes exceeding 1500, it was exceedingly difficult to elude his awareness. It should not have been within the capabilities of a zero-tier newcomer. Before Sherry could respond, he quickly realized, furrowing his brow. How do you know my name? Sherry bowed repeatedly in apology, my lord Ning Chuan. I did not mean to intrude upon your privacy. I stumbled upon your presence while tracking Kailasha and those golden lizards. Ning Chuan pressed on. So you were following me when I was hunting the lizard creatures with Kailasha? And you trailed me here? Sherry continued to bow. I can naturally blend into the shadows and move swiftly within them. I apologize, my lord Ning Chuan, observing the honest little girl floundering in her unease. She was a natural-born, extraordinary being, capable of merging with the shadows and evading his mental perception of over 1500 points. Although Ning Chuan had detected her the moment she stepped out of the shadows, rendering her a negligible threat, her abilities were still impressive. Not to mention, she could keep pace with the speed of the off-road vehicle. Such talent was indeed remarkable. In the realm of Blue Star, Ning Chuan believed she could even attain an SSS rank. Yet, regrettably, this world lacked the cosmic will's gifts. Shaking his head, he sheathed his shields and extinguished the flames. What do you wish to convey? He had ascertained that Sherry was an awakened survivor with extraordinary abilities, and there was no animosity between them. My lord, I witnessed you slaying those lizard creatures. And I sincerely thank you. You are the mightiest hero I have ever seen. I know you intend to confront that monstrous creature at the city hall. Feed that vile beast. Just wait 2 hours, and I will contact Uncle Cade and the others. There are other survivors in the underground of this city who are bravely fighting, and they can aid you. Sherry's tone was fervent. The underground of the city? So the true surviving humans were hiding below. It seemed there were indeed some extraordinary beings in this world. Otherwise, humanity would have long since faced extinction. Ning Chuan thoughtfully observed the thick cloth around Sherry's feet. The lizard creatures below could only rely on sound to detect their surroundings. Simultaneously, he fully understood Sherry's intent. She was concerned for him, hoping to wait and gather allies to confront the boss together. After grasping these insights, Ning Chuan merely smiled. If he were an ordinary high-talent newcomer, he might indeed require such assistance to have a chance against the boss, but he did not. It was insufficient. Resulting in his forced expulsion from the secret realm? That would be an untenable situation. Rejecting Sherry's hopeful gaze, Ning Chuan replied, It is a pleasure to meet you, Sherry. However, I believe I will not require your help for the time being. With that, he turned to leave. Sherry pleaded anxiously, My lord Ning Chuan. That monster is truly terrifying. Please wait. She wished fervently for the handsome figure to halt. Yet Ning Chuan merely waved his hand nonchalantly over his shoulder. His voice drifting back, confront fear, become fear. A series of dark rings appeared around Ning Chuan, and a battalion of skeletons, brandishing bone clubs and adorned with menacing spikes. Advanced in unison, the skeletal mage, wielding a staff of bones, seemed to chant the very essence of terror with its rattling bones. These formidable skeletons encircled Ning Chuan, as if guarding an unparalleled sovereign. Shirley's mind was a blank slate. This scene was destined to be etched in her memory for a lifetime. Only when the figures vanished into the town hall, followed by a thunderous explosion emanating from within, did Shirley awaken from her shock. She recalled the terror of that monstrous creature. No, I must immediately notify Uncle Cade and the others, urging them to come and assist Master Ning Chuan. Gritting her teeth, Shirley swiftly melded into the shadows. Meanwhile, within the town hall, chaos reigned. The entrance of Ning Chuan and a dozen skeletons abruptly silenced the previously vibrant atmosphere, leaving all present, more accurately, all the lizards, stunned at the unexpected intruders. Ning Chuan surveyed the expansive town hall before him. Some were conversing and laughing in human forms, while others retained their lizardian essence, languidly reclined. The scene was bizarre. My servants, the time for slaughter has come, Ning Chuan murmured. Behind him, the skeletal mage raised his staff, and a fireball, akin to a massive boulder, erupted amidst the throng of monsters. Boom! The violent shockwave shattered every pane of glass in the town hall, and the lizard creatures howled in agony amidst the flames. With over 300 points in mental attributes, a single fireball from the skeletal mage was beyond the endurance of ordinary monsters. After all, even a level 100 fully leveled novice could only boast around 200 mental attributes. The little skeletons brandished their bone clubs, advancing forward. The lizard monsters roared in fury. Humans, invaders, kill him. I shall feast upon his flesh and blood. From the human bodies, and in the blink of an eye, the town hall transformed into a den of monsters, the very source of terror. However, the skeletons were swift to teach them a lesson. With over 300 attributes, they were somewhat overpowered in this novice secret realm. Even elite-level lizard monsters paled in comparison. The lizard's attacks merely left shallow scratches upon the skeleton's bones. The little skeletons formed a solid barrier, while the skeletal mage unleashed his relentless assault from the rear. The lizards faced their doom. Log. Killed LV-62 Golden Lizard Elite. Gained 367 experience points. Log. Killed LV60 parasitic lizard. Normal. Gained 87 experience points. Log. Level increased by 1. All attributes increased by 1 point. Gained 1 free attribute point. Logs flooded in like a raging tide. The lizards, in fear, retreated before the formidable skeletons, suffering heavy casualties in mere moments. They were utterly incapable of mounting an effective resistance. The current skeletons were far too powerful. Until a deep and resonant voice arose from behind the lizards. Starry visitor. Cease your assault. I wish to apologize for my previous reckless actions. Chapter 15. Do you take me for a sharpening stone? Upon the utterance of this voice, the lizard monsters, who had been retreating in terror, suddenly found their resolve, emitting triumphant roars. Then, like a receding tide, they parted. Ning Chuan calmly gazed ahead. A golden-haired middle-aged man, donned in a suit and wielding a gentleman's cane, approached with slow, graceful steps. The man's gaze held a hint of deeply concealed greed, which he ultimately suppressed. Bowing slightly, he addressed Ning Chuan. I apologize for previously testing you. Kelly Shah and her kind are the price I must pay. The starry visitor remains as enigmatic as ever. I hope your wrath can be assuaged. It was evident that this man was the mastermind behind the scenes. Having sent Kelly Shah and her golden lizards, Ning Chuan scoffed. Are you suggesting that after I've been ensnared, I should act as if nothing has happened? The golden-haired man bowed once more. I understand that this world is merely a realm for your trials. Your time here is limited, and the humans of this world hold little significance for you, do they? If you desire, I can gather those lowly lizards for you to slay. This is my apology and recompense. Ning Chuan's eyes widened in surprise. You seem to know quite a bit. It appears this fellow has had considerable interaction with the newcomers before. The golden-haired man smiled. You stand in an invincible position, able to depart at any time. Thoroughly. Ning Chuan shrugged. Tempting, but alas, I do not enjoy trading with those who lurk in shadows. The golden-haired gentleman's pupils constricted, yet his face resumed a smile. As you wish. He elegantly removed his suit jacket. No sooner had he finished speaking than a terrifying roar erupted from within the golden-haired man, the violent sound waves spreading outward as if tangible, stirring the entire city to sense the awakening of this dreadful beast. There was no nauseating slime, only mutation, distortion, and expansion. In the blink of an eye, a formidable, muscular, and terrifying creature materialized within the town hall, instantly crowding the once spacious area. Its golden scales and tough hide shimmered brilliantly, its colossal frame towering at 10 meters, exuding an overwhelming presence, while its massive eyes contained a cruel glint, trampling the lizard monsters into a pulp. Final boss, Golden Giant Lizard. Golden Giant Lizard, level, LV78 strength, 1045 constitution, 1523 mental, 875 agility, 968 skills, parasitism, devour, giantization, golden venom, lizard frenzy, superhuman constitution. Upon witnessing the Golden Giant Lizard's extravagant attributes, Ning Chuan could not help but click his tongue. Truly, as a boss, its attributes surpassed those of ordinary monsters of the same level by a factor of 10, with a staggering constitution of 1523. Newcomers would find it nearly impossible to contend with, let alone its array of formidable skills. Ning Chuan was now entirely certain that achieving an SSS rating would not necessitate the defeat of the final boss within the secret realm. Such a feat was exceedingly challenging. Of course, this was the case for others. Ning Chuan glanced at his own attribute panel, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A bit challenging, but not excessively so. At that moment, the Golden Giant Lizard's deep voice resonated. To be honest, I still prefer the human form. It is more agile and graceful. Starry visitor, you cannot defeat me, nor can I defeat you. Let us cease hostilities and allow you to leave with your spoils. A hint of ferocity began to seep into its enormous pupils. Ning Chuan shrugged, his tone utterly sincere. I apologize, dear giant lizard, though your proposal entices me. I am far more curious to discover what rewards await me should I slay you. The ferocity within the Golden Giant Lizard could no longer be contained. My power exceeds your imagination. It roared. A scarlet radiance spread outward, igniting a bloodthirsty malice in the eyes of the lizard monsters, completely supplanting their previous fear. The lizards had gone berserk. A broader smile crept across Ning Chuan's face. Now, this is getting interesting. With a snap of his fingers, the skeletons, which had momentarily halted their advance, surged forward once more. The stout bone clubs struck with the ferocity of battering rams, while the fireballs conjured by the skeleton mages wreaked havoc with their astonishing heat. Such output could scarcely be overlooked, even by the Golden Giant Lizard. The fierce battle erupted anew. Ning Chuan's log panel began to surge with activity once again. Soon, his level soared past 60. A new little skeleton emerged from the shadowy circle, but alas, the number of skeleton mages remained unchanged. Only upon reaching level 100 could he summon an additional one. What formidable power resided in 16 little skeletons and a single skeleton mage? Even the frenzied lizard monsters were utterly outmatched. Experience points flowed in abundance. However, the Golden Giant Lizard was far from feeble. As the skeletons slaughtered the lizard monsters, it too was shattering one skeleton after another, its attributes imposing a considerable pressure on the undead. Ning Chuan refrained from intervening. Having finally found an ideal target for attribute farming, how could he squander such an opportunity? With over 2 hours remaining until the end of the secret realm, there was ample time. Eventually, all the lizard monsters perished, leaving the golden giant lizard standing alone. While the flames of the skeletons extinguished entirely, the attributes of the 16 little skeletons and the one skeleton mage instantly elevated Ning Chuan's strength, pushing his mental attribute beyond the 100 mark. It was worth noting that this batch of skeletons had significantly leveled up. They had not faced death in quite some time. The golden giant lizard roared at Ning Chuan, attempting to intimidate him. Outsider, return to your world. It was clear it did not wish to expend energy battling Ning Chuan. After Kalish's deceitful plan had failed, it realized it could not keep this visitor from the starry skies. Ning Chuan remained unfazed. A translucent black shield manifested beside him, and a chilling bone spear swiftly coalesced, whistling through the air as it hurtled toward the golden giant lizard with piercing intensity that sent shivers down one's spine. Oh great lizard, I preferred your previous courteous demeanor. The golden giant lizard's pupils constricted violently as it sensed a profound threat emanating from the flying bone spear, far more formidable than the skeleton mage's fireballs. Damn it. Kalish's earlier report claimed that this human was only adept at summoning. Why is he so powerful himself? The golden giant lizard seethed with rage, yet Kalisha would never be able to answer its queries. Barely evading the bone spear, the golden giant lizard remained uncertain. Feeling for the first time the looming specter of death from Ning Chuan, it dared not act recklessly, while Ning Chuan merely smiled at it, choosing not to strike again. Emerged once more from the darkened circle. The golden giant lizard's pupils constricted again. Yet, there was no time left for contemplation. The skeletons launched their relentless assault. What followed was a familiar cycle. The skeletons fought, fell, then rose to battle again, each time returning stronger than before. During the 10-minute intervals, the two either stood in opposition or Ning Chuan casually toyed with the lizard, ensuring not to frighten it too much. As time wore on, the golden giant lizard finally sensed something amiss. Its condition deteriorated, while the skeletons grew increasingly powerful. Meanwhile, that human maintained an air of effortless ease. A furious, fearful roar echoed from the town hall. Damn outsider, are you using me as a whetstone? Chapter 16, Greetings. In response to the golden giant lizard's enraged inquiry, Ning Chuan snapped his fingers and smiled. Correct, but there's no reward. At that moment, it was the skeleton's 8th collective demise. Feeling the surge of formidable power coursing through him, Ning Chuan glanced at his attributes, his eyes alight with mirth. Strength, 1756, 30. Agility, 1782, 20. Constitution, 1720, 25. Mental, 2112, 88. His mental attribute had astonishingly reached 2112, factoring in equipment enhancements. It soared to a staggering 2200. This was far more akin to a true boss than the golden giant lizard before him. Utterly extravagant. Truth be told, Ning Chuan felt somewhat reluctant to depart. If he were willing to invest more time, he could undoubtedly farm another attribute or two from the golden giant lizard. Regrettably, time was short. With only 20 minutes remaining before the secret realm concluded, he could not afford to squander the opportunity. Ning Chuan yearned to see if, after vanquishing so many lizard monsters and defeating the final boss, his evaluation would exceed the SSS rank. Moreover, the rewards for slaying a boss were equally enticing. With these thoughts in mind, Ning Chuan's gaze toward the golden giant lizard burned with fervor, inciting even greater ire in the creature. However, its current state was dire. Having been subjected to relentless assaults by the skeletons, even with its extraordinary constitution, it likely had but half a life left. Thus, even knowing Ning Chuan was using it as a means to sharpen his skills, it could only seethe impotently. The golden giant lizard's singular focus was on dragging out time. It knew that the starry outsider could only remain in this city for 24 hours. Given the time of Ning Chuan's arrival, it sensed that the end was nigh. It merely wished to endure until Ning Chuan departed, hoping for a sliver of survival. The notion of slaying Ning Chuan had completely vanished from its mind. As for escape, it had attempted that before, yet found no opportunity. Ning Chuan stood like an unyielding barrier at the entrance of the town hall. And every time the golden giant lizard sought to break through, an instinctual dread gripped its very soul. After witnessing the skeleton's collective demise yet again, the golden giant lizard finally exhaled a sigh of relief, warily guarding against Ning Chuan while seizing every moment to recuperate. 10 minutes of golden time was exceedingly precious. Yet, it was clear that disappointment awaited. Ning Chuan would not grant it another chance. Cracking his neck, the sound echoed crisply within the silent town hall. Ning Chuan took a step forward, causing the golden giant lizard's pupils to tremble, its heavy breaths mingling with an ominous threat. Human, halt. It sensed the impending danger. Yet, Ning Chuan paid it no heed, speaking to himself. After watching you battle for so long, I must admit, I'm feeling a bit restless. So I've decided to show you what true power looks like. Ning Chuan's voice was soft. However, to the ears of the golden giant lizard, it sounded like the whispers of a demon. With each word spoken by Ning Chuan, the pale flames enveloping him surged forth, and by the time he finished, the necromantic fire, suffocating in its intensity, filled half of the municipal hall. The air twisted as the tempered glass began to melt, emitting a cracking sound. It was only then that the golden giant lizard realized that Ning Chuan had never unleashed his full power during their previous confrontation. A massive sphere of pale fire coalesced before Ning Chuan, swiftly taking shape. With a gentle push, the terrifying fireball shot forth. The very soul of the golden giant lizard quivered. At that moment, it could no longer afford to hold back or conceal its strength. Its golden scales shimmered as its already colossal form expanded even further at an astonishing speed. The gigantic golden lizard opened its massive jaws. It was utterly futile, with Ning Chuan's current spiritual attributes soaring to 2,200. The power of the necromantic fire was simply too terrifying. The flames sizzled as they incinerated the venom, wisps of golden toxic mist evaporating before being completely consumed. While the fireball hurtled toward the golden giant lizard with incredible velocity. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated throughout the municipal hall. Waves of fire surged outward, transforming the once spacious and opulent hall into a dilapidated ruin. The previous battles had already left the structure teetering on the brink of collapse, and now, the terrifying fireball had become the final straw that would break the camel's back. The building trembled and slowly began to topple, clouds of dust erupting, obscuring the view of the fierce flames that erupted within. Shirley, accompanied by a group of survivors, raced toward the municipal hall. Hurry, Uncle Keed, already in battle. We must rush to his aid. This may be our only chance to slay that dreadful creature. Shirley was anxious. Out of anything befalling him. It was not a lack of faith in Ning Chuan's strength, but rather the long-standing terror instilled by the golden giant lizard. Keed, Shirley's urgent plea. He led the majority of the survivors toward the fray. Is that young lord from the stars truly so formidable? Keed inquired, to which Shirley nodded fervently, absolutely. I witnessed Lord Ning Chuan's might firsthand. He effortlessly dispatched those golden lizards. He can summon powerful skeletal warriors, each one stronger than you, Uncle Keed. Everyone was taken aback. Keed chuckled wryly, surprised to find himself as a point of comparison. Just then, someone exclaimed, their voice filled with horror, look. Everyone turned in unison in the direction indicated. Force. Sending shivers down their spines. A cloud of dust enveloped the area, obscuring their view of the unfolding events. Lord Ning Chuan. Shirley could not suppress her exclamation. The conflict was not one-sided. The two combatants might be evenly matched. We must assist him immediately. Keed's expression turned grave, wagering our very lives. This may well be our only opportunity to slay the golden giant lizard. Kill! Everyone roared with fervor. At that moment, a brilliant blaze erupted from the dust. And even at such a distance, they could feel the intense heat radiating from it, causing their hearts to race. It's Lord Ning Chuan's flames. He is still fighting, Shirley exclaimed with delight. Then another earth-shattering roar erupted from within the dust, through the veils of haze. Giant lizard. As the grotesque creature emerged, their hearts skipped a beat. But they quickly froze in astonishment, for it appeared to be in a rather pitiful state. As though it had not charged out of its own volition, but had been forcibly expelled instead. Breath held, they beheld a figure, radiant as a god of flame, burst forth behind the golden giant lizard. This fiery deity landed upon the creature's head, brandishing a skeletal spear, and with a light thrust, the monster's skull exploded. That he had, with such ease, fallen. Ning Chuan turned to face Shirley and the others. A gentle smile gracing his lips. Greetings. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Chapter 17, The Great Explosion. In that moment, Shirley, Keed, and the others stared blankly at the scene before them, struggling to believe their eyes. Wasn't he the battle supposed to be evenly matched? Wasn't he a matter of urgency? This fragile creature, weak as paper, was truly the terrifying monster that had plunged the city into despair. The golden giant lizard had been so effortlessly slain. The youth's warm smile contrasted starkly with the headless corpse of the golden giant lizard, casting them into a daze, leaving them enveloped in silence. Ning Chuan's skeletal spear gradually dissipated. After greeting Shirley and the others, he focused intently on assessing the rewards for slaying the golden giant lizard. Log. Obtained flawless material, lizard's fong, flawless material, golden scales. Log. Acquired flawless equipment, shadow cloak, perfect equipment, magical boots. Log. Level increased by 4. All attributes increased by 4 points, gained 4 free attribute points. A broad smile spread across Ning Chuan's face. Without a doubt, it was a great explosion, abundant experience. A significant boost to the dungeon's evaluation. Flawless materials. Flawless equipment. Each reward elicited immense joy within him, as expected of the final boss. The rewards for its defeat were exceedingly generous. Flawless equipment that had previously eluded him despite slaying numerous elites had finally appeared, and it was something he could use. 50, agility 50. Additional effects: physical resistance 10, magical resistance 10. Additional skills: shadow protection, conceal perception. Requirements: physical or magical affinity. As Ning Chuan marveled at the attributes of the shadow cloak, he could not help but be amazed. It truly was flawless equipment. The additional foundational attributes and effects are indeed formidable, augmented by the inclusion of 2 skills. Shadow Sanctuary allows one to conceal themselves within the shadows, entering a state of stealth. Perception Diminution reduces the enemy's perceptive capabilities. The synergy of these 2 skills significantly enhances Ning Chuan's survivability. Moreover, this holds even greater significance for him. Previously, during the interval of 10 minutes for attribute grinding, he had to engage with monsters himself. But now he can simply hide in the shadows and wait for the time to pass, which is an immense relief. What splendid equipment! Ning Chuan promptly replaced his previously acquired excellent grade cloak. Opting not to display the equipment's appearance, he remained clad in the black short-sleeve shirt he had arrived in. He then turned his attention to another piece of gear. Magical boots, bound. Tier 0. Quality, perfect. Attributes: agility 30, spirit 20. Additional effects: mana regeneration 3, movement speed 5. Additional skill: magical step. Requirement: magic-based. Clearly, this is footwear designated for magic classes, balancing speed with the spiritual needs of magic users. Yet, what truly captured Ning Chuan's attention was the accompanying skill, magical step. Upon activation, it allows instantaneous relocation to another position, while other users may only utilize it for short-distance evasion. With Ning Chuan's formidable spirit attribute, the distance he could traverse is vastly greater, greatly enhancing its practicality. After donning the 2 pieces of equipment, Ning Chuan felt an unprecedented lightness. Exceptional gear can significantly elevate the prowess of practitioners, a consensus throughout the Federation. Even though Ning Chuan's foundational attributes were already high, the skills conferred by these high-quality items would still offer him considerable assistance. He leaped down from the corpse of the golden giant lizard, landing gracefully before Sherry and the others. He surveyed the ragtag group of natives before him, tattered clothing, dirt-streaked faces, while the leaders among them displayed decent strength. They paled in comparison to the golden giant lizard, likely at the level of elite monsters. Ning Chuan pondered thoughtfully. According to the usual script, the examiner would strive to engage with these true natives, collaborating with them to slay elite monsters or even bosses, ultimately earning high accolades. After all, no one else, unlike Ning Chuan, would engage in solo grinding. At this moment, the natives finally emerged from their stupor. Following a brief silence, unparalleled excitement erupted. The golden giant lizard is truly dead. This fearsome monster has finally been vanquished. We shall no longer live in its shadow. The crowd of natives cheered exuberantly, tears welling in their eyes. They all gazed at Ning Chuan with admiration and gratitude, kneeling in unison. Lord Ning Chuan, we thank you for slaying this dreadful beast. We will be eternally grateful. They had not forgotten that it was Ning Chuan who had severed the source of their terror. Ning Chuan, observing the earnest faces and the glimmer of reverence and hope in their eyes, felt a stirring in his heart. This is humanity. The light known as hope cannot be masked by the golden lizards. He discerned the distinction between the two. The golden lizards could disguise their exterior, yet the profound essence that touches the soul is beyond imitation. Ning Chuan's expression softened gradually. Please rise. I trust you understand that this was my trial, and I am about to depart. From now on, you must rely on yourselves. He glanced at the countdown to the hidden realm. Only a few minutes remained. It was indeed time to take his leave. Sensing Ning Chuan's intent, the leader, Kaid, suddenly prostrated himself before him, repeatedly bowing and paying homage. Heedless of the blood flowing from his forehead, his voice filled with desperation. Lord Ning Chuan, I realize this request is exceedingly audacious, but could you please bestow upon us the seeds of power? Ning Chuan frowned involuntarily. Were they coveting the strength of practitioners? The greed for power could usher in calamity. He cast a cold gaze at Kaid, only to see him raise his head, devoid of avarice, but filled with despair. Ning Chuan inquired why. The formidable monsters in this city have been largely eradicated by me. The golden giant lizard is dead. With your strength, reclaiming the city should not pose a significant challenge. His gaze turned frosty. The current situation is that the survivors do not require greater strength. Their existing power is entirely sufficient. If Kaid could not provide a reasonable explanation, Ning Chuan would not hesitate to impart the lesson of the consequences of offending the strong. Yet Kaid managed a sorrowful smile. My lord, you may not be aware, but the lizard monsters unleashed by the meteorite from beyond have ravaged the world. This city is merely one among many. While the golden giant lizard is powerful, there are even more formidable beings. Our world's power structure struggles against entities even more powerful than the golden giant lizard. Sooner or later, the lizards will return to this city, and without you, my lord, We will be but dark, scurrying rats in the shadows. Please, my lord, grant us a seed of power so we can grow strong like you and leave a glimmer of hope for this world. His voice was hoarse, and a sense of shame lingered in his eyes. By all accounts, Kaid should have felt no face to make such a request of Ning Chuan, especially after Ning Chuan had already aided them in slaying so many monsters and the golden giant lizard. Yet he felt utterly powerless and did not wish for the hard-won glimmer of hope to be extinguished once more. He understood that this request could provoke Ning Chuan's ire, even leading to his immediate demise, but the thought of the pitiful children in the base spurred him on without hesitation, for he was the leader of the survivors. He sought to secure just a bit more hope for this world. Chapter 18, The Dagger of Hope. Is this city's lizard monsters not the entirety? Ning Chuan was taken aback by Kaid's words. Initially, he had assumed that the realm he experienced was merely a fragmented world, but now it seemed it was something more, likely a complete world, albeit with the cosmic will restricting the trial location to this city. Such occurrences, though rare, do happen. Ning Chuan suddenly comprehended the reason behind Kaid's earnest plea. This world must harbor powers beyond 0 tier, perhaps 1st tier, 2nd tier, or even higher. No wonder they did not exhibit complete relief upon witnessing the golden giant lizard's demise. The root of their unease lay here. This world is indeed steeped in despair. A single golden giant lizard is enough to enslave an entire city, nearly leading to the extinction of its inhabitants. Watching loved ones become possessed by monsters while one languishes in dark corners, struggling to survive, is a torment both mental and physical. Not to mention the existence of even more powerful creatures. Ning Chuan sighed softly within. He recalled the monster calamity of Blue Star a millennium ago. Strikingly similar to this world, albeit the monsters of that time were far more formidable, and Blue Star was fortunate enough to receive the favor of the cosmic will. Gazing into the eyes before him, a blend of yearning and guilt intertwined, Ning Chuan's originally frigid gaze gradually softened. They were merely yearning for hope. Alas, he found himself incapable of bestowing that hope upon them. Arise, Ning Chuan's voice reverberated, causing all those kneeling to tremble, yet his next utterance ignited despair in their eyes. I cannot impart my system of power to you. He felt a pang of compassion as he witnessed their despondent expressions, but proceeded to explain. My strength is derived from the great cosmic will. Only by receiving its favor can you attain the powers of a professional, growing through relentless battle. Regrettably, I lack the ability to summon the cosmic will into your realm. Ning Chuan was uncertain whether advanced professionals possessed the means to communicate with the cosmic will, but he was certain he did not. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, all collapsed in place, their eyes shimmering with shattered light. Sherry wore a look of confusion, her youthful face reflecting a maturity incongruent with her years. Kaid inhaled deeply, striving to steady his emotions, and bowed respectfully, declaring, regardless of the circumstances, we shall forever be grateful to you, Lord Ning Chuan. You have aided us in vanquishing the monsters of this city, granting us at least a moment to breathe. Please forgive our prior rudeness. Sherry also spoke softly, Lord Ning Chuan, I am sorry. Ning Chuan merely waved his hand. The countdown for the time remaining in the secret realm had already begun. Gazing at the innocent little Sherry, just a child of 7 or 8, who in Blue Star would have only recently begun primary school, he reflected that, despite the ongoing crises of Blue Star, children of her age should not be thrust into battle. After some contemplation, he beckoned to her. In my homeland, we have a saying, every encounter is a bond of fate. Although I cannot leave you my seed of power, I hope you shall not abandon hope. Perhaps it will arrive unexpectedly. My world has also faced countless invasions of monstrous calamities, yet through the efforts of generations of ancestors, we ultimately withstood the pressure. You must always believe in the resilience of humanity. He encouraged the crowd. With a flick of his right hand, a dagger shimmering with ghostly light materialized in his grasp. This was an unbound equipment piece he had previously acquired. Dagger of poison. Ning Chuan knelt down and took Sherry's grimy right hand without a hint of disdain. He solemnly placed the dagger into the palm of her hand, its size resembling that of a short sword in her tiny grasp. His gentle voice resonated. You are a born stealth user, brimming with immense potential. May this dagger of poison assist you in slaying more monsters and, in the future, allow you to protect many others. This is the only thing I can do. A piece of unbound perfect-grade equipment of immense value. Yet Ning Chuan felt no pang of regret. Some matters, he believed, were simply about maintaining a clear conscience. Although Sherry was not a professional and thus unable to harness the equipment's attributes, the dagger's inherent sharpness and venom were already formidable enough. The crowd gazed in awe. The scene of the youth bestowing a dagger struck deep into their souls, destined to be etched in their memories until their final breaths. Tears welled in Sherry's eyes as she fought to keep them from spilling, resolutely nodding her head with an unprecedented determination. Lord Ning Chuan, I will. I shall strive to grow and will not let you down. Ning Chuan smiled, momentarily taken aback as the log panel flashed with a rapid message. Log. Bringing a glimmer of hope to the indigenous people of the world, evaluation significantly increased. Was this the unexpected fruit born from a seemingly mundane act? Ning Chuan mused. He had not anticipated that his unintentional gesture would yield such profound rewards. In comparison, the rise in the evaluation of the secret realm seemed trivial. However, for Ning Chuan, the peace of mind was of far greater significance than the evaluation of the instance. It was the driving force behind his progress. He suddenly recalled a saying of his father. Every correct choice would fortify one's spirit. In the past, he had not fully grasped this, but now, he began to understand. Gratitude radiated from the crowd as they looked at Ning Chuan. He waved his hand with a smile. His body was already being drawn upwards by the pillar of light, ascending with ever-increasing speed. Farewell, until fate allows us to meet again. As they watched Ning Chuan's figure recede into the distance, Sherry, who had been striving to hold back her tears, finally broke down. Sobbing as she cried out to the heavens, Lord Ning Chuan, I will work hard. That divine-like silhouette was destined to be etched in the depths of her mind. The others also bowed respectfully. Until Ning Chuan's figure completely vanished from sight, they gradually withdrew their gazes. Cade, observing the sorrowful and despondent Sherry, consoled her, Little Sherry. You must strive. Do not let down the dagger of poison bestowed upon you by Lord Ning Chuan. Sherry nodded vigorously, her gaze fixed upon the dagger in her hand. Resolute. I will. Cade surveyed the group, inhaling deeply as he declared, Lord Ning Chuan is right. We must believe in our resilience. While we cannot confront those monsters now, it does not mean we will be unable to do so in the future. We will survive, generation after generation, until the tide turns. Just like in Lord Ning Chuan's world. A flicker of renewed hope ignited in their eyes. Sherry's voice, tinged with excitement and incredulity, rang out among the crowd. Uncle Cade. I think I can feel a wondrous power emanating from this dagger, akin to that of Lord Ning Chuan. All fell silent. A wave of astonishment washed over them as they gazed at the dark dagger in Sherry's hand. Even if they could not sense it themselves, they could not doubt Sherry's perception. Tears of gratitude filled their eyes as they knelt, gazing reverently at the dagger held high by Sherry. The dagger of poison? No. This is the dagger of hope, left by Lord Ning Chuan. In that moment, the radiance of hope in their eyes burned brighter than ever before. Chapter 19. A Bountiful Reward. Ning Chuan's form was enveloped in the pillar of light, soaring through the void at an astonishing speed. Sherry, Cade, and the others quickly diminished to mere ants. The vast city shrank before their eyes, its outlines becoming increasingly distinct. Suddenly, Ning Chuan's pupils widened in shock. He faintly perceived the fierce roars of menacing creatures. Instinctively, he turned his gaze toward the city's edge, where the ruins of civilization appeared desolate. He could almost see lizard-like monsters gathering and roaring, their numbers intensifying in a particular direction. The earlier fearsome roar had emanated from that very place. Was that the direction from which the meteor had fallen? As this thought flickered in his mind, an overwhelming force enveloped him, and he vanished entirely from this world. He could only hope that they would ultimately survive. Ning Chuan opened his eyes once more, finding himself in a realm of pure nothingness, his form floating weightlessly. He remained composed, for he could perceive the presence of the cosmic will. Is this the conclusion page of the secret realm? Ning Chuan felt a flicker of curiosity. Almost immediately, specks of starlight began to coalesce, transforming before his eyes into a series of familiar scenes. The initial kill of a minor creature upon his arrival in this world. Wielding a sign, he wreaked havoc in the red light district, achieving the first kill of an elite. Under the guidance of the special operations team, he slaughtered myriad lizard-like monsters. He discerned the true nature of Kelly and her companions. Delivering a devastating punch that obliterated Kelly's head, he single-handedly stormed the city hall, ultimately piercing the cranium of a golden giant lizard with a skeletal spear. Finally, the scene froze on little Shelley, brandishing a venomous dagger, while those around her knelt in reverent supplication. This was the only moment Ning Chuan had not witnessed before. He hoped the venomous dagger would prove beneficial to them. A smile graced his lips. After viewing the conclusion screen, he realized he had accomplished so much in the secret realm within a mere 24 hours. What a thrilling adventure it had been. It far surpassed the years spent in school. No wonder some referred to professionals as adventurers. Ning Chuan began to anticipate his rewards. The higher the evaluation of the secret realm, the more substantial the rewards. What level of evaluation could I possibly attain? Newcomer Assessment Secret Realm Evaluation completed. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the newcomer assessment, and your professional panel has been retained. Based on your performance in the secret realm, your evaluation has significantly surpassed the highest level. SSS. It will be calculated as SSS, with the excess portion awarded as an additional reward. You have received a reward of 30,000 experience points. You have received a reward of 50 free attribute points. You have received the title, Lizard Nemesis. You have received the exquisite grade equipment, Ring of Dawn. Your evaluation greatly exceeded SSS, granting you an additional reward, Miss Gem. The grand cosmic will descended, and streams of information surged into Ning Chuan's mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. After a while, he gradually regained his senses. So, the highest evaluation in the newcomer assessment secret realm is merely SSS? Such information had never been disclosed in school. Ning Chuan was uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. He had harbored hopes of establishing an unprecedented record, surpassing SSS, only to encounter this outcome. However, he promptly adjusted his mindset. It was understandable that the school had not shared this information. Even SSS was already a benchmark that most could only aspire to, and revealing that SSS was not the true pinnacle might not be beneficial for students. Indeed, considering the 11 main cities and the first-tier satellite cities, SSS evaluations were issued annually, and countless powerful prodigies had emerged in the Federation over the millennia. If evaluations above SSS existed, they would not have remained unbroken by him alone. Not to mention, the current foremost individual in the Federation, the strongest demigod, Wu Ding, certainly possessed the potential to shatter the SSS ceiling. After all, SSS merely signifies the possibility of achieving demigod status, but it remains just that, a possibility. With these thoughts, Ning Chuan exhaled deeply, feeling as if he had gleaned a fragment of the Federation's secrets, and a smile broke upon his face. Overall, he was immensely satisfied with his performance this time. After all, SSS was still commendable, and he had received additional rewards from the cosmic will. Pondering this, Ning Chuan felt a surge of anticipation, suppressing his curiosity about the special item to first examine the other rewards. The rewards were indeed bountiful. First and foremost, a staggering 30,000 experience points, combined with the residual experience, catapulted Ning Chuan's level directly to 70. Although the elevation in level did not significantly enhance his strength at this stage, he still required the levels to continually raise his upper limits. Next were the 50 free attribute points. Ning Chuan marveled. This was a permanent enhancement of his cap. The stronger one becomes, the stronger one shall be. While 50 free attribute points may seem inconsequential to Ning Chuan, considering that an ordinary professional only accumulates a total of 100 free attribute points upon reaching level 100. This additional 50 points represents a monumental advantage. A swift advancement now translates into greater evaluations in subsequent first-tier Ascension secret realms, perpetuating the widening gap in strength between genius professionals and ordinary ones. Not to mention, the former inherently possess greater talents. It was no wonder that during his time in school, teachers consistently emphasized the importance of striving for high evaluations in the newcomer assessment secret realm. Yet, how could one achieve such high evaluations without exceptional talent? Ning Chuan shook his head, allocating all 50 free attribute points to his mental attribute. This world indeed belonged to the gifted. He could only be thankful that his talent was sufficiently formidable. Ning Chuan turned his gaze to the next reward, a title. Lizard Nemesis. You have slaughtered an abundance of lizards, your hands stained with their blood, and the wails of lizards resonate within your soul. They will now harbor a fear of you, allowing you to inflict greater damage upon lizard-type monsters, though they will also regard you with heightened animosity. A smile tugged at the corners of Ning Chuan's mouth. A commendable title. Encountering lizard-type monsters in the future would indeed be less strenuous. Had he possessed this title during his time in the secret realm, dispatching the golden giant lizard would have been exceedingly effortless. Moreover, he could choose to conceal the title whenever he wished. This was also an extraordinarily rare reward. Ning Chuan believed that an average SSS level trial taker would not necessarily receive such a title, as it was directly linked to his extensive slaughter of lizards. He then turned his attention to the final two rewards, his breath quickening with anticipation. Exquisite grade equipment. The Ring of Dawn. Chapter 20, Return. Gazing at the silver ring, which shimmered faintly in his palm, Ning Chuan felt a surge of curiosity. This was his first encounter with exquisite grade equipment. Even defeating the final boss, the golden giant lizard, had not yielded such a prize. He had previously heard teachers mention that exquisite grade equipment was exceedingly rare, obtainable only through high evaluations in high difficulty secret realms. As for whether it could be obtained from defeating a boss, that was a matter of luck. Ning Chuan pondered thoughtfully. What makes exquisite grade equipment so valuable? Firstly, exquisite grade equipment is invariably unbound, allowing for trade as long as it remains unused. Secondly, exquisite grade equipment does not offer fixed attribute bonuses, but rather percentage-based enhancements. It can be said that exquisite grade equipment is the exclusive domain of geniuses, as percentage bonuses may not necessarily surpass fixed attributes. Only when one's foundational attributes are sufficiently high can such equipment truly shine. Ring of Dawn. Tier 0. Quality. Exquisite. Attributes. Mental 20, Constitution 10. Additional effects. Spell Affinity 20, Mana Recovery 20. Additional skills. Dawn Guardian, Dawn Mark. Requirements. Magic System. Gazing at the formidable attributes of the Dawn Ring, Ning Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. His Necromancer talent was so extraordinarily potent that the enhancements from other zero-tier equipment had not been significantly apparent, with only the skills attached to perfect grade and flawless grade items offering him some assistance. However, the situation had now changed. This exquisite grade equipment boasted a mental attribute of 20. With Ning Chuan's current mental attribute value of 2,182, that translated to a staggering increase of 436. Such an enhancement is beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. After all, A level 100 bear-equipped Necromancer possesses barely over 200 in mental attributes, and now, a single piece of equipment provided an enhancement that was already double that. Not to mention, the Dawn Ring also came with 2 additional skills, one akin to the defense skill of the giant lizard shield, and another designed for tracking concealed targets. Ning Chuan could not help but muse. If I could acquire a full set of exquisite grade equipment, the spectacle would be utterly unimaginable. His talent was remarkably compatible with the percentage boosts provided by exquisite grade equipment. Yet, Ning Chuan was also aware that such exquisite grade gear was not easily obtained. Even within the novice secret realms, an SSS rating did not guarantee rewards of exquisite grade equipment. Moreover, exquisite grade items had a drawback. The percentage enhancement effect diminished as a practitioner's tier increased. For instance, if 0-tier exquisite grade equipment were worn by a first-tier practitioner, the effect would be halved, and if donned by a second-tier practitioner, it would become entirely ineffectual. This was quite reasonable, as the higher the tier, the more formidable a practitioner's power became. Otherwise, demigods would merely need to gather an array of 0-tier exquisite equipment, which would be far superior to perfect or flawless grade gear of the 8th or 9th tier. Nevertheless, despite such disadvantages, Ning Chuan's yearning for exquisite grade equipment remained insatiable. There was no alternative. Such gear could render him even more powerful. At worst, he could strive to acquire multiple exquisite grade items for each tier, preferably a complete set. If anyone could hear Ning Chuan's thoughts, they would likely wish to throttle him, as even acquiring a single piece was a daunting task, let alone a full set. Gradually, Ning Chuan calmed his emotions and finally turned his gaze to the last item, a compensation reward bestowed by the cosmic will. The Mist Pearl. This was a fist-sized orb that felt smooth and warm in hand, with mist swirling within, exuding an air of mystery. A special item. It did not occupy an equipment slot. It could simply be placed in storage to take effect. Mist Pearl. This is a wondrous pearl from the land of mist. Possessing it allows one to evade the scrutiny of beings below the divine. A straightforward introduction. However, Ning Chuan instantly lost his composure. Evading the gaze of beings below the divine. Does that mean even demigods cannot perceive me? Ning Chuan's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Even when he had previously acquired exquisite grade equipment, he had not experienced such a profound emotional upheaval. The sheer effect of the Mist Pearl was astonishing. He was merely a 0-tier novice, yet this pearl would enable him to evade the scrutiny of demigods, allowing him to no longer worry about his talents being exposed. Although the Federation traditionally respects the privacy of geniuses and does not compel them to report their talents and attributes, and with the cosmic will's protection, ordinary means cannot reveal a practitioner's attribute panel, some peculiar methods can still approximate their capabilities with reasonable accuracy. It is vital to note that the Federation is not entirely united. Dark forces are at play. The Crimson Cult is one such faction. A millennium ago, during the Blue Star catastrophe, the gaze of the divine also fell upon the world. While the reasons for their inability to descend in person remain unknown, they have previously sent forth avatars of faith, continuing to observe the Blue Star with ulterior motives and relentlessly cultivating followers. The Crimson Cult is a faction that venerates the abyssal demon god. They firmly believe that the Blue Star will ultimately return to the embrace of the abyss. And by opening the portal, the arrival of the great abyssal demon god will effortlessly eradicate all calamities plaguing the Blue Star. However, the cruelty and savagery of the abyssal demon god are well known. The Federation would never acquiesce to such a fate. Consequently, the Crimson Cult has persistently opposed the Federation in the shadows, including targeting the Federation's geniuses. There are precedents for this. Several SSS-rated geniuses have perished before they could truly mature, leaving many to lament their untimely demise. Ning Chuan's talents far exceed the conventional SSS level. If factions like the Crimson Cult were to discover this, he would undoubtedly face unprecedented targeting, and as he had yet to fully develop his abilities, he had no desire to confront such colossal forces so soon. In this context, the emergence of the Mist Pearl was indeed a timely boon. At the very least, it would prevent others from discerning his true capabilities. If they perceived him merely as an ordinary SSS-rated genius, Ning Chuan would feel no trepidation. Perhaps he could even turn the situation to his advantage, transforming them into experience points. A faint smile graced Ning Chuan's lips. In that moment, he felt utterly elated. Initially, he had harbored a twinge of regret about being classified as merely SSS-rated, but upon beholding the Mist Pearl bestowed by the cosmic will, all such thoughts vanished. Being SSS-rated is indeed commendable. The cosmic will is magnificent, requiring no further elaboration. However, from the effects of this Mist Pearl, he could roughly infer that he likely surpassed the SSS level by a considerable margin. Otherwise, such an astonishing treasure would not have been awarded as an additional reward. Of course, this was also related to the fact that this was a novice secret realm. It is widely known that the cosmic will shows particular favor to newcomers. Such fortunate occurrences may not arise again. Ning Chuan opened his attribute panel. Attribute panel. Name, Ning Chuan. Profession, Necromancer, 0 tier. Level, LV 70, 41. Strength, 1766, 20. Agility, 1792, 80. Constitution, 1730, 233. Mental, 2182, 536. Talent, Necromancer Sovereign. Skills, Summon Skeleton, 17. Summon Skeleton Mage, 1. Necrotic Flame, Bone Spear Technique. Equipment, Golden Staff. Giant Lizard Robe, Shadow Cloak, Magical Boots, Dawn Ring, Mist Pearl. Admiring his extraordinarily lavish attribute panel, Ning Chuan smiled contentedly. Thereafter, he communicated with the Cosmic Will. Return. Chapter 21. The crowd erupts. Beichuan City. Awakening Square. The atmosphere at the scene was somewhat heavy. At this moment, the limit of 24 hours for the Novice Assessment Secret Realm was nearing its end, yet some individuals had not yet emerged, which was self-evident in its implications. It was estimated that 27 newcomers would forever remain within the Secret Realm, in an age where 9 years of compulsory education has become so prevalent. Even with every effort made by schools to impart knowledge, unforeseen circumstances still arise, for the reality of confronting monsters is entirely different from what one encounters in textbooks. In this novice secret realm, communication with the cosmic will is vital, otherwise, the casualties among newcomers would be even more catastrophic. Yi Luyun and the principals of several secondary schools wore solemn expressions. The previously acceptable casualty rate of less than 1 in 1,000 now seemed alarmingly high, especially given that the pride of Beichuan City, Ning Chuan, had yet to emerge. What could possibly be the reason? It was utterly inconceivable that Ning Chuan had not yet exited. His extraordinary talent and mental fortitude were well recognized. Could it be that he encountered a dreadful monster upon his arrival in the secret realm? Or perhaps he fell victim to the treachery of the indigenous inhabitants within. Even without an S rank, it was unfathomable that Ning Chuan could perish within the confines of the secret realm. One could only wonder if he was deliberately prolonging his stay, perhaps aiming to remain for a full 24 hours. Frankly, many found it hard to accept this outcome. While they could reconcile with Ning Chuan not achieving a high evaluation, it was simply inconceivable for him to falter in a novice assessment realm. After all, he was a prodigy who had maximized his attributes even before transitioning to a new profession. His awakened talents could not possibly be lacking. Principal Ren Qingshan trembled, struggling to accept this disheartening news. He had placed immense hopes on Ning Chuan. Now, 3 students, all inferior to him, had secured S-rank evaluations. While Ning Chuan remained trapped within the secret realm, the disparity was staggering, leaving him in a state of despair. Setting aside Ning Chuan's talent, he also cherished the boy's character. Ren Qingshan sincerely wished for Ning Chuan's burgeoning career to not come to such a halt at its inception. How would he ever face Ning Chuan's father with this news? Li Muran was lost in disbelief. The boy who often teasingly referred to her as Li Lao Heir had truly failed to return? The joy she had felt upon receiving her S-rank evaluation dissipated inexplicably. She bit her lip, a mix of reluctance and frustration coursing through her. Damn it, you better come out. I finally surpassed you once. You need to see this. Zhuyi remained silent, though he yearned to outshine Ning Chuan and ascend as Beichuan City's premier genius. He had never anticipated that Ning Chuan would falter in the novice secret realm. With a deep sigh, he murmured, "It seems he truly cannot return." A piercing gaze swept across the gathering. Yi stated firmly, "He will come out." The short-haired girl's conviction was resolute, as if she were trying to persuade both others and herself. Unbeknownst to her, her nails had dug into her palm. "I still owe you, you cannot die?" A wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over Yi He, sending chills through her. Zhuoyu opened his mouth to retort, but thought better of it. Typically, he would have begun to mock, but this was not the time. Each newly emerged novice professional sighed in silence, particularly those from Class 3. Many struggled to believe the truth. Ning Chuan was known for his kindness. He would assist classmates with their difficulties, making it all the more challenging to accept this harsh reality, especially for Li He, whose eyes were reddened. He had successfully transitioned to an assassin, achieving a C-rank evaluation. Initially, he had anticipated sharing his good news with Ning Chuan upon his return. But now I refuse to believe that Brother Chuan's talent is so great that he cannot even conquer a mere novice secret realm. He must still be hunting monsters, striving for an even higher evaluation. Li He shouted softly. Yet, the relentless countdown echoed within everyone's hearts, shredding the last vestiges of hope. Town Guardian Yi Luyun slowly rose to his feet. He inhaled deeply, feeling a sense of melancholy, though he had witnessed similar scenes over the years. Even the most gifted could fall if they were not careful, yet the failure of Beichuan City's top talent this time was unprecedented. "Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby declare," his resonant voice captured the attention of all. Yi He and Li Muran exchanged startled glances, instinctively clenching their fists. But before Yi Luyun could finish his statement, a resounding hum interrupted him. Instantly, all gazes shifted back to the awakening stone platform. A magnificent golden beam of light descended from the heavens. The golden radiance enveloped the stone platform, illuminating the entire awakening square in a brilliant glow, overshadowing even the rising sun. All eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the golden beam. A golden beam SSS rank. What? SSS rank? Is my vision deceiving me? Could this truly not be an illusion? Is a powerful monster invading? An SSS rank? This cannot be real. Countless astonished gazes fixated on the unprecedentedly dazzling beam of light. Zhuiyu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Only those who had achieved an S rank understood the arduous journey to attain such a rating, and even the difficulty of attaining an SSS rank left him breathless. In that moment, Zhuiyu felt utterly drained. Li Muran and Yi He locked eyes, both recognizing the shock and exhilaration reflected in each other's expressions. It was not merely the appearance of the SSS rank that thrilled them, but also the realization that their hopes had not been dashed. Yi Luyun trembled with excitement. His gaze filled with wonder. He had never experienced such a profound emotional shift, even when 3 S ranks emerged previously. The 6th-tier epic Golden Griffin Knight was now no different from the other students in that moment. After all, SSS rank. In the annals of the Federation, such a being could only be described as a prodigy, with the potential to ascend to semi-divinity. He had never dared to dream that such a genius would arise in Beichuan City, merely hoping for an S rank, let alone an SSS. Who could it be? A name surged in everyone's minds, yet they hesitated to believe. Chapter 22, A Rare Gem. All eyes were fixed intently on the golden beam until it gradually dissipated. A strikingly handsome young man, a faint smile gracing his lips, stepped forth. In an instant, the crowd erupted. The recipient of the SSS rank evaluation, Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan. It's truly Ning Chuan. I knew a talent like him could never falter in a novice secret realm. My goodness, this is a monumental revelation. Quietly striving, and then astonishing everyone. This was an SSS rank. It seemed that in the 2 centuries since the establishment of Beichuan City, there had never been an SSS rank. Beichuan City's greatest genius in 200 years. Genuine gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the awakening square. Waves of shocked, fervent gazes were directed at the young man in black. At that moment, Ning Chuan was the center of the universe, the focus of all attention. Everyone was rendered dizzy by the unexpected SSS rank that had descended from the heavens. The newly minted professionals could not help but feel a deep sense of admiration. Having just undergone their assessments, they were acutely aware of the value of an SSS rank. While they all occupied the same tier, however, the formidable Ning Chuan before them could easily annihilate Li He and the others at will. In the midst of the formation of Class 3, Li He exclaimed with fervor, his reddened eyes presenting a somewhat comical sight. I knew Brother Chuan could do it. SSS rank. I just want to ask, who else? No one dared to refute. If Ning Chuan's reputation as the foremost genius of Beichuan City had previously been regarded as somewhat inflated, with some unwilling to concede, from this moment forth, it was indisputable, leaving no room for contradiction. Principal Rin Xingshan of the first high school trembled with excitement, his body quaking in delight. Our first high school's SSS-level genius, Ning Chuan. He flushed crimson, appearing dazed, as if he had consumed counterfeit alcohol. Ning Chuan descended upon a golden pillar of light, abruptly elevating himself from the depths of despair to the heights of ecstasy. The transition from sorrow to joy occurred in the span of mere breaths. A fluctuation of such magnitude was unbearable for anyone. The other principals looked on with profound envy, inwardly lamenting that Ren had stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Yet, the bitterness in their hearts was inescapable. This was an SSS-level talent, a super genius not seen since the founding of Beichuan City. At this moment, Zhuiyu had been rendered utterly dumbfounded. He stared blankly at that familiar visage, a profound sense of helplessness rising within him. This guy would have been better off not returning. Damn it. He did not wish for Ning Chuan to perish in the secret realm. But must he return only to flaunt an SSS rank? Is this even fair? Zhuiyu was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Li Muran pouted with a smile. This flamboyant fellow, SSS rank, is simply too fierce. A rich expression of astonishment gleamed in her eyes, followed by a sudden realization as she smacked her forehead. Oh no, there's no escaping the notoriety of Li Laer. With 3S-level individuals side by side, wouldn't he that still make them second? Just the thought of Ning Chuan's mischievous grin made Li Muran's teeth clench in annoyance. Such bullying. Yi He smiled radiantly, the chill around her gradually dissipating. She quietly gazed at the young man, inhaling deeply, suppressing her shock. An SSS rank, you say? I will strive to keep pace with you. She could never forget that in her most desperate hour, it was Ning Chuan who stepped in to rescue her mother. At that moment, she felt as insignificant as an ant on the ground, while he was already a genius enveloped in brilliance, a figure she could only look up to. Yet, she had been striving diligently. Yi He hoped that one day, she could stand proudly alongside Ning Chuan. This was another ambition she held dear. Ning Chuan was surrounded by a plethora of astonished gazes, yet he felt no discomfort. He simply smiled, welcoming the cheers and adoration. Lightly stepping onto the back of a golden griffin, the fervent stares followed him. Ning Chuan landed upon the observation platform, having met the city guardian. Yi Liyun's eyes sparkled with amazement, completely shedding his earlier authority. He gestured repeatedly, genuinely praising. Throughout history, heroes emerge in youth. Ning Chuan, well done. An SSS-level evaluation is exceedingly rare, even among first-tier satellite cities. Only the 11 main cities see a stable emergence of SSS-level geniuses each year. You have brought unprecedented honor to Beichuan City, and on behalf of all its inhabitants, I extend my gratitude. For a 6th-tier epic powerhouse, such enthusiasm was undeniably remarkable. Moreover, it was as if Yi Luyun subconsciously regarded Ning Chuan as his equal. An SSS-level genius represents astonishing potential for the future, with a significant chance of entering the sacred domain, and even a glimmer of hope for attaining the exalted demigod status. Though Ning Chuan may not yet surpass Yi Luyun, as long as he does not falter along the way, it is nearly a foregone conclusion that he will eventually surpass him. Ning Chuan humbly replied, "Thank you for the kind words, City Guardian. Ning Chuan must continue to strive. The SSS level evaluations are numerous each year in the Federation. Only those who grow into true strength are the real champions." Witnessing Ning Chuan's calm demeanor, Yi Luyun was even more astonished. Such extraordinary talent, coupled with this level-headedness. This young man's future is limitless. If an ordinary youth were to receive such praise, they would likely be ecstatic, their tails wagging in delight. But Ning Chuan remained composed. Do not be misled by the Federation's annual tally of dozens of SSS levels. Since the Cataclysm, Blue Star has integrated numerous secret realms, expanding significantly. Presently, even though the Federation occupies only a fraction of Blue Star, its population exceeds trillions. An SSS-level genius is indeed a rarity. Yi Luyun continued. Could you briefly share your talents and experiences in the secret realm? No need for elaborate details. At this, everyone wore curious expressions. Ning Chuan was the closest SSS-level genius to them. Aware that this was a customary practice of the Federation, Ning Chuan did not decline. He pondered for a moment before stating, "My talent involves enhancing the undead creatures under my command. Strictly speaking, this is not inaccurate. For the Necromancer can elevate Ning Chuan's mental prowess to an astonishing level, thereby indirectly enhancing his control over the undead." The crowd pondered. Such a talent is not uncommon, yet for Ning Chuan to receive an SSS-level evaluation implies that this enhancement is undoubtedly significant. Ning Chuan continued, "As for the secret realm, the world I inhabited was a city ruled by lizard monsters, capable of parasitizing and disguising themselves." Ning Chuan recounted his experiences in detail, albeit glossing over the strength of the monsters he encountered. Nevertheless, even so, the listeners were visibly startled. Such a secret realm is fraught with danger. That Ning Chuan could attain an SSS-level evaluation in such a world is no small feat. It is likely that he is not among the weakest of the SSS ranks. Yi Luyun mused. He understood that there are disparities even within the SSS ranks. The extraordinary SSS level, such as Lord Wu Ding, could ascend to become the strongest demigod of Blue Star, while some slightly weaker SSS levels might ultimately plateau at the 7th-tier legendary rank. The gap is not insignificant. Naturally, the stronger Ning Chuan becomes, the more pleased he is. This is not solely due to Ning Chuan receiving accolades from the Federation, but also because the emergence of yet another genius is a cause for celebration. "Thank you for your selflessness." Ning Chuan spoke in detail, ensuring that future newcomers would be somewhat prepared should they encounter similar secret realms. The Federation has consistently enriched its data and information across generations, thereby reducing the mortality rate of current newcomers to below 1 in 1,000. This is but one facet of the broader picture, in many respects. The Federation maintains such traditions, allowing successive generations of strong individuals to emerge. "It is my duty," Ning Chuan stated earnestly. He, too, is a beneficiary and would not withhold information now. He would share anything he could. Yi Luyun nodded, then joyfully proclaimed, "I hereby announce that this awakening assessment has concluded successfully. Congratulations to all of you for embarking on the path of professionals. In the near future, your esteemed school will assess your aspirations, whether to strive as a freelancer, to enlist in the military and broaden the frontiers, or to pursue further studies at a vocational university. The choice is entirely yours. I hope you will contemplate your forthcoming direction with the utmost seriousness, as it pertains to your future. The path of vocationalism is merely at its nascent stage. The Federation offers a plethora of routes to choose from. For those of moderate talent, joining the military is an option. Despite the inherent dangers, the benefits are substantial, and with relentless effort, one stands the greatest chance of transcending their limits. Conversely, those endowed with slightly greater talent are encouraged to advance to vocational universities, ensuring that their potential is fully realized, transforming them into formidable high-ranking professionals. After all, the demand for high-ranking professionals has perpetually outstripped supply. Some may opt to affiliate with various personal factions, such as prominent vocational associations or family hunting divisions, among others. Naturally, many individuals cherish their freedom and choose to become unencumbered freelancers. However, this path necessitates complete self-reliance. Yi Luyun stowed away the four-colored orb, then turned to Ning Chuan and his companions, smiling as he said, "You four shall accompany me for a while. I must discuss the rewards from this assessment and the selection process for vocational university in detail." The eyes of the four brightened simultaneously. The rewards from the Federation. Undoubtedly bountiful. Chapter 23, Citizen Honor. This time, Beichuan City witnessed an unprecedented occurrence of 3 S-rank and 1 SS rank individuals, which certainly warrants generous rewards, particularly for Ning Chuan. The SS rank. Yi Luyan must deliberate carefully on this matter. Regarding the selection for vocational university, the Federation aims to ensure that all highly rated geniuses gain admission, thus guaranteeing a continuous emergence of advanced professionals. The pressures on Blue Star remain considerable, necessitating a relentless influx of fresh talent. Within the realm of truly elite vocational institutions, an array of rare resources is available. For instance, various tiered secret realms facilitate efficient leveling for students, alongside an assortment of rare equipment, items, and skill books. Moreover, seasoned high-ranking professional mentors provide invaluable guidance on the nuances of ascension and skill enhancement. In summary, within the Federation, vocational universities are undoubtedly among the most desirable destinations, offering minimal constraints, substantial developmental support, and safety, albeit with corresponding responsibilities post-graduation. It can be said that this is the dream of many students. However, not everyone is privileged enough to gain entry into vocational universities for further studies. To prevent the squandering of resources, only those achieving a C-rank evaluation in the novice secret realm are eligible for the university's selective admission. Furthermore, those elite institutions impose even stricter requirements. At this juncture, Yi Luyan was indeed referring to these top-tier academies. Ning Chuan felt a stir in his heart. His talent is formidable. Given time to mature, he would be undaunted. Attending a vocational academy is certainly an excellent choice for him. Let us proceed. Yi Luyan gestured slightly, and they all alighted upon the broad back of the golden griffin, soaring into the sky amidst a sea of astonished gazes. The students understood that from this moment forth, their destinies would diverge. Perched upon the golden griffin, Ning Chuan gazed down upon the entirety of Beichuan City. This was his inaugural view of the city he had inhabited for 18 years from such an elevated perspective. Stretching endlessly before him was a forest of steel, towering into the clouds, while a faint protective shield was discernible at the city's periphery. The sight was overwhelmingly oppressive. Although Beichuan City is not particularly vast, it must accommodate a population in the millions, necessitating maximized spatial utilization. The high-rises resemble pigeon coops, serving as the residences for the Federation's underclass. Yi Hie's expression grew complex. Her family resided in a building at the city's edge. However, she understood that this was an unavoidable reality. In the present day, with monstrous creatures surrounding Blue Star and periodic incursions from secret realms, a large population is indispensable. Only with sufficient numbers can powerful professionals emerge to defend humanity's survival. Despite the annual emergence of numerous professionals, the mortality rate among them remains alarmingly high. Over the years, the Federation has consistently lacked high-ranking professionals, which is indicative of the situation. Observing the gradually silent youths, Yi Luyan understood their thoughts. With his hands clasped behind his back, he spoke with a tinge of melancholy. This is our fate. All I hope is that one day, the monsters of Blue Star will be utterly eradicated, allowing humanity to thrive in a vast homeland where all children can run freely through the fields. For far too long, humanity has been confined to satellite cities. Ning Chuan's heart was a tumult of emotions. This expedition to the despairing city had further illuminated the significance of generations of professionals persevering. It will happen, it must. Ning Chuan's voice was soft, yet unwavering. The gazes of his companions turned towards him. Even Yi Luyan appeared somewhat astonished. Soon, the golden griffin descended sharply onto the rooftop of a skyscraper, powerful gusts of wind stirring up clouds of dust. And Ning Chuan felt a tightening in his chest as he sensed ominous presences locking onto their position. We have arrived at the Beichuan City Administrative Building. Yi Luyan greeted with a smile. As a laser scanned his iris, a mechanical voice announced, "Highest authority detected, alert disabled." "Welcome back, Lord Yi Luyan, Keeper of the City." Ning Chuan was taken aback, but did not find it overly surprising. This is an extraordinary era. After a millennium of development, the technological trajectory of Blue Star has not been entirely supplanted by professional civilization. Rather, it has undergone remarkable transformations through the integration of various vocational elements. Magic energy, machinery, puppetry, technology, alchemy, and intelligence have all fused to create this unique and enchanting age. Entering the building via a silver elevator, they were greeted by a spacious and grand hall, far superior to the municipal hall in the despairing city. Vocational professionals and alchemical automatons moved about, bowing respectfully upon seeing Yi Luyan. He led the four into his exclusive office, where an alchemical automaton resembling a human approached to inquire about their refreshments. Ning Chuan and the others were relatively composed, but Yi He appeared somewhat flustered, unaccustomed to such an environment. "I brought you here primarily to confer certain rewards and grant you permissions," Yi Luyan explained. The four immediately sat up straight. "No need to be anxious," Yi Luyan reassured with a smile as he activated a transparent holographic screen, first addressing Yi He and her companions. "You three have all achieved an S-rank evaluation. It has been a decade since Beichuan City last saw an S-rank individual, and now we have 3 at once. According to the Federation's talent cultivation regulations, those attaining an S rank evaluation in the Novice Assessment Secret Realm will receive a reward of 1 million Federation coins and be bestowed with the honor of third-class citizenship. Yi felt a rush of excitement. 1 million Federation coins. She wondered how long her mother would have to earn that amount, and yet she had received it instantaneously. In that moment, she truly sensed the silent transformation of her destiny. In her eyes, it seemed as though symbols of wealth had appeared. Yet, Li Muran and Zhu Yue remained indifferent to monetary concerns, their focus instead directed towards the honor of being third-class citizens. This is part of the Federation's honor system. Regardless of one's background, every individual is born as a fifth-class citizen, and the only path to advancement is through contribution. Higher ranks of citizenship signify greater privileges. For instance, while the unauthorized use of professional powers is prohibited within the city, this restriction is significantly relaxed for citizens of third class and above. Additionally, many public secret realms within the city have citizenship level requirements. Certain rare resources can be prioritized for purchase by higher-ranking citizens. The three of them were expressions of uncontainable joy. "Thank you, Lord Town Master." Yi Luyun smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "This is what you rightfully deserve." He then turned to Ning Chuan. "Ning Chuan, you are the unprecedented SSS class of Beichuan City. According to the Federation's talent cultivation regulations, you are awarded." Chapter 24. The Joint Selection of the 11 Schools. A reward of 100 million Federation coins, granting you first-class citizen status. As Yi Luyun's words fell, the other three immediately exhibited expressions of profound envy. 100 million Federation coins. First-class citizen status. Truly, one cannot feel the pain of comparison. Ning Chuan seemed to sense the avaricious gaze of Yi He, seated beside him. Indeed, 100 million Federation coins is a staggering sum, equivalent to 100 times 1 million Federation coins. Yi He felt lightheaded with disbelief. Even Li Muran and Zhu Yue looked on with immense envy. This sum of money was substantial for them as well. Naturally, what they envied most was the status of being a first-class citizen. This position afforded far greater privileges than that of a third-class citizen. Some professionals toil a lifetime without ever attaining the status of first-class citizenship. Yet Ning Chuan's journey commenced as a first-class citizen. Ning Chuan too was filled with elation. "Thank you, Lord Town Master." Yi Luyun replied with a smile. "The Federation has never shortchanged geniuses. This is the result of your efforts over the past 18 years. However, I also wish for you to understand that this is not just an honor, but also a responsibility." The four nodded earnestly. In a sense, the Federation's rewards for geniuses are akin to an early investment, with the expectation of future returns as they mature. Yi Luyun continued. "The aforementioned rewards were from the Federation. You have all performed exceptionally well this time, and I have benefited from your success as well, so I will personally bestow upon you additional rewards." The eyes of the four brightened with anticipation. The offerings from a sixth-tier epic powerhouse should undoubtedly be remarkable. They beheld as Yi Luyun waved his hand, revealing 4 shimmering pieces of equipment before them: a staff, a great sword, a longbow, and a dagger, each perfectly corresponding to their respective professions. All were unbound. Perfect grade 0-tier weapons, one for each of them. Zhu Yue and the others were momentarily rendered breathless. This reward was indeed invaluable. The Town Master's generosity was remarkable. After all, acquiring such equipment was no simple feat. Ning Chuan, however, maintained a calm demeanor. Perfect grade equipment held little significance for him, although the staff boasted commendable attributes. It paled in comparison to his golden staff. Nonetheless, it was the thoughtfulness of Yi Luyun that mattered. The group stowed away their equipment, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Ning Chuan, as an SSS class, this equipment may not serve you well, so I shall additionally reward you with 100,000 merit points." At this, Zhu Yue glanced at the perfect grade great sword in his hand and suddenly found it lacking. Merit points. This constituted another form of currency, even more precious than Federation coins. Within the Federation, many valuable resources cannot be acquired solely with Federation coins. Merit points are also required. While merit points can be transferred, there are limits. 100,000 merit points hold greater value than several pieces of perfect grade equipment. "You need not thank me. The Federation will equally reward me in due course," Yi Luyun said candidly. He continued, "Now that the rewards have been distributed, let us discuss another matter, the selection for vocational universities. Or rather, the joint selection of the 11 schools." Yi Luyun's expression turned serious. Ning Chuan and the others felt a surge of focus. It is well known that eligible novice professionals may participate in the single recruitment of vocational universities, and the joint selection of the 11 schools is among these. You should be aware of the prestige of the 3 supreme academies and the 8 top-tier academies. The joint selection of the 11 schools encompasses them all. To participate in this selection assessment, the minimum requirement is to achieve a rating of A or higher within novice secret realms. This time, only the 4 of you from Beichuan City meet the criteria. At this point, Yi Luyun couldn't help but chuckle. The stark disparity in performance was evident, as aside from the 4 of them, no one else had achieved even a single A rating. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan and his companions' eyes grew even brighter. The 3 supreme academies are United, Flame Dragon, and Liberty. The 8 top-tier academies are Jiangnan, Hichu, Shanfeng, Liang, Liuxing, Mabe, Jishi, and Zijinghua. These 11 institutions represent the aspirations of nearly all young people within the Federation. Gaining admission to such academies almost guarantees the development into powerful high-tier professionals. And now, they had the opportunity to touch this dream. Even Ning Chuan felt a swell of excitement. His talent required time to mature. And the Supreme Academies were the most suitable environments for his growth, rich in resources and safety. Lord Town Master, when does the joint selection of the 11 schools commence? Yi Luyan replied, in 1 week. He fixed his gaze upon the 4. My expectations for you are simple. Yi He and the 3 of you must secure a spot in the 8 top-tier academies while striving towards the 3 Supreme Academies. And Ning Chuan, you must enter a Supreme Academy. A surge of motivation surged within the hearts of the 4. Yes, they were eager to rush into the secret realms to enhance their strength. Securing admission to these academies would mean obtaining the ticket to becoming high-tier professionals. Yi Luyan advised, each year's selection method for the 11 schools varies, so I cannot provide you with excessive guidance. However, there is one point. During this week, focus relentlessly on improving your strength. Ideally, you should aim to reach the first-tier bronze professional level. Only then would they have greater assurance. During this time, you may freely enter any 0-tier secret realm in Beichuan City. I have added this to your citizenship privileges. Yi He and the others were immediately filled with pressure. 7 days to reach level 100 seemed daunting, let alone achieving the breakthrough to become bronze professionals. Ning Chuan glanced at his current level of 70 and smiled inwardly. First-tier bronze? That should pose no difficulty for him. The only variable might be the secret realm for leveling up, which had unpredictable timing. However, it was not a significant concern. Seeing the determination ignited within the group, Yi Luyan smiled encouragingly. In summary, the evaluation obtained from the novice assessment realm merely serves as a ticket for entry. Historically, there have been numerous underdogs who have triumphed during the joint selection of the 11 academies, so the 3 of you must exert yourselves diligently. And Ning Chuan, do not grow complacent. This is not merely a consolation. The reason that various vocational academies persist in conducting further assessments for admissions, despite the existence of the novice assessment realm, lies in the unpredictability of the situation. The occurrences within the novice realm remain concealed from all. The public selection also provides students with a second chance, ensuring that no prodigy is overlooked. Lastly, I must promote my alma mater, the Flame Dragon Academy. Should you gain admission to the 3 Supreme Academies, do consider prioritizing the Flame Dragon Academy. Of course, attending a vocational university is not obligatory. If you have other aspirations, that is perfectly acceptable. However, from the perspective of someone who has traversed this path, I would advise you to pursue a vocational university, for their training is the most comprehensive. Yi Luyan's cheerful banter elicited smiles from Ning Chuan and the others. Moments later, the group exited the administrative building. Zhui Yifan cast a complicated glance at Ning Chuan, remaining silent as he departed first. Li Mu Ran had intended to say something, but Ning Chuan's playful remark, calling her Li Lao Air, completely disarmed her, causing her to stomp her foot and roll her eyes. Damn Ning Chuan, why don't you just perish in the realm? Li Mu Ran huffed as she left. Ning Chuan laughed heartily, finding her reaction particularly amusing. He nodded at Yi He with a smile, preparing to take his leave as well. After battling in the novice assessment realm for 24 hours, he yearned to return and rest, to recuperate and gather his strength for tomorrow's endeavors. However, he was interrupted by Yi He's call. Ning Chuan, wait. Surprised, Ning Chuan turned back to ask, is there something you need? The girl's gaze flickered shyly, avoiding direct eye contact with Ning Chuan as she softly replied, I came to return your money. Upon hearing Yi He's words, Ning Chuan was momentarily taken aback, as if recalling something. A smile crept across his lips. If my memory serves me correctly, according to the agreement we signed, under the principle of compound interest, you currently owe me 8,389 for 132 federal coins. Do you possess such funds to settle this in one go? A debt approaching 84 million was undoubtedly a staggering sum, particularly for someone in Yi He's position. How did it double? Yi He bit her lip, looking at Ning Chuan with a hint of grievance, wanting to protest that she had only borrowed 1 million before. And now, through the compounding interest, it had escalated to such an outrageous degree. Loan sharks weren't this merciless. Ning Chuan, with a serious demeanor, showed her the holographic display emitted by his smart device. You see, these terms are clearly stated. I would never deceive you. The current debt stands at 8,389 for 132. Oh wait, it just increased a bit more. Now it's 8,389, 132. Yi He timidly murmured. I just received a reward of 1 million from the city lord, and I also have a piece of unbound perfect grade equipment, plus some materials I discovered in the realm. Ning Chuan raised his index finger to interrupt her. Hold on. We agreed that you must repay the entire amount in one go. And what you have is far from sufficient. Yi He, you should focus on earning money. Otherwise, when the interest compounds into billions, you'll be responsible for finding me a wife if I can't. Ning Chuan leaned in, grinning mischievously. The girl's fair complexion blushed visibly, appearing adorably flustered. As she gazed at the approaching Ning Chuan, the heat radiating from him left her momentarily dazed, her mind blank. I will repay you as soon as possible. With that, Yi bolted away like a startled rabbit. The additional stipulation they had initially agreed upon was that the 1 million Ning Chuan lent Yi was his savings intended for his future wife. Now that he had lent it to her, if she failed to repay the debt, she would be responsible for his lifelong affairs. Watching her hurriedly retreating figure, Ning Chuan rested his chin on his hand, somewhat displeased. I'm not unattractive. I'm the school's heartthrob, and the first SSS class genius in Beichuan City's history. Plenty of girls would gladly marry me, yet she turns her nose up at me. However, he had not previously noticed how Yi had grown more beautiful over time. He recalled their first meeting when she had appeared rather unkempt, malnourished, and frail, a stark contrast to the radiant individual she had become. Some individuals, once seizing an opportunity, could soar to great heights. Ning Chuan shook his head with a chuckle. In truth, the so-called loan sharks were merely a jest. He hadn't taken Yi's debt to heart. When he first encountered Yi, her mother was gravely ill and in dire need of funds. Ning Chuan generously lent her 1 million, fully aware of Yi's strong sense of pride, and he had no intention of demanding the money back swiftly. He thought of the idea of compounding interest and requiring a one-time repayment, knowing that it would make it difficult for her to return it. This sum was trivial to Ning Chuan, yet for Yi and her mother, it was a lifeline that could greatly improve their lives. Ning Chuan's mother had passed shortly after his birth, and witnessing the bond between Yi and her mother, so dutiful and devoted, stirred his compassion. That foolish girl. She has given me all her money and sold her equipment. How will she upgrade in the future? With the joint selection of the 11 academies imminent, Yi needed to seize this opportunity to change her fate, and Ning Chuan would never obstruct her path. If she truly could not repay, having her as a wife wouldn't be a loss. He hummed a cheerful tune as he casually flagged down a hovering vehicle. Driver, to Manhwaedit. All right. Hold on tight. The driver's eyes sparkled with envy upon hearing the destination. Manhwaedit was a place reserved for the affluent and powerful. However, he soon became stunned. Excitement washing over him. You're Ning Chuan, the #1 genius of Beichuan City. May I trouble you for your autograph? I'd like my son to have the honor of being inspired by you. I want to charge you for this ride. Ning Chuan was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled and nodded. The results of this novice assessment realm had already begun to spread like wildfire. Meanwhile, Yi was sprinting home. Although she had received a reward of 1 million federal coins, she was by no means impoverished. Yet her frugal habits cultivated over the years still held sway. The thought of Ning Chuan's earlier words made her cheeks flush. Yet, gratitude swelled within her. Yi was no fool. She understood Ning Chuan's good intentions. However, she genuinely wished to repay his kindness. That 1 million, in her eyes, was worth more than 1 billion or even 10 billion. Without it, she would have lost her mother forever and faced life as hardships alone. Thus, she had always felt grateful to Ning Chuan and bore no resentment towards the terms he proposed. However, gratitude aside, she certainly did not wish to be sold off as someone's wife. Even if it came to that, it could not be under such circumstances. Yi's face grew redder, leaving one to wonder if it was due to her rapid pace or her embarrassment. Soon, the surrounding buildings have become increasingly dense, towering higher and higher, almost reaching the city's imposed limits. Yi paused before an older, more dilapidated structure, swiped her card, and entered the elevator. Ascending to the 113th floor, the peeling wallpaper swayed slightly as she approached her front door. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened, and she coldly demanded, "Who's there?" She sensed she was being watched. Turning around, she found a plump middle-aged woman staring at her. Yi was taken aback, relaxed, and apologized. "Oh, it's Aunt Zhao. I'm sorry, I was a bit on edge." This woman was her neighbor, having moved in a year ago, and sometimes helped care for Yi's mother. The rotund woman smiled warmly, yet her gaze held an odd intensity, an inexplicable aura emanating from her that caused Yi to hesitate in opening the door. In the next moment, the woman's words made Yi's pupils constrict sharply. "Little He, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Zhao Qing, the white-robed priest of the Crimson Cult. Rest assured, I mean no harm. I merely wish to speak with you. Your mother is quite safe, so there's no need for alarm." Manhwaedit, a series of standalone villas, stood in orderly rows. In the current climate of extreme resource scarcity, such villas are not typically affordable for the average person. Ning Chuan felt fortunate to have been born into a good situation. Although he had lacked maternal affection growing up, his father was quite supportive, a marked improvement over his previous life status as an orphan. He leisurely opened the door to his home, where the household AI and robotic assistants had already begun their tasks. "Welcome home, master," Ning Chuan commanded. "Please purify the air, stabilize the temperature to the most comfortable setting. Switch to an oceanic scene, and oh, do bring me a chilled cola." "Thank you." "Certainly, master," he added. "Also, please initiate a video call with old Ning." Before going to bed, Ning Chuan needed to share the good news of his SSS rating with his father to ensure he shared in the joy. Chapter 26. Son, you are truly peculiar. Ning Chuan reclined comfortably in his chair, the simulated sea breeze and the sound of waves gradually relaxing his mind. Soon, the call connected, and a holographic image materialized in the air. Xiao Chuan, his father, Ning Jiang, appeared with a smile. The middle-aged man, clad in specialized combat gear, stood tall, with a distant view of mountains behind him. Ning Jiang was a federal soldier of remarkable strength, ranked at the 5th stage of Diamond. Just one tier below the city's protector, Yi Liun. He had spent years stationed at the portal to the secret realm, a responsibility of the federal military to prevent the monsters within from recklessly spilling into the world. With such prowess, Ning Jiang naturally held a significant position. Thus, Ning Chuan had grown up without worries about basic needs and enjoyed ample resources for study and development. Although his father's presence was somewhat lacking, Ning Chuan completely understood. Old Ning, it hasn't been long since we last met, yet you seem to have aged considerably, Ning Chuan joked. Surely, the Red Moon's secret realm hasn't expanded again under your watch? Though he laughed, a sense of anxiety lurked within him. The secret realm, a mysterious world, had been appearing sporadically across Blue Star since the cataclysm a millennium ago. Some secret realms housed extraordinary and powerful races, like elves or dragons, while others brimmed with destructive monsters. The Federation classified secret realms from level 1 to 9, not based on the strength of the monsters within, but according to the portal's capacity to accommodate them. For instance, the Red Moon secret realm, which Ning Jiang defended, was a level 6 realm, meaning any monsters below the 6th tier could pass through the portal. If it were to expand to levels 7 or 8, it would allow even more formidable creatures to emerge, drastically increasing the danger. Without timely reinforcements, the station troops could face total annihilation. The ongoing scarcity of high-level professionals in the Federation was largely due to the responsibilities of guarding these secret realms. While some strong individuals had sealed off certain portals, new ones would inevitably appear. Ning Jiang chuckled. You little rascal, are you cursing your old man? Don't worry, everything is stable here. If the sky were to fall, those 6th and 7th tier soldiers would hold it up. Your old man is just a 5th tier, so I'll stick to my duties. Ning Chuan sighed in relief, grinning. Old Ning, do you want to hear some good news? Ning Jiang pondered for a few seconds. Let me guess. Did you receive an SSS rating in your newcomer assessment? Ning Chuan's expression immediately soured, and he exclaimed, Old Ning, you're no fun. Have you been sneaking peeks at the news? Ning Jiang chuckled in response. Of course. He had been eagerly following the news reports about his son's awakening. According to the latest reports, 3 S-level geniuses and 1 SSS-level genius had emerged in the city, with Ning Chuan being hailed as the first SSS-level genius in 200 years from Beichuan City, and one of the 65 SSS-level geniuses in the Federation's new cohort. Ning Jiang mimicked the official tone of the news report, yet his eyes sparkled with joy. His son had truly excelled, bringing him immense pride. SSS level, quite impressive, Xiao Chuan. I suppose you're marginally better than your old man now. Ning Jiang did not hesitate to shower his son with praise. Ning Chuan laughed. Are you sure it's just a marginal improvement? You're merely a 5th tier. Just give me some time, and I'll easily surpass you. Ning Jiang roared with laughter. When I awakened, I only received an A-level rating. It's only natural for you to be better than me. You should aim for the stars, for the top talents in the Federation. That's where your true stage lies. Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow. You don't want me to join the military? Ning Jiang rolled his eyes. With your kind of talent, why rush into the military? That can wait for later. My advice is to attend a professional university. Don't accept offers from any personal factions, regardless of their terms. Especially those organizations that worship deities, avoid them at all costs. Ning Jiang's tone turned unusually serious. Ning Chuan nodded, understanding that his father had always been wary of such organizations, even dismissive of the Silver Moon Church, which was aligned with the Federation. I feel the same way. The city protector has informed us that the joint selection for the 11 schools is in a week, and I plan to participate. Ning Jiang responded. The 3 supreme academies and 8 top-tier schools? Precisely. Ning Jiang's face broke into a smile once more. Your old man supports you in aiming for the stars. Just verbal support? At this rate, I won't even be able to afford a ticket to the stars. Ning Chuan teased. Ning Jiang laughed heartily, pointing at Ning Chuan. You little rascal, don't think I'm unaware. You've got at least 100 million in your hands, and you're an honorary citizen, just like your old man. Yet, despite saying that, Ning Jiang continued with a beaming smile. Father has long prepared a complete set of 0-tier perfect-grade equipment for you, along with a skill book, all of which are usable by necromancers. How generous is that? Ning Chuan felt a surge of excitement. He sprang up like a fish leaping from the water. Could it be that you've exhausted your retirement savings, old Ning? A whole set of 0-tier perfect-grade equipment, plus a skill book. This must be worth a fortune. We're talking billions of federal coins here. Moreover, it's not merely a matter of money. Such items are notoriously difficult to acquire, and the supply is limited. Although the Federation boasts numerous masters of living professions, the quality of their crafted equipment often falls short. High-quality, unbound equipment mainly drops from slain monsters. and each piece is precious. Once equipped, it becomes bound and cannot be traded again. How can your father, a mere 5th-tier diamond, possess such prowess? Ning Chuan waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, I will ensure everything is meticulously arranged for you. Ning Chuan, touched yet shaking his head, replied, you can return the equipment. I could use that skill book instead. Ning Chuan furrowed his brow. You need not worry about me. You are at a critical juncture in your pursuit of the 11 school joint selection. Ning Chuan rolled his eyes. Who else worried about you? It's just that I can't make use of that equipment. If only you could procure a set of exquisite grade gear. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Ning Chuan laughed in disbelief. You cheeky rascal. Do you even grasp the significance of exquisite grade equipment? And you want a whole set? Don't take my word for it. Go ask Yi Luyan if he can procure even a single piece for you. If you manage to bring back an exquisite grade item, I'll call you something special. But before he could finish, several screenshots of equipment were sent over. Ning Chuan chuckled. What will you call me? Golden scepter, giant lizard robe, shadow cloak, magic boots. Ring of Dawn. As he beheld the array of perfect grade, flawless, and even exquisite grade equipment, Ning Chuan was left speechless. He couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Goodness, are you truly that monstrous? You actually possess exquisite grade equipment. It seems this lad isn't worried about his retirement funds, but rather finds my meager offerings beneath his notice. Chapter 27. 2 Skill Books. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Ning Chuan was at a loss for words. Is there really such a thing as a father who praises his son so excessively? If I'm the abnormal one, then what does that make you? Ning Chuan, noticing Ning Chuan's silent exasperation, chuckled. I was simply taken aback. Little Chuan, you're remarkable. Quietly amassing such impressive equipment. Truly my son. He gave a thumbs up, his eyes brimming with admiration. Ning Chuan couldn't help but boast. Did you think my SSS rating just fell from the sky? It was earned through real battles in the secret realm. Ning Chuan laughed heartily. The stronger his son became, the happier he felt. Well, since you don't need this equipment, I'll exchange it for skill books. I noticed there's a skill book usable by necromancers in the exchange inventory. I'll arrange that for you right away. You've endured a day and night in the secret realm and must be exhausted. Rest well, and when you wake, the skill book will be at your doorstep. Ning Chuan advised, work hard. Our Zhang family must produce a genius for the highest academies. Ning Chuan did not refuse his father's assistance and nodded earnestly. Old Ning, please take care over at the Red Moon secret realm. After hanging up, Ning Chuan stood still for a moment, then let out a long sigh, his gaze growing distant. He understood that while his father might not voice it, the pressure of guarding that place was immense. The Red Moon secret realm, though classified as a 6th-tier realm, had only been a 5th-tier realm 5 years ago. Such active secret realm entrances were under the Federation's close scrutiny. Yet, Ning Chuan felt a twinge of worry. I am still too weak. If I could reach 5th-tier diamond, I could take over for old Ning and move him to a safer location. Determination ignited in Ning Chuan's eyes. Among the 3 highest academies, the Flame Dragon Academy had the most individuals from the Xia Kingdom and the mightiest demigod. Martial God Ding hailed from there. I must strive to achieve excellent results in the 11 school joint selection. Only with the resources of the Flame Dragon Academy can I swiftly advance to 5th tier and bring old Ning, that stubborn fellow, back. Though he maintained a light-hearted demeanor, his goals were crystal clear. With his SSS rating, gaining entry into one of the 3 academies should pose no problem. However, if he could stand out, he would naturally attract more resources thereafter. This was only to be expected. Within a week, I must elevate to a bronze-tier practitioner. This is the only way to ensure I can sweep everything aside. Ning Chuan was filled with vigor. He instinctively reached for his neck. Even though 3 years had elapsed since his mother's skeletal pendant had melded into his being, granting him the talent of Necromancer Sovereign, he sometimes felt the pendant's lingering presence and would absent-mindedly touch the spot. Ning Chuan often pondered whether his mother had some significant background, even hinting at it to Ning Jiang, yet he received no useful information. Mother, are you watching over me? Ning Chuan murmured, gradually succumbing to slumber. After battling for 24 hours in the secret realm, he was indeed weary. At the base of the Red Moon secret realm, a translucent, pale red barrier enveloped the area. After hanging up the phone, Ning Jiang gazed skyward, a look of contentment gracing his face. Moon, do you know? Our son is incredibly talented. Even more so than I had imagined. Alas, as a father, I can do little for him. The road ahead must be traversed by him alone. He stared intently in the direction of the Red Moon secret realm, lost in thought. His resolve grew stronger. As long as Xiao Chuan could gain admission to a prestigious academy, he would have no worries. Ning Chuan slept for a long time. When he awoke, the moon hung high, but unlike 1,000 years prior, Blue Star now had 2 moons, shining in harmony. One was the original, while the other radiated a gentle silver glow. The silver moon, it was said, embodied the great silver moon goddess. After the calamity of monstrous beasts descended upon humanity, nearly leading to extinction, it was this very goddess who, in her mercy, bestowed various divine signs to guide humanity, establishing the Silver Moon Church. Although it was rumored that the Silver Moon Church had fallen into discord with the Federation's higher-ups for reasons unknown, it still held significant sway within the Federation, with many followers of the Silver Moon Goddess. Indeed, numerous satellite cities housed Silver Moon temples. The gentle and bright moonlight poured in, and Ning Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. He had enjoyed a refreshing sleep, invigorated and refreshed. He drew back the curtains and gazed into the distance. The entire city was aglow with lights, operating as usual. In this contemporary era, the physical condition of professionals has vastly improved compared to the past, necessitating less time for rest. Consequently, even during the night, many individuals venture out for activities, as the luminosity of the dual moons is unparalleled to that of yesteryears. Master, your package was automatically signed for an hour ago. Please be sure to check it promptly. The voice of the intelligent steward resonated. Ning Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Old Ning truly exemplifies efficiency. The skill books have arrived so swiftly. Bring me the package, he commanded, swiftly rising from his bed. After sipping a glass of warm water, Ning Chuan tore open the package, and indeed, he discovered 2 skill books within. His hands tingled with anticipation as he opened them, and his eyes gleamed even brighter. Chapter 28. The Unfathomable Loneliness You Cannot Comprehend. One book was titled Bone Shield Technique, while the other was Summon Skeleton Archer. The Bone Shield Technique and Bone Spear Technique belong to the same category, with the former serving as a defensive skill and the latter as an offensive one. Undoubtedly, the Bone Shield Technique further fortifies Ning Chuan's defensive capabilities. What thrilled Ning Chuan even more was the skill book for Summon Skeleton Archer. With his innate talent as a necromancer, summoning more undead would exponentially enhance his attributes. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Chuan immediately assimilated the 2 skill books. A surge of magical energy coursed through him, manifesting 2 shadowy circles from which emerged 2 skeleton archers wielding bone bows. Ning Chuan eagerly examined the attributes of the summoned skeleton archers. Skeleton Archer. Level, LV 40. Strength, 30, 543. Constitution, 20, 543. Spirit, 20, 543. Agility, 30, 543. Skill, Corrosive Arrow. Although the skills acquired from the skill books do not naturally grow with the progression of one's professional level and can only be enhanced through diligent study, Ning Chuan was still elated. With the addition of these 2 skeleton archers, his undead army had begun to take shape, now numbering 20, even without his direct involvement. The prowess of these 20 skeletons was sufficient to overwhelm the majority of novice professionals, and even SSS-class prodigies might not stand a chance. Furthermore, the more undead he commanded, the faster his attributes would accumulate. With this thought in mind, he could hardly contain his eagerness to delve into the secret realm for experience. Charge! Seize the moment, and let us engage. Ning Chuan summoned his magical motorcycle from the underground garage, racing towards the 0-tier public secret realm in Beichuan City. In Blue Star, the only way for professionals to level up is through hunting monsters. These creatures predominantly inhabit 3 types of locations. The first type consists of individual secret realms. Actively venturing into secret realms for exploration, one encounters formidable monsters that yield abundant experience, albeit with significant danger. The second type comprises the endless monster zones outside the city. The Federation boasts 11 main cities, with various satellite cities constructed around them, expanding outward. In the crevices between cities lie monster zones, which are somewhat weaker as they have been previously cleared by the Federation's elite, predominantly consisting of low-tier monsters. Further afield from the urban clusters, there exist even more formidable monster zones, growing in strength the farther one travels, where even demigods might hesitate to tread. These monsters also originate from secret realms, with portals to these realms quietly appearing throughout Blue Star, bringing these creatures into the world. The third type is the secret realms themselves, which Ning Chuan is about to explore. The so-called secret realms are indeed related to the secret realms. During the exploration of secret realms, the Federation's elites sometimes acquire fragments that can form secret realms. Monsters within these secret realms can respawn, resembling the dungeons of past games. Strictly speaking, these secret realms could be termed projections of secret realms, allowing for continuous respawning. Each tier of upgraded secret realms differs. The upgraded realms lead to the real world and are not the same concept as these secret realms, though they share similar nomenclature. Ning Chuan's mind whirled with thoughts as he arrived at the entrance of the 0-tier public secret realm. Secret realms are classified from 0 to 9 tiers. In truth, secret realms are a precious resource, as they concentrate monsters, allowing for more efficient leveling and yielding substantial rewards upon completion, thus making them highly coveted by professionals. However, the capacity of secret realms is limited, and they require energy to function properly. Therefore, public secret realms and cities impose restrictions, such as limiting the number of entries per professional each month. Exceeding this limit necessitates payment in merit or Federation currency to gain entry. What if one cannot afford it? Unfortunately, one would have to venture outside the city to hunt monsters in the zones instead. This is also one reason why professionals yearn to attend professional universities. as these institutions provide more abundant resources for students to facilitate their growth. Fortunately, Ning Chuan need not worry about such matters for now. As an esteemed honorary citizen, he possesses 100,000 merit points generously bestowed by Yi Luyun, more than sufficient for his needs. Ning Chuan has arrived. Indeed, he has come to level up in the secret realm. I heard that Ning Chuan, Zhuiyu, Li Miran, and Yi He are all set to participate in the joint selection of the 11 schools. The other 3 have already arrived, and now we finally await Ning Chuan. I wonder if he can break the record. That is undoubtedly certain. It merely depends on which record he will shatter. Excited murmurs filled the air, their eyes brimming with anticipation. In all of Beichuan City, who does not know that Ning Chuan earned an SSS rating in the Novice Assessment Secret Realm, becoming one of the most radiant new stars of the Federation this year? They share in his glory, eagerly awaiting Ning Chuan to perform yet another miracle. Ning Chuan simply smiled at those around him, before his gaze fell upon the display screen at the entrance of the public secret realm. Goblin Manor, required level, LV 40 LV 100. Recommended number of participants, 5. Difficulty options, normal, veteran, hard, desperate, nightmare. Shadow Forest, required level, LV 20 LV 80. Recommended number of participants, 5. Difficulty options, normal, veteran, hard, desperate. Gale Plains, required level, LV 10 LV 100. Recommended number of participants, 5. Difficulty options, normal, veteran, hard, desperate. The left side of the screen displayed information about the various secret realms, numbering only a few, with the majority offering 3 levels of difficulty. 2 offered 4 levels, with Goblin Manor being the sole 5-level challenge. This situation correlates with the strength of the secret realm fragments obtained. The more potent the fragment, the higher the difficulty available for selection. On the right side of the screen were the records held by various secret realm conquerors. For instance, Goblin Manor, at desperate difficulty, had a completion time of 1 day, 23 hours, 45 minutes, and 36 seconds, with record holders Li Sun and Li Yan. Each secret realm at every level of difficulty has a record holder. Yet, one record remains unclaimed, the nightmare difficulty of Goblin Manor, which is yet to be conquered. After observing for a moment, Ning Chuan's thoughts crystallized, and he was about to engage with the secret realm when a familiar, dainty snort echoed from beside him. Ning Chuan, you lazy fellow. We have already ventured into the secret realm several times, and only now do you decide to join us. Have you grown complacent? Be wary, for I am about to surpass you. Ning Chuan chuckled. Li Lao Air, you're feeling mischievous again. I have been battling within the Novice Assessment Secret Realm for an entire day and night, unlike someone who emerged after merely a few hours. What is wrong with me catching a bit more sleep? As for surpassing me, perhaps in your next life. Upon hearing this taunt, Li Mu Ran found himself gritting his teeth. Ning Chuan turned to see Li Mu Ran, Zhuiyu, and Yi He sequentially emerging from the entrance of the secret realm. Each of them had undergone a transformation. Their gear was evidently upgraded, and their strength had significantly magnified compared to when they had just exited the novice assessment. Ning Chuan was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that Li Mu Ran and Zhuiyu would have their families prepare some gear and skill books. But he was surprised to see Yi He sporting some remarkably impressive equipment as well. However, he refrained from delving deeper into it, respecting their privacy, and merely nodded at Yi He with a smile. Yi He shyly lowered her head. What were your achievements? You didn't fail to even clear the basic level, did you? Ning Chuan teased with a grin. Li Mu Ran huffed indignantly. We just completed the senior level solo, and we've been waiting for you. Ning Chuan was bewildered. Waiting for me for what? Of course, to collaborate. Li Mu Ran replied, winking as he clasped his hands behind his back. I've calculated that if the 4 of us join forces, we can swiftly conquer the extreme level and shatter my brother's record. Once we level up, we might even attempt to clear the only nightmare level of the Goblin Manor. This would certainly expedite our leveling compared to going solo, wouldn't it? Ning Chuan paused, taken aback. The record holder for the Goblin Manor's extreme level was Li Sun, Li Mu Ran's brother, who had emerged as an S-grade genius a decade ago. At that time, Li Sun had also brought along 4 meticulously trained zero-tier practitioners from the Li family to conquer the extreme level. Now, it was evident that Li Mu Ran sought to surpass her brother's record, with 3 S-grade and 1 SSS grade. Breaching Li Sun's record would be as effortless as a casual meal. Undoubtedly, Li Mu Ran's proposal was quite constructive, representing the most efficient way for the group to enhance their levels. Of course, this was contingent upon Ning Chuan being merely an ordinary SSS grade. Ning Chuan shrugged. It sounds splendid, but I must decline. What a joke. Whether you 3 can even defeat a lowly skeleton is questionable. Teaming up with you would only dilute my experience points. Given my capabilities, soloing is far more cost-effective. This secret realm does not restrict entry to a single individual. After all, besides, I need to battle the monsters within to hone my talents. Having outsiders around complicates matters. Li Mu Ran's smile faltered instantly. Why? She queried, perplexed. Ning Chuan replied nonchalantly, the solitude of invincibility, a concept you cannot comprehend. With that, he turned away to communicate with the secret realm's entrance. leaving Li Mu Ran no opportunity to respond. Damn it, he has done it again. Li Mu Ran felt her teeth clenching in frustration. Wishing to take a bite out of Ning Chuan, she turned to Yi He and Zhuoyu. What about you two? Shall we venture together? Zhuoyu had remained silent. At this moment, seeing Ning Chuan's refusal, he firmly declared, I too shall solo the difficult level. He was determined to prove himself. Believing he was not inferior to Ning Chuan. If Ning Chuan could conquer the difficult level alone, then he could not lag behind. Li Mu Ran rubbed her forehead, lamenting the man's insatiable competitive spirit. Thankfully, Yi He's response provided her with some consolation. Let us team up. We can try challenging the extreme level. Li Mu Ran's eyes sparkled. Now that's the spirit, Xiao He. Rest assured, I will rally more allies. I'll have my father find 3 more who won't weigh us down. We must show that Ning Chuan a thing or two. Surpass him. Overwhelm him. Yi He couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, a wave of astonishment erupted from the crowd nearby. What the heck? Ning Chuan has chosen the nightmare level of the Goblin Manor. Li Mu Ran and Yi He turned in shock, nearly doubting their own hearing. Especially Li Mu Ran, whose wide eyes were filled with an even larger question mark. Soloing the nightmare level? Has Ning Chuan lost his mind? The two women gazed at the grand screen of the secret realm, and indeed, the previously dim option for the Goblin Manor nightmare level illuminated after Ning Chuan entered. It indicated that someone was attempting to breach the level. We misunderstood him. He is not aiming for the difficult level, but rather the nightmare level. Yi He murmured, her bright eyes widening instinctively. They had just returned from the senior level solo, finding it somewhat challenging, naturally assuming that Ning Chuan would at least tackle the difficult level. But unexpectedly, he had chosen the nightmare level. This fellow was relentless in his pursuit of the extraordinary. Li Mu Ran sighed, realizing her own perspective had been too limited. Initially, she had envisioned the 4 of them joining forces to conquer the extreme level, subsequently enhancing their strength before gradually attempting the nightmare level. But Ning Chuan had opted for an immediate leap. Her eyes shimmered with astonishment and admiration. The surrounding crowd mirrored her sentiments, regardless of whether Ning Chuan succeeded. His audacity was far from ordinary. Although entering the secret realm allows one to exit without clearing the level, unlike the novice realm where one can communicate with the cosmic will to depart at any moment, there is a 10-second preparation period in ordinary realms. Many overestimating their capabilities had perished due to selecting excessively high difficulties. He being a tad too hasty? The monsters in the nightmare level possess attributes that are a staggering 400 times that of the ordinary level. Can he manage? What if something goes awry? Li Mu Ran expressed her concern. Yi He's eyes flickered. Ning Chuan is not the reckless type. I believe he has his own strategies. Even if he cannot clear it, his safety should not be in jeopardy, considering he is an SSS grade. Li Mu Ran fell silent. You speak the truth. Why should I fret over that arrogant fellow? He is our rival, after all. Xiao He, my father's team is ready. Let us charge in. We shall revel in his failure and mock him thoroughly. The 5 of them swiftly entered the secret realm, selecting the Goblin Manor as their destination, albeit at the extreme difficulty level. In an instant, the 4 prodigies of Beichuan City commenced their exploration of the Goblin Manor once more, each choosing a different path. Zhuoyu opted for a solo attempt at the difficult level, while Li Mu Ran and Yi He teamed up for the extreme level. Ning Chuan, on the other hand, boldly set out to conquer the nightmare level. The onlookers were electrified. It was rare for even seasoned players to tackle the difficult level, let alone witness such fervor today. Especially with Ning Chuan's choice of the nightmare level, a considerable stir was created in Beichuan City. After all, Ning Chuan was the first SSS grade genius in 2 centuries. Many eagerly anticipated to see if he could breach the nightmare level and shatter Beichuan City's record. Yet, the majority remained skeptical. Though Ning Chuan is an SSS grade genius, he has yet to reach the pinnacle of level 100 in the 0 tier, leaving ample room for growth in his capabilities. The nightmare level is not to be underestimated. The quadrupled attribute bonuses are exceedingly formidable. I firmly believe that Ning Chuan will eventually shatter the curse of the nightmare level, which has remained unconquered, though it may take several days to achieve. The analyses on the professional forum remain largely rational, with some individuals even citing completion data from nightmare-level dungeons in first-tier satellite cities. Ultimately, this matter even reached Yi Liuyun's ears. He expressed some surprise, followed by a bemused shake of his head. Dominating Beichuan City without rivals may not necessarily be a blessing. A misstep could lead to a more stable mindset when participating in the joint selection of the 11 schools. From his perspective, once Ning Chuan reaches level 100, he may qualify for solo challenges against nightmare levels, but whether he can succeed is an entirely different matter. And as for now, that is even more improbable. In no time, a multitude of professionals gathered towards the 0-tier public dungeon, including some from the 3rd and 4th tiers. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan, oblivious to the significant attention his choice had garnered, received the notification. You have successfully entered the dungeon, Goblin Manor. Current dungeon level range, LV0, LV100. Current dungeon difficulty, nightmare level. Duration of stay, unlimited. Dungeon background. Greedy goblins have amassed a wealth of treasures within the manor. and they will shred any intruder who dares to enter. As the ground beneath him felt solid once more, Ning Chuan surveyed his surroundings. The sky and horizon were shrouded in a gray haze, a void crack that would lead to disorientation in the chaotic currents of space if one were to forcefully trespass. Only the manor before him exuded a semblance of life, albeit a somewhat deceptive one, more akin to an energy entity. Truly, it matched the descriptions found in tomes. With a gasp of wonder, Ning Chuan strode towards the manor's entrance. However, as he approached, a barrage of greenish light suddenly converged upon him. The grotesque visages, sickly green skin, bulging muscles, and menacing clubs unmistakably revealed their identities. Great Goblin, common. Level, LV 78. Strength, 300. Constitution, 304. Spirit, 145. Agility, 214. Skill, Sweeping Strike. Oh. Indeed, this is a nightmare-level dungeon. The attributes of this common monster surpass those of elite monsters at the same level in novice dungeons. Ning Chuan had done his homework, aware that monsters in nightmare-level dungeons possess a 400-point attribute boost. Yet for him, the heightened difficulty is a boon. He fears a challenge too trivial, where his skeletons would sweep through without opportunity to amass attributes. Greetings. Ning Chuan tilted his head in a friendly gesture towards the goblins, but was met with a chorus of beastly roars. Intruders shall perish. As the manor doors swung open, a horde of goblins of varying levels surged forth. The lowest at level 40 and the highest at 86, repeatedly chanting their ominous declaration. Ning Chuan shrugged. Well, there's nothing to be done. With a snap of his fingers, 20 shadowy circles appeared before him, from which emerged a legion of skeletons, 17 small skeletons, 2 skeleton archers, and 1 skeleton mage. This formidable array was poised for battle. Attack. The clash between the skeletons and goblins was imminent. However, it was evident that the goblins stood no chance against the skeletons. With Ning Chuan's current spirit of 2,700 bolstering them, the skeletons boasted attributes exceeding 500, far superior to the goblins. The overwhelming attribute advantage and sheer numbers translated into a continuous influx of experience points. Goblins fell, shrieking in agony, their skulls crushed by bone clubs, their chests pierced by bone arrows, or simply incinerated by fireballs. Log. Killed a LV 71 Great Goblin, common. Gained 45 experience points. Log. Killed a LV 78 Great Goblin, common. Gained 66 experience points. Log. Acquired common grade material, Goblin Eyeball. Observing the meager drop rates, Ning Chuan couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Accustomed to the bountiful experience points and high drop rates in novice dungeons, he found this situation rather disconcerting. After all, even the smallest of monsters in novice dungeons would often yield equipment. Here, such a notion seemed unfathomable. This was still a nightmare-level dungeon, yet the meager drops were understandable. Goblin Manor had existed in Beichuan City for many years, having been ravaged countless times, and thus low drop rates were to be expected. Nevertheless, he found solace in the decent experience gains. The only hope lay in the fact that the nightmare-level difficulty had never been cleared before. Should he achieve the first completion, he might receive something worthwhile. Thoughts whirled in Ning Chuan's mind as he led his skeletons deeper into the manor. The map and strategies for Goblin Manor had been studied ad nauseum, allowing Ning Chuan to navigate the dungeon with ease, even on his first foray. The skeletons wreaked havoc, often without Ning Chuan needing to intervene. His experience points steadily increased, and while some skeletons succumbed to pressure and perished amidst the onslaught, Ning Chuan's attributes gradually rose, filling him with joy. He did not prioritize the speed of completion. Rather, he allowed the skeletons to engage in combat, leveling up while enhancing the Undead Overlord talent, a delightful scenario. Typically, one would need to consider the balance of stamina and mana when traversing a dungeon, requiring rest after each stage to recuperate. However, for Ning Chuan, such concerns were unnecessary. He was, at present, extraordinarily powerful. His army of skeletons could continue their relentless advance, until, after traversing the courtyard, a thunderous roar echoed from ahead. "You wicked slayer of goblins, you shall descend into the depths of hell." Ning Chuan turned to see a robust figure emerge, wielding dual axes and bearing a fierce countenance. Unlike the ordinary goblins, this one exhibited a slightly enhanced capacity for speech, albeit still limited. Goblin Commander, Elite. Level, LV 88. Strength, 1056. Constitution, 1103. Spirit, 426. Agility, 756. Skills, Sweeping Strike, Frenzied Slash, Dual Axe Throw. Ning Chuan's eyes brightened slightly. At last, a worthy opponent had appeared. With single attributes surpassing 1,000, this creature was nearing the level of the previously encountered Golden Giant Lizard. Though it could not compare to Ning Chuan's own attributes, it vastly outmatched those of the skeletons, indicating that Ning Chuan could once again efficiently farm for attributes. In the previous battle, while the skeletons occasionally fell, the overall efficiency had been lacking. "The Slayer shall perish." The goblin leader growled ominously, a flicker of vitality evident in its eyes, yet it paled in comparison to a mere ordinary lizard monster within the novice realm. Skeleton warriors. It is time for you to shine. Ning Chuan bellowed with laughter. The skeletons charged in unison towards the goblin leader. Lacking Ning Chuan's guidance, the skeletons attacked instinctively. Their formation somewhat rigid. This conclusion was drawn from Ning Chuan's numerous tests. He could only let the skeletons engage in free combat. The goblin leader swung its dual axes with ferocity, accompanied by a terrifying howl, cleaving a small skeleton in two. Log. Small skeleton has fallen. The talent Undead Overlord has activated, granting you 3 strength, 4 agility, 3 constitution, 5 spirit. A smile crept across Ning Chuan's lips. This upgraded small skeleton was indeed a treasure, worth 2 of its kind. The small skeletons, undeterred by death and dwarfed by the goblin leader, fearlessly struck with their bone clubs, inflicting grievous wounds. Particularly, the corrosive arrows from the skeleton archers and the fireballs from the skeleton mages relentlessly pounded the goblin leader, causing it to emit low growls of distress. The battle raged fiercely. The axes whirled, obliterating the skeleton mage's head. Meanwhile, the goblin leader's injuries mounted. Eventually, all the skeletons perished. Ning Chuan's attributes had risen by over 100 across the board. The goblin leader, on the other hand, was in a dire state, its body marred and battered. Ning Chuan nodded slightly, having grasped the combat capabilities of his skeletons. In the absence of his command, they could contend with creatures possessing attributes exceeding 1,000, albeit falling short. If he were to lead them personally, he estimated that a loss of half his skeletons would suffice to defeat the goblin leader. As for him engaging directly, that would be a merciless slaughter. Thank you, everyone. Ning Chuan chuckled lightly, conjuring a sharp bone spear that swiftly pierced the goblin leader's skull. Log. Defeated LV-88 Goblin Leader, Elite. Gained 678 experience points. Log. Acquired excellent material, goblin skin. Log. Obtained excellent equipment, spinning dual axes. Observing the somewhat decent rewards, Ning Chuan finally exhaled in relief. It was clear that slaying elites and bosses was the way to go, if memory served. There were 4 elite monsters in the Goblin Manor, followed by the final boss. Onward to grind. Ning Chuan was eager to continue enhancing his attributes. At the very least, only elite monsters would yield efficiency. He could hardly wait to encounter these formidable foes. After a 10-minute wait, the skeletons were summoned once more. The slaughter resumed. Time passed silently. For Ning Chuan, the immensely taxing realm felt surprisingly leisurely. There was no need for him to intervene when facing ordinary monsters. Only against elite foes did he need to deliver the finishing blow. As they progressed, they encountered 4 elite monsters: Goblin Leader, Frost Goblin, Flame Goblin, and Goblin Priest. Logically, each should have grown stronger. However, the skeletons found the latter battles increasingly effortless, even managing to leave 2 small skeletons alive during the confrontation with the final elite. The Goblin Priest. This was undoubtedly due to Ning Chuan's talent continuously in effect, his mental prowess swelling. Throughout the carnage, the skeletons had collectively perished approximately 6 times, providing Ning Chuan with substantial attribute boosts. Strength, agility, and spirit had each surged by over 700, while constitution trailed slightly with over 600. Strength, 2,520. Agility, 2,512.80. Constitution, 2,356, 301. Spirit, 2,901, 680. At this moment, Ning Chuan's naked spirit attribute was alarmingly close to 3,000. With equipment bonuses, it soared even higher. He felt a profound sense of comfort. The exhilarating sensation of rapidly increasing power was truly delightful. It was time to confront this final boss. Ning Chuan awaited the hour, summoning all the skeletons once more, before pushing open the grand, sealed door. Before him lay an opulent hall, vast and adorned with towering golden columns. His gaze swept across the room, landing on a throne positioned at the center. Upon the throne sat a goblin of similar stature to a human, its skin an unusual silver and crowned regally. Who dares disturb the slumber of the great Goblin King? The silver goblin slowly opened its eyes, and Ning Chuan perceived a glimmer of pain and resignation within those depths, soon overshadowed by a palpable aura of malice. However, he could distinctly sense that this creature's intellect was on an entirely different level compared to the others outside. Silver Goblin. Level, LV100. Strength, 3535. Constitution, 3169. Spirit, 4156. Agility, 3967. Skills, Silver Blood, Fire Control, Ice Control, Mental Shock. One must concede, the difficulty level was indeed nightmarish. The base attributes of a LV100 Silver Goblin had already surpassed 4,000, not to mention the formidable skills at its disposal. It is worth noting that an ordinary LV100 adventurer's primary attributes barely exceed 200. Even with perfect or flawless equipment, one might hope to breach the 400 mark. Even so, this represented a tenfold disparity in attributes. Such a gap was enough to instill despair. Only an SSS-grade genius might stand a chance, provided they possessed a strategy and intimate familiarity with the Silver Goblin. Nonetheless, that was merely a glimmer of hope. For others, a one-on-one confrontation was utterly impossible. It was said that the Silver Goblin was a naturally born royal of the goblin race, second only to the legendary Golden Goblin. Yet how audacious for this mere Silver Goblin to proclaim itself the Goblin King. Ning Chuan's gaze turned unusually grave. This was the first time he faced a creature whose attributes surpassed his own. Previously, even the Golden Giant Lizard had been roughly equal. However, excitement surged within him shortly thereafter. What a formidable opponent this would be. He could hardly wait to grind attributes. Let's attack together and bring it to the brink of death first. In its full glory, the Silver Goblin was a challenge Ning Chuan felt compelled to weaken, as it would be more advantageous for the subsequent attribute farming. At that moment, the Silver Goblin rose gracefully from its throne. Ice and fire swirled around it, exuding an astonishing might. A deep voice resonated throughout the hall. Intruder, I have heard the wails of goblins beside you. You shall pay the price. Ning Chuan chuckled. Your nose is quite keen, isn't it? Do not fret, I shall send you all to reunite shortly. Ning Chuan was eager to engage. He was eager to discover the limits of his own power combined with that of his skeletal minions. In his gaze, flames seemed to flicker and burn. And without a trace of hesitation, his mental energy surged forth, weaving like fine threads that connected to each skeleton under his command, imparting a sense of mastery over them. The aura of the skeletons transformed abruptly. Though their attributes remained unchanged, they now exuded a far greater sense of menace, their movements becoming more agile. Simultaneously, pale flames began to rise around Ning Chuan. Come forth, wretched goblin, and test my limits. Ning Chuan felt an exhilarating fervor, fully committing himself for the first time. Chapter 31. When did these skeletons become so formidable? The reason a necromancer is classified as a mage rather than merely a summoner is that a necromancer possesses a certain degree of combat prowess. The necromancer's most potent form manifests when fighting alongside the undead. This aspect was particularly pronounced in Ning Chuan. At that moment, the skeletons, under his command, arranged themselves strategically, with the smaller skeletons forming a barrier in front of the skeletal archers and mages, leaving no gaps. Although the skeletons with attributes exceeding 700 were significantly weaker than the Silver Goblins, their sheer numbers provided a notable threat. Massive fireballs soared from behind the skeletons, while two corrosive arrows whistled through the air at a sharp angle, visibly shaking the Silver Goblin. Ice formed a barrier to absorb the incoming attacks, while fire transformed into a barrage of fireballs directed at the skeletons. Boom! The smaller skeletons, under Ning Chuan's direction, desperately evaded, yet several were engulfed by the fireballs. Instantly obliterated. There was no denying the strength of the Silver Goblin. However, seizing the opportunity, the remaining skeletons charged forward, their heavy bone clubs swinging with ferocity. The icy barrier shattered, sending shards of frost scattering. Ning Chuan, of course, would not stand idly by. After all, he was the main force. With over 3,500 points of mental energy, his spells were formidable. Dividing his focus, he commanded the skeletons to entangle the Silver Goblin while simultaneously taking action himself. Pale flames enveloped his bone spear, and a glint of murderous intent filled Ning Chuan's eyes. His immense mental energy allowed him to wield low-tier spells with greater precision, as his mental prowess had now reached parity with some lower-tier second-level mages. Whoosh! The bone spear, imbued with necrotic fire, struck with a piercing shriek, instantly tearing through the Silver Goblin's icy barrier. The pale flames began to spread, while the skeletons seized the chance to attack fearlessly. Though the smaller skeletons continued to fall, the skeletal archer and mage remained intact, posing a far greater threat to the goblin. A barrage of attacks rained down. The Silver Goblin, caught in a frenzy of defense, found itself overwhelmed. In the distance, Ning Chuan, only slightly weaker, watched with keen eyes, while the nearby skeletons were impossible to ignore, ensnared in the onslaught. The Silver Goblin had little opportunity for counterattack. It had to devote most of its energy to guard against Ning Chuan. Otherwise, the necrotic flames and bone spear would exact a heavy toll. Though it attempted to retaliate, Ning Chuan's numerous defensive skills, bone shield, giant lizard armor, dawn guard, among others, proved exceedingly effective. Consequently, the Silver Goblin could only roar in impotent fury, thoroughly dominated by Ning Chuan. The might of the Necromancer was beginning to reveal itself. Although the Silver Goblin was inherently stronger than Ning Chuan, the synergy between Ning Chuan and his undead minions utterly crushed it, leaving no room for engagement with Ning Chuan. It was almost unfathomable to think of the terror that would ensue when the undead under Ning Chuan's command evolved into a necromantic calamity. Invader, if you dare, do not hide in the shadows, Ning Chuan remarked with a mocking smile, observing the enraged Silver Goblin. He was foolish to confront it head-on, with the skeletons shielding him. He could unleash his attacks without restraint. Even though his innate talents did not amplify spell damage, his vast mental energy sufficed. The moment the Silver Goblin let down its guard to confront the skeletons, Ning Chuan would ensure it understood the true consequences of its folly. As time passed, the skeletons remained resilient, and once his mental energy had recuperated, Ning Chuan summoned new skeletons to replenish his losses. The Silver Goblin was on the verge of madness. It felt utterly constrained, preferring to engage in melee with the human rather than endure such torment. The excruciating pain from the bone spear piercing its chest served as a constant reminder. Yet, it had no better alternatives. Observing the significantly weakened state of the silver goblin, Ning Chuan felt a sense of relief. He could now easily handle it in one-on-one combat. It was time for the goblin to fulfill its role. If Ning Chuan merely wished to pass through, it would be a simple task, but that was not his intention. His eyes gleamed with determination. Wounding the silver goblin was simply a precaution. His primary goal was to enhance his attributes. Channeling his mental energy, he activated Shadow Cloak, Shadow Protection, and Cloak of Concealment in rapid succession, causing his figure to vanish from the hall. The silver goblin, aware of Ning Chuan's movements, felt a pang of anxiety. What trickery was this human concocting? It sensed the human lurking in the shadows but, having suffered mental damage, could no longer pinpoint his precise location, compelling it to remain on high alert. However, the silver goblin soon discovered with astonishment that the skeletons in front of it had inexplicably grown much more sluggish. The most apparent indication was that the previously elusive skeletal archer and mage had suddenly exposed numerous vulnerabilities. Was this a trap? The silver goblin instinctively felt wary, yet ultimately succumbed to temptation. An ice arrow shot forth, effortlessly obliterating the skeletal mage's head. The silver goblin was left stunned. It had prepared itself for a counterattack from the hidden human, yet the situation unfolded far too smoothly, with the human showing no reaction whatsoever. Could it be that the human had exhausted his mental energy? The more the silver goblin contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Excitement flickered in its pupils. Frost and fire surged violently towards the surrounding skeletons. With Ning Chuan's guidance absent, the threat posed by the skeletons had evidently diminished by several degrees, making them easy prey for the silver goblin. Moments later, the hall fell silent as the skeletons collectively perished. Ning Chuan, concealed in the shadows, felt his attributes rapidly ascending. His mood significantly elevated. Observing the silver goblin on high alert, a slight smile crept across Ning Chuan's lips as he refrained from launching an immediate attack. 10 minutes later, a new wave of skeletons emerged from the dim light. The silver goblin, intently sensing Ning Chuan's position, trembled. Did this human intend to exhaust it with these skeletons? Very well, it was time to see who would ultimately prevail. The battle between the silver goblin and the skeletons erupted once more, as anticipated. Unsurprisingly, the skeletons fell en masse yet again. However, the silver goblin could not shake the peculiar sensation that these skeletons seemed to have grown stronger. Yet, there was little time for contemplation. Soon enough, a fresh wave of skeletons emerged, howling as they charged towards the silver goblin. The situation had perfectly fallen into the rhythm that Ning Chuan relished. The talent to summon skeletons upon their demise activated once more, allowing the battle to continue unabated. He leisurely cracked sunflower seeds, savoring the spectacle of the conflict between the silver goblin and the skeletons. The silver goblin, in a state of confusion, found itself caught in this relentless rhythm, as if the seemingly endless horde of skeletons had caused it to instinctively overlook the presence of a human lurking in the shadows. It merely reacted to wave after wave of skeletal assaults, hastily recovering its strength in the brief intervals. Time passed unmeasured until the silver goblin finally jolted awake from the ceaseless cycle of battle. It gazed in horror at the corrosive bone arrow that had pierced its form. The excruciating pain from the penetration and corrosion crystallized into a thought it dared not believe. Since when had these skeletons become so formidable? Chapter 32. First Clear. The silver goblin's eyes reflected a sense of bewilderment. Memories surged like a tidal wave, revealing to it that the skeleton's newfound strength was not without cause. Each time they were resurrected, they became increasingly challenging to eliminate. The incremental nature of their enhancements had lulled it into a false sense of security, akin to a frog slowly boiled in water. Until now, when two corrosive bone arrows had successively breached its frost barrier and body, shaking it from its previous state of numb combat. Observing the ferociously intimidating skeletons, the silver goblin was filled with resentment. Though the skeletons had grown remarkably stronger, it believed it could have dealt with them at the height of its power. Alas, its condition was far too dire. Lost in its thoughts, another high-temperature fireball erupted against its chest. The silver goblin forcibly awakened its silver blood, causing frost and flames to splatter around it as it once again dispatched the skeletons. Yet, it was now merely a shadow of its former self, with no intact part remaining on its body. Ning Chuan stretched lazily, observing the battered silver goblin, and realized that this pitiful creature had reached its absolute limit. One more wave of skeletons would surely lead to its demise. With that in mind, he deemed it unnecessary to waste any more time. He glanced at his attributes. Strength, 8,450, 20. Agility, 8,462, 80. Constitution, 7,306, 796. Spirit, 9,101, 1920. A triumphant smile spread across Ning Chuan's face. What a thrill. The labor of several hours had resulted in the skeleton's collective demise a staggering 50 times. This extraordinary number of defeats inflicted upon the skeletons had even begun to weigh on Ning Chuan's formidable spirit, as each skeletal demise impacted his mental state. Were it not for the spirit boost gained from the simultaneous deaths of the skeletons, he might have already succumbed to the strain. Nevertheless, even now, he was nearing his limit, which made him realize the need to moderate his attribute farming. Otherwise, a mental breakdown could spell disaster. However, the rewards were undeniably bountiful. This marked Ning Chuan's most remarkable growth to date. His base mental attribute soared to 9,101. When factoring in the enhancements from his equipment, it had astonishingly surpassed the 10,000 mark, and not by a trivial amount. It was unimaginable that these were the attributes of a zero-tier practitioner. With such an exaggerated attribute, Ning Chuan could confidently assert that he could dominate any zero-tier adversary throughout history. Even the mightiest demigod would surely fall before him at that level. He could even overpower the vast majority of first-tier practitioners. Moreover, this was not his limit. He could still continue to stack his attributes. However, that would have to wait for his next venture into the secret realm. For now, the Silver Goblin had reached its peak. What a delightful experience. Ning Chuan stepped out of the shadows with a smile. Looking at the beleaguered Silver Goblin, he inclined his head slightly. Thank you for being my sparring partner, Mr. Goblin. The Silver Goblin's gaze was filled with confusion and dread at the sudden appearance of the human. It attempted to voice something, but Ning Chuan, with a swift dance step, was already before it, his hand extending with astonishing speed and an unmatched force. With a resounding crack, the Silver Goblin's eyes bulged as its head was twisted off with brutal efficiency. With Ning Chuan's strength and constitution exceeding 8,000, it was an absurd display, akin to opening a bottle cap. Apologies, I may have exerted a tad too much force, Ning Chuan chuckled, casually discarding the Silver Goblin's head. Then, a flurry of notifications rapidly scrolled before his eyes. Log. Killed LV-100 Silver Goblin. Gained 8,849 experience points. Log. Acquired flawless grade material Silver Bone. Perfect grade material Silver Blood. Log. Obtained perfect grade equipment Silver Goblin Ring. Excellent grade equipment Jagged Short Sword. Log. Congratulations on successfully clearing the nightmare level secret realm, Goblin Manor. Reward. 10,000 experience points. Log. As the first to clear, received an additional 10,000 experience points and an extra flawless grade equipment Silver Amber Necklace. Log. A citywide announcement will soon be made. Would you like to remain anonymous? Anonymous? There was no need for that. Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow. With so many witnesses to his entry, remaining anonymous would be akin to farting with one's pants down. Better to be forthright about it. He began to examine the rewards for clearing the nightmare level secret realm. His excitement mounting. Truly, the rewards for a first clear were lavish. The head prize was delectable. First was the perfect grade ring dropped by the Silver Goblin, the final boss. Regrettably, Ning Chuan already possessed the exceptional Dawn Ring, rendering it unnecessary and destined for disassembly. However, the other piece of equipment brought a pleasant surprise. The Jagged Short Sword, although only of excellent grade, was unbound equipment, significantly increasing its value. Furthermore, the experience rewards from defeating the boss and clearing the secret realm propelled Ning Chuan's level to LV85. This meant he was a mere 15 levels away from reaching the maximum level for zero-tier practitioners at LV100. Even with the escalating experience requirements ahead, a few more runs through the nightmare level Goblin Manor would suffice. Considering the time spent on attribute enhancement, achieving LV100 within 4 days was entirely feasible, leaving him 3 days to prepare for advancement. Ning Chuan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. This progress was entirely within his control. In truth, had it not been for the need to enhance his attributes, he could have easily reached level 100 within a day or two. However, such haste was unnecessary. His innate talent dictated that he must consistently accumulate strength at each tier to its utmost, ensuring a smoother path ahead. His gaze fell upon the Silver Amber Necklace, a reward for completing the secret realm, and his eyes sparkled with delight. Undoubtedly, this was the most significant reward of the expedition. An immaculate grade piece of equipment was commendable for Ning Chuan, especially since it was precisely the missing component he required. Silver Amber Necklace, bound, tier, 0 quality, immaculate attributes, spirit 50, constitution 50 additional effects, mental resilience 10, elemental resistance 10 additional skills, silver power. Mental strike requirements, magic class without a doubt. This was an exquisite necklace for a magic user, with attributes that were nothing short of extraordinary, particularly the 2 skills. Silver power had the potential to unleash explosive strength, and although Ning Chuan's staggering attribute values would not see a significant increase, it would nonetheless elevate his limits. Meanwhile, mental strike proved even more advantageous. With Ning Chuan's formidable mental prowess, this skill possessed a considerable deterrent effect, especially against physical classes. Adorning the necklace that shimmered with silver and amber hues, Ning Chuan was filled with elation. At this moment, he had successfully gathered all 6 components of his standard set: staff, robe, cloak, shoes, ring, and necklace. Each piece was at least of perfect quality, including 2 immaculate grade items and 1 exceptional grade piece. If displayed, it would surely leave many in awe. Regrettably, Remaining at 0 tier for too long seemed unnecessary. When he eventually spent more time at higher tiers, he would need to gather an entire set of exceptional grade equipment. Satisfied, Ning Chuan admired his gear before initiating communication with the secret realm, returning immediately. At this moment, all monsters within the secret realm had been vanquished, and the relentless onslaught of skeletons had left Ning Chuan with a slight headache. It was time for a brief respite. Meanwhile, the entirety of North River City had been stirred into a frenzy due to a citywide announcement. Chapter 33, A City in Uproar, North River City Announcement. 0-tier practitioner Ning Chuan has successfully completed the nightmare-level secret realm, Goblin Manor. The announcement was brief, yet its significance was extraordinary. The 3 consecutive announcements captivated the attention of North River City for a full 30 seconds. All practitioners, as long as they were conscious, received this news. Initially, they were taken aback, followed by disbelief, and then erupted into a frenzy. What on earth? Someone has cleared the nightmare-level Goblin Manor? Goodness. After all these years, someone finally succeeded. Ning Chuan genuinely cleared the nightmare-level secret realm, shattering the curse that no one in North River City could conquer it. Incredible. I had thought Ning Chuan was merely testing the waters, and that an actual completion would take at least 5 or 6 days, perhaps requiring collaboration with Yi He and others. Yet, here we are, utterly astonished. The fool was me, realizing that this is the worth of the first genius in 2 centuries in North River City. On the practitioner forum, discussions began to proliferate at an astonishing pace. The magnitude of this revelation rivaled, if not surpassed, Ning Chuan's previous achievement of an SSS rating in the novice secret realm. After all, the practitioners of North River City were intimately familiar with Goblin Manor. Regardless of tier, every practitioner at 0 tier had undoubtedly farmed Goblin Manor, fully aware of its challenges. Not to mention, even the difficulty levels of hard and extreme would remain unattainable for the vast majority of them throughout their lives. Yet now, Ning Chuan had triumphed over the nightmare-level difficulty that had eluded the city for so many years. And he did it solo. The impact on the practitioners of North River City was immeasurable. In an instant, countless individuals were left in shock and awe, discussing the matter fervently. Many had already set off towards the 0-tier public secret realm entrance, eager to witness the birth of this historic record and to see just how much time Ning Chuan had spent to ultimately clear the realm. At this moment, at the 0-tier public secret realm entrance, a multitude of astonished gazes fixed upon the electronic screen. The moment the announcement echoed, their eyes darted to the left side of the screen, which had undergone a sudden transformation. Goblin Manor, Nightmare Difficulty, Completion Time, 18 hours 23 minutes 14 seconds. Record holder, Ning Chuan. That single line of text left everyone collectively petrified. He truly cleared it. Ning Chuan single-handedly conquered the nightmare-level Goblin Manor. My heavens. How on earth did he manage to do so in just 18 hours? All present practitioners were rendered speechless. The announcement merely indicated that Ning Chuan had completed the nightmare-level secret realm, while the information displayed on the electronic screen was even more precise. 18 hours 23 minutes 14 seconds. Not even a full 24 hours. What astounding swiftness. Previously, the record holder for the extreme level difficulty had been Lee Sen's team, with a time of 1 day, 23 hours, 45 minutes, and 36 seconds. The disparity was glaringly evident. Of course, the extreme level record had also been broken. Now, the record holder was Yi He and Li Mu Ran's team, who had just emerged from the extreme level Goblin Manor half an hour prior. At this moment, the renowned beauties of North River City, Yi He and Li Mu Ran, stared dumbfounded at the freshly updated screen. Their mouths agape, they looked utterly adorable. Initially, Li Mu Ran had been ecstatic, as she had not anticipated Yi He's prowess. The two of them had directly shattered her brother's extreme-level record from a decade ago, merely by teaming up. After emerging, she found that Ning Chuan had yet to appear, deciding to wait a moment to gloat when he finally did. However, she never imagined she would be met with this. Ning Chuan soloing the nightmare level, successfully completing it. Li Mu Ran's eyes glazed over, and she finally blurted out in exasperation. This guy is simply a freak. It's over, with him around. I'll never escape the shadow of Li Lao Air. Once again overshadowed by Ning Chuan, Li Mu Ran pouted, her teeth grinding in frustration. Xiaohe, do you think this guy is cheating? The favored child of the cosmic will. She lamented to Yi He beside her. Yet Yi He was not in a much better predicament. Having just emerged from the extreme-level Goblin Manor, she understood all too well how formidable the nightmare-level difficulty was. The monsters in extreme level had their attributes increased by 200. It was already a tremendous challenge. She and Li Mu Ran's party of 5, with 2 S-class geniuses, had only barely succeeded. What of the nightmare level, with a 400 increase? She found it hard to fathom how Ning Chuan had accomplished this. Ning Chuan continued to shine as brilliantly as ever. Yi He's gaze dimmed slightly as she recalled the words of the white-robed priest Zhao Qing from the Scarlet Sect yesterday. A particular thought in her heart gradually solidified. Sometimes, it truly requires taking bold risks. She did not wish to be so easily cast aside by Ning Chuan. Hey, Xiaohe, I am speaking to you. Li Muron waved her hand in front of Yi He's eyes. Yi He snapped back to reality. What did you just say? Li Muron shot her an exasperated glance. Then, with a sudden twinkle in her eye, cheerfully remarked, Xiao He, I've noticed that whenever Ning Chuan is mentioned, you seem somewhat unsettled. You wouldn't be harboring feelings for him, would you? Yi He's face immediately flushed a deep crimson. Muron, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm merely astonished by Ning Chuan's strength. Li Muron nodded in rare agreement. Indeed, he is quite insufferable, but undeniably formidable. She was about to continue when a commotion ahead caught her attention. Ning Chuan. It's Ning Chuan who has emerged. A chorus of astonished gazes turned toward the handsome youth stepping out from the secret realm's exit. In their eyes, there was not only shock, but also reverence. Unsurprisingly, this individual was destined to become at least an 8th-tier Saint Domain powerhouse, with the potential to ascend to demigod status. He would undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the alliance. In that future, they could proudly declare that the demigod Ning Chuan was an unparalleled genius hailing from Beichuan City. Ning Chuan welcomed the fervent gazes with a smile, casually greeting those around him. He was not taken aback by their enthusiasm. He understood the immense stir that overcoming a nightmarish realm would create. As he noticed Yi He and Li Muron approaching, the envy in the eyes of others became palpable. Yi He and Li Muron were undoubtedly goddess-like figures in Beichuan City. Had it been any other man, he would have been met with numerous hostile glances. Yet with Ning Chuan, the crowd merely felt that this golden boy and jade girl were a perfect match. What? You say a golden boy can only pair with one jade girl? They can happily pair with as many as they please. The Federation abolished monogamy 800 years ago. As long as one possesses strength, a man can marry multiple wives, and a woman can have several husbands. How fair? Ning Chuan. Is it because you think we would be a liability that you choose not to team up with us? Li Muron huffed indignantly. Ning Chuan chuckled heartily. You certainly possess a keen sense of self-awareness, Li Er. Li Muron's cheeks flushed with indignation. She stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Attempting to retort, she found herself feeling powerless in the face of Ning Chuan's terrifying achievements in the nightmarish realm. Even though she too had conquered the nightmarish level, what did that matter against his solo triumph? Observing Li Muron's exasperation, Ning Chuan's spirits lifted even further. With a playful pat on her head, he said, You even broke the record for the dire realm. Well done, Li Er. Keep up the good work. Flashing a smile at Yi He, Ning Chuan mounted his sleek black energy motorcycle and sped away. Time to rest and prepare for tomorrow's battle. Now, the nightmare-level Goblin Manor held no secrets for him. It was merely a matter of grinding it out. Watching Ning Chuan's retreating figure, Li Muron huffed, scrunching her nose and making a mock-biting gesture. She thought to herself that if she ever lost control, she would certainly take a hefty bite out of Ning Chuan. Yi He observed the playful banter between Ning Chuan and Li Muron, feeling an inexplicable pang of envy. Ning Chuan was always kind and smiling towards her in public, but it was only in private moments that he would occasionally tease her. She envied Li Muron's ability to express a range of emotions so naturally in front of him. At this moment, the news of Ning Chuan's solo clearance of the nightmare-level realm reached Yi Luyun's ears without delay. The town lord, leisurely sipping tea, suddenly trembled, causing his cup to shatter into 8 pieces. Chapter 34. Only a fool would compete with him. He stared in disbelief at the announcement board. Did this young lad, Ning Chuan, truly conquer the nightmare-level realm? Yi Luyun's eyes reflected a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Following that, an overwhelming wave of delight washed over him. A grand delight. Perhaps only he and a select few in Beichuan City comprehended the significance of this achievement. It must be understood that not every SSS-ranked genius possesses the capability to conquer the nightmare-level realm solo. Those who can do so are undoubtedly the creme de la creme among SSS ranks. Moreover, Ning Chuan had yet to reach the maximum level of 0 tier. Currently, his level was approximately 70. Achieving this at such a stage meant he had a hopeful chance of ranking within the top 10, perhaps even the top 5 among this generation of 65 SSS-ranked individuals. Yi Luyun's breath quickened. Beichuan City was merely a small 3rd-tier satellite city, utterly lacking in resources when compared to the 2nd-tier and 1st-tier satellite cities, let alone the 11 main cities. To think that such a true prodigy had emerged from their ranks. Given Ning Chuan's current trajectory, should he not falter? An ascent to 8th-tier Saint Domain was inevitable, and even 9th-tier demigod status was highly likely. Contemplating this, Yi Luyun clenched his fists. Each year, the Federation would witness the rise of several SSS-ranked geniuses, often numbering between 80 to 90, with this year yielding 65, a perfectly average figure. According to historical statistics, among approximately 300 SSS-ranked geniuses, one might expect the emergence of a demigod. If Ning Chuan had previously held a slim chance of ascending to demigod status, that probability had undeniably increased significantly. At this pace, it would be no trouble for them to advance to bronze-tier practitioners within a week. And during this joint selection from 11 schools, Ning Chuan would surely shine brightly. With this thought, Yi Luyun felt a surge of excitement. As the town lord of Beichuan City, his honor was intertwined with the city's fate. Furthermore, this selection might afford him the chance to reunite with old friends, allowing him to finally hold his head high. In the preceding years, Beichuan City had not produced a single S rank, which had been quite a source of frustration for him. This year, he was determined to reclaim their reputation. With such a talent as Ning Chuan, it seemed only fitting to prepare a grand gift for him. Yi Luyun resolved to make an early investment. Should Ning Chuan grow to become a demigod, the returns would be immense. Failing to provide support in times of need, only to seek favor when someone has risen to prominence, would be rather foolish. Yi Luyun opened his contacts with old friends, beginning to reach out one by one. Some rare resources could not be purchased but could only be exchanged. Naturally, Ning Chuan remained oblivious to Yi Luyun's thoughts. He sped home on his motorcycle, exhilarated, though the dizziness lingering in his mind post-battle intensified, reminding him to pace himself when grinding for attributes. After all, the undead were summoned from the underworld by necromancers and were imbued with their power, maintaining a mental connection. Thus, the demise of the undead would still adversely affect the necromancer. Lying in bed, Ning Chuan pondered the gains of the day. His level surged to 85, and his attributes expanded several-fold. His attributes have now transcended those of a first-tier profession and can even rival certain second-tier professionals. However, the higher-tier professionals exert a halo of suppression over their lower-tier counterparts, along with possessing more potent advanced skills. Thus, the true combat prowess cannot be solely assessed by attributes. Yet, even so, it must be acknowledged that Ning Chuan is astonishingly formidable. Moreover, this is not even his limit. With the nightmarish goblin manor at his disposal, he can continue to enhance his attributes. Setting a modest goal, he aims to elevate his level to 100 within 3 days and push his attributes to their utmost limits. Ning Chuan feels a surge of anticipation within him. He is eager to discover where his true limits lie. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, fatigue enveloped him, and he succumbed to the embrace of sleep. While Ning Chuan drifted into slumber, the entire city of Beichuan was in a state of fervent excitement. The shockwaves caused by Ning Chuan's first completion of the nightmarish dungeon were simply monumental. Many adventurers, just awakening or emerging from the dungeon, joined the throngs of astonished onlookers upon hearing the news, and numerous individuals began speculating about the results of the joint selection of the 11 academies featuring Ning Chuan. This time, Beichuan City was truly poised to revel in its glory. In the zero-tier public dungeon, just as Ning Chuan was enjoying his peaceful slumber, a somewhat disheveled figure emerged from the entrance. Zhuang Yue wore a face of exhilaration. Though the journey had been arduous, he had triumphed. He had successfully defeated the boss and completed the hard-tier dungeon solo. I did it. I succeeded. Soloing the hard-tier dungeon had taken longer than anticipated. Yet he felt he had finally caught up with Ning Chuan. With determination, he resolved to not fall behind. Zhuang Yue couldn't help but burst into laughter. He felt as though he had shattered his own limitations. While some had already recognized his identity and were initially astonished by his solo completion of the hard-tier dungeon, their expressions soon turned peculiar upon hearing Zhuang Yue's words. Catch up to Ning Chuan. They mused. This child seemed unaware of the events that had transpired. Indeed, Zhuang Yue had assumed he had tackled the same hard-tier goblin manor as Ning Chuan. At this moment, feeling the weight of the strange gazes surrounding him, the imagined awe and cheers he had anticipated did not materialize, and he began to sense something amiss. Instinctively, he raised his eyes to the electronic screen. As he slowly scanned to the top, a line of text immediately caught his attention. Goblin Manor, Nightmare Difficulty, Completion Time, 18 hours 23 minutes 14 seconds. Record holder, Ning Chuan. In an instant, Zhuang Yue felt as though the world was spinning around him, his eyes nearly bulging. Ning Chuan had not completed the hard tier, but the nightmare tier, and he had done so solo. Moreover, his time was even shorter than Zhuang Yue's. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he must be seeing things, yet that line of text remained glaringly visible, unchanged. He hastily searched for announcements and indeed found the previously suppressed notification from within the dungeon. Zhuang Yue's eyes rolled back in disbelief. Unable to bear the shock, he collapsed unconscious. After a struggle, he discovered that the true fool was himself. Who could withstand such a blow? Young master! Young master! From a distance, members of the Zhua family rushed over in a panic. Others looked on with growing pity. In the past, Zhuang Yue would have easily been the top talent in Beichuan City. But unfortunately, this generation featured an extraordinarily gifted Ning Chuan, destined to overshadow him. The following day, Ning Chuan re-entered the nightmarish goblin manor amidst a sea of awe and admiration. From a distance, Zhuang Yue watched with a complex expression, having fully realized the chasm between himself and Ning Chuan. The difference between soloing the nightmare tier and the hard tier was akin to that of heaven and earth. He was left with a singular thought, to diligently strive and aim for promotion to a bronze tier professional before the selection of the 11 academies. As for comparing himself to Ning Chuan, only a fool would dare compete with such a prodigy. That would only invite unnecessary hardship. Unbeknownst to Ning Chuan, Zhuang Yue's thoughts were far removed from his own. He had once again appeared before the familiar manor, gazing at the menacing goblins. A slight smile graced his lips. If, on the previous day, these goblins had posed a modicum of challenge and served as a trial against the skeletons, today, not even the ordinary monsters nor the 4 elite creatures could stand against a single skeleton. After all, with Ning Chuan's mental attributes exceeding 11,000, the attributes of the skeletons had surpassed 200. Only the final boss, the Silver Goblin, remained a worthy adversary. As for the other monsters, they were merely fodder for experience. With a snap of his fingers, 21 skeletons emerged in unison from the shadowy circle, each exuding a potent aura of necromantic energy. Even the most ordinary skeleton now possessed a fierce strength akin to that of a skeletal general. Advance, Ning Chuan commanded. There was no need to waste time outside the manor today. The goblins were met with a bloody slaughter. Instant kills, more instant kills. The 21 skeletons charged forth like bulldozers, obliterating any ordinary creature in their path. As for the elite monsters, they stood no chance against any of them. After a single charge, they were reduced to mere pulp. Ning Chuan reveled in the incessant stream of notifications ringing in his ears, his mood soaring. There was no need for him to lift a finger. His experience points surged dramatically. This was simply exhilarating. It was no wonder that some necromancers yearned for the necromantic calamity. It truly was a delight. Ning Chuan couldn't help but marvel. One could scarcely imagine the terror that would ensue if one day his army of undead were to coalesce into a necromantic disaster. However, what others might find even more unfathomable was that the master of the necromantic disaster, Ning Chuan himself, was the most formidable entity of all, with a relentless advance. Not a single skeleton fell, and they had already reached the entrance of the hall. Ning Chuan's level had now surpassed 90. The number of small skeletons had increased to 19. Leveling up had become as effortless for him as eating and drinking. Ning Chuan casually pushed the door to the hall open. The silver goblin on the throne slowly opened its eyes, uttering the familiar words, "Who dares disturb the slumber of the great goblin king?" Gazing at the familiar silver goblin, Ning Chuan grinned, revealing a radiant smile. "Little white trainer, I look forward to your guidance." Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, the silver goblin momentarily froze, its pupils narrowing as cold murderous intent flickered in its gaze. Although it could not comprehend the meaning of the human's words, it was certain they were not benign. Yet, it was evidently unaware of the fate that awaited it. Ning Chuan waved cheerfully, and the skeletons, suffused with a dense aura of necromancy, swiftly surrounded the silver goblin. The goblin's pupils constricted sharply. The presence of these skeletons was overwhelmingly powerful. While they could not match its own strength, each one far surpassed its 4 underlings. Without a moment's pause for contemplation, the battle commenced. Ning Chuan merely observed with his arms crossed, showing no inclination to intervene. The small skeletons brandished their bone clubs as they charged towards the silver goblin. The frost and flames that once posed a lethal threat now merely served to slightly impede their advance. Meanwhile, the corrosive arrows of the skeletal archers and the fireballs cast by the skeletal mages continued to escalate the danger posed to the silver goblin. 21 skeletons besieged the silver goblin, filling the grand hall with the resounding echoes of battle and the goblin's furious roars. This scenario was a stark contrast to the overwhelming defeat witnessed the previous day. At last, after a grueling hour, the silver goblin managed to vanquish all the skeletons. Though it too was left in a severely weakened state, the silver goblin appeared utterly disheveled, one eye blinded by a corrosive arrow from a skeletal archer, and its left arm shattered, reduced to a pulp by the relentless strikes of the small skeletons. The acrid scent of charred flesh lingered, a testament to the threats posed by the fireballs of the skeletal mages. If this trend continued, just 2 or 3 more waves of skeletons could easily topple the silver goblin. From a combat perspective, Ning Chuan was undoubtedly pleased. However, from the standpoint of attribute grinding, this situation was far from ideal. Should the battle persist in this manner, it would take several hours for the skeletons to collectively perish 3 times, necessitating a return to the secret realm to allow the silver goblin to regain its full strength, an outcome that was incomparable to the previous day, where attributes had been ground to perfection 50 times in one go. Yet, soon, the furrow in Ning Chuan's brow began to ease. This situation had long been anticipated. As his mental attributes grew increasingly formidable, the prowess of the small skeletons also escalated, inevitably causing the speed of attribute accumulation to slow. It seemed this was the only course of action available. With a gentle exhale, he snapped his fingers. Before the cautious gaze of the silver goblin, a dark aura materialized once more. However, much to the goblin's astonishment, only a single figure emerged from the shadowy mist, the skeletal mage. A smile crept across Ning Chuan's lips. He had been contemplating how to maximize the use of his innate abilities, and clarity was beginning to dawn upon him. When confronted with an exceptionally powerful adversary, summoning a multitude of skeletons allowed for their collective demise, thereby accelerating the accumulation of attributes, as had been the case against the silver goblin the day prior. But what to do when the enemy's strength was insufficient to dominate? Naturally, he would summon a single skeleton, thus enabling him to continue comfortably grinding for attributes. The only drawback was that this method was somewhat slower. The 10-minute interval was fixed and shared, meaning that even if he summoned just one undead, he could not summon any additional ones within that time frame. This 10 minutes was not a cooldown period as defined in games, but rather the time required for the necromancers to commune with the gates of the underworld. In the early stages, the undead summoned by necromancers originated from the netherworld, and only by communicating with its will could they open the gates. This was a fundamental lesson for those aspiring to transition into necromancers at higher levels. As the ranks of necromancers ascended, the intervals for communication would shorten. Ning Chuan had even heard whispers of some exceptionally powerful necromancers establishing their private reincarnation pools for the undead, thus reducing their reliance on the underworld. However, such matters felt distant to him at this moment. He merely observed with keen interest as the skeletal mage and the severely weakened silver goblin exchanged arcane blows. Despite the goblin's diminished condition, it was still too formidable for a solitary skeletal mage to contend with. As expected, the skeletal mage soon fell, and the silver goblin's state deteriorated further. Log. The skeletal mage has perished. The talent Undead Sovereign activates. Your strength, 25, agility, 25, constitution, 25, spirit, 50. As Ning Chuan felt his attributes surge once more, a smile gradually spread across his face. If the pace was slower, so be it. At least it was a steady growth. Moments later, another skeletal mage was summoned from the underworld. Time flowed slowly as the hall echoed with the sounds of magical confrontation. Finally, with a dark red, terrifying fireball unleashed by the skeletal mage, the beleaguered silver goblin met its end. Ning Chuan stepped forth from the shadows, his gaze fixed contentedly on his attribute panel. Strength, 9950, 20. Agility, 9962, 80. Constitution, 8806, 996. Spirit, 12101, 2570. His attributes had surged once more, a testament to the 12 hours of struggle the skeletal mages had endured. Yet, this was not the limit. Only when the silver goblin found itself unable to vanquish the skeletal mages in a one-on-one duel would they reach the current threshold. Log. Congratulations. You have successfully cleared the nightmare-level secret realm, Goblin Manor. Experience gained, 10,000. Reward, perfect grade equipment, shimmering armor. Though the completion reward was not as grand as that for a first-time clearance, it was still commendable. Ning Chuan's mental state remained vibrant, especially since the latter part of the endeavor had primarily involved summoning a single skeletal mage. Stepping out of the secret realm without a moment's hesitation, he opted to continue with the nightmare-level Goblin Manor. Once again, he swept through to the Silver Goblin, and soon found himself in the familiar scenario of skeletal mage versus silver goblin. This time, however, the silver goblin was in peak form. While the attributes of the skeletal mage had approached 3,000, it still paled in comparison to those of the silver goblin. After all, the goblin's strength was not merely in its attributes. Its skills were far more potent, and its intellect surpassed that of the skeletal mage. Ning Chuan could not help but smile broadly as he observed the fierce battle. Watching the intense clash, he sometimes felt a twinge of temptation to intervene. Yet, he had to restrain himself. Given his current strength, he feared that he might dispatch the silver goblin too swiftly, significantly hampering his objective. Thus, 3 days swiftly elapsed. Ning Chuan immersed himself in the nightmare-level secret realm, wholly focused on grinding attributes while simultaneously gaining experience. Under such circumstances, his attributes had yet to reach their limit, while his level had already ascended to its current peak, LV 100, 100. Chapter 36, The Prodigy Ning Chuan. At this juncture, even slaying monsters would yield no further experience. Only upon completing the advancement quest could he continue to elevate his level. He had truly become a peak 0-tier professional. Opening his attribute panel. Attribute panel. Name, Ning Chuan. Profession, Necromancer, 0-tier. Level, LV 100, 100. Strength, 11414, 20. Agility, 11504, 80. Constitution, 10640, 1174. Spirit, 15,000, 3,150. Talent, Master of the Undead. Skills, Summon Skeleton, 20. Summon Skeleton Archer, 2. Summon Skeleton Mage, 2. Necrotic Flame, Bone Spear Technique, Bone Shield Technique. Equipment, Golden Staff, Giant Lizard Robe, Shadow Cloak, Enchanted Boots, Dawn Ring, Silver Amber Necklace, Mist Pearl. At this juncture, Ning Chuan's attribute panel could undoubtedly be deemed extravagant. It is almost unfathomable that this belongs to a level 100 novice practitioner. His 4 primary attributes have all surmounted 5 digits, a feat typically reserved for second-tier practitioners, in stark contrast to the meager hundreds possessed by other novice practitioners. Ning Chuan's attributes are a staggering multiple of theirs. Moreover, upon reaching level 100, not only has the number of summoned skeletons increased to an impressive 20, but the count of skeleton mages has also risen by 1. Should Ning Chuan summon at full capacity, he could command a total of 24 skeletons. With an average foundational attribute exceeding 3,600, they possess the power to dominate any novice secret realm. To put it in simpler terms, if an SSS tier genius were to face one of Ning Chuan's small skeletons, it would likely require a fierce struggle to claim victory, if victory is even possible. This illustrates just how extraordinary Ning Chuan has become. In the Federation, there exists an unwritten notion regarding practitioners' diverse talents, which can be difficult to assess at a glance. However, the prevailing belief about SSS tier geniuses is that they can unleash approximately tenfold the power of their tier due to their innate gifts. This implies that SSS tier geniuses can triumph over ordinary practitioners of higher tiers. Yet, Ning Chuan surpasses them by dozens of times. In the future, he may even reach 100-fold. This suggests that Ning Chuan could potentially engage in battles 2 tiers above him. Even an SSS tier would merely be a stepping stone in his progression. Just contemplating this sends a shiver down his spine. Such unparalleled combat prowess is unprecedented in the Federation. Even the legendary Wu Ding of your pales in comparison. Should his capabilities become known, he would undoubtedly attract countless observers. And factions devoted to the abyssal demon god or the hellish devils would undoubtedly seek to tear him apart. Though the Federation would surely protect him, he yearns to avoid such a life. It would be prudent to maintain a low profile, behaving like an ordinary SSS tier practitioner. Ning Chuan mused silently. He cannot hide his talents entirely, as that would deprive him of ample resources for growth. Yet, he must not exhibit his extraordinary abilities too overtly, lest he attract formidable adversaries, a delicate balance indeed, one that Ning Chuan must ponder carefully. For now, however, he need only focus on the immediate tasks at hand. Ascension is imperative. Only through advancement can he continue to elevate his level. A first-tier bronze practitioner gains an impressive 40 fixed attribute points and 10 free attribute points with each level gained. While these points may seem trivial to him, only by ascending can he access more powerful secret realms to accrue attributes and acquire superior equipment. Moreover, tier auras are of utmost significance. Ning Chuan's gaze flickered. The so-called tier aura is the exclusive aura of each tier of practitioners. For example, a bronze practitioner wields the bronze aura. Its function is straightforward. It suppresses lower-tier entities while weakening the influence of higher-tier beings. In a sense, ascending can be viewed as a transformative leap in one's essence of life, with each leap preparing one for divinity. Thus, engaging in battles above one's tier is no simple feat. For instance, a level 100 novice practitioner and a level 101 first-tier practitioner may have similar attributes. Yet the latter can easily overpower the former. This is due to the tier aura allowing him to inflict greater damage upon the novice practitioner. While the novice S attacks are diminished, the outcome is inevitable. Typically, only those with S-tier talents can hope to complete tier-challenging feats, while SSS-tier practitioners are practically synonymous with such endeavors. Consequently, Ning Chuan cannot afford to linger in the novice tier indefinitely, as that would hinder his growth efficiency. He merely needs to push himself to the limits of each tier, ensuring that he far exceeds the combat capabilities of his peers while rapidly advancing his own tier. With a clear objective in mind, Ning Chuan gazed toward the hall S in trance and smiled. Now that he has reached the apex of his level, there is still room for attribute grinding. Allocating 3 days for his Ascension task seems just about right. Time to continue grinding. Meanwhile, in Beichuan City, all those observing Ning Chuan were astounded. They suddenly noticed that the completion records for the nightmarish Goblin Manor were being refreshed incessantly. 18 hours, 16 hours, 14 hours. Ultimately, it astonishingly dropped to a mere 10 hours. Everyone gasped in disbelief. Goodness, the rate at which Ning Chuan's strength is escalating is utterly terrifying. Completing a nightmarish secret realm in just 10 hours? This is simply unimaginable. Perhaps he initially lacked experience, but has now begun to grasp the nuances? The crowd stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how this was accomplished. In that moment, they truly felt the vast chasm separating them from true genius. Li Muron and his companions fell into a contemplative silence as they watched the continuously updating records. Li Muron quietly spat. This is utterly monstrous. This guy is likely about to ascend. Yi clenched his fists, determination blazing in his eyes, and turned to re-enter the secret realm to strive onward. Zhuoyu smiled wryly, realizing just how foolish his previous desire to compete with Ning Chuan had been. The 3 geniuses, who should have shone brightly in Beichuan City, felt profoundly stimulated and driven. Their only thought was to reach level 100 as swiftly as possible to complete their Ascension tasks and secure commendable results in the upcoming joint selection of the 11 schools. Ning Chuan is truly a prodigy. They decided to seek solace elsewhere. Meanwhile, the city lord, Yi Luyun, gazed at the completion record refreshed to 10 hours with trepidation. He couldn't help but urge his old friend once more, "You must ensure that what we discussed last time is accomplished within 3 days." Little did they know, 10 hours was far from Ning Chuan's limit. Within the hall, the skeleton mage unleashed a fireball of extreme heat, incinerating the silver goblin into charred remains. This signified that Ning Chuan's journey of attribute grinding was nearing its conclusion. Strength, 11,914, 20. Agility, 12,004, 80. Constitution, 11,640, 1224. Spirit, 16,03350. Observing his attributes, which had once again swelled, Ning Chuan shook his head in reluctant discontent. To be honest, if he pushed himself, he could continue further. However, the efficiency would be rather lacking. Given the current attributes of the skeleton mage, even if he were to conquer a silver goblin, it would require a considerable amount of time. Completing a run through the secret realm only allowed for a modest increase of several dozen points in attributes, rendering the endeavor unnecessary, a sheer waste of time. Ning Chuan exited the secret realm, his completion record firmly established at 10 hours. He had no intention of testing his limits. If he were to exert himself fully now, with the skeletons unleashing their full firepower alongside him, would he even need an hour? Perhaps not. However, such attention would be too conspicuous. The current situation was preferable. 10 hours was already remarkable enough. A flicker of anticipation ignited in Ning Chuan's gaze. It was time to embark on the Ascension quest. Chapter 37, Ascension Quest. Ning Chuan stepped out of the secret realm and departed amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. Was Ning Chuan not going to continue challenging the secret realm to set a new record today? It was still early. Confusion flickered across some faces. But soon, realization dawned. Their expressions turning to shock. Could it be that Ning Chuan had already reached level 100? He was off to complete his Ascension quest. In an instant, everyone at the entrance of the secret realm was left in a state of stupor. In less than 4 days, Ning Chuan had attained the limit of the 0 tier. The ordinary practitioners could only smile wryly. The disparity was truly infuriating. For those at the lowest echelons, leveling up even once felt like an arduous struggle, fraught with the risk of sudden demise. Some, even upon reaching level 100, might never complete their Ascension quest, remaining stagnantly at their current tier for a lifetime. But what of Ning Chuan? In just a few days since his awakening, he had traversed a path that some took years or even decades to navigate. The gap was insurmountable. No one doubted Ning Chuan's ability to succeed in the Ascension secret realm. The only consideration was what kind of evaluation he would receive within it. This news swiftly reached Yi Liuyun's ears, a broad smile spreading across his face. Indeed, Ning Chuan's pace of advancement was astonishingly rapid. It was certain he would ascend to the bronze tier before the joint selection of the 11 academies. Curiosity soon flickered in his expression. What level of evaluation would Ning Chuan ultimately attain in the first-tier Ascension secret realm? However, curiosity aside, he had no intention of prying further. Such matters were strictly private. And unless the individual chose to disclose them, asking would be tantamount to creating enmity. Upon learning that Ning Chuan had already initiated his Ascension secret realm, Yi He and others redoubled their efforts. Bottles of energy potions were continuously delivered. Sleep was forsaken. It was time to delve into study. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan had returned home. Following the initial communion with Cosmic Will, subsequent ascensions could be independently communicated with the Cosmic Will. Ning Chuan reflected on the details concerning Ascension. Once practitioners reach the limit of their current level, they must ascend to unlock restrictions and further enhance their levels, necessitating a journey to the Ascension secret realm. The Ascension secret realm, much like the newcomer assessment secret realm, represented a tangible world, starkly different from the fragmented projections of secret realms like the Goblin Manor. Failure in the Ascension task was not an option. Should one fail, all experience points of the current tier would be wiped clean, and the difficulty would multiply upon the next attempt. After thoroughly recalling the various precautions required for Ascension and confirming everything was in order, Ning Chuan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to commune with the Cosmic Will. Ascension initiated. A grand will descended upon Ning Chuan's mind in an instant. Detected that the practitioner meets the conditions for Ascension. Do you confirm the initiation of Ascension now? Yes. Would you prefer a solo Ascension or a group Ascension? Ning Chuan paused momentarily. A group Ascension involved multiple individuals undertaking the task together. However, the greater the number, the higher the difficulty, rendering the chances of success slimmer. Typically, only second-generation individuals with substantial backgrounds but lacking talent would opt for this route, often incurring great costs to have promising talents assist them. For instance, Ning Chuan, if he wished, could easily summon wealthy patrons from Beichuan City willing to pay handsomely for his guidance. Yet, Ning Chuan evidently did not require such assistance. What he sought was beyond their means. Solo Ascension it is. The moment Ning Chuan's words fell, a resonant hum echoed, and he vanished from the room. Much like the newcomer assessment secret realm, the familiar sensation of traversing time and space enveloped him once more, plummeting through a dizzying descent. The intense vertigo remained unrelieved by his newfound strength. Time travel was still far beyond the reach of low-tier practitioners. Were it not for the Cosmic Will, Ning Chuan feared he would be lost amidst the chaotic currents of time. A stream of information surged into his mind. You have successfully entered the secret realm, Borderland Wasteland. Current secret realm level range, LV0, LV200. Current secret realm difficulty, general difficulty of first-tier Ascension secret realm, can be explored. Allowed duration, 48 hours. Secret realm background. The Empire's borderland stands beneath the setting sun, once an impregnable fortress of war. now teetering on the brink of collapse under the weight of corrupt power, as the orcs stir restlessly. Ascension task, amidst the orc onslaught. Preserve the spark of humanity and await the arrival of reinforcements. As his state gradually stabilized, Ning Chuan opened his eyes. Before him lay a desolate wasteland. The dark yellow soil and leafless vegetation narrating tales of desolation, with faint echoes of birds and beasts emitting mournful cries. Ning Chuan analyzed the information left by the cosmic will. Was this secret realm centered around war? The orcs were poised to invade humanity, yet humanity remained oblivious? Such a scenario posed significant disadvantages for humans. Preserving the spark of humanity under these circumstances would not be easy, and awaiting reinforcements would likely take no more than 2 days. Ning Chuan rubbed his brow. In truth, it could be manageable. If he could just lead a couple of humans to safety and find a cave to hide in, he would likely only encounter small bands of orcs on patrol. Defeating them and waiting for 2 days would suffice. However, such an approach would yield a low evaluation, at best an E rank, possibly even an F rank. Naturally, Ning Chuan was not content with such mediocrity. Each tier of the Ascension secret realm provided practitioners with a prime opportunity to amass advantages. This was also a chance to alter one's fate. A higher evaluation promised more substantial rewards. The cosmic will was never stingy. There was a demigod in the Federation. A certain Mona, who had achieved only an S-rank evaluation in the newcomer assessment secret realm, yet later surpassed numerous SSS-rank prodigies to become a demigod, largely due to her increasing valor within the subsequent Ascension secret realms. To attain a high evaluation, one must ensure the survival of more humans. Hiding was not an option. Ning Chuan's objectives crystallized. More humans meant he must venture to the borderland. At that moment, a human's anguished scream caught Ning Chuan's attention. His gaze sharpened, and his mental energy surged forth. He dashed towards the source of the sound like a bolt of lightning. On the dark yellow earth, blood stained the bare vegetation, creating a gruesome tableau. Several muscular and robust figures with green skin were continuously emitting sinister and cruel smiles. From a distance, these silhouettes appeared to be human. However, upon closer inspection, their heads were entirely different. Unlike the exquisite and delicate features of humans, these green-skinned beings possessed vertical pupils, broad noses, and wide mouths filled with jagged teeth, with prominent tusks interspersed above and below. A thick mane of hair encircled their necks, making their heads resemble those of wild beasts rather than humans. These beings were orcs. It is said that orcs are descendants of the legendary beast god, while others claim that they are grotesque products of an evil sorcerer's experiments, blending humans with beasts. Regardless, it is an undisputed fact that orcs and humans are mortal enemies. At this moment, numerous incomplete human corpses lay strewn about, their pupils wide open in terror, having succumbed to intense fear and torment before death. The orcs were mockingly hunting a boy with a severed leg. The leader of the orcs, gnawing on a bone of indeterminate origin and drenched in blood, regarded the scene with delight. The boy, witnessing this horror, was filled with overwhelming dread. The excruciating pain from his severed leg caused his body to convulse, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. Yet, his fear of death compelled him to drag himself across the ground, leaving a gruesome trail of blood behind. Human, crawl faster, or we'll have your other leg. The orcs jeered in a garbled version of human language, laughing unabashedly as the boy became their source of amusement. In the distance, Ning Chuan arrived just in time to witness this gruesome spectacle, his eyes radiating an icy intent to kill. Chapter 38. To solve problems, one must look at their essence. Ning Chuan took a deep breath. Initially, he believed the conflict between orcs and humans to be merely a struggle for resources between races. However, upon observing the scene before him, he understood that orcs must be eradicated. Humans can be defeated, but they must never be reduced to mere prey or toys for the amusement of their enemies. Meanwhile, the boy, Shilin, caught sight of Ning Chuan's sudden appearance, and his once fearful pupils widened in shock. He instinctively wanted to call out to Ning Chuan to flee, but he feared that any sudden movement would attract the orc's attention, so he could only frantically gesture with his eyes. At that moment, the orcs, catching a whiff of Shilin's despair, perked up their noses and turned with delight. "Look, we've got ourselves a more tender morsel," roared the leader of the orcs, his interest in Shilin vanishing instantaneously. As the orcs finally noticed Ning Chuan, Shilin's despair deepened, and he could only scream in anguish, "Run away." The orcs cackled malevolently. The cries of humans were their source of exhilaration. Yet, Ning Chuan remained unfazed. He simply raised his hand and coldly declared, "Beasts like you are unworthy of existence." Buzz. A flicker of pale flame ignited from Ning Chuan's fingertips, rapidly swelling into a fiery net that enveloped the orcs. In Shilin's astonished gaze, the orcs' anguished screams echoed across the wasteland. Moments later, they were reduced to mere ash. These pitiful creatures, lacking even a level of 100, were far too weak in Ning Chuan's presence. Yet, Shilin was filled with awe. Such powerful orc warriors had perished so easily, without even a semblance of resistance. A shiver ran through him as he looked at Ning Chuan with newfound reverence. And despite the crippling pain in his leg, he struggled to rise. exclaiming, "Mysterious sorcerer, I thank you for saving my life." A hand halted his movements. Ning Chuan's bright black eyes and gentle voice stirred an impulse in him to weep. "I hail from the distant east. Can you enlighten me on the happenings in this land?" Moments later, Shilin sat within a cave, roasting skewers of meat. He occasionally touched his right leg, marveling at the metallic sensation, which felt surprisingly powerful compared to his original limb. He gazed at Ning Chuan with immense gratitude. Truly, the legendary sorcerer possessed extraordinary skills in limb restoration. However, Ning Chuan seemed somewhat different from the tales of ruthless sorcerers. Ning Chuan cast a sidelong glance at Shilin. The metallic prosthetic had been brought from Blue Star, where modern technology made such creations feasible. Ning Chuan had completely earned Shilin's admiration and trust. After a brief inquiry, Shilin eagerly divulged everything he knew. It turned out that Shilin and his companions had been expelled from Blue Yi City by Viscount Lant due to their inability to pay the so-called housing tax, only to encounter a brutal orc attack on the wasteland, leading to the horrific scene Ning Chuan had witnessed. Blue Yi City was on the Empire's border. According to Shilin, the orc vanguard was preparing to assault the city imminently. That Viscount Lant was nothing but a useless drunkard. If no action were taken to stop the orcs from breaching the city, half the population would likely perish. Ning Chuan's expression turned grave, not solely due to his ascension task, but because the recent events had revealed the orc savagery. If the city fell, it would surely be a scene of hellish chaos. With this in mind, Ning Chuan formulated a plan. To preserve as many remnants of humanity as possible, he needed to secure Blue Yi City. He required their cooperation, not necessarily to assist him in repelling the orcs, but at the very least, not to hinder his efforts. He looked at Shilin with a questioning gaze. "Have you eaten well?" Shilin nodded vigorously. "Thank you for the food. I have never tasted such delicious roasted meat. There is something I need your assistance with." Shilin immediately knelt, proclaiming, "Lord Ning Chuan, I am willing to give my life for you." Ning Chuan chuckled. "Take me to Blue Yi City." Shilin was visibly taken aback, a shiver running down his spine as though Blue Yi City were more terrifying than the orcs themselves. He hesitated. "Lord Ning Chuan, do you intend to assist in repelling the orc vanguard?" Ning Chuan nodded. Shilin bit his lip and urged, "But Viscount Lant will not listen to you." A group of rangers had come previously with news of the impending orc attack, urging him to seek help, yet they were captured instead. Ning Chuan smiled, tilting his head slightly. "Why should I care if he listens?" Shilin looked puzzled. Ning Chuan stood and walked towards the cave entrance, his voice echoing softly, "If he disobeys, we shall simply find someone who will heed our call." Shilin, to solve problems, one must look at their essence. Shilin's heart raced, and a deeper sense of reverence blossomed in his gaze. Lord Ning Chuan's consistent kindness had nearly made him forget that he was, after all, a sorcerer. Blue Yi City was filled with emaciated commoners, their tattered clothing and vacant expressions a testament to their plight. Meanwhile, the Lord's estate was a stark contrast, alive with laughter and revelry echoing from the banquet hall. The rotund and jovial Viscount Lant occupied the head of the table, surrounded by nobles and officials from Blue Flame City, all of whom wore expressions of opulence, starkly contrasting with the commoners in the city. With a cheerful laugh, Lant clapped his hands together. "Gentlemen, I have prepared a splendid program for you today." A myriad of gazes were drawn towards him, and compliments filled the air. "Indeed, Viscount Lant is a most enthusiastic lord. We eagerly anticipate your presentation." The flesh on Lant's face quivered with mirth as he clapped once more. Immediately, guards approached, bearing a massive dining table, peculiar in design, adorned with an array of silver cutlery, yet at its center was a hollowed space, shaped like a human form. A collective gasp echoed as realization dawned upon them. A human feast. With a chuckle, Viscount Lant patted his head. "Oh, how could I almost forget the main ingredient?" As his words settled, a stunning young maiden, bound tightly, was thrust forward. Her form, accentuated by snug leather armor, revealed her as a ranger. Though her eyes burned with hatred, behold, what a breathtaking work of art. A true gift from the Creator. He tore the cloth from her mouth. The maiden, Nika, unleashed a torrent of curses that resonated throughout the hall. "Lant, you hellbound beast. We risked our lives to bring you news, and you have the audacity to slay my companions. When the orcs come, prepare to meet your doom." Lant erupted into laughter. "Did you hear that? She claims the orcs are coming. Does she not know that 300 years ago, those wretched orcs were banished to the far western wastelands? It's quite possible they no longer exist." His laughter was so hearty that tears streamed down his cheeks, and the gentlemen joined in uproarious laughter. Everyone was aware that the once defensive Blue Flame City was now merely a facade. Otherwise, Lant would not have chosen to acquire land here. "Now, my dear Ranger Maiden, allow the generous and kind Viscount Lant to grant you an opportunity, a chance to express your final wish. The delicacy you possess is becoming quite irresistible." Lant's eyes glimmered with a predatory light as he wiped away saliva. Nika, gazing at the distant table and the incessant sounds of greedy swallowing, felt her hatred morphing into despair. The thought of the horrific fate awaiting her filled her with dread. "You shall rot in hell." Lant laughed heartily. "Beautiful maiden, as you wish. I shall certainly descend into hell, but only after my demise." The room erupted into laughter once more. Nika's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her heart consumed by fear and despair. At that moment, a clear voice pierced through the cacophony of laughter. "Excuse me, who wishes to descend into hell?" The assembly fell into stunned silence, collectively turning to the entrance. Two young men had appeared, seemingly having materialized from thin air. The leading youth wore a gentle smile. It was he who had spoken. Chapter 39, The Sorcerer from Hell. Viscount Lant simmered with irritation, perplexed as to how his guards had allowed two unknown individuals to brazenly enter the Lord's manor. However, upon catching sight of Ning Chuan's striking visage, his eyes widened instinctively, and he swallowed hard. A mocking grin spread across his chubby face. "Did I say that? How curious. Do you wish to fulfill my desire?" As he gestured, guards wielding massive swords encircled them. Nika, the ranger maiden, closed her eyes in despair, having initially thought they were her saviors, only to realize they might merely share in her suffering. Yet, the calm voice of the handsome youth continued, "It is the first time I have heard such a wish. It must be granted." Nika sighed inwardly but soon froze, for she sensed a wave of gasps around her, filled with palpable fear and horror. Instinctively, she opened her eyes, her pupils contracting in shock. Surrounding the handsome youth were dark, swirling orbs, from which emerged skeletal warriors exuding an aura of death. All eyes turned in terror toward Ning Chuan. The previously composed Viscount Lant was rendered speechless, followed by piercing cries of fear. "A sorcerer. He is a sorcerer from hell, summoning the undead, utterly malevolent." The term sorcerer evoked images of power, wickedness, and brutality. The sight of this sorcerer commanding the undead sent shivers down everyone's spines, particularly Lant's, who regretted his earlier flippant remarks. Trembling, Lant stammered, "Mysterious sorcerer, I beg your forgiveness for my previous rudeness." Ning Chuan smiled. "No, you are quite polite." With a wave of his hand, the skeletal warriors surged forward. Beside him, Shilin stood in stunned silence, encircled by the skeletal horde, feeling the overwhelming strength of the undead. "Stop him. Kill that sorcerer," Lant bellowed. The guards, paralyzed by terror, hesitated. 100 gold coins to whoever slays the sorcerer. In an instant, greed ignited in the guards' eyes, and they charged at the skeletons. However, they grossly overestimated their own strength. Most guards were around level 100, with only a couple of leaders at level 120. Even with a numerical advantage, the skeletons, boasting nearly 4,000 in attributes, would soon demonstrate the true meaning of brutality. The sound of bone clubs striking flesh echoed as guards were crushed into paste without the need for skeleton archers or mages. Their weapons merely left shallow scratches upon the bones. The current skeletons were far too overpowering. The cries of the guards filled the air as their greed was swiftly replaced by terror. The noble gentleman recoiled in horror, but to no avail. The skeletons showed no mercy. The hall transformed into a gruesome slaughterhouse. Nika stared, dazed, at Ning Chuan's smiling face, a chill running down her spine as she dared not meet his gaze. While the gruesome fate of the loathsome nobles brought her a sense of satisfaction, Ning Chuan inspired a profound awe within her. Shilin quietly untied Nika's bindings and whispered, "Ranger, Lord Ning Chuan is not a villain. He has come to save Blue Flame City." Nika's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that this malevolent sorcerer possessed such benevolence? Finally, the carnage came to an end. The hall was left with only Ning Chuan, Shilin, and Nika, while Lant trembled in a corner, an unknown liquid seeping from his trousers, eliciting frowns from onlookers. "Great wizard. I was wrong. I would gladly offer all my treasures to you, merely begging for your mercy to spare my life." The grim scene around him rendered Lant speechless with terror. He crawled and rolled in a desperate plea for Ning Chuan's forgiveness. The hollow eye sockets of the small skeleton fixed upon him, freezing his every movement in place. Ning Chuan's faint laughter echoed, "Viscount Lant, I have no need of your treasures. I simply require your assistance with a certain matter." Lant seemed to clutch at the last straw of hope. "Great wizard, just say the word, just say the word." Ning Chuan paid him no heed, allowing a small skeleton to pull him up. Turning towards Nika, he inquired, "Your name is Nika, correct? Would you be interested in helping me fend off the orcs?" The girl displayed commendable strength, possessing the prowess of a level 120 elite monster. Ning Chuan surmised that these rangers were naively trusting in Lant, which led to their easy downfall. Having listened to Shilin's whispered explanation, Nika knelt on one knee, her face a mask of reverence. "I am willing to serve the great wizard." Ning Chuan's smile widened. "Excellent. You and Shilin must gather all the townsfolk in the square. I have matters to attend to. Shilin, ensure to bring along those who were close to Viscount Lant. My servants will assist you." The two promptly accepted their orders. Moments later, the residents of the town were summoned to the square. To be frank, many harbored grievances, suspecting that Viscount Lant would find yet another way to amuse himself at their expense. However, when they arrived at the square, they were left utterly dumbfounded. They were shocked to discover that the once lofty Viscount Lant was now hanging from the gallows. Not only Lant, but beside him knelt a line of prominent figures who usually held themselves in high regard. There was the book commissioner Jason. The head of the Gem Merchants Guild was also present, And that was the captain of the city lord's guards? Moreover, they soon noticed that behind these dignitaries loomed terrifying skeleton monsters, eerily silent. The residents of Blue Flame City were struck dumb, bewildered by the unfolding events. Confusion and fear began to spread through the crowd until Ning Chuan spoke slowly. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ning Chuan, a wizard from the distant east." His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly, instinctively silencing the townsfolk as they gazed upon his striking figure with a mix of awe. A wizard. Such an entity is synonymous with power and mystery. Many wizards are known for their tempestuous tempers. Had Viscount Lant offended this great wizard? This thought naturally arose in the minds of the crowd, their eyes gradually alight with excitement. Ning Chuan continued, "I have gathered you here for two reasons. The first is that, effective immediately, I shall be the one to govern Blue Flame City. However, I am faced with a minor dilemma. I require capable individuals, not fools. Thus, I need your assistance in discerning the fate that awaits these individuals. It shall be determined by you." A gentle smile adorned Ning Chuan's face. Yet his words sent shivers through the crowd. The first decree was to seize control of Blue Flame City. Ning Chuan had no desire to contend with laggards while battling the orcs. It was imperative to eliminate those who needed to be purged. Viscount Lant began to writhe violently. His last flicker of hope extinguished, despair flooding his eyes. Meanwhile, the townsfolk felt their rage swell, memories of past oppression and torment surging forth, causing their breaths to grow heavy. One bold soul dared to ask, "Great wizard, can you truly do anything?" Ning Chuan smiled and waved his hand. A small skeleton presented a dagger to the speaker. Trembling, the individual accepted the dagger, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Lant, you beast! You abducted my daughter. You shall die?" With that, he lunged forward, driving the dagger into Lant's chest. Blood gushed forth, igniting the simmering hatred within the crowd. One by one, they surged toward the once mighty figures who had oppressed them, the scene devolving into chaos and bloodshed. Lant, as he desired, met his infernal reckoning. Chapter 40. Unexpected gains. The bloody and frenzied spectacle did not last long. Ning Chuan observed quietly, reflecting on how the more frenzied the people became, the more evident their prior oppression had been. Utilizing the lives of scoundrels like Lant to win the people's hearts was undoubtedly a twofold victory. This had been his plan all along. Collaborating with someone like Lant was out of the question. Not only would it weigh on Ning Chuan's conscience, but he would also have to constantly guard against Lant's sabotage, an unnecessary endeavor. Now, Blue Flame City was entirely within Ning Chuan's grasp. The likelihood of successfully completing his task had significantly increased. The gratitude and reverence gleaming in the eyes of the townsfolk as they looked upon Ning Chuan indicated that his plan had been remarkably successful. At that moment, Ning Chuan was not perceived as a malevolent wizard, but rather as a savior. Even the fearsome skeleton warriors appeared strangely amiable. "We thank you, great wizard, for taking charge." The populace, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt before him, tears streaming down some faces. Ning Chuan nodded slightly. These individuals still retained their reason, refraining from the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Shalene had been vigilantly observing from the side, well acquainted with the situation in the city. Shalene and Nika exchanged glances, each recognizing the fervor and admiration reflected in the other's eyes. Ning Chuan's actions ignited a profound respect within them. At this moment, Ning Chuan's prestige soared to unprecedented heights. Seizing the opportunity, he addressed the crowd once more. "The second matter at hand is that the orcs are poised to attack Blue Flame City, and reinforcements will not arrive for 2 days. I require the assistance of all of you." At this pronouncement, the crowd erupted in murmurs. Memories of the orcs, steeped in horror, surged forth, their eyes filled with growing trepidation. These were formidable creatures, known to devour humans, ruthless and savage. It had taken the Imperial Expeditionary Forces decades to drive the orcs away, and now they were poised to return? Shalene stepped forward, declaring, "What Lord Ning Chuan says is true. I encountered an orc attack in the wasteland, and it was Lord Ning Chuan who rescued me. Now, our Lord seeks to save Blue Flame City. We must band together and assist him in our own salvation." His voice rang out with passionate fervor, instantly invigorating the residents of Blue Flame City. Self-salvation. We must self-save. Fear was of no use. Moreover, with such a powerful wizard among them, it was not impossible to defend their home. At this juncture, they had no alternative. One and all, they knelt in unison, respectfully imploring, "Please, great wizard, save us." A smile danced in Ning Chuan's eyes. At this moment, he had achieved all his objectives. His Ascension task was to preserve the spark of humanity. Should these individuals disregard his commands and act recklessly, it would undoubtedly lead to disastrous consequences, possibly even counterproductive effects. Though he possesses the strength to fight alone, he cannot monitor so many people simultaneously. If the orcs were to launch an assault and these individuals panicked, rushing out of the city to meet their demise, Ning Chuan would find himself in a state of despair. Presently, leveraging the prestige gained from slaying Viscount Randy, Ning Chuan has secured the willingness of all to follow him, effectively mitigating such a scenario. "Excellent. There is no need for concern. I shall stand with you." Ning Chuan's voice resonated with a mystical power. gradually uplifting the spirits of all present. At this moment, the elderly, women, and children were gathered within the city, while the able-bodied men donned armor and prepared to defend the walls, resolutely determined to prevent a single orc from breaching the gates. A chorus of shouts erupted. Not a single orc shall enter the city. The gazes directed at Ning Chuan were akin to those of worshippers beholding a savior. Shilin and Nika observed Ning Chuan before them, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Ning Chuan turned his head. Shilin, please tally the number of people within the city and ensure the elderly, women, and children are securely hidden. If food supplies are insufficient, retrieve provisions from the Lord's manor. Is that acceptable? Furthermore, disseminate the message, ignite the signal, and urge those still in the wilderness to seek refuge within the city. Shilin was overwhelmed with excitement. He had never imagined he would participate in such a monumental endeavor. His face flushed with exhilaration. Yes, Lord Ning Chuan. Nika gazed at Ning Chuan with eager anticipation, as if inquiring, what about me? Ning Chuan smiled gently. Nika, I trust very few, and I need you to immediately organize a guard squad, gathering all those capable of fighting within the city. Is that feasible? The young girl nodded vigorously. In that moment, Ning Chuan radiated an aura of brilliance in her eyes. Lord Ning Chuan, I have 2 companions imprisoned in the Lord's manor. Their abilities are on par with mine. May I enlist their aid? Ning Chuan nodded with a smile. Of course, that is splendid news. Given the uncertainty regarding the orc strength, every additional fighter counts. Nika turned and departed. In an instant, the entire city of Lanyue began to operate at a frenetic pace. With the removal of the malignant Viscount Ranty, the common folk felt a renewed sense of hope. Although the impending orc assault instilled a degree of fear, Ning Chuan's presence served as a soothing balm for their anxieties. They believed that as long as they followed Lord Ning Chuan, they could withstand the orc onslaught. Upon the city walls, years of neglect had rendered the once formidable fortifications cracked and decayed. Craftsmen within the city were urgently repairing the damage with wooden planks and blue stones. A middle-aged man with a bushy beard beside Nika could not suppress his disdain. Cursed Randy. If it weren't for him, how could we find ourselves in such a precarious position? A beautiful young archer beside him nodded in agreement, then expressed her relief. Thank goodness for Lord Ning Chuan, otherwise, Lanyue City would surely descend into chaos. These 2 were Nika's companions. The middle-aged man was Peterson, and the young woman was Anchi. Ning Chuan assessed their attributes, noting they were both around level 130, elite-class fighters. For typical Ascendant practitioners, they would serve as formidable allies. Even an SSS-class Prodigy would require the assistance of such rogues to achieve high accolades. Listening to their words, Ning Chuan replied nonchalantly, given the circumstances, we must exert every effort to endure for 2 days until reinforcements arrive. The group nodded in agreement. Nika looked at Ning Chuan, suddenly resolute. She retrieved a piece of parchment from her pocket and respectfully presented it to him. Lord Ning Chuan, this is a manuscript on sorcery that I obtained during a previous adventure. I hope it may prove beneficial to you. In the face of impending conflict, every ounce of power is invaluable. Furthermore, it is widely acknowledged that during this defense against the orc attack, Ning Chuan is undeniably the linchpin. The enigmatic sorcerer, whose limits remain shrouded in mystery, drew the curiosity of all present. Ning Chuan, equally intrigued and expectant, accepted the parchment. He had not anticipated such a fortunate acquisition. The Federation's ascent to strength relies not only on the powers granted by the cosmic will, but also on the knowledge gleaned from diverse realms. Whether through ascendant realms or secret domains, each is a tangible world with its own civilization. And now, Nika's gift to Ning Chuan embodies the sorcerer's powers of this world. Log. Acquired a mysterious sorcerer's manuscript. Chapter 41. Lord Ning Chuan is invincible. Ning Chuan gently opened the sorcerer's manuscript. The cosmic will having automatically translated the text into a language he comprehended. His eyes widened in astonishment. The manuscript detailed the sorcerer's experimental logs, encompassing techniques such as dissection, suturing, and grafting. No wonder they speak of wicked sorcerers. Such human experimentation indeed bears a sinister air. Closing the manuscript, Ning Chuan felt a mix of emotions. Yet, there was also a glimmer of joy. He found this manuscript to be of great utility, albeit not immediately. After dedicating time to digest its theories and blending them with his own powers, he could potentially unlock a formidable spell. Indeed, spells can be self-realized beyond mere awakening or skill acquisition. However, this necessitates profound theoretical knowledge. This is also one of the purposes behind the Federation's 9-year compulsory education and the establishment of practitioner universities. I am truly fond of your gift. Thank you for your generosity, Miss Nika. Ning Chuan inclined his head slightly. Nika's face flushed with embarrassment. It is my honor to assist Lord Ning Chuan. She could hardly meet his gaze, feeling that Ning Chuan radiated an overwhelming charm. Peterson and Anchi exchanged knowing smiles at this scene. What girl would not be enamored by such a young, handsome, and powerful sorcerer like Ning Chuan? They had heard the tales of his timely arrival that rescued Nika, further fueling the fires of imagination. Ning Chuan shook his head with a soft chuckle. glancing at the countdown on his interface, his expression growing solemn. The time remaining in this secret realm had dwindled to less than 42 hours. The orcs were drawing near, as time slowly slipped away. The trio of seasoned rogues finally assembled a guard squad of 300, the majority of whom were below level 100. With only a handful possessing the capability to confront the orcs single-handedly. The orcs had long since vanished, and Lanua City had become a neglected outpost of the Empire, with powerful soldiers and knights having departed, leaving it vulnerable to Ranti's tyranny. Nevertheless, Ning Chuan had never placed his hopes on them. All he required was for these individuals to keep an eye on the orcs and prevent them from sneaking into the city. Shalene had relayed the message that all citizens had been safely settled. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The sky had become overcast, casting a shadow of unease over everyone. Suddenly, a haunting clarion call echoed from afar, sending a shiver through the artisans diligently mending the city walls, their eyes betraying a flicker of terror. "Return at once," bellowed Peterson. The craftsmen scrambled hastily, scaling the ropes with urgency, their gazes fixated on the horizon. A dark line emerged with astonishing momentum from the distant skyline, racing towards Blue Flame City. The palpable malevolence emanating from it was unmistakable, even from this distance. Some guards had begun to tremble uncontrollably, and even Nika and her companions wore expressions of grave concern. The ferocity and might of the orcs were well known. Some glanced furtively at Ning Chuan. Had his visage not remained composed, many would have succumbed to sheer panic. "At least 1,000. And this is merely the vanguard of the orcs," Peterson stated gravely. Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. His mental acuity was unparalleled, allowing him to discern the advancing horde more clearly. Fierce orcs crawling forward, utilizing hands and feet with remarkable speed. Their formidable physiques, terrifying strength, and astonishing velocity rendered them formidable foes. Their only deficit compared to humans might be their intellect. As the orcs drew nearer, the oppressive atmosphere intensified. At least 300 of them were above level 100, including dozens of elite foes. Assault Orc Elite, level 140 Strength, 1504 Constitution, 1632 Spirit, 342 Agility, 1359 Skills, Orc Martial Arts. Though the attributes of a level 140 Assault Orc appeared inferior to those of Ning Chuan's skeletons, the latter were mere zero-tier undead, while the Assault Orcs were first-tier beings. Imbued with tiered superiority, one small skeleton could at best withstand a single Assault Orc. Ning Chuan understood that action was imperative, otherwise the Orcish presence alone could sap the morale of these hastily assembled guards. "My servants, slaughtering orcs is your inherent duty." A mysterious whisper resonated across the battlements. One by one, the skeletons, suffused with the essence of death, emerged from the shadowy circles, revitalizing the spirits of all present. They turned to witness two skeletal mages brandishing their staffs, casting silent incantations. In the next instant, two massive, dark crimson fireballs erupted amidst the orc ranks. Boom! Flames blossomed like fireworks, and Orcish wails filled the air. The shockwave swept through, reducing orcs to ashes while others writhed on the ground. "Orcs are not to be feared." Ning Chuan's calm yet resolute voice rang out, igniting fervent zeal in the eyes of all. They beheld the devastation befalling the orcs. In that moment, terror dissipated. Peterson roared towards the heavens. "Kill!" The guards erupted with excitement. "Kill!" Their eyes ablaze, they drew their longbows, unleashing a relentless barrage. A smile graced Ning Chuan's lips. If the orc vanguard faltered, the subsequent encounters would be moot. He did not believe that simply defeating these 1,000 orcs would suffice to fulfill the task. That would be far too simplistic. Ning Chuan divided his 24 skeletons into two equal squads. One team leapt from the battlements, fearlessly charging towards the orcs. The skeletal mages continuously unleashed fireballs, while the skeletal archers' corrosive arrows pierced through Orcish skulls. Each blow from the small skeletons resulted in the shattering of an orc's head. The skeleton's might was laid bare before all for the first time. Peterson and his companions stood agape, realizing just how formidable Ning Chuan's skeletal warriors truly were. They feared they could scarcely contend with even a single one of the skeleton warriors. Their gazes upon Ning Chuan grew increasingly awestruck. Spirits soared among all. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan was equally pleased. Log, small skeleton perished. The talent Necromancer's Dominion activates. Your strength 3, agility 2, constitution 3, spirit 4. Log, small skeleton perished. The talent Necromancer's Dominion activates. Your strength 5, agility 3, constitution 2, spirit 2. With each fallen small skeleton, a continuous stream of attribute enhancements flowed to him. After dividing into two teams, a seamless 10-minute interval ensured that skeletons remained engaged in battle throughout. The carnage persisted. The skeletons formed an unyielding wall of bone. Standing firm against the Orcish vanguard, the guards merely needed to hide behind and safely shoot arrows, reaping the lives of countless orcs. However, the orcs were not inclined to remain passive. After losing hundreds of their ranks, the orc vanguard finally mobilized. Following a brief period of chaos, a throng of brawny assault orcs, each towering over 2 meters, converged and charged towards the skeletons. Their numbers exceeded the skeletons by at least double. In an instant, the expressions of all changed. For in that moment, only 12 skeletons remained on the battlefield, while the assault orcs numbered over 30. Based on prior experiences, the skeletal warriors were unlikely to withstand this onslaught. Worse still, not a single backup skeleton remained beside Ning Chuan. Nika and the others felt their hearts race uncontrollably. They had already discerned that Ning Chuan's ability to summon skeletons came with a time interval. Now, the orcs had evidently grasped this pattern and aimed to exploit this window to storm the city. Damnable skeletons, perish! Growled the guttural voices of the assault orcs, resembling the roars of beasts. The assault orcs charged fearlessly, ignoring fireballs and corrosive arrows, even when gravely wounded or facing death. They pressed on with fervor to eliminate the skeletons before them. Before the horrified gazes of Nika and her companions, the skeletons fell one by one. Although they took down a dozen assault orcs in the process, the remaining assault orcs, alongside hundreds of their kin, constituted an overwhelmingly potent force. With the skeletal warriors no longer obstructing them, it now meant that they would engage in close-quarters combat with the orcs. The orcs raised their voices in a fierce chorus, annihilate them, devour them. The malevolent glares from the orcs rendered the faces of all pale. The orcs had reached the base of the battlements. Peterson drew his sword and shouted, "Brothers, Lord Ning Chuan has done enough. Now, it is our turn to buy time for Lord Ning Chuan." They all understood that as long as they could hold out until Lord Ning Chuan summoned powerful skeletal warriors once more, the pressure could be alleviated. The crowd erupted in unison, "Buy time for Lord Ning Chuan." Even Nika and Anshi displayed unwavering resolve in their eyes. United, they were determined to face death. They recognized the orcs' ferocity and understood that once they breached the city and entered into a melee, none could guarantee their own survival. However, Ning Chuan would undeniably not permit such an occurrence. Preserving the spark of humanity is essential for enhancing the completion of the mission. As long as he possesses the strength, he will not allow these individuals to step into peril. Their role is merely to stay back and shoot arrows. For the sake of his own advancement evaluation, he is willing to play the role of a caretaker. For now, there is no need for you to exert yourselves. Ning Chuan's calm words resonated. Everyone was taken aback, their gazes instinctively turning towards him, their eyes widening in astonishment. Unbeknownst to them, Ning Chuan had gracefully descended from the city walls, strolling leisurely as if he were not in a treacherous battlefield, but rather in the tranquility of his own garden. The fierce and brutal gazes of the orcs were fixated upon him. Though their intellect was limited, they understood that it was this human who had summoned those skeletal monstrosities, resulting in their grievous losses. Now, witnessing this audacious human stepping into the fray, they all exhibited a glint of ferocity in their eyes. "Kill this human. I want to feast upon him. His flesh must be exquisitely delectable." The assaulting orcs had encircled Ning Chuan. Bai's son, Nika, and the others were filled with anxiety. My lord Ning Chuan. They could not allow him to face the orc horde alone. Yet, in the next moment, their movements came to an abrupt halt, their eyes widening in disbelief. As Ning Chuan took a step, pale flames erupted from him in a sudden surge, transforming into a fiery canopy. Even from a distance, they could sense the terrifying heat emanating from it. The fireballs of the skeletal mages paled in comparison. The nearby assaulting orcs, upon witnessing this, were overcome with dread. The once fierce expressions morphed into sheer panic. In the midst of the crowd's astonished gazes, the pale flames surged forth like a tempest, enveloping all the orcs ahead. With a staggering mental attribute exceeding 20,000, Ning Chuan's power was unfathomably terrifying. What does this signify? One force capable of shattering myriad spells, even with tiered suppression. A spell powered by a mental attribute of 20,000 is beyond the means of these first-tier elite monsters to withstand. The terrifying necromantic flames scorched the orcs, and their anguished wails echoed before the gates of Lanyuan City, as one after another, the orcs were reduced to ashes, utterly devoid of the capacity for retaliation. Moreover, at Ning Chuan's side, bone spears continuously took shape, piercing through the fleeing assaulting orcs with astonishing might. The once formidable assaulting orcs had now become feeble playthings. Fear filled the eyes of the orcs. They could never have anticipated that, compared to those powerful skeletons, this human was the true embodiment of terror. Ning Chuan unleashed his power with reckless abandon, exhilarated. Previously, while dealing with the goblin manor, he had to exercise caution not to slay the silver goblins, but now, such concerns were unnecessary. Endless flames devoured everything in their path. The orcs fled desperately, until at last, Ning Chuan ceased his slaughter only upon summoning forth more skeletons. He did not wish to exhaust himself further. With a nonchalant turn, he departed. At this moment, the battlements of Lanyuan City lay shrouded in silence. All gazes were fixed upon Ning Chuan, their pupils wide with astonishment. They too had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of his power. They had thought the skeletal warriors were formidable enough, but now it was evident that Lord Ning Chuan himself was the most terrifying of all. Ning Chuan flashed a smile. I have stated before, orcs are not to be feared. This simple declaration struck at the very core of their beings. The shock in everyone's eyes transformed into fervent admiration. As cheers resounded throughout Lanyue City, Lord Ning Chuan is invincible. Lord Ning Chuan is invincible. Chapter 42, The Reward for the First Phase. The waves of jubilant cheers echoed atop Lanyue City, as grateful and adoring gazes were cast towards Ning Chuan, akin to that of a savior. At this moment, Ning Chuan was perceived as invincible in their hearts. The morale of the crowd soared to unprecedented heights. Ning Chuan's actions had demonstrated that orcs were not to be feared. Nika and her companions were utterly mesmerized, initially prepared to risk everything to summon skeletal warriors for Ning Chuan to buy time. However, they never expected that in an instant, Ning Chuan would unleash his formidable prowess, directly annihilating all the assaulting orcs. Watching the orcs collapse and flee, Nika was left speechless with excitement. "My lord, you are truly extraordinary." Her beautiful eyes sparkled with adoration. Bai's son and Enshi regarded him with increasing reverence, being more worldly wise. They recognized that Ning Chuan's display suggested he was undoubtedly a paragon among wizards. Amidst the adoring glances, Ning Chuan merely smiled faintly. He calmly observed the skeletons continuing their massacre of the remaining orcs, while Bai's son and the others organized their counterattack. With the threat of the assaulting orcs neutralized, the remaining ordinary orcs, though still strong, fell well within the capabilities of the group. Moreover, with the skeletons leading the charge, they would incur minimal losses. Ning Chuan did not need to ensure the safety of everyone. After all, how could war be devoid of casualties? He was not a deity. As long as he kept it within a manageable scope, that sufficed. Once he confirmed there were no issues, Ning Chuan lowered his head to assess his recent gains. Having slain so many assaulting orcs, a plethora of precious materials, items, and equipment had dropped. Although most of them were temporarily unusable for him, there were still pleasant surprises. For instance, he now toyed with a vial of green liquid, Orc Berserker Potion. Consuming this potion significantly enhances strength, constitution, and agility. But it will reduce sanity to some extent. Undoubtedly, this is an exceedingly rare item. Despite its side effect of diminishing sanity, its merits far outweigh the flaws. In certain situations, this could indeed serve as a game changer, especially for Ning Chuan, whose attributes of strength, constitution, and agility were already remarkably high. Consuming this potion would undoubtedly maximize its effects. Whether for personal use or trade, it was quite advantageous. In addition to the Orc Berserker Potion, there was also a skill book, Touch of Shadows. Control shadows to form tendrils that can bind enemies. Ning Chuan's eyes sparkled with delight. This was a control-type skill book, and it was one he could utilize. Without a moment's hesitation, he learned it immediately. He has never been stingy when it comes to enhancing his own strength. Otherwise, what purpose would all these resources serve? Becoming stronger is the ultimate goal. Ning Chuan felt immensely pleased. Truly, this Ascension secret realm offered generous rewards. In other realms, even those of nightmare level, it would take him dozens of attempts to hope for such items to emerge. He gazed out upon the battlefield as time flowed onward. The orc vanguards have utterly collapsed, with only a small faction fleeing towards the wilderness. Ning Chuan chose not to pursue them. A mere handful of orcs would not significantly alter the situation, and pursuing them might lead to an ambush, which could endanger his guards. While he was unafraid, he did not wish for his troops to suffer a total loss. At that moment, fervent gazes filled with reverence were directed towards Ning Chuan, as if they were entranced. Such formidable and ferocious orcs had been repelled by them. Moreover, they had suffered almost no casualties. The mere thought of it was astonishing. Initially, they believed that even if they could hold their ground, it would come at the cost of many lives. Yet the reality was entirely different from their expectations. They knew the reason behind this. Ning Chuan. Cheers erupted, echoing into the heavens. Lord Ning Chuan. Lord Ning Chuan. Each cheer was imbued with their respect and admiration for him. It was fair to say that from this moment forth, Ning Chuan had completely conquered their hearts. Even if he commanded them to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the orcs, they would not harbor a trace of fear. The news swiftly reached the city. The residents of Lanyue City, who had been anxiously awaiting the outcome, were overwhelmed with joy, many of them shedding tears and kneeling in the direction of Ning Chuan. He had become a godlike figure in their hearts. First, he had eradicated the malignant presence of Viscount Lant, and then he had led them to repel the orcs, rescuing them from despair. The admiration in Shilin's eyes was palpable. Reflecting on all he had experienced, it felt like a dream. He had resolved to write a book chronicling all his interactions with Lord Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan allowed the crowd to express their emotions. In times of war, a proper release is essential. However, they could not afford to be complacent. At that moment, the sun was setting. Once the cheers subsided, Ning Chuan addressed the excited Peterson and others, saying, "We cannot fully relax just yet. This was merely the orc vanguard. Tomorrow will bring an even tougher battle." The crowd stiffened at his words. Today's orc vanguard had proven formidable. It was unfathomable what horrors the main orc army would bring. Yet, there was no trace of fear in their eyes. "With you, Lord Ning Chuan, there is no cause for concern. As long as you stand with us, we fear nothing." Peterson knelt on one knee, solemnly pledging his allegiance. The eyes of those present were filled with fervor. Previously, they might have been anxious, but now, they viewed it merely as another battle. Death was the worst that could happen. The guards had grown significantly after their skirmish with the orc vanguards. Many were excitedly discussing how many orcs they had slain that day, their previously latent bravery now evident. Ning Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, these individuals were not entirely hopeless. Stay vigilant tonight to prevent a nocturnal orc raid, he instructed before departing. Although orcs lacked cunning, the strategies from the former Xia kingdom still instilled a primal caution within him. Yes, Lord Ning Chuan. As night fell, Ning Chuan rested in the Lord's manor. The battles against the orc vanguards had taken their toll, with his skeletal allies falling numerous times. While his mental fortitude could withstand it, he needed to maintain ample energy to remain in peak condition. With his speed, he could swiftly respond to any disturbance beyond the city walls. Time passed quietly. Fortunately, all remained peaceful. The orcs did not opt for a night raid, until the time remaining on the panel transformed into 24 hours. The cosmic will descended with a resounding presence. Ning Chuan opened his eyes in surprise. If he was not mistaken, the first phase of the Ascension task had been completed, and the rewards were here. Chapter 43, 300 versus 10,000. Indeed, as Ning Chuan's thoughts arose, a stream of information appeared in his mind. First phase of the Ascension task completed, with an exceptionally high completion rate. Reward, perfect grade equipment, falling star robe, and a first-tier large magic array, frost hand defense. The excitement in Ning Chuan's eyes intensified. First and foremost, the reward was the equipment, the falling star robe. Not only was it of perfect grade, but crucially, it was a first-tier robe. Although Ning Chuan could not utilize it at present, he would be able to don it immediately upon completing the Ascension task. Falling star robe, bound. Tier, first. Quality, perfect. Attributes, spirit 400, constitution 150. Additional effects, mana recovery 30, star affinity 20. Additional skill, meteor fall. Requirements, magic system. Undoubtedly, as a first-tier robe, it offered substantial attributes. The basic attribute bonuses alone were nearly 10 times that of the previous giant lizard robe. The accompanying skill, meteor fall, was also a powerful offensive spell. Without question, this falling star robe would stand out even among perfect grade equipment. He felt a surge of impatience. However, lacking the requisite tier, he could not rush it. Ning Chuan carefully stored the exquisite robe and turned his attention to the second reward, a first-tier large magic array. Moreover, it was a defensive type. What did this signify? Once Ning Chuan activated this frost hand magic array, he could envelop the entire Lanhua city. As long as the magic array remained unbreached, no one could infiltrate. Even a first-tier magic array of this caliber was exceedingly precious. It could even be said that the falling star robe was merely a trinket in comparison. The value of this magic array was at least several times that of the robe. A gleam of light flickered in Ning Chuan's eyes. One must admit, the rewards from the cosmic were thought-provoking. In a sense, this was already presenting a choice. Having completed the task to this extent, the evaluator merely needed to retreat with a portion of the elite while using the remaining inhabitants to draw fire, thereby preserving a significant part of the spark. The final evaluation would undoubtedly not fall below SSS rank. Furthermore, they would receive such a precious large magic array as a reward. For an average SSS level genius, this would undoubtedly be the optimal solution. After all, despite Ning Chuan's seemingly effortless slaughter today, many SSS level geniuses might not even be able to complete the first phase of the defense. The orc assaults appeared fragile only in Ning Chuan's hands. In reality, it was quite commendable for an SSS level genius to handle even one or two. However, there was another option, to continue holding Lanhua City. If they successfully awaited reinforcements, the remaining sparks would be even greater. Thus, the final evaluation would undoubtedly surpass SSS rank, and the rewards would be immensely abundant. Yet, the challenges involved were starkly evident. Not only would the orc numbers surpass today's vanguard, but their quality would exceed it as well. Ning Chuan could almost foresee the emergence of a first-tier boss. Hence, the Cosmic will rewarded him with this first-tier defensive magic array. It can be employed to assist in the defense of the city. This point indirectly attests to the forthcoming challenges of safeguarding the fortress. Should one withdraw with rewards in hand, or continue to gamble recklessly? For others, such a dilemma might warrant deliberation. However, for Ning Chuan, there exists no room for hesitation. The choice is undoubtedly to persist in defending the city. Upon witnessing the rewards of the magical array, Ning Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. For him, the significance of this magical array transcends mere defense. If utilized aptly, it could potentially amplify his attributes once more. The allure of this prospect alone rendered refusal impossible. Moreover, the inhabitants of Blue Flame City are not mere NPCs, but rather living, breathing individuals. Abandoning the majority to flee is utterly unthinkable for Ning Chuan. The heartfelt calls of Lord Ning Chuan from the townsfolk further anchored his resolve to stand by them. The warriors of Blue Flame City have demonstrated today that they are not inept and helpless. Furthermore, Ning Chuan is not one to abandon his endeavors midway. Each correct decision fortifies his spirit, a lesson instilled in him by his father. He had adhered to this principle during his time in the novice realm, and he remains steadfast in this resolve now. Lord Ning Chuan, it is late. Please rest early. We shall promptly report any news to you. The melodious voice of Nika outside brought a faint smile to Ning Chuan's face. He knew his choice was justified. As dawn broke, the atmosphere in Blue Flame City grew tense once more. Yet, unlike yesterday, today as tension lacked the undercurrents of fear and dread. Ning Chuan walked through the streets, greeted by countless admiring gazes. To inspire fear requires immense power, but to earn respect demands not only strength, but also commendable virtue. Lord Ning Chuan. Angel on the city wall bowed respectfully. She was currently overseeing a rotation with a 100-man squad. This beautiful woman's eyes sparkled with longing. She vowed that had she been younger, akin to Nika, she would have pursued Ning Chuan fervently, disregarding all else. Ning Chuan nodded slightly, inquiring, "What is the situation?" Angel's expression turned serious as she dispelled distractions. "Last night, everything was in order, just as recorded by the Empire. The orcs feared the night and did not choose to assault the city under the cover of darkness. The scouts we dispatched returned with numerous survivors hiding in the wastelands, some expelled by the Viscount land, while others had wandered from elsewhere." Her tone grew grave. "According to their descriptions, this time the orcs are not merely playing, but seem genuinely intent on returning to contest the fertile central continent with the Empire. Blue Flame City is not the only city under threat. After 3 centuries of silence, the orcs have accumulated an immense reservoir of hatred and strength. This eruption will undoubtedly be earth-shattering." Listening to Angel's detailed account, Ning Chuan felt a pang of regret. Alas, there are matters far beyond his reach. It is not merely a question of capability, but rather, he is but a transient in this world, destined to depart after tomorrow. The only course of action left for him is to safeguard Blue Flame City. Did you just say that? According to the estimates of the survivors from the wastelands, the attacking orc forces may exceed 10,000. Angel's eyes were filled with gravity. Even from a fortified position, 300 versus 10,000 presents a staggering disparity. Indeed, and furthermore, it is said that the orcs have tamed a terrifying beast in the far western wasteland. Before Angel could finish, a deep, resonant tremor echoed from the distant horizon. Thud, thud, thud. It was as if the very heart of the earth was pulsating. All eyes were drawn toward the sound, and Angel's complexion instantly turned pale. Chapter 44. Steadfast on the fishing platform. The Mammoth. The reports from the survivors of the wasteland were indeed true. Angel's expression was grave. Ning Chuan also turned his gaze toward the source of the commotion, squinting slightly. There, on the horizon, a line of dark figures emerged, ferocious orcs in numbers tenfold greater than those of the previous day. This meant that the orc army attacking Blue Flame City today amounted to at least 10,000. Moreover, at the rear of the orc forces, there were monstrous creatures that had not appeared the day before. Ning Chuan beheld the towering mammoths, with their fearsome tusks and standing at a staggering 20 meters tall, precisely the beast that Angel had expressed concern over. Just from their sheer size, it was evident that these mammoths would serve as formidable siege engines. It was unfathomable to consider the devastation they could wreak upon the walls of Blue Flame City. No less than 10 such creatures were interspersed among the orc army. Mammoth, Elite. Level, 150. Strength, 5,000. Constitution, 4862. Spirit, 309. Agility, 316. Skills, War Tread, Death Charge. Observing the attributes of the mammoth, Ning Chuan could not help but adopt a serious demeanor. With a staggering strength and constitution of 5,000. Even when compared to bosses of the same level, this mammoth was no less formidable. It epitomized resilience. However, its weaknesses were glaringly apparent. The exceedingly low spirit and agility stats meant it could easily fall prey to kiting tactics, and its limited intelligence rendered it susceptible to enslavement. Yet, this did little to diminish the mammoth's ferocity, particularly in a siege scenario, where its prowess proved somewhat insurmountable. Immediately notify Peterson and the others to come and prepare for battle, Ning Chuan commanded in a low voice. Though he felt confident, he would not approach the situation carelessly. Understood. Angel inhaled deeply, suppressing her inner turmoil, her gaze resolute. With Lord Ning Chuan present, there was nothing to fear. In no time, the entire escort unit arrived rapidly. As they beheld the advancing orc army and the mammoths drawing closer, an unprecedented gravity filled their eyes, yet faced with an enemy far more terrifying than the day before. They felt no fear. It was solely because of the figure standing with hands clasped behind his back atop the city wall that instilled them with confidence and hope. At worst, they would perish. Having endured the bloody battle of yesterday, they had emerged with newfound fortitude. Ning Chuan nodded inwardly, then bellowed, "Prepare to fire." With that, dark orbs of light manifested beneath the city walls, and forth emerged an array of even more formidable skeletons. The skeletons that had perished in yesterday's battles had contributed to a surge in Ning Chuan's spirit attributes, increasing by over 1,000. In that moment, as the skeletons appeared, they charged fearlessly toward the orc army. The orcs advanced swiftly, some even riding colossal wolves, already closing in on them. Humans, open the gates and surrender, or we will slaughter you all. A menacing threat reverberated through the skies, yet not a single visage among the crowd betrayed any semblance of fear. Release. With a thunderous roar from Peterson, the guards unleashed a volley of arrows, mercilessly reaping the lives of countless orcs. Under the cover of this barrage, the skeletal warriors surged into the midst of the orc horde. 24 formidable skeletons, unrivaled by ordinary orcs, felled their foes beneath the onslaught of bone clubs and fireballs. Akin to deities slaying gods, particularly under Ning Chuan's command, their combat prowess surged beyond that of the previous day. However, it wasn't long before agile orc warriors responded, hastening to offer support. Among the 10,000 soldiers, the number of these elite orcs far exceeded that of the previous day, with a few even more powerful than before. Though the skeletons were indeed formidable, they ultimately succumbed to overwhelming numbers, perishing in the chaos. Nevertheless, Ning Chuan had not anticipated that 24 skeletons could hold back such a vast army. His intention was merely to utilize them to wear down the enemy forces. With their demise, they had at least taken with them over 100 orcs and 7 or 8 elite warriors. As he observed the approaching mammoth war elephants, he knew it was essential to deplete the orc strength before these siege engines reached the front line. As for Ning Chuan himself, he needed to conserve his own strength. Aware that the most formidable boss among the orc ranks had yet to reveal itself, it was wise to remain cautious in the face of uncertainty. Upon witnessing the fall of the skeletons, the orc army erupted into a deafening roar of triumph. Yet Peterson, Nika, and their comrades were no mere pawns. They unleashed arrows, oil, and boulders in unison. The warriors of Lanieching displayed unwavering resolve, understanding that they must buy time and energy for their master Ning Chuan before he intervened. They were also keenly aware that powerful entities lurked among the orcs, striving to delay Ning Chuan's intervention, thus increasing their chances of victory. At last, the ominous circle re-emerged, and one skeleton after another emerged from its depths. The morale of Lanieching soared, alleviating the immense pressure they had felt. Nonetheless, the advance of the orc army remained steadfast. After all, the skeletons were few in number, and the 10-minute interval had proven fatal. Following merely 3 waves of skeletons, the orc forces were already at the gates. Even the towering mammoth elephants had come into clear view, seemingly on the verge of charging. With a thunderous bellow, 10 mammoth elephants raised their front hooves high, ethereal lights shimmering across their massive forms, instilling terror in the hearts of all Lanieching warriors. The death charge was imminent. The orcs had already retreated, their eyes filled with anticipation as they awaited the elephants' assault. The ground trembled beneath them, and more critically, the mammoths bore thick hides. Arrows merely pierced their skin without inflicting any true harm. Even the fireballs from the skeletal mages only succeeded in delivering superficial wounds, yet the elephants continued their assault undeterred. Fearful gazes turned instinctively towards Ning Chuan, as the situation had escalated beyond their control. The sight of the approaching behemoths caused a palpable tension to grip their hearts. Should the mammoths charge unimpeded, the city walls would surely falter, allowing the orc army to surge within. Yet Ning Chuan remained composed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In the astonished gazes of those around him, he stepped forward and activated the reward he had previously acquired, the large defensive magic array. Frosty Grasp. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, as if boundless ice elements converged from the heavens. To Nika and her companions, a breathtaking azure hue began to illuminate and intensify before their very eyes. Then, amidst their astonishment, a colossal ice blue hand descended from the sky, enveloping all of Lanieching in its protective embrace. An unprecedented sense of security washed over the warriors, who had expected Ning Chuan to thwart the charging mammoths, but never anticipated such a monumental spectacle. Rest assured, with the protection of this frosty grasp, the orcs shall not breach our defenses. Focus on regaining your strength. Ning Chuan's calm voice resonated, deepening the reverence in their gazes. Meanwhile, the mammoths charged forward with terrifying ferocity, akin to high-speed trains. Even with Ning Chuan's assurance, the warriors instinctively held their breath. Yet, contrary to expectations, the ground did not quake, nor did the heavens shatter. Instead, gentle ripples emanated from the edges of the azure hand, and the formidable mammoths were effortlessly repelled. The orcs, incredulous, unleashed a volley of arrows and javelins, but none could penetrate the ethereal blue barrier. Stunned, they stood frozen before erupting into thunderous cheers. All hail Lord Ning Chuan. At this crucial moment, it was Ning Chuan who had intervened to thwart these fearsome creatures of the wild. In the face of their adoration, Ning Chuan merely smiled, his eyes igniting with fervor and anticipation. The frosty grasp was not solely intended to repel the orc army. It presented an exceptional opportunity for him to enhance his own attributes. As the cooldown for communicating with the underworlds will concluded, Ning Chuan sprang into action. Dark circles materialized outside the city, and the skeletons re-emerged, launching another assault on the orc forces. The orcs, inflamed with fury, unleashed their wrath upon the skeletons before them. surging forth like a tidal wave. The 24 skeletons offered little resistance, succumbing after claiming a handful of orc lives. Log. The little skeleton has perished. The talent Necromancer's Dominion has activated. Your Strength 2, Agility 2, Constitution 2, Spirit 2. Log. The skeleton archer has perished. The talent Necromancer's Dominion has activated. Your Strength 30, Agility 30, Constitution 20, Spirit 20. Log. The skeleton mage has perished. The talent Necromancer's Dominion has activated. Your Strength 25, Agility 25, Constitution 25. Spirit 50. A chorus of delightful notifications resounded in Ning Chuan's ears, as his attributes surged with unwavering momentum. A profound smile lingered at the corners of his lips. The orcs once again launched a fierce assault on Blue Flame City. Even the mammoth giants drew back momentarily before charging anew. Yet, it was futile. Until the power of the Frost Hand was exhausted, they could never breach the city. As 10 minutes elapsed, the skeletal warriors re-emerged. The defenders of Blue Flame City brightened with renewed determination, each taking aim with their bows, eager to slay as many foes as possible rather than waiting for a close-quarters battle with the orcs. Ning Chuan, too, intermittently conjured forth the flames of the undead, seizing opportunities to eliminate a few orcs. After all, the orc horde was vast, and there were ample attributes to be gained. Before the power of the Frost Hand waned, he aimed to diminish the orc numbers as much as possible. Kill! Kill! The battlefield resonated with the low, guttural battle cries of the orcs. Nevertheless, the Frost Hand remained steadfast. The orcs left behind only a trail of corpses, achieving no substantial results. This stalemate persisted for 2 hours. Ning Chuan felt his internal power surge once more. Then, an unearthly roar emanated from the rear of the orc army. Subsequently, the common orcs retreated like a receding tide, while those at the back began bombarding the Frost Hand with ranged attacks, leaving only the mammoths and assault orcs to continue their onslaught. This clever maneuver raised Ning Chuan's eyebrows. Was this the ultimate boss among the orc horde? A glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. The orc boss clearly possessed considerable intelligence. Yet, Ning Chuan remained unperturbed. His intention in summoning the Frost Hand was not to slay the orcs. Stacking attributes was the priority. Otherwise, he could have easily halted the mammoths with his full strength. Presently, he was feigning weakness, creating an illusion for the lurking boss that his power was limited. Once he had accumulated sufficient attributes, he would spring a grand surprise. Ning Chuan summoned another batch of new skeletons. Now, with 24 skeletons, each casualty would yield a significant gain of 180 points in mental attributes. In just 2 short hours, his mental attributes had surged by over 1,000. The joy in Ning Chuan's eyes deepened. It could be said that the mere Frost Hand spell had rendered this ascension journey exceedingly worthwhile. As time trickled by, the sun gradually descended. Unbeknownst to them, the day had transformed from dawn to dusk, with the orcs intermittently resting to engage in a war of attrition. The warriors of Blue Flame City continuously rotated their ranks. The Frost Hand, once robust, now appeared increasingly ethereal, its power evidently waning. Ning Chuan stretched, feeling a sense of satisfaction, though he yearned for more. Nevertheless, it had been a splendid endeavor. Strength, 16,410, 20. Agility, 15,840, 80. Constitution, 16,240, 1734. Mental, 21,000, 4350. Beholding his soaring attributes, a broad smile spread across Ning Chuan's face. This time, he had struck a tremendous fortune. When factoring in equipment bonuses, his mental attributes had already surpassed 25,000. Such an extraordinary level was remarkable. He felt capable of defeating a considerable number of second-tier professionals. In other words, Ning Chuan was now capable of contending across 2 tiers. How terrifying! Even the once mighty demigod Wooding did not possess such formidable prowess. Were this news to spread, Ning Chuan would undoubtedly be safeguarded by the Federation, while countless others would wish for his demise. Ning Chuan slowly rose, immediately capturing the attention of those around him. The final battle was about to commence. His calm voice resonated, eliciting a stern reaction from Nika and Peterson, yet they exhibited no trace of fear. They had already sensed that the ethereal giant hand enveloping Blue Flame City had begun to fade, and the mammoth charge was causing the walls to tremble. Ning Chuan's words merely confirmed their apprehensions. However, they understood that Ning Chuan had accomplished more than enough. They need only endure for a while longer to witness ultimate victory. At that moment, as the sun sank lower, the orc army began to stir. A desolate roar intermingled with the sound of horns reverberated across the battlefield. Ning Chuan's eyes sparkled. It was happening. Chapter 46, Toys. Everyone tensed. With the emergence of that mournful roar, the once diminished mammoths suddenly displayed crimson in their colossal eyes. Their powerful front hooves were raised high before crashing down. The war trampled forth. Visible waves of force rippled toward Blue Flame City. Then, they launched a ferocious charge unlike any seen before. The terrifying momentum drained the color from the faces of those within Blue Flame City. They anticipated that the protective barrier set by Lord Ning Chuan might soon falter. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted as 10 mammoths were sent sprawling, some even having their tusks shattered. Yet, the hearts of the defenders held no joy, for a cacophony of cracking echoed in their ears. The faint blue, ethereal giant hand was on the verge of collapse, riddled with cracks. The frost hand was finally about to shatter. The brutal ferocity of the orcs began to seep through the fissures, pressing down upon Peterson and his comrades, who gripped their weapons tightly, their spirits somewhat lifted. However, despair and fear soon clouded their eyes. For, from behind the orc army, a mournful chant resounded, and a gaunt orc adorned with a ceremonial feather crown, wielding a staff, finally stood before them. An orc shaman? Why was an orc shaman present here? Disbelief filled the eyes of Peterson, Nika, and the others. Ning Chuan squinted, focusing on the boss that had finally revealed itself. Orc shaman level, LV 160 strength, 5124 constitution, 4256 mental, 6841 agility, 4268 skills, bloodlust, bind, meteor fire rain. Undoubtedly, this was the most formidable creature Ning Chuan had ever encountered. Its exaggerated attributes, powerful skills, and status as a first-tier boss were staggering. However, he felt no fear. Rather, he was invigorated. The swelling power within him craved a worthy opponent to unleash upon, and the orc shaman was undoubtedly an excellent target. Yet at this moment, the atmosphere atop Blue Flame City was thick with tension. The orc shaman, a sorcerer amongst the orcs, is an exceptionally rare being. Even more so than the wizards among humans, for the wisdom of the orcs is unparalleled. When one does emerge, they are invariably of immense power. Throughout 3 centuries of warfare, the orc shamans have inflicted grievous losses upon the human armies. Lord Ning Chuan, you should depart first, he suddenly urged. Peterson knelt, his eyes glistening with a hint of red, originally resolved to fight to the last breath alongside their comrades. The thought of Ning Chuan's sacrifices for the city of Blue Flame made him feel that Ning Chuan need not accompany them to their doom. They had harbored a glimmer of hope, believing that Lord Ning Chuan's formidable prowess could buy them time until reinforcements arrived. However, at this moment, with the barrier shattered and the concealed orc shaman revealed, they understood that such hopes were futile. The orc shaman was exceedingly powerful. It would be a trivial matter for him to thwart Lord Ning Chuan. As more orcs closed in, even Lord Ning Chuan would be in peril. They could not be so selfish. With Peterson's kneeling, others followed suit, bowing their heads in submission. Nika, with a hint of reluctance in her eyes, implored, Lord Ning Chuan, please take some of the children from the city and leave. We shall delay them for you. Angie's eyes were similarly moist. Lord Ning Chuan, you have already done more than enough. The warriors of Blue Flame City, tears glistening in their eyes, declared, we shall forever remember your grace, Lord Ning Chuan. They too wished for Ning Chuan's departure. There was no purpose in all perishing together in this place. Ning Chuan, taken aback by the sudden display of submission, couldn't he help but chuckle. Do you truly believe I cannot defeat him? Peterson, growing anxious, replied, no, that is not our intent. It is just that the orc shaman possesses extraordinary talent among the orcs. Ning Chuan waved his hand dismissively. Instead of fretting over this, I suggest you contemplate how best to confront the impending threat. He gestured, and as the orc shaman emerged, the eyes of the orcs glowed a fierce crimson. The bloodlust spell, which amplifies their combat abilities, simultaneously erodes their already limited wisdom, typically employed during assaults. Clearly, after suffering considerable losses and prolonged conflict, the orc shaman was enraged, intent on leaving no survivors. His mental focus was firmly locked onto Ning Chuan. Attempt to flee? An impossible notion, echoed a desolate, hoarse roar. Sorcerer, abandon your resistance and submit to the great orcs, and I can promise you endless human subjects for your experiments. The term sorcerer is often associated with malevolence, for they frequently utilize the living for their arcane experiments to validate their spells. Many sorcerers have lost their sense of racial identity, descending to a state where they can no longer be called human, as they graft various monstrous limbs onto themselves in pursuit of unimaginable power. But Ning Chuan was evidently not one of them. In the anxious gaze of the citizens of Blue Flame City, he stepped forward, positioning himself opposite the orc shaman. As he regarded the shaman, he instinctively licked his lips and murmured, I hope you can provide me with some amusement. What? The orc shaman was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, cold malice surging within his eyes. Yet, this malice was soon replaced by an expression of disbelief as he beheld the pale flames erupting from the human sorcerer. With every step Ning Chuan took, the flames surged, transforming into a magnificent inferno in the blink of an eye. The sheer terror radiating from Ning Chuan left the orc shaman stunned, his pupils instinctively contracting. In his mind, only one thought lingered. How can this sorcerer be so powerful? Why was he hiding in that shell before? Is he out of his mind? But there was no time left for contemplation. Ning Chuan, brimming with excitement, conjured a skeletal spear in his right hand, donning a skeletal armor as torrents of necromantic flames erupted from his being, resembling a deathly war god. He bellowed, I say, I have been stifled for far too long. Boom. The flames roared with violent ferocity as Ning Chuan, in the blink of an eye, materialized before the orc shaman. The skeletal spear, imbued with tremendous might, thrust forward. The orc shaman could only manifest a feeble light shield before being violently struck, sent crashing into the ranks of his kin. Witnessing this spectacle, the citizens of Blue Flame City stood agape, their minds racing with incredulity. How was it possible that the orc shaman seemed like a mere plaything? Chapter 47. Do not celebrate prematurely. Were not orc shamans supposed to be the cream of the crop, the most gifted of their kind? Were they not supposed to be more fearsome than wizards? Yet now, what they were witnessing was the orc shaman being hurled aside, as if he were a toy. The inhabitants of Blue Flame City were left in stunned silence, almost doubting their own vision. But as they beheld the figure of wrathful flames charging at the orc shaman once more, they finally recognized the grievous error they had made. Yesterday's display of power was not even remotely Lord Ning Chuan's limit. No, it was far from it. It seemed that Lord Ning Chuan had anticipated the shaman's appearance today, previously feigning weakness to lure him out. Indeed, it had to be so. Lord Ning Chuan was invincible. A chorus of jubilant cheers erupted from the battlements of Blue Flame City, all eyes fixated on the clash between Ning Chuan and the orc shaman. Others dared not intervene in such a formidable confrontation. Even the most formidable of orc warriors would likely be incinerated in those flames. Moreover, Ning Chuan had chosen the battlefield with great cunning, perfectly positioning himself in the path of the orcs' assault. The other orcs could only watch helplessly, for bypassing Ning Chuan to attack the city was utterly impossible. At this moment, the orc shaman was once again sent reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. Even with the protection of his magical shield, he could not withstand Ning Chuan's brutal onslaught, which even shattered his shield. Sorcerer, you shall perish. The orc shaman screamed in exasperation, disbelief flickering in his eyes as he struggled to comprehend how this human sorcerer could be so overwhelmingly powerful despite lacking any monstrous appendages. He attempted to unleash a psychic assault to repel Ning Chuan, but the sorcerer's mental prowess left him trembling with fear. Damn you! Ning Chuan's fervor had been fully ignited. He threw his head back and howled, coalescing the dense necromantic flames into an enormous, blinding white fireball, hurtling it towards the orc shaman with terrifying force. The shaman's pupils constricted in alarm. Block it! Hold him off! A relentless horde of assaulting orcs charged fearlessly forward. Yet they met their demise as if they were moths drawn to a flame, instantly vaporized by the searing heat. A colossal mammoth stood resolutely before the orc shaman, its body grotesquely marred by a ghastly gaping wound, from which blood and flesh sizzled and smoked. Despite the mammoth's formidable constitution, it was merely a bulwark of flesh, lacking the requisite defensive capabilities to withstand the assault. In the face of Ning Chuan's staggering spiritual power of 25,000, such fortitude proved insufficient. One after another, mammoths sacrificed their very flesh to shield Ning Chuan from advancing onslaughts. The orc shaman finally drew a breath, surveying the carnage of fallen orcs and mammoths. His eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Which, you shall pay dearly for this. He raised his staff, his voice hoarse yet urgent as he chanted a spell that resonated across the battlefield. In the skies above, crimson light converged, quickly coalescing into colossal orange fireballs. Each one aimed squarely at Ning Chuan. Meteoric fire rain. The temperature of the entire battlefield surged once more. Ning Chuan gazed at the formidable orbs of power with a grave expression. Though undaunted, he could not afford to underestimate them. Bone shield technique. Giant lizard armor. Dawn's protection. He layered a series of defensive spells upon himself, then activated the skill of the silver amber necklace, further enhancing his attributes. Let them fall amidst the firestorm. The orc shaman cackled madly. With a flick of his staff, the blazing fireballs rained down like meteors, their sheer force seemingly capable of annihilating the very heavens, leaving spectators breathless. Before the horrified eyes of the crowd in Blue Flame City, the torrent of fireballs engulfed Ning Chuan's position entirely. The resounding impacts echoed through the air, transforming the area into a sea of flames. Nika bit her lip, anxiously trying to peer through the inferno, yet felt utterly powerless, even at such a distance. They could sense the terror emanating from the fiery deluge. The meteor-like flames demanded their utmost vigilance. We must believe in Lord Ning Chuan. And she comforted, tightening her embrace around Nika's shoulders. Each individual silently prayed, but as time dragged on and silence reigned within the flames, their faces grew pale with dread. The orc shaman, meanwhile, laughed triumphantly. This mere human wizard cannot hope to rival the might of a master shaman of the orcs. All orcs, heed my command. Advance. Slaughter the city. Yet, as soon as the command to slaughter escaped his lips, a piercing white light erupted from the inferno. A bone spear, wreathed in necromantic flames, shot forth with incredible velocity, piercing the orc shaman's chest just as he reveled in his triumph. To the astonished gazes of the crowd in Blue Flame City, the flames parted, revealing a young warrior, wreathed in white fire, stepping forth. With a sardonic smile, Ning Chuan regarded the impaled orc shaman. I am not dead yet. Your celebration is premature. He had been biding his time, awaiting the moment the orc shaman would let his guard down. Now was that moment. Ning Chuan had already activated the silver amber necklace's skill, augmenting his power yet again. Without hesitation, he flickered into position before the orc shaman. The necromantic flames surged forth like a dragon, engulfing the shaman and incinerating the strange vegetation that had enveloped him. Then, the flames erupted violently, completely enveloping the orc shaman. Die for me, Ning Chuan roared, his eyes ablaze with fervent battle spirit. His surging mental might poured forth, the heat and corrosive nature of the necromantic flames reaching terrifying heights. The orc shaman's eyes filled with terror and despair as the flames seared him, eliciting wretched cries of agony. He struggled to escape, but it was futile. Ning Chuan's immense strength, combined with the element of surprise, crushed the shaman utterly. Roar of the Golden Lizard. Ning Chuan invoked the skill of the Golden Staff, unleashing a primal roar that left the approaching assaulting orcs and mammoths frozen in shock. He conjured a diminutive bone spear in his hand. In your next life, remember not to pop champagne mid-battle. With a light chuckle, he hurled the spear, instantly piercing the orc shaman's skull. Chapter 48, Jubilation in Blue Flame City. In an instant, the logs surged with activity. Log. Killed LV-160 Orc Shaman, Elite. Significant increase in tier advancement evaluation. Log. Acquired Flawless Material Shaman's Soulstone, Flawless Material Shaman's Divination Skull. Log. Obtained Flawless Equipment Bloodthirsty Boots, Flawless Equipment Berserker Greatsword. Log. Acquired Skill Book Meteoric Fire Rain. The flames adorning the bone spear consumed the orc shaman's wails entirely. The headless corpse fell heavily to the ground. The sound was not loud, yet it resonated deeply within each heart. Astonished gazes turned toward the battlefield, where one stood and another lay, one alive, the other dead. All the orcs stared in disbelief at this scene. Their once invincible shaman had been slain by a mere human wizard. Fear began to swell within them. The way they looked at Ning Chuan transformed, as though beholding a demonic deity. They were filled with dread. Meanwhile, the people of Blue Flame City, after a brief moment of shock, erupted into thunderous cheers. Their eyes were filled with admiration and incredulity. The spectacle before them was nothing short of earth-shattering. Lord Ning Chuan is invincible. Long live Lord Ning Chuan. They shouted passionately, expressing their reverence for him. With a triumphant stride upon the orc shaman's corpse, Ning Chuan raised the bone spear high, bellowing kill. With the shaman's death, no foe remained to obstruct him, not even the assaulting orcs or the mammoths. The necromantic flames roared back to life. In that moment, Bateson, Nika, and the others were consumed by fervor. The weight of their prolonged defensive stance was lifted, their faces flushed with excitement. Kill! Kill! The warriors of Blue Flame City surged forward, though few in number. They were propelled by the formidable presence of Ning Chuan and a host of powerful skeletal warriors, exuding an earth-shattering momentum. The orcs, already cowed by the shaman's demise, trembled further at the sight of Ning Chuan's determined advance. A profound chill enveloped the atmosphere. The orcs, notorious for their brutality and bloodthirstiness, revered sheer might, which rendered them utterly demoralized in the face of overwhelming force. And now, the indomitable figure of Ning Chuan had been indelibly etched into the minds of every orc. A torrent of confusion, fear, and despair surged within them. Their already limited intellect seemed to collectively vanish as they confronted the relentless pursuit of Ning Chuan and the valiant warriors of lineaging. They scarcely dared to retaliate. Ning Chuan erupted into hearty laughter, embarking on a frenzied spree of slaughter. Common orcs, merely brushing against the flames of the undead, were dispatched in an instant. Only the assault orcs could withstand a blow or two. The mammoth, a colossal beast, stood as the last of his targets. While he could not garner experience points from it, creatures of such stature often yielded exceptional materials and gear. Occasionally, even delightful surprises in the form of useful items for Ning Chuan. These would serve as the foundation for his future endeavors. Every competent practitioner possessed a myriad of hidden cards, and even those deemed unnecessary could be sold or exchanged with the Federation for contribution points. The warriors of lineaging gazed upon the awe-inspiring figure ahead, their blood surging with fervor. The once terrifying orcs had now become mere specters beneath their blades. They could scarcely fathom that not only had they defended lineaging, but they had also shattered the orc army into disarray. Observing the scant few orcs that had fled into the wasteland, a deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. Lord Ning Chuan's might. Long live Lord Ning Chuan. Eager glances turned toward him, and the thrill of victory coursed through their veins. They had truly triumphed, and it was all thanks to the man before them, who consistently rose to the occasion, instilling hope in their hearts. One by one, figures knelt upon a single knee, their eyes brimming with reverence. This battle would undoubtedly be etched in their memories for a lifetime. Ning Chuan, equally elated, observed the warriors of lineaging with a sense of nostalgia. Through this confrontation, they had undergone a transformation, poised to evolve into seasoned fighters in the future. Rise, he said softly but firmly, meeting their awestruck gazes. We have emerged victorious. Cheers erupted. Victory. Long live Lord Ning Chuan. We have won. As they exchanged glances, genuine smiles blossomed on their faces. Although the future remained uncertain, in this moment, they had triumphed. They could await the arrival of reinforcements. Upon their return to the city, the news of their victory spread like wildfire among the residents. Thunderous calls ascended to the heavens. We have won. I knew that as long as Lord Ning Chuan was here, we would surely prevail. Splendid. Lord Ning Chuan is a benefactor to us all. A benefactor to lineaging. The crowd erupted in joyous celebration, their previously tense expressions now radiant with delight. Children ran about in excitement, elders shared their joy with laughter, and women silently prayed for Ning Chuan's well-being. Standing atop lineaging, Ning Chuan beheld the jubilant scene. A heartfelt smile gracing his face. He felt his efforts had not been in vain. All of this was worthwhile. Taking a deep breath, he examined the items dropped by the fallen orc shaman, a glimmer of excitement igniting within him. 2 flawless grade pieces of equipment. Among them, the Berserker Greatsword. Though unusable by him, was an unbound item of immense value, if exchanged. The other, the Bloodthirsty Boots, was indeed within his capabilities. Bloodthirsty Boots, bound, tier 1 quality, flawless attributes, agility 300, constitution 300 additional effects, movement speed 15, lifesteal 3 additional skills, bloodthirsty illusion. Bloodthirsty acceleration requirements. Mage or warrior class. Ning Chuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Undoubtedly, these were extraordinarily powerful tier 1 boots. The additional attributes were already formidable. But the rare lifesteal attribute was particularly remarkable. It meant that when Ning Chuan inflicted damage upon his enemies, he could siphon their vitality to replenish his own stamina. The accompanying skills were equally impressive. Bloodthirsty illusion could create phantoms to confuse opponents, while bloodthirsty acceleration would significantly enhance his speed. Although it could not match the arcane steps of enchanted boots in terms of mobility, it would prove invaluable in pursuit. Ning Chuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Tier 1 boots awaited him. After just a few more hours, he would successfully complete his promotion quest. At that time, he could don these magnificent boots. Chapter 49, Astonishing Rewards. Beyond the bloodthirsty boots, what thrilled Ning Chuan the most was the Tier 1 skill book, Meteor Fire Ring. The memory of this formidable spell was vivid in his mind, having just experienced its devastating effects. The relentless barrage of searing fireballs had been incredibly potent, leaving Ning Chuan in awe. It was a testament to his extraordinary mental fortitude and robust defensive measures. Even a so-called SSS-class genius would have been rendered utterly helpless in its wake. And now, this powerful spell had been revealed. How could Ning Chuan not revel in delight? Tier 1. Once he ascended to Tier 1, his strength would undergo a remarkable transformation. His eyes shimmered with expectation. The 48-hour waiting period was rapidly diminishing. The orc shaman and the orc army had been dealt with, leaving little room for further complications. Nevertheless, Ning Chuan remained vigilant, ensuring no unexpected developments arose. Within the city, jubilant cheers echoed everywhere. Ning Chuan smiled slightly, gazing into the distance. He understood that his mission was nearing completion, yet the war between humans and orcs had only just begun. The orc onslaught would not cease so easily. However, from here on, they would have to rely on themselves. Fortunately, this world was unlike the despairing city he once knew. Here, humanity possessed formidable strength and was far from fragile. As time flowed steadily onward, night descended fully. Lost in contemplation, a timid voice broke the silence behind him. Lord Ning Chuan, everyone is celebrating. Won't you join us? Turning to see Nika, her cheeks flushed as she looked at him, seemingly inviting him to partake in the festivities. In the distance, Peterson and Celine quickly averted their eager gazes, as if fearing Ning Chuan would notice them. Ning Chuan chuckled softly, having an inkling of their thoughts. After all, he was merely a passerby. He replied with a smile, I shall refrain from going, for although orcs harbor a deep-seated fear of the night, it is always prudent to exercise caution. Noticing the subtle distance in Ning Chuan's words, Nika's fair visage paled momentarily. Yet, she quickly inhaled deeply, regaining her composure. Nika and Ning Chuan sat side by side atop the battlements, their legs swinging idly. My lord Ning Chuan, you are not a wizard, are you? Ning Chuan's eyes glimmered with surprise. Nika smiled sweetly. My ancestors included a wizard, and the Empire's chronicles depict wizards as a deranged lot, willing to resort to any means to acquire immense power. It is utterly inconceivable that a wizard could possess kindness akin to yours, my lord. Nor could they rival your strength. Ning Chuan chuckled, not denying her assertion. Indeed, I am not a wizard. So, are you about to depart? The woman's intuition proved remarkably acute. Ning Chuan nodded. Correct. My duty was to protect Blue Flame City. Now that my task is complete, I have no reason to linger. Silence enveloped them, an infinite silence. The young woman intertwined her fingers, gazing vacantly at the distant night sky. The heavens gradually lightened, and the tremors of hoofbeats striking the ground could be faintly heard. They were not orcs, but humans. Reinforcements had arrived. Blue Flame City was finally secure. A collective thrill coursed through everyone. Nika initially beamed with joy, only for her expression to instantly drain of color. Her eyes anxiously sought Ning Chuan's, only to see him rising slowly. My lord Ning Chuan, are you truly leaving? Ning Chuan smiled faintly. Just moments ago, He had received a notification from the cosmic will, confirming the successful completion of his advancement task. He nodded. With the arrival of reinforcements, it is time for me to depart. Nika's gaze was filled with melancholy. Though their interactions had spanned merely 2 fleeting days, Ning Chuan's presence had etched itself deep within her memory. From the moment he descended from the banquet hall, perhaps that was when it all began. Subsequently, Ning Chuan had repeatedly demonstrated his formidable prowess, inspiring admiration in the lovely maiden. The knowledge of his impending departure weighed heavily on her heart. Yet, she did not attempt to hinder him, nor did she possess the standing to do so. My lord, will we have the chance to meet again? Seeing the glimmer of hope in her eyes, Ning Chuan ultimately chose not to cruelly shatter her fragile fantasy. Perhaps one day, should you acquire powers that transcend the very fabric of this world, we may meet once more, he murmured softly. He then silently invoked within himself, return. In an instant, glimmers of starlight converged around Ning Chuan as he waved farewell to the faces filled with shock and reluctance. Nika, Peterson, Angie, Shilin, and all my comrades who fought alongside me, farewell. Ning Chuan's figure ascended, vanishing into the starlit sky. The citizens of Blue Flame City were left in tears, for it turned out that their lord hailed from another realm. A mix of astonishment and gratitude enveloped them all. Shilin vigorously waved his arm, feeling as though he had experienced an extraordinarily fantastical dream. Only by touching the prosthetic limb on his body could he grasp the reality of having met such a remarkable individual. Nika's gaze grew resolute. Powers that transcend the very essence of the world? Silently, she clenched her fist. The Empire's record stated that during the second invasion of the orcs, a mysterious sorceress from beyond the stars, named Valkyrie, descended to save Blue Flame City, heralding the onset of the war between orcs and humans. When Ning Chuan next opened his eyes, he found himself in the familiar void space, the same realm he had encountered after the newcomer assessment's secret domain concluded. Having undergone this experience once before, Ning Chuan navigated with ease, as starlight began to coalesce, morphing into familiar scenes before his eyes. These were the moments he had traversed during the advancement task. What level of evaluation would I receive this time? Ning Chuan felt a surge of anticipation. As the images crystallized into the sight of the residents of Blue Flame City kneeling in prayer for him, the assessment finally concluded. First tier advancement, secret realm evaluation completed. Congratulations on successfully passing this advancement secret realm and ascending to the first tier. Based on your performance within the realm, your evaluation has surpassed the highest SSS level and will be calculated as SSS, with the excess awarded as additional rewards. Your bronze halo strength has increased by 100. You have received a reward of 500 free attribute points. You have obtained the title, Shadow of the Orcs. You have received the exquisite equipment, Medusa's Staff. Your evaluation far exceeds the SSS level, granting you an additional special item, Replacement Doll. Gazing at the string of reward notifications, Ning Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even with his usual composure, he found himself breathing more rapidly. At this moment, one thought occupied his mind. I have struck gold. Chapter 50. Trading a bird's gun for a cannon. A new lease on life. Ning Chuan was not surprised that his evaluation remained at the SSS level. Just like the newcomer assessment secret realm, he had exceeded the SSS level by a considerable margin, and the cosmic will similarly compensated him for the surplus. As for whether there existed higher evaluations beyond SSS, Ning Chuan suspected there were, but such ratings would likely not appear in lower-tier advancement realms due to their unimaginable difficulty. Consider this. An ordinary SSS-level genius would likely be obliterated in an instant when facing an orc shaman of that caliber, unable even to put up a fight, let alone accomplish any tasks. The Federation must be aware of this intelligence, as he would learn upon entering the practitioner university. Shaking his head to dispel distracting thoughts, Ning Chuan began to tally his rewards. Firstly, he had successfully ascended to the first tier. His level had now transformed to LV1010. Upon advancing one tier, his 4 primary attributes had each increased by 10 points, along with an additional 10 free attribute points. At this moment, he could distinctly feel a certain limitation within him being lifted, allowing him to continue growing, and his strength had become even more formidable. New streams of information began to surge in his mind. These were the newly awakened professional skills. This was the conventional aspect, and he did not rush to perceive it. However, the subsequent rewards were extraordinary. The strength of his bronze halo had increased by 100. A look of incredulity washed over Ning Chuan's eyes. The tier halo was of paramount importance. It represented a leap in life, with each leap signifying a qualitative enhancement of one's being. However, he had never heard of anyone's tier halo strength increasing. An increase of 100 meant that his suppression over the 0 tier had intensified, while the suppression from the second tier had considerably weakened. In fact, he felt that he might even be able to disregard the second tier's suppression entirely. In a certain sense, did this not make him a boss among humans? Ning Chuan clenched his fist, feeling the powerful force coursing through him. A smile spread across his face. Blessed by the potency of this halo, I can unequivocally assert that a mere novice practitioner entering the 3rd tier would stand no chance against me. Surpassing 2 tiers is undoubtedly within my reach. The initial reward has bestowed upon Ning Chuan an astonishing surprise. He cannot help but feel wise for his choice. Thankfully, he did not hastily flee with the reward of the first-tier magic array from the initial stage. Otherwise, he would have truly squandered a fortune for a trifling gain. His resolve has only solidified, as he vows to tackle the highest difficulties with each advancement, pushing the limits of his abilities. If every tier's halo intensity could be amplified, he can scarcely fathom the magnitude of his future strength. Surpassing 2 tiers? Perhaps even 3? Moreover, each life leap he experiences is significantly greater than that of an average individual, indicative of remarkable potential. When Ning Chuan ultimately ascends to demigod status, will he effortlessly accomplish the final life leap and attain true divinity? Taking a deep breath, he gradually calms his racing heart and gazes at the next reward, a staggering 500 free attribute points. Without the slightest hesitation, he allocates them entirely to his mental attributes. Instantly, his mental prowess escalates to new heights. This reward, which would elicit waves of excitement from even the most gifted, appears somewhat mundane to Ning Chuan. Given the sheer magnitude of his attributes, nonetheless, it remains an exceptional boon, considering it adds 500 points. Next, he encounters a familiar title reward. Orc's Shadow. You are the nemesis of orcs. They curse you and fear you, unable to unleash their true strength in your presence. This effect is equally potent against beings 2 tiers above you. Ning Chuan's eyes gleam with excitement. Effective against orcs 2 tiers higher? What a treasure! Should he encounter orc-related secret realms in the future, his success will undoubtedly be enhanced. If memory serves, orcs also inhabit the secret realms of Blue Star. He must seize the opportunity to engage with them when possible. A smile graces Ning Chuan's lips as he eagerly anticipates the final 2 rewards. Another exquisite piece of equipment. The Medusa Staff. As he retrieves the beautifully wicked black staff, joy radiates from Ning Chuan's eyes. The eyes of Medusa at the staff's pinnacle shimmer with a certain beguiling allure. Medusa Staff. Tier. First. Quality. Exquisite. Attributes. Mental 30, physical 20. Additional effects. Elemental resistance, 200. Spell damage 10. Additional skills. Medusa's Gaze, Summon Medusa. Requirements. Magic-based. Exceptional. A truly extraordinary piece of equipment. Gazing upon the Medusa Staff's attributes, Ning Chuan is left awestruck. Mental attribute 30. What does this imply? With his current mental attribute, this could yield an augmentation exceeding 6,000 points. This would propel his mental prowess to nearly 30,000 points. Such an outrageous figure. Ning Chuan can now confidently be described as a numerical prodigy. Not to mention, the Medusa Staff offers top-tier additional effects beyond its fundamental attributes. Spell damage 10. If those brutish elemental mages were to behold this, they would undoubtedly turn green with envy. For Ning Chuan, this further amplifies his already formidable output. The 2 accompanying skills are incredibly powerful. Medusa's Gaze can petrify foes. Summoning Medusa allows him to conjure this legendary creature. Of course, Ning Chuan is aware that summoning the true Medusa is impossible, at best. He could call forth a mere projection, yet it remains formidable nonetheless. Exhilarated, Ning Chuan cannot resist donning the Medusa Staff along with the previously acquired Falling Star robe and bloodthirsty boots, instantly rejuvenating his entire being. And the meteor shower. He slaps his forehead, promptly retrieving this first-tier skill book from his storage. With first-tier equipment donned and a first-tier skill learned, Ning Chuan's strength has grown even more formidable. It feels akin to trading a bird gun for a cannon. He then turns his attention to the final reward of this round, much like the enhancement of the bronze halo intensity by 100. This is another extraordinary reward bestowed by the cosmic will in recognition of Ning Chuan's exceptional achievements. The previous mist orb had already filled him with delight, alleviating many of his concerns. Now what could this Death Substitute Doll be? Death Substitute Doll. A special item that allows the holder to set a coordinate. Upon receiving fatal damage and entering the brink of death, the item activates, substituting the holder's death with that of the doll, transporting the holder to the designated coordinate for revival. Hiss. Ning Chuan inhales sharply, even though he had anticipated the general function of this item from its name. Witnessing its capabilities unveiled before him leaves him utterly astonished. And then, a wave of euphoria washes over him. This effectively grants him an additional life. Chapter 51. A Surge of Power. The bronze body, the foundation of divinity. The void space shatters inch by inch, and the familiar and intense sensation of temporal distortion envelopes Ning Chuan once more. When the solid sensation returns beneath his feet, he finds himself back in the training room of his family's North Tower garden. Outside the window, the silver moon and blue moon cast a harmonious glow, bathing the surroundings in a gentle light, as if nothing had changed. Yet Ning Chuan knows that everything is different now. He slowly closes his eyes, quietly attuning himself to the surging power within him, akin to a volcano ready to erupt. Is this the strength of a first-tier bronze practitioner? Ning Chuan murmurs, his voice tinged with an unrecognized awe. He can distinctly sense every cell in his body rejoicing, as the leap in life level brings about an essential metamorphosis. An invisible yet resilient bronze halo envelopes him, though imperceptible to the naked eye. He can feel that this halo fosters an unprecedented affinity with the elemental forces of the surrounding world, while also imparting a pressure derived from his elevated life rank. And this is merely the most fundamental transformation, as he communes with the cosmic will, infusing all 500 free attribute points into his mental prowess. A torrent of even more terrifying power erupts within him. Ning Chuan's mind races as he opens his attribute panel, even with prior expectations. The sight of his lavishly extravagant final statistics elicits an involuntary gasp. Attribute panel. Name, Ning Chuan. Class, Necromancer, first tier. Level, LV1010. Strength, 16, 420, 20. Agility, 15. 850, 380. Constitution, 16, 250, 2034. Mental, 21, 510, 4950. Talent, Master of the Undead. Skills, Summon Skeleton Minion, 20, Summon Skeleton Archer, 2, Summon Skeleton Mage, 2, Necrotic Flame. Bone Spear Technique, Bone Shield Technique, Shadow Touch, Meteor Shower. Equipment, Medusa Staff, Falling Star Robe, Bloodthirsty Boots, Shadow Cloak, Ring of Dawn, Silver Amber Necklace, Mist Orb. Mental Attribute, 31, 460 points. Ning Chuan gazed at the final mental attribute granted by his equipment enhancements, his heart skipping a beat. 30,000. What an astonishing figure. It is worth noting that among ordinary Tier 2 silver professionals, even those of the magical class rarely exceed 10,000 in their primary attributes. Yet he, a newly ascended Tier 1 bronze professional, had already surpassed 30,000 in mental attributes. This was no longer mere cross-dire combat. It was an overwhelming dimensional strike. With a 100 enhancement to his bronze halo, he now faced Tier 2 professionals without any hierarchical constraints. Feeling the extraordinary power of the halo coursing through him, his eyes gleamed with brilliance. He even harbored a strong sense of confidence, believing that should he confront that orc shaman again, it would be unable to unleash its meteor firestorm and would be instantaneously annihilated by him. This was the terrifying confidence born from an explosive surge of power. In addition to the dramatic increase in attributes, a new level 100 awakened occupational skill appeared in his mind. Soul Link. You can establish a profound soul connection with any of your undead creatures, gaining their vision and being able to issue commands in a more nuanced manner. This skill undoubtedly significantly enhanced Ning Chuan's reconnaissance abilities and tactical flexibility. He diverted his gaze from the attribute panel and slowly clenched his fist. A surging sense of strength coursed through his limbs, instilling in him the illusion that he could punch through a mountain. A transformation akin to a primitive weapon evolving into an interstellar marvel. Ning Chuan could not help but marvel at the change. Whether it was the new equipment, Medusa's Staff, Falling Star Robe, and Bloodthirsty Boots, or the newly acquired skills, Meteor Firestorm, and Shadow Touch, each had revolutionized his combat prowess. Not to mention that incredibly formidable substitute doll. Having an extra life was undoubtedly his greatest trump card. Taking a deep breath, Ning Chuan gradually calmed his exhilaration. He understood that the power he now possessed far exceeded what could be explained by an SSS-class genius. The effect of the Mist Pearl quietly activated, cloaking him in a layer of indistinct mist that rendered him indistinguishable from an ordinary level 101 bronze professional, albeit with a slightly more formidable aura. Entirely within the comprehension of an SSS-class genius. Excellent. He had thickened the foundation for his act of feigning weakness. Ning Chuan nodded in satisfaction. After adapting to the sudden surge of power in the training room for a moment, he pushed the door open. At this moment, there were merely 3 days until the joint selection of the 11 schools. He needed to meet someone and retrieve the grand gift that belonged to him. Simultaneously, it was time for Beichuan City to once again erupt in fervor at his return. Chapter 52. Ning Chuan returns. The city shudders. At the entrance of the zero-tier public secret realm, the crowd remained abuzz with excitement. 3 full days had passed since Ning Chuan's disappearance. Yet discussions surrounding him showed no signs of waning. Do you think Ning Chuan has completed his Ascension task? Why haven't we heard a thing? Of course, the Ascension secret realm is strictly confidential. How could there be any news? However, given Ning Chuan's monstrous talent, success is a certainty. It merely depends on how long it took him. Hey, I bet he'll emerge in just 2 days. Perhaps he's at home consolidating his power right now. That's hard to say. The Ascension secret realm is fraught with challenges and uncertainties. Look at goddesses Li Muran and Yi He. They only just ascended to bronze yesterday. And Zhui Yue just came out this morning. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their eyes occasionally darting towards the electronic screen. There. The record for the Goblin Manor Nightmare-level secret realm still stood solitary, with record holder Ning Chuan and a completion time of exactly 10 hours. This record had become an insurmountable mountain in the hearts of the zero-tier professionals of Beichuan City. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the crowd. Look, aren't those goddesses Li Muran and Yi He? The crowd turned at the sound, witnessing Li Muran and Yi He walking side by side. Both had donned Tier 1 equipment. Their auras significantly more powerful than before, subtly emanating the pressure characteristic of bronze professionals. Are they here to challenge the secret realm again? But they've already ascended. Idiot. Can't you see the geniuses from their families and support groups following them? They're here to lead the team and break records. The crowd suddenly understood. Li Muran, casting her gaze towards the glaring record, huffed and turned to Yi He, saying, Xiao He, where do you think that freak Ning Chuan has disappeared to? It's just an ascension. He has been gone for 2 days without a word. Could he have failed? Despite her words. There was no trace of schadenfreude in her tone, only a hint of concern she herself was unaware of. Yi shook her head, a flicker of determination flashing in her clear eyes. He won T fail. She believed in Ning Chuan more than anyone else. Humph, who else worried about him? Li Muran scoffed, preparing to lead her team into the secret realm to add her name after Ning Chuan's record, even if it meant a team record. She would still overshadow him. However, at that moment, a leisurely figure riding a dazzling black demon motorcycle casually rolled up to the entrance square of the secret realm. The individual removed their helmet, revealing a strikingly handsome visage adorned with a faint smile. A profound silence enveloped the entire square. All gazes, as if magnetized, converged upon that figure. Ning Chuan, he has returned. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in an uproar akin to a tidal wave. It was Ning Chuan. He had completed the Ascension task and returned. My heavens, he looks even stronger. That aura is undeniably bronze tier. He succeeded. He truly succeeded. Li Muran and Yi He's beautiful eyes widened in unison, fixed intently on Ning Chuan. Feeling the fervent gazes of the crowd, Ning Chuan smiled and waved at them. His demeanor relaxed as if he had merely stepped out for a stroll. Li Xiao Yi He, you've both become even more beautiful in just a few days. Ning Chuan greeted cheerfully. Li Muran's cheeks flushed before she puffed up in indignation, hands on her hips. Ning Chuan, you finally decided to come out. So, how was the Ascension task? Was it particularly difficult? Did you suffer greatly? She sought any sign of fatigue or disarray on Ning Chuan's face to satisfy her small vanity. However, Ning Chuan merely shrugged, innocently responding, it was fine. I just played around a bit and passed. You. Li Muran was left speechless. At that moment, an astute professional pointed at the electronic screen, letting out a scream of disbelief. Look, the citizen permission certification has been updated. Ning Chuan's level is LV-101. Upon hearing this, the entire venue erupted once more. Everyone's gaze frantically turned towards the big screen. There, after the name of record holder Ning Chuan, a bright red LV-101 level emblem stood out prominently. LV-101. Not only had he successfully ascended, but he had also leveled up. It is crucial to note that Li Muran, Yi He, and Zhuiyue had all meticulously capped their levels at LV-101 in preparation for the 11 school selection, daring not to ascend further. They had only just leveled up yesterday and this morning, expending considerable effort to reach this tier. But what of Ning Chuan? When did he return? How long had he been back? Had he completed the Ascension task as early as 1 or even 2 days ago? This thought resonated in everyone's minds like a thunderclap. A pervert. A monster. To have completed the advancement task in just a day and even leveled up? Is this still human? An SSS-level genius. Truly terrifying. Li Muran was utterly stunned, gazing at Ning Chuan's nonchalant face. Feeling as if her own efforts and struggles were nothing but a joke. She and Yi He had exerted every ounce of their strength, sleepless and tireless, only to barely finish the task yesterday, while this guy dingling. Ning Chuan's communicator rang, and he glanced at it. It was Yi Lu Yun. Hey, Uncle Yi, you little rascal. Finally decided to show yourself. Get over to the City Lord's mansion right away. Your grand gift has been prepared for you. Yi Lu Yun's hearty and excited laughter echoed through the receiver. Sure thing. Ning Chuan hung up the communication, mounted his motorcycle, and raised an eyebrow at the still stunned Li Muran and Yi He, saying with a smile, I can't play with you anymore. I have to go claim my reward. You two keep grinding for records. Don't let me down. With that, amidst the gazes of awe, admiration, and shock, the magic-powered motorcycle roared to life and sped away, leaving Li Muran in a state of disarray, stomping her feet in frustration. How infuriating. He has done it to me again. Meanwhile, on the professional forum, a title was instantly pinned to the top, igniting a firestorm across Beichuan City. Shock. Ning Chuan returns, has advanced to bronze. Suspected to have completed the advancement task in 1 day, is he still human? Chapter 53, The Grand Gift of the City Protector, The Dragon Nest Trial. At the City Lord's mansion, in the office of the City Protector, Yi Lu Yun, shedding his usual air of authority, beamed with joy and personally brewed a pot of top-tier cloud mist spirit tea for Ning Chuan. Ha ha ha, good lad, you've truly brought honor to Beichuan City. Yi Lu Yun clapped Ning Chuan on the shoulder with admiration sparkling in his eyes, completing the advancement in just 1 day, and leveling up effortlessly. Do you know how splendid my old friend's expressions will be when they hear this news? Ning Chuan took a sip of the spirit tea, feeling a warm surge coursing through his limbs, invigorating his spirit. He smiled and said, Uncle Yi, You didn't call me here just to praise me, did you? You little brat. Taking advantage while pretending to be coy, Yi Luyun chuckled, but his expression gradually turned serious. The rewards from the Federation and your personal accolades have already been given to you. However, the honor you've brought to Beichuan City is unprecedented, and as the city protector, I must present you with a truly grand gift. Ning Chuan's interest was piqued. A gift deemed grand by a 6th-tier epic powerhouse could not be trivial. Yi Luyun carefully retrieved a crimson token adorned with ancient dragon patterns from a specially designed alchemical storage box, emanating a searing aura. Ning Chuan's gaze was drawn to the token, feeling a profound and overwhelming pressure emanating from it. With a hint of nostalgia and solemnity in his eyes, Yi Luyun intoned, "This is the Dragon Nest Trial Token." The Dragon Nest Trial Token? Ning Chuan's eyes widened in confusion. He had never heard of such a name. It's perfectly normal that you haven tea. This is one of the Federation's highest secrets. Available only to the 11 main cities and a select few top-tier first-level satellite cities. Each trial token represents an opportunity to enter the Dragon Nest Secret Realm. The Dragon Nest Secret Realm? Indeed. Yi Luyun's tone carried a note of reverence. It is a unique realm formed by the fusion of the dragon soul and its inherent domain after the fall of a true 9th-tier demigod dragon. Within, the trial taker will confront the will and power projection of the demigod dragon. This is the ultimate test of a genius's potential, will, and combat prowess. Ning Chuan's heart raced. To face the will of a demigod dragon? Such a trial seemed overwhelmingly daunting. Yi Luyun, seeing the astonishment on Ning Chuan's face, smiled with satisfaction and continued, "Danger and opportunity coexist. Should you pass the trial, you will receive an immense boon, the baptism of Dragon Soul Essence." Dragon Soul Essence. Ning Chuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. That is the essence of the demigod dragon's life force. Yi Luyun's voice grew fervent. It can comprehensively and permanently enhance your 4-dimensional attributes. It will also refine your physique and spirit, granting you recovery abilities and resilience far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Acquiring the baptism of Dragon Soul Essence is akin to laying a solid foundation on the path to divinity. This token was a reward I received during a perilous task in my youth, which I have treasured ever since. Initially, I intended to pass it down to my descendants. But unfortunately, none met the minimum requirements to undertake the trial. Yi Luyun sighed, then fixed his intense gaze on Ning Chuan. But you, Ning Chuan, with your talent and performance, are wholly qualified to challenge it. I believe this gift is far more precious than any equipment or wealth. Ning Chuan felt a surge of excitement, a permanent enhancement of his 4-dimensional attributes, refining his physique and spirit. This was a treasure tailored for him. His Necromancer Lord talent already allowed for infinite stacking of attributes, and with the addition of Dragon Soul Essence, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Uncle Yi, this gift is too valuable, Ning Chuan said, taking a deep breath and speaking earnestly. Ha ha ha, no matter how precious it is. It only holds value when bestowed upon the right person. Yi Luyun pressed the token into Ning Chuan's hands. Take it. No need for hesitation. I have but one request. During the united selection of the 11 schools, crush those geniuses from the main cities beneath your feet. Feeling the token's heat in his grasp, Ning Chuan nodded firmly, his eyes ablaze with unprecedented determination. Rest assured, Uncle Yi, I will not let you down. Good. Yi Luyun laughed heartily. The entrance to the trial realm lies deep beneath the city lord's mansion, under my personal guard. You can go now or wait until after the selection. However, I suggest you go now. Should you succeed, your strength will rise another level, allowing you to navigate the selection with even greater ease. Thank you, Uncle Yi. I shall go now, Ning Chuan declared without a moment's hesitation. He longed to grow stronger. Seeing Ning Chuan's unwavering confidence and eagerness, Yi Luyun felt increasingly satisfied. This was a true prodigy, fearless and relentless, forging ahead. He personally led Ning Chuan through layers of stringent guards and magical barriers to an ancient altar located at the deepest part of the city lord's mansion. At the altar's center, a crimson vortex swirled slowly, radiating an intimidating dragon's might. Go forth, Ning Chuan, Yi Luyun said solemnly. Remember, beneath the dragon's might, hold fast to your heart and act within your limits. This is not merely a test of strength, but also of will. I understand. Ning Chuan bowed respectfully to Yi Luyun, then, clutching the Dragon Nest Trial token, resolutely stepped into the crimson vortex. Chapter 54. The Might of the Demigod Dragon. The Crucible of Will. As Ning Chuan's body traversed the crimson vortex, an indescribable heat and vastness engulfed him. The scene before him was not the cave or nest he had envisioned, but an infinite void ablaze with dark golden flames. In the center of this void lay a colossal creature coiled majestically, its size seemingly capable of grasping the very stars within its claws. It was a dragon. Even as merely a remnant of an will projection, the pressure emanating from it far surpassed anything Ning Chuan had ever encountered, including the first-tier orc shaman. Before this pressure, the orc shaman appeared as a mere firefly to the radiant moon. Demigod Inferno Dragon, will projection. Mortal, do you dare to tread upon the domain of my slumber? A grand, majestic voice, resonating as if it were echoing deep within the soul, erupted with thunderous intensity. Merely the sound of it sent shivers through Ning Chuan's very essence. As if this supreme will sought to grind his spirit into dust. The bronze halo within him emerged instinctively, desperately resisting this overwhelming pressure, yet its effect was negligible. This was the presence of a demigod. Even a mere remnant of its soul possessed an unparalleled might capable of subjugating the mortal realm. In an instant, Ning Chuan comprehended that the true test of this first trial lay not in strength, but in willpower. Boom. The unending might of the dragon surged forth like a tangible tsunami, relentlessly compressing from all directions. Ning Chuan felt as though he bore the weight of an ancient divine mountain upon his shoulders, his bones groaning, his spirit piercing with pain. Before him manifested a multitude of phantoms, the solitude of an orphanage in a past life, the disorientation following his transmigration, the terror of confronting formidable monsters, and the deep-seated dread of the unknown. These negative emotions were magnified infinitely by the dragon's might, transforming into mental demons that ruthlessly clawed at his reason. Kneel, submit, surrender, and you shall attain eternal peace. That grand voice, imbued with an enchanting allure, incessantly tempted him to relent. Ning Chuan's knees began to buckle slightly, sweat cascading down his forehead like a stream, his muscles spasming uncontrollably. He understood that once he knelt, it would signify the collapse of his will, and the trial would be irrevocably lost. Do you wish for me to kneel? Under the weight of infinite pressure, Ning Chuan's gaze sharpened. He bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting his consciousness into clarity. I, Ning Chuan, born of humble beginnings, having traversed 2 lifetimes, accustomed to life and death, and having seen through the veil of solitude, my will, forged through countless trials, is as steadfast as rock. A mere remnant of a soul dares to crush me. Ning Chuan let out a roar that emanated from the depths of his soul. It was not merely a sound, but an indomitable intent. He had traversed realms, bearing the unparalleled gift of the Necromancer, with aspirations set upon the stars and the vast sea, aiming for the exalted throne of divinity. How could he bow before a deceased dragon in this place? The steadfast resolve of his father, Ning Jiang, guarding the portal to the secret realm. The fervent hopes of the city lord, Yi Luyun, and the genuine faith of the citizens of Lanieching. All these images flashed through his mind, coalescing into a powerful force that upheld his nearly crushed spine. Rise. A fierce brilliance erupted from Ning Chuan's eyes, and his bent knees, under the terrifying pressure of the demigod's dragon might, began to straighten, albeit with immense difficulty. His body trembled, yet his spine remained unyielding, like a spear piercing the heavens. The grand voice now carried a hint of surprise. It sensed that deep within this mortal's soul burned a flame of resilience it had never encountered before. Intriguing. The dragon's might intensified, akin to an avalanche of water cascading down in torrents. Darkness engulfed Ning Chuan's vision, blood seeping from his orifices. Yet his spine did not bend even a fraction. He relinquished all control over his body, concentrating every ounce of his spirit to fiercely guard his core of consciousness, an unyielding will. Time became an abstract concept, stretching like a century, yet fleeting like a mere moment. Just as Ning Chuan felt his consciousness teetering on the brink of annihilation, the terrifying might of the dragon, capable of collapsing the very heavens, began to recede like a tide. Gasping for breath, Ning Chuan emerged as if pulled from the depths of water, yet he remained standing, straight as an arrow. A commendable will, mortal. The grand voice resonated once more, this time imbued with a touch of approval rather than overwhelming pressure. As a reward for passing the first trial, I shall bestow upon you the first thread of dragon soul essence. Use it to refine your spirit. As the words echoed, a stream of dark gold light surged forth from the brow of the inferno dragon, instantly merging with Ning Chuan's being. Boom. An indescribable sensation of refreshment coursed through him, as if the nearly collapsed sea of his spirit had been infused with the essence of life, not only restoring but also enhancing its clarity and resilience. Log. You have successfully passed the trial of will. Log. You have received the baptism of the first thread of dragon soul essence. Your mental attributes have permanently increased by 2,000 points, and your mental resilience has significantly improved. Ning Chuan's eyes flew open, feeling an unprecedented fullness in the sea of his spirit, joy exploding within him. Just the reward for the first trial had permanently boosted his mental attributes by 2,000 points. This Dragon Nest trial was indeed an enormous opportunity. Chapter 55, Dragon Soul Projection. Attributes surging again. The transformation of his spirit restored Ning Chuan to his peak state, even surpassing it. He stood tall in the void, his gaze ablaze as he faced the looming projection of the demigod dragon. Mortal, do not rejoice too early. The grand voice reverberated again, laced with a tinge of mockery. Willpower is merely the foundation for becoming a formidable being. Next, let me witness whether your power matches your proud spirit. No sooner had the voice faded than a mass of dark gold dragon flame detached from the immense body of the inferno dragon, twisting and condensing in the void. ultimately transforming into a humanoid dragon soul projection, its size comparable to Ning Chuan yet engulfed in golden flames. Dragon Soul Battle Shadow. Level, LV 101. Strength, 30,000. Constitution, 30,000. Spirit, 30,000. Agility, 30,000. Skills, Dragon Flame Fist, Dragon Scale Armor, Divine Dragon Tail, Mastery of all close combat techniques. Gazing at the extravagantly impressive attribute panel of the projection, Ning Chuan's pupils narrowed slightly. All attributes at 30,000. This was nearly equivalent to his own mental attributes when equipped, and the other 3 attributes far surpassed his own. In my domain, I am the law. The voice of the demigod Inferno Dragon resonated with absolute confidence. Defeat it, and you shall receive my true gift. Should you fail, your soul shall be scorched by dragon flames in this place for a century, as punishment for your disrespect. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan felt no fear. Rather, he smiled broadly, revealing 2 rows of pristine teeth. Just as I desire. The blood within him boiled over. Ever since he had acquired the gift of the Necromancer, he had swept through his foes, finding no equal among his peers. Even when facing opponents of higher rank, he had often relied on his superior attributes and skills to prevail. It had been a long time since he had experienced the exhilarating sensation of confronting an opponent who could match him and even surpass him in attributes. Battle. Ning Chuan bellowed, launching the attack. Berserk acceleration. His figure transformed into a streak of light, wielding the Medusa's staff as a war club, enveloped in dense necromantic flames, and struck fiercely towards the Dragon Soul Battle Shadow. The Dragon Soul Battle Shadow stood its ground, gathering golden dragon flames upon its fist, countering with a blow of its own. Boom! The collision of staff and fist sent ripples through the very fabric of space. An overwhelming force surged forth, causing Ning Chuan to feel his arm numb, and he was sent hurtling backward uncontrollably. The Dragon Soul Battle Shadow also staggered back several paces, the flames upon its fist dimming slightly. Such tremendous power. The fighting spirit in Ning Chuan intensified. In sheer strength, he was indeed at a disadvantage. But he, Ning Chuan, was no mere warrior. Touch of shadows. Dozens of pitch-black tendrils suddenly erupted from the shadows beneath the Dragon Soul Battle Shadow, weaving around its limbs like venomous serpents. At the same time, Ning Chuan's mind raced. Summon Little Skeleton. Summon Skeleton Archer. Summon Skeleton Mage. 24 fierce, undead creatures materialized in an instant upon the battlefield, enveloping the Dragon Soul Battle Shadow from all directions under Ning Chuan's masterful command. Roar. The Dragon Soul Battle Shadow let out a furious roar, its draconic flames surging. Breaking free from the shackles of the Shadow's grasp, it displayed remarkable combat intelligence, disregarding the melee skeletons and charging resolutely toward the rear where the Skeleton Mage stood. However, would Ning Chuan allow it to have its way? Bone Shield Technique. Enormous bone shields appeared out of thin air, stacked upon one another to obstruct the Dragon Soul Battle Shadow's path of advance. Break for me. The Dragon Soul Battle Shadow unleashed a powerful punch, the draconic flames exploding forth, shattering the bone shields with a deafening crash. Yet, this brief delay allowed the Skeleton Mage to complete the incantation for Meteor Fire Rain. In the sky, meteors ignited with pale necromantic flames hurtled down, mingling beautifully with the Dragon Soul Battle Shadow's golden draconic flames, creating a scene of breathtaking grandeur. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions resonated incessantly as the Dragon Soul Battle Shadow was completely engulfed by the rain of necromantic fire, emitting anguished howls. Now, a gleam of brilliance flickered in Ning Chuan's eyes as he activated Magic Dance Step, instantly appearing behind the Dragon Soul Battle Shadow. Medusa's Gaze. The eyes of Medusa atop the staff glowed with a gray light, striking true at the struggling Dragon Soul Battle Shadow amidst the inferno. Crack. The Dragon Soul Battle Shadow's movements abruptly halted, a thin layer of ash-gray stone encasing its golden draconic flames. Although, given its strength, the petrification would last barely half a second. For Ning Chuan, that was more than sufficient. Die for me. Ning Chuan concentrated all his strength into a single point, perfectly merging Bone Spear technique with Flame of the Undead, forming a bone spear entwined with a sense of annihilation in his hands, and with all his might, he thrust it into the Dragon Soul Battle Shadow's rear heart. A chillingly piercing dragon's roar echoed through the void. The draconic flames on the Dragon Soul Battle Shadow erupted violently, shattering the surrounding skeletons. But the bone spear of azure flame embedded in its heart acted like a festering maggot, voraciously devouring its source of power. Ultimately, under Ning Chuan's cold gaze, this formidable Dragon Soul Battle Shadow wailed as it transformed into a myriad of golden motes. Log. You have successfully passed the trial of strength. Log. Your combat skills and ability to cooperate with the undead have been recognized by the demigod Flame Prison Dragon. Log. Congratulations. You have received the complete baptism of Dragon Soul Source Chi. A magnificent voice echoed with a hint of incredulous admiration. Mortal. Your talent is exceedingly rare throughout the ages, and this gift is rightfully yours. As the voice faded, The myriad of golden motes coalesced into a brilliant torrent, rushing into Ning Chuan's body like the Milky Way cascading from the heavens. Ning Chuan could not help but howl towards the sky. A sensation of indescribable agony and euphoria coursed through his entire being. He felt as if his limbs, organs, and even the very essence of his soul were undergoing the most profound tempering and reshaping by this overwhelming power. His four-dimensional attributes were rising at a visibly frenzied pace. Log. During the baptism of Dragon Soul Source Chi, your strength has permanently increased by 50 points. Log. During the baptism of Dragon Soul Source Chi, your agility has permanently increased by 50 points. Log. During the baptism of Dragon Soul Source Chi, your constitution has permanently increased by 50 points. Log. During the baptism of Dragon Soul Source Chi, your spirit has permanently increased by 50 points. Log. Your body has transformed into a primary Dragon Soul body, significantly enhancing all resistances and recovery speed. When the light finally dissipated, Ning Chuan hovered in the void, feeling the power within him magnified several times over. His eyes filled with shock and elation. In merely one trial, his raw four-dimensional attributes had each surged by a staggering 7,000 points, including the 2,000 points from the first phase. This was a far greater gain than he had reaped from defeating the Secret Realm bosses dozens of times. Chapter 56. The Prodigy emerges. Yi Liuyun's astonishment. When Ning Chuan's figure reappeared before the ancient altar beneath the Lord's residence, the crimson vortex of space gradually dissipated, ultimately vanishing without a trace. He's out. Yi Liuyun, who had been waiting there, perked up, hastening forward, as his gaze fell upon Ning Chuan. This seasoned 6th-tier epic powerhouse found his pupils constricting to the size of pinpricks, his face betraying an unprecedented expression of shock. Before him stood Ning Chuan. Still the same Ning Chuan, retaining his level of 101, yet the aura emanating from him was worlds apart from what it had been before. If the Ning Chuan who had entered was akin to a towering mountain, then now he resembled an infinitely deep starry sky. The restrained yet colossal aura, seemingly in harmony with the laws of heaven and earth, even instilled a faint sense of pressure within Yi Liuyun. How is this possible? A tempest of disbelief surged within Yi Liuyun. He was a 6th-tier epic. How could a mere bronze professional, just promoted to the 1st tier, evoke such a sense of oppression? This completely shattered his understanding cultivated over hundreds of years. Uncle Yi. Ning Chuan smiled gently at Yi Liuyun and bowed respectfully. With this motion, Yi Liuyun snapped out of his stupor. Suppressing the astonishment within, he quickly stepped forward and grasped Ning Chuan's wrist. A surge of pure power flooding into him. In the next moment, Yi Liuyun's expression became increasingly vivid, a whirlwind of shock, disbelief, exhilaration, and incredulity intermingled, distorting his once imposing visage. This aura, your body, your life essence, you succeeded? You truly succeeded. Yi Liuyun's voice trembled. He could distinctly perceive that Ning Chuan's physical strength had reached an unfathomable level, the vitality within him even surpassing that of some specialized 4th-tier purple-gold professionals. This transformation could only result from the baptism of Dragon's Soul Source Chi. Thanks to Uncle Ye's guidance, I managed to pass by sheer luck. Ning Chuan replied modestly with a smile. Luck? Yi Liuyun chuckled incredulously, pointing at him. Do you dare call this luck? Do you know how few have successfully passed the Dragon Nest trial at the 1st tier since the inception of the Federation? Including you. There have only been a handful. A handful? Ning Chuan inquired curiously. 3. Yi Liuyun held up 3 fingers, his tone brimming with excitement. The first 2 are now the esteemed Lord Wooding, who guards the Abyssal Gate, and the current Lord of the Free Temple. Without exception, they all stand at the pinnacle of the Federation. And you are the 3rd. Yi Liuyun gazed at Ning Chuan, his eyes radiating with fervor as if beholding a rare treasure. He realized how astutely correct his initial decision had been. He had not merely invested in a genius, but in a future titan of the Federation. Ha ha ha, splendid. Excellent. Yi Liuyun could no longer contain his exuberant laughter, the echoes reverberating within the subterranean space. The joint selection of the 11 academies? I foresee those so-called prodigies of the main city doubting their lives after this. His confidence in Ning Chuan had now soared to unprecedented heights. Ning Chuan smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. His gaze fell upon the panel displaying his attributes following the Dragon's Nest trial, and even he was taken aback by what he beheld. A tribute panel. Name, Ning Chuan. Profession, Necromancer, Tier 1. Level, LV1010. Strength, 23, 420, 20. Agility, 22, 850, 380. Constitution, 23, 250, 2, 034. Spirit, 28, 510, 5, 950. The 4 fundamental attributes, all surpassing the monumental threshold of 20,000. The spirit attribute even approached 30,000. With such formidable power, participating in the selection of a cohort of LV-101 novices could indeed be deemed somewhat unfair. Uncle Yi, how long until the selection? Ning Chuan inquired. We depart early tomorrow, and the event officially commences the day after. Yi Luyan replied, his smile fading as he adopted a serious tone. The selection will take place in the first main city, Tianjing City. Use these 2 days to rest and solidify your strength. Refrain from entering any secret realms to ensure you are in optimal condition. I understand, Ning Chuan nodded. This time, he did not refuse. The gains from the Dragon's Nest trial were simply too significant. He indeed required time to settle and adapt to this sudden surge of power. Upon exiting the city lord's mansion, Ning Chuan chose not to visit anywhere else and returned home directly. He politely declined the invitations from Li Muran and Yi He to team up for secret realm expeditions, simply responding with the words entering seclusion, do not disturb. These 4 characters once again sparked a wave of speculation on the Beichuan City professional forum. Seclusion? What grand scheme is the great Ning Chuan concocting this time? No doubt, he's making a final push for the joint selection of the 11 schools. It's getting intense. If even the greats are exerting themselves, what reason do we have to be complacent? At this moment, Ning Chuan was seated cross-legged in his training chamber, his eyes closed. Rather than practicing, he was replaying every detail of his battle with the Dragon Soul Shadow in his mind, over and over again. Attributes form his foundation, but the mastery of combat skills and experience is equally vital. His objective was to perfectly transform this terrifying power into an instinctive part of his being. A night passed in silence. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the earth the following morning, Ning Chuan slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was as profound as the abyss, all his sharpness and dominance contained within, rendering him an ordinary-looking youth, gentle and serene. Yet, only he knew what cataclysmic power lay hidden beneath this tranquil facade. Tianjing City, here I come. He rose, pushed open the door, and stepped towards the stage that was soon to be stirred by his presence. Chapter 57, Tianjing City, a gathering of dragons. The first main city of the Federation. Tianjing City. As the political, economic, and cultural epicenter of the Federation, the grandeur and prosperity of this city were incomparable to that of Beichuan, a mere Tier 3 satellite city. Towering magical energy structures pierced the heavens, while countless magical vehicles and alchemical airships traversed through a futuristic 3-dimensional transportation network. At the heart of the city, a colossal academy. The United Supreme Academy floated in the sky like a divine realm, casting its gaze over the vast expanse below, exuding an aura of awe-inspiring knowledge and power. At this moment, within a gigantic arena under the jurisdiction of the United Supreme Academy, throngs of people had already gathered. This was the venue for the joint selection of the 11 schools. The finest prodigies from the 11 main cities of the Federation, alongside their mentors and families, congregated here. And the entire arena was imbued with a palpable sense of tension, excitement, and a hint of conflict. On the VIP observation platform, individuals of considerable stature, all at least 7th-tier legends, engaged in lively conversation. Haha, Old Wong, I hear your Flame Dragon Academy has produced 2 more SSS-rated talents this year. Truly a cause for celebration, remarked an elderly man clad in the white robes of the Temple of Freedom. The man referred to as Old Wong was none other than Wang Xuanzi, the chief enrollment mentor of the Flame Dragon Academy. He stroked his long beard, a modest smile gracing his features. Oh, not at all, merely a stroke of luck for those 2 youngsters. However, your Academy of Freedom has that fellow named Feng Wuji, who reportedly awakened the rare SSS tier talent of Time Sand. His mastery over the slowing of time is said to be unparalleled. He may prove to be even more formidable than our 2 SSS-rated talents. Their conversation, seemingly polite, was rife with undercurrents, each probing for information. Meanwhile, in the contestant preparation area, the atmosphere was even more charged. Young figures, their eyes gleaming with pride and ambition, stood ready. They were the true children of destiny, unparalleled geniuses among billions. Certain zones within the arena undoubtedly captured the spotlight. In the Flame Dragon Academy's preparatory zone, a robust youth, as sturdy as an iron tower, was training shirtless, unleashing punches that reverberated with explosive sound. His name was Xiang Kunlun, awakened with the SSS tier talent, Body of the Overlord. Born with godly strength and unmatched physique. Beside him stood a young man wielding a spear, his gaze sharp as an eagle, meditating quietly. He was Baijan. Endowed with the SSS tier talent, Destruction Spear Intent, his spear technique renowned as invincible among his peers. These 2 were the greatest aces of the Flame Dragon Academy this year. Kai Lun, tone it down. Don't demolish the preparation area, Baijan remarked, his eyes remaining shut as he spoke indifferently. Xiang Kunlun paused, growling in reply, boring. I just want to start fighting right now. I can't wait to knock all those so-called geniuses flat. His gaze swept across the arena, brimming with unabashed provocation. In another area, that of the Academy of Freedom, a handsome youth with an ethereal air, Feng Wuji, was elegantly polishing a magnificent staff. He was the possessor of the SSS tier talent of Time Sand, as mentioned by Wang Xuanzi. Although merely SSS tier, his enigmatic time-based abilities made all SSS tier talents wary of him. A bunch of brutes who only know how to rely on raw power. Feng Wuji smirked disdainfully, his gaze landing on Xiang Kunlun with a hint of contempt. Additionally, There was the mysterious SSS tier talent from the United Supreme Academy, rumored to have awakened a top-tier talent related to spirit and illusion, yet to be seen by anyone. These prodigies from the main cities, particularly those from the 3 Supreme Academies, carried an inherent arrogance. They competed fiercely among themselves, but collectively looked down upon those from satellite cities with a sense of superiority. Hey, have you heard? This year, a Tier 3 satellite city called Beichuan produced 3 S-tier talents and 1 SSS tier talent. Quite strange, murmured a genius from a Tier 2 satellite city. I've heard. Just a gimmick. Scoffed a genius from a main city. A satellite city is still a satellite city. They lack resources, vision, and heritage. Their SSS tier talent is likely only at the level of a top-tier S talent in our main cities. Look, they haven't even arrived yet. They're probably overwhelmed by the grandeur of Tianjing City. Haha, makes sense. These whispers, though low in volume, reached many ears, inciting a chorus of subdued laughter. Just then, in the teleportation zone of the arena, a flash of light appeared. Yi Luyun, accompanied by Ning Chuan, Li Muron, Yi He, and Zhue, materialized before the crowd. Instantly, countless scrutinizing, curious, disdainful, and provocative gazes converged upon them. Particularly, when their eyes landed on Ning Chuan, the scrutiny intensified. Oh, is this the SSS tier from Beichuan City? Xiang Kunlun flashed a grin, his eyes igniting with fierce combat spirit. Despite his delicate appearance, one might wonder if he could withstand even a single punch from me. Feng Wuji narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing an unsettling dissonance emanating from Ning Chuan. It was far too tranquil, under the scrutinizing gaze of the entire audience. This boy from a remote satellite city exhibited no signs of tension or excitement. His profound gaze was as serene as an ancient well, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. This tranquility stirred an inexplicable unease within Feng Wuji. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan merely cast a fleeting glance over the crowd, absorbing their expressions, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Country bumpkins? I hope you can still laugh when this is over. Chapter 58. The selection begins. First challenge, ascending the celestial ladder. As Yi Luyun led Ning Chuan and his companions into the preparation zone designated for Beichuan City, the whispers and disdainful glances from the surrounding crowd became increasingly palpable. TSK, they actually showed up. Just look at their gear. Although it's first tier, the sheen and runes clearly indicate they're not of top-tier quality. That must be Ning Chuan, right? He appears rather unremarkable, and his aura is nothing special. Is he truly SSS level? Who knows? Perhaps he was merely lucky in the secret realm. These murmurs, neither too loud nor too soft, reached the ears of Li Muron and Zhuiyue. Zhuiyue's expression soured instantly, his fists clenching unconsciously. Being a proud individual, he could hardly tolerate such humiliating remarks. Li Muron, her face flushed with anger, glared at the provocateurs. Ready to explode. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Muron. A calm voice emerged from behind. Turning, Li Muron saw Ning Chuan seated quietly, eyes closed in meditation, as if oblivious to the external commotion. Ning Chuan, those people. A mere swarm of flies, why bother with them? Ning Chuan remarked without lifting his eyelids. Soon enough, I'll silence them with my actions, rendering your current outrage utterly futile. His words, though softly spoken, radiated an undeniable confidence. Li Muron paused, inhaled deeply, and sat down beside him. Indeed, letting one's strength speak for itself is the best retort. Yi He remained silent throughout, standing quietly behind Ning Chuan, her cold gaze sweeping over the murmurers, as if committing their faces to memory. Observing the stoic demeanor of the Beichuan group, the provocateurs soon lost interest, their disdainful expressions intensifying, as they perceived this as a sign of weakness. On the observation platform, Yi Luyun witnessed the entire scene with a furrowed brow, but chose to remain silent. He understood that such clashes were inevitable among prodigies and believed in Ning Chuan's ability to navigate through it. At that moment, Wang Xuansa, an admissions tutor from Yanlong Academy, approached with a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. Brother Yi, it has been many years. You still exude the same charm. I've heard your Beichuan City has produced a remarkable talent this year. Congratulations. Brother Wang flatters me. They are but inexperienced youths, hardly comparable to your esteemed Xiang Kunlun and Bai Zhan, who have long made a name for themselves across the Federation. Yi Luyun replied courteously. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Xuansa's gaze seemingly fell upon Ning Chuan by chance, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. This young friend must be Ning Chuan, correct? He truly possesses an extraordinary demeanor. May I inquire about the evaluation you received in the Ascension secret realm? Upon hearing this, many notable figures perked up their ears. The evaluation in the Ascension secret realm is a more accurate reflection of a genius's comprehensive strength than that of the newcomer secret realm. Yi Luyun chuckled inwardly, recognizing the old fox's probing. However, before he could intervene, Ning Chuan opened his eyes, met Wang Xuansa's gaze, and responded with a nonchalant smile. I am but a modest talent. My evaluation was average, only slightly higher than that of the newcomer secret realm. Only slightly higher than the newcomer secret realm? The newcomer secret realm is rated SSS. What could be higher than SSS? Wang Xuance's smile faltered, as he had expected Ning Chuan to respond with humility or evasion, but instead, he received a subtle rebuff. This answer was tantamount to saying nothing while simultaneously boasting. Oh. Heroes emerge from the youth. Today's youngsters are truly confident. Wang Xuance chuckled awkwardly, deciding to withdraw from the conversation. Yi Luyun savored the sight of Wang Xuance's discomfort, his admiration for Ning Chuan deepening. This young man is not only extraordinarily talented, but possesses a level of composure and insight that far surpasses his peers. As time flowed steadily, when the colossal sundial hovering above the arena pointed to noon, a resonant and authoritative voice echoed throughout the venue. Silence. The vice president of the United Supreme Academy, a formidable 8th-tier Saint Realm expert, slowly ascended into the air, surveying the thousands of geniuses below. Welcome to Tianjing City, where you will participate in this year's joint selection of 11 academies. I shall not elaborate on the rules. I will emphasize one point. Here, only strength matters, not background. Whoever stands at the end will earn the favor of all 11 top academies. His voice boomed like thunder, igniting the fervor of all present. Now, I declare the first challenge officially begins. With his declaration, he waved his hand. Boom. The ground of the arena trembled violently as the central area began to split open, revealing a towering staircase made entirely of an unknown white jade, soaring into the clouds, seemingly endless. The staircase consisted of 9 segments, each progressively darker in hue, emanating an increasing pressure. First challenge, ascending the celestial ladder. The voice of the Saint Realm expert resonated again. This ladder, known as the Ladder of Will and Potential, comprises 9,999 steps, reaching directly to the heavens. Upon this ladder lies the will and pressure of ancient saints. The higher you ascend, the greater the burden. There is no elimination in this round. The height each of you reaches will be recorded, serving as your ultimate potential score. Remember, this ladder tests not only your strength, but also your will, endurance, and potential. Now, the selection begins. With his command, a blaze of fervent light erupted in the eyes of all the geniuses. Charge. In the first challenge, I must secure the highest score. Thousands of geniuses surged toward the monumental white jade staircase like a tidal wave. Xiang Kunlun took the lead, letting out a fierce roar as he fully activated body of the Overlord. Resembling a human beast, the first to step onto the celestial ladder, climbing at an astonishing speed. Baijian, Feng Wuji, and other top talents followed suit without hesitation. A silent competition had commenced. Li Muran glanced back at Ning Chuan, gritting her teeth. Ning Chuan, I will not let you surpass me in this first challenge. With that, she, along with Yi He and Zhuiyue, joined the throng, striving to ascend. However, Ning Chuan remained rooted in place, immobile. He simply gazed upward, fixated on the colossal staircase that seemed to connect heaven and earth. A peculiar smile flickering in his deep-set eyes. Will pressure? The will of ancient saints? He murmured softly to himself, involuntarily recalling the terrifying might of the demigod flame prison dragon. Isn't this merely a boost for me? Chapter 59. Is this truly the speed that humanity can achieve? As thousands of geniuses surged toward the celestial ladder like a flood, Ning Chuan's unyielding demeanor stood out starkly amidst the cacophony of the arena. Hey, what is the deal with that SSS-ranked contender from Baichuan City? Why isn't he moving? Could it be that he has been petrified by the grandeur of the first challenge? Ha. I told you that those from the satellite cities are nothing to write home about. Just look at him. He seems to be waiting for others to take the lead, so he can gauge the difficulty, truly calculating. Unfortunately, such petty cleverness is utterly futile in the face of overwhelming strength. In the competitor's preparation area, the prodigies who already held a dismissive attitude towards Ning Chuan now openly expressed their derision. To them, his hesitation at the outset of the selection process signaled a lack of the ferocity characteristic of a true powerhouse. On the observation platform, the recruitment mentors and higher-ups from various factions also took note of this scene. The elder in the white robe from the Temple of Freedom stroked his beard and remarked meaningfully to Wang Xuance, Old Wang. It seems that this promising talent from your Yanlong Academy is a bit too cautious in temperament. Wang Xuance frowned slightly, a hint of doubt creeping into his mind. Although Ning Chuan's prior response had left a lasting impression on him, his current demeanor was indeed perplexing. The trial of the heavenly ladder tests one's comprehensive potential. While the speed of one's start does not determine the final outcome, such a disconnection from the main group would undoubtedly place him at the mercy of public scrutiny. Perhaps he has his own considerations, Wang Xuance mused, though his tone betrayed a waning confidence. Only Yi Luyun remained unfazed, despite his own confusion. He had witnessed Ning Chuan's growth firsthand, and was acutely aware of the terrifying challenges he had overcome in the Dragon's Lair trial. His trust in Ning Chuan bordered on blind faith. What scheme is this boy concocting now? Yi Luyun pondered, a smile of anticipation involuntarily gracing his lips. On the competition field, the leading first echelon had already displayed astonishing prowess. Xiang Kunlun surged ahead, his robust physique traversing the white jade steps with ease. having ascended over 300 steps in the blink of an eye, leaving the majority lagging far behind. His body of the Overlord seemed to possess an extraordinary resistance to this kind of pressure, each step shaking the very ground beneath him. Baijan followed closely, enveloped in a razor-sharp aura of gun intent, as if he could pierce through any obstacle, his steps both steady and swift. Feng Wujian appeared the most relaxed, radiating a faint silvery glow around him, the power of time sand seemingly delaying the pressure acting upon him, allowing him to ascend rapidly with minimal exertion. Li Muron, Yi He, and Zhuiyue also distinguished themselves, comfortably positioned in the upper tier of the second echelon. After all, they too were S-rank geniuses, their foundations far surpassing those of ordinary professionals. Time ticked by. When the last contestant finally set foot on the first step of the heavenly ladder, Ning Chuan finally made his move. Unlike the others who unleashed formidable momentum, he exhibited no flamboyance whatsoever, merely strolling towards the base of the ladder as if he were taking a leisurely post-meal walk. Then, he lifted his foot and stepped onto the first tier. At the very moment his right foot descended, a vast and ancient willpower descended upon him, attempting to invade his mental realm. However, this pressure, which would render ordinary geniuses nearly immobile, felt to Ning Chuan as gentle as a spring breeze. It was so mild that it didn't even qualify to elicit a reaction from his nascent dragon soul physique. Is this it? A flicker of disappointment crossed Ning Chuan's face. He had anticipated that the will of the ancient sages would exert some pressure upon him. But in comparison to the cataclysmic might of the demigod flame abyss dragon, this so-called sage will felt akin to the idle threats of a kindergarten child, laughably mild. He shook his head, seemingly losing interest in savoring the experience. In the next instant, under the incredulous, confused, and scornful gazes of countless spectators, Ning Chuan's figure vanished. No, he didn't vanish. Instead, he left behind a faint afterimage. He transformed into an arrow released from a bow, a streak of lightning cleaving through the sky. Whoosh. The crowd heard a faint sound of air being sliced, and Ning Chuan's figure appeared 100 meters away, standing steadily on the 100th step of the heavenly ladder. Then came another afterimage. The 200th step, the 300th step, the 400th step. A deathly silence enveloped the arena. Everyone's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, their mouths agape as if they could fit a fist inside. The once derisive prodigies who mocked Ning Chuan for his timidity now wore expressions of sheer disbelief and horror. Did I just imagine that? What speed was that? An illusion. It must be an illusion. What about the pressure on the heavenly ladder? Is it ineffective against him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even Xiang Kunlun's speed noticeably slowed after the 300th step. How could he seem entirely unaffected? In the preparation area, gasps of astonishment echoed like a rising tide. On the observation platform, an eerie silence fell. The elder from the Temple of Freedom held his teacup suspended in midair, tea splattering across him without his notice. Wang Xuanzi from Yanlong Academy leapt from his seat, his eyes wide with shock, fixated on the figure in the center of the arena, which was ascending at an entirely illogical speed, exclaiming in disbelief, "What kind of monster is this?" The recruitment mentors beside him were equally dumbfounded. Could his body be a special elemental constitution, entirely immune to willpower pressure? No. Just look at his footsteps. Each landing is perfectly precise, with power controlled to perfection, indicating he is resisting the pressure purely through his own formidable strength. But how is he able to do so with such ease? Look, he is about to catch up with the second echelon. The crowd erupted in exclamations as Ning Chuan's figure glided through the throngs of competitors effortlessly. The steps that left other geniuses gasping and drenched in sweat transformed beneath his feet into a smooth, broad pathway. Who is that? The struggling Zhuiyue suddenly felt a gust of wind sweep past him. He instinctively turned around and caught a fleeting glimpse of a blurred figure. It was Ning Chuan. Ahead, Li Muron gasped in astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. That guy was still at the starting point, wasn't he? How could he have moved ahead in the blink of an eye? Yi He's normally composed face also displayed a rare expression of astonishment. She could distinctly sense the steady, prolonged aura emanating from Ning Chuan, devoid of the strained exertion felt by other geniuses. How is he achieving this? Ning Chuan paid no mind to the astonished gazes behind him, maintaining his unrelenting pace. Soon, he caught up to Feng Wujian, who was elegantly maintaining his poise and relishing the admiration of the crowd. Suddenly, he felt a powerful gust of wind approach from his side. His pupils constricted, and he saw Ning Chuan's figure flash past him, even taking the time to smile and utter a phrase that nearly shattered his composure. "Excuse me, brother." Feng Wujian's poise crumbled in an instant. He could even feel the pressure that had been mitigated by time's sand dissipate at the moment Ning Chuan passed, disrupting his rhythm. Damn it! Feng Wujian cursed inwardly, exerting his full talent to catch up, but could only watch helplessly as Ning Chuan's silhouette grew increasingly distant. Next up was Baijan. Baijan felt the stir behind him and suddenly turned around, his piercing gaze colliding with Ning Chuan's in the air. From the calm depths of Ning Chuan's eyes, he discerned a hint of approval, as if a seasoned mentor were observing a promising junior. This realization nearly shattered the resolve of Baijan, a natural-born marksman. He watched helplessly as Ning Chuan surpassed him, too stunned to utter a word of reproach. At last, Ning Chuan reached the forefront of the entire team, where only one figure remained ahead, Xiang Kunlun, a man like a human tyrannosaurus, charging forward relentlessly. At that moment, Xiang Kunlun had ascended to the 1000th step. Though his pace had slowed, he still firmly held the leading position. Sensing the rapidly approaching aura behind him, he turned abruptly, his copper bell-like eyes igniting with fierce battle intent. Bring it on, he roared in exhilaration, unleashing the full might of his body of the Overlord, causing the jade steps beneath him to groan under the strain. He intended to completely shake off this challenger from the satellite city. However, Ning Chuan merely glanced at him before continuing at his unwavering, astonishing speed, brushing past him effortlessly. The entire sequence unfolded with grace and ease. Xiang Kunlun's explosive display, in contrast, appeared almost comical before Ning Chuan. Xiang Kunlun's roar abruptly ceased. His robust form froze in place, his expression shifting from excitement to disbelief, then to confusion, ultimately settling into a state of stupefaction. Had he just been outpaced by a necromancer in a contest of pure body and will? At that moment, within the Tianjing city arena, tens of thousands of spectators, hundreds of prodigies, and dozens of legendary experts collectively fell silent, their gazes fixated on the solitary figure vanishing into the distance. One thought lingered in their minds. Is this truly the speed attainable by a human being? Chapter 60, A Paradigm Shift. Who on earth is he? The first 1000 steps of the heavenly ladder serve as a monumental dividing line. From this point onward, the intensity of willpower pressure undergoes a qualitative leap. It is no longer mere weight, but begins to evolve into various mental assaults, like swords cleaving through flesh, like demonic sounds assailing the ears, testing the resilience of the climber's mental ocean. In previous joint selections among the 11 schools, those who could ascend past the 1000th step were deemed elite among geniuses, with a significant chance of being noticed by the 8 top academies. At this moment, Xiang Kunlun lingered at the 1000th and first step, his formidable physique trembling slightly, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly enduring immense agony. His prideful body of the Overlord proved effective against physical pressure, yet faltered when faced with such pure mental onslaught. He gazed upward at the figure still maintaining an astonishing speed, his copper bell-like eyes filled with bloodshot veins and palpable frustration. The disparity is so vast. He could not fathom how a necromancer, a profession known for its mental strength and relatively frail physique, could navigate the heavenly ladder, an assessment of comprehensive qualities, with such ease and comfort. This utterly defied the norms of the occupational hierarchy. Xiang Kunlun let out a frustrated roar and took another arduous step upward. He could accept defeat, but he absolutely could not stop here. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan had ascended to the 2000th step. The pressure here was sufficient to shatter the spirits of ordinary S-class geniuses, causing them to faint outright. A faint crimson mist began to swirl around the steps, filled with countless vengeful spirits howling, attempting to tear apart the souls of the climbers. For the first time, Ning Chuan's pace experienced a slight hesitation. Oh, this is becoming interesting. He sensed that these mental assaults finally elicited a minuscule ripple in his mental ocean, honed through the tempering of dragon soul essence. Has my speed truly diminished? On the observation platform, Wang Xuanzi, who had been intently watching Ning Chuan, spoke uncertainly. Indeed, it has slowed. It seems the 2000th step marks his limit. The elder in the white robe from the Temple of Freedom's eyes flickered with understanding. I suspected there was no such thing as limitless potential. To reach the 2000th step at such a young age through his own strength is already a testament to the value of his SSS level talent, placing him among the upper echelon of past SSS level prodigies. Exactly, it seems we were initially dazzled by his astonishing speed. His final performance in this first trial will likely fall between the 2000th and 3000th steps, another instructor chimed in. Their words brought a collective sigh of relief among the majority present. If Ning Chuan could truly dash to the summit at that speed, then these so-called geniuses of the main city and elite academies might as well shut their doors and give up on selection altogether. I thought as much. There is no way someone could be so monstrous. In the preparation area, a genius from the main city wiped the cold sweat from his brow, murmuring to himself. He had almost believed he had seen a deity. Yi Liuyun's heart raced. He anxiously fixated on Ning Chuan, continuously praying. However, just as everyone assumed Ning Chuan would soon falter, his speed would diminish further, he merely adjusted his neck slightly at the 2000th step, emitting a series of cracking sounds. And then a familiar, disinterested expression returned to his face. The warm-up is complete. He softly uttered 4 words. In the next instant, his previously slowed pace erupted once more. Faster, fiercer, more ferocious than before. If he had been a bolt of lightning before, now he was a beam of light that tore through the fabric of time and space. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2,100 steps. 2,300 steps. 2,500 steps. The crimson mist and the wailing vengeful spirits, which could drive S-class geniuses to the brink of mental collapse, seemed to vanish before him. He moved like a deity surveying its domain, strolling leisurely through this realm of mental purgatory. On the observation platform, the elder in the white robe from the Temple of Freedom spewed out a mouthful of spiritual tea, utterly losing his composure. Wang Xuanzi, who had just settled down, shot back up as if pricked by a needle, pointing at Ning Chuan, his lips trembling, unable to form a coherent sentence. This is madness. Absolutely insane. A warm-up. He considers ascending to the 2000th step a warm-up? What is his true limit? Is he even human? At that moment, all the prominent figures and recruitment mentors completely lost their composure. The worldview they had built over centuries was being relentlessly shattered and trampled by this boy from a remote satellite city, time and again. In the preparation area, an eerie silence prevailed. Those geniuses who had previously mocked Ning Chuan now wore expressions of ashen dread, their eyes filled with boundless fear and despair. Their proud talents, the fruits of their arduous training, appeared laughable and insignificant before this man. They could not even muster the thought of chasing after him. For he was simply not a being of the same dimension. 3,000 steps. He has stepped onto the 3,000th step. The pressure there, it is said, is difficult even for those newly entering the realm of legends to withstand. Speed, yet it shows no signs of abating. Goodness. Amidst the cacophony of anguished cries echoing throughout the arena, Ning Chuan's figure surged forward with unstoppable momentum, effortlessly surpassing the threshold of 3,000 steps. The oppressive aura here had transformed into a tangible realm of inner demons. Countless enchanting beauties, mountains of wealth, and the allure of supreme power. Such temptations were sufficient to ensnare any individual with a wavering resolve in an instant. Ning Chuan regarded the seductive phantoms before him with a mere disdainful curl of his lip. Extravagant nonsense. With a single thought, a concentrated and refined willpower, honed to perfection through the trials of the semi-divine dragon's might, erupted from the depths of his spiritual sea. Break for me. Buzz. An invisible wave radiated outward from his center. Wherever it passed, all manifestations of inner demons melted away like snow under the sun, crumbling into oblivion. Ning Chuan's steps remained unceasing as he ascended further. 4,000 steps. 5,000 steps. 6,000 steps. He had long left everyone behind, including Xiang Kunlun, who was still struggling around the 2,000-step mark. On the entire celestial ladder, only Ning Chuan's silhouette continued to ascend, upward, and yet again upward. It seemed as if he were not undertaking a trial, but rather partaking in a scenic mountain climb. Within the arena, silence had fallen. No one dared to utter a word. All gazes were fixed in a stupor upon the figure, crafting miracles with each step. Their understanding had been reshaped time and again. They even began to question whether they were participating in the same selection as Ning Chuan. 8,000 steps. He has reached 8,000 steps. A Sage Realm powerhouse murmured, his voice quivering slightly. In the history of the 11 school joint selection, only a scant few had ever reached the 8,000 steps, and those few, without exception, later became titans of the Federation. 9,000 steps. He is nearing the summit. Finally, under the watchful eyes of all, Ning Chuan's figure arrived at the pinnacle of the ladder. There, mist swirled, resembling a realm of immortals. The 9,999th step. He gently lifted his foot and then, with unwavering steadiness, set it down. The entire process remained as effortless as a breeze. The moment Ning Chuan stood at the pinnacle, the entire white jade celestial ladder erupted in resplendent nine-colored divine light, and a grand resonant bell tolled, echoing throughout the entirety of Tianjing City. Boom. This was the sound of the celestial ladder being utterly conquered, heralding the ascent to divinity. It symbolized the highest honor. Within the arena, the vice president of the United Supreme Academy, an 8th-tier Sage Realm powerhouse, gazed at the young figure standing nonchalantly in the clouds, his robes billowing. He inhaled deeply and, with an expression of profound complexity and shock, slowly spoke, his voice resonating throughout the venue. Who is this young man? Chapter 61. Fame resounds in Tianjing. The struggle of the titans. The ascendant bell. This sound, akin to a mighty chime, not only reverberated throughout the entire arena but also pierced through layers of barriers. Resounding in every corner of Tianjing City, countless individuals engaged in work, cultivation, or daily life trembled at the sound of the bell, their faces displaying expressions of astonishment. Is this the bell of the celestial ladder? Someone has reached the summit. How is that possible? The 11 school joint selection has barely begun its first trial. Wasn't the record for the fastest ascent set by Lord Wooding at just 3 hours? Quick, go see which prodigy has shattered Lord Wooding's record. In an instant, powerful auras surged from all directions within Tianjing City, as figures transformed into streaks of light, racing towards the United Supreme Academy. Even some reclusive old masters, long engaged in closed-door cultivation, were stirred by the sound of the bell and cast their gazes in interest. Within the arena, a fervor unlike any other had erupted. He has reached the summit. He truly has reached the summit. A historic moment has been created. A youth hailing from a Tier 3 satellite city has, in the first trial of the selection, shattered a record held by the Federation's #1 for centuries. This is no longer mere genius. This is a myth, a legend. Tens of thousands of spectators rose from their seats, roaring with fervent excitement, expressing their overwhelming emotions. They knew they were witnessing the birth of a legend. Those talented individuals participating in the selection had completely ceased their ascent. Weary, they sat upon the steps, gazing up at that divine silhouette in the clouds. Their eyes filled with numbness and reverence. Xiang Kunlun's fists cracked under pressure, yet ultimately fell weakly to his sides, a bittersweet smile gracing his face for the first time. I concede, wholeheartedly. Feng Wujin retracted all disdain and arrogance. Observing Ning Chuan with eyes glimmering with an unusual light, a complex mixture of frustration and excitement akin to a chess player encountering an insurmountable opponent. Li Muron and Yi He sparkled with pride, their gazes filled with admiration for that familiar figure. This man, no matter where he goes, is destined to be the most radiant star. The observation platform had descended into chaos. Quick, investigate. I want all information on this Ning Chuan. Within 3 minutes. I demand to see every detail from his birth to the present. Wang Xuanze of the Flame Dragon Academy shouted at his assistant, shedding the previous aloofness. Seize him. At any cost, we must bring him to our free academy. The elder in a white robe from the free temple was equally direct, already utilizing his communicator to request the highest authority for an urgent recruitment order. Wang, old man, old monster, you shall not succeed. This youth is destined for our United Academy, and he shall be under my tutelage. The mentors of the United Supreme Academy were equally unwilling to yield, erupting into a heated dispute. Previously indifferent and even somewhat dismissive towards Ning Chuan, the esteemed mentors of the top academies now resembled sharks catching a whiff of blood. Their eyes ablaze with urgency, eager to dash upward and whisk Ning Chuan away. Yi Luyun sat in his seat, watching the once mighty titans around him quarrel passionately, nearly coming to blows over Ning Chuan, and he felt an unprecedented thrill welling within him. He lifted his teacup, savoring a sip, reveling in the satisfaction. Humph. A bunch of old fools, only now realizing the urgency? Where were they before? He could even imagine the expressions on their faces when Ning Chuan's information was presented to them, particularly when they discovered that his foundational information stemmed from the Tier 3 satellite city of Beichuan. At this moment, Ning Chuan, at the eye of the storm, remained tranquil. He stood at the pinnacle of the celestial ladder, gazing down at the surging sea of clouds below, feeling the profound resonance of the ascendant bell washing over him, and sensed his own state of mind elevated once again. Log, you have successfully reached the summit of the will and potential ladder, setting a historical record. Log, you have acquired the title of Ascendant. Your overall attributes permanently increase by 5, and your willpower additionally increases by 30. Log, you have received a fragment of the Holy Will's gift, the Sacred Word's skill, 13. Observing the refreshed rewards on the panel, a faint smile graced Ning Chuan's lips. A permanent increase of 5 to all attributes. This reward, while perhaps a mere embellishment for others, was nothing short of divine for him, a numerical anomaly with abnormally high foundational attributes. It meant his total raw attributes surged by over 1,000 points in an instant. Moreover, this title signifies growth. As his foundational attributes elevate in the future, the enhancements conferred by this title will become increasingly formidable. Holy Word Technique Skill Fragments? Ning Chuan turned his gaze toward another reward, curiosity flickering in his eyes. This appeared to be an exceedingly ancient and powerful spell, requiring the collection of fragments to master. Although it may not be immediately useful, it is indeed a delightful and unexpected surprise. While he pondered over the rewards, the 8th-tier Saint Domain powerhouse presiding over the selection had already regained his composure from the shock. With a swift motion, he appeared before Ning Chuan, his gaze filled with complexity and admiration. Young man, what is your name? He endeavored to maintain a calm tone, yet a barely perceptible tremor lingered in his voice. Junior Ning Chuan pays respects to you, senior. Ning Chuan bowed with a demeanor that was neither servile nor overbearing. The Saint Domain powerhouse nodded, scrutinizing him intently. Very well. You have made history. As a reward for your ascent, the treasury of the United Supreme Academy shall be open to you for one occasion, allowing you to select 3 treasures of your choice. At these words, the expressions of Wang Xuanze and others in the observation area shifted dramatically. Sima Kong, you are brazenly undermining others, Wang Xuanze exclaimed, visibly agitated. The treasury of the United Supreme Academy houses the most elite treasures of the Federation. The chance to select 3 is an immense temptation. Yet, the Saint Domain powerhouse known as Sima Kong merely smiled faintly. Brother Wang, you misinterpret the situation. This is a tradition that has existed since ancient times for those who reach the pinnacle. All who ascend are entitled to this honor. It bears no relation to our academy's enrollment policies. His words were impeccably crafted, leaving Wang Xuanze and the others seething with frustration, yet utterly powerless. Ning Chuan. Sima Kong turned his attention back to Ning Chuan, his eyes imbued with a glimmer of anticipation. Your potential has surpassed our wildest imaginations. On behalf of the United Supreme Academy, I formally extend an invitation to you. Should you choose to join, you will become a direct disciple of the principal, enjoying the highest tier of resources with unrestricted access to all the Academy's secret realms and texts. Boom. With this proclamation, the audience erupted once more. The principal's direct disciple. Who is the principal of the United Supreme Academy? He is renowned alongside Lord Wu Ding, one of the few remaining 9th-tier demigods in the Federation. To become a disciple of a demigod is an unparalleled honor. Everyone regarded Ning Chuan with eyes brimming with envy and resentment, believing that no one could possibly refuse such generous conditions. However, Ning Chuan calmly listened to the offer before breaking into a slight smile and uttering a statement that left everyone astounded once more. Thank you for your generous offer, Senior. However, the selection has only just begun. I wish to observe further before making a decision. Chapter 62, The Second Challenge, Endless Battles. Ning Chuan's response, delivered with casual nonchalance, detonated like a bomb on the observation platform. He actually refused? Or rather, he did not immediately accept. Faced with the olive branch extended by a demigod and the United Supreme Academy's seemingly all-encompassing recruitment conditions, he chose to express a desire to observe further. Has this young man lost his senses? How audacious. Truly, how audacious. Does he believe that our Flame Dragon Academy and Free Academy can offer terms superior to those of a demigod's direct disciple? After the initial shock, Wang Xuanzi and the elderly figure in white robes found their eyes igniting with a fervor that matched their astonishment. He declined. This signified that they still had a chance. This Ning Chuan not only possesses extraordinary talent, but his composure and ambition also far exceed their expectations. He evidently seeks more than the immediate gains, aiming instead to leverage the subsequent selection process to secure the greatest value for himself. What an impressive young man. Such courage. Wang Xuanzi clapped and laughed heartily. Our Flame Dragon Academy delights in students like you. Sima Kong, have you heard? He is unimpressed by your demigod's title. Sima Kong's face twitched slightly. Yet he quickly regained his composure. He regarded Ning Chuan with newfound respect, saying, very well. I respect your choice. My promise from the United Supreme Academy remains valid indefinitely. I look forward to your future performance. With that, he waved his hand, and a gentle force transported Ning Chuan back to the ground. Simultaneously, his voice resonated throughout the venue once more. The first challenge of the Ascension ladder has concluded. All results have been recorded. Now, you will have 1 hour to recuperate. After 1 hour, the second challenge shall commence. As his words faded, the towering white jade staircase slowly sank into the ground, restoring the arena to its previous state. All the talented individuals collapsed to the ground, gasping for air as they hurriedly sought to recover their severely drained mental and physical energy. Yet, Ning Chuan emerged as the singular focal point of the gathering. Upon returning to the preparation area, he was instantly surrounded by countless gazes. Ning Chuan, you are simply extraordinary. Li Muron gazed at him, excitement rendering him somewhat incoherent. You are simply not human. Excellence quietly rose to his feet, bowing deeply to Ning Chuan. This gesture symbolized his complete relinquishment of all jealousy and resentment, leaving only genuine admiration. Ning Chuan accepted it with equanimity, patting Excellence on the shoulder with a smile. The journey is still long, let us strive together. A simple statement, yet it brought a glimmer of moisture to Excellence's eyes as he nodded earnestly. Yi He observed him quietly, her cool gaze sparkling as if adorned with starlight. At that moment, the imposing figure of Xiang Kunlun strode over with purpose. He approached Ning Chuan directly, his copper bell-like eyes fixated intently on him, emanating an intimidating aura of battle intent. You are strong. Xiang Kunlun's voice was deep and resonant, yet utterly sincere. In the first challenge, I was defeated. However, in the upcoming battles, I shall ensure you witness the true might of my body of the Overlord. He extended a fist the size of a cooking pot. Ning Chuan, observing this ironclad warrior brimming with fighting spirit, could not help but smile and raised his own fist to lightly connect with Xiang Kunlun's. I await your challenge. Without excessive words, an unspoken agreement was forged between the two top-tier talents. Not far off, Feng Wuji approached as well, his expression complex as he regarded Ning Chuan. I am curious. What exactly is your talent? He simply could not fathom what kind of talent could enable a necromancer to perform so astoundingly in the first challenge. Ning Chuan smiled mysteriously. What do you think? Feng Wuji. An hour of recuperation swiftly passed. When everyone had nearly restored their vigor, Sima Kong's figure reappeared in the sky. The second challenge, Endless Battles. His voice turned ominously grave. Next, all of you will be transported to an isolated ancient battlefield illusion. There, you will confront an endless tide of ancient military souls, composed of pure energy. Your sole task is to kill. The more military souls you slay, and the higher their levels, the greater your points will be. The flow of time in the illusion differs from the outside world. You will have a full 12 hours of battle time. This challenge will test your sustained combat ability, fighting techniques, and efficiency in slaughter. Moreover, there is no elimination in this challenge. Your final scores will reflect your combat prowess. Now, the teleportation begins. As Sima Kong's words concluded, beams of white light cascaded from the heavens, enveloping each genius present with precision. Ning Chuan felt a flash before his eyes, and in the next moment, he found himself amidst a dim, blood-soaked ancient battlefield. Amidst the crumbling walls and the looming specter of war, the air was thick with the pungent scent of rust and lingering resentment. Before him, a procession of translucent figures, clad in ancient armor and wielding battered weapons. Their hollow red eyes glowing ominously, began to coalesce from the ground. Ancient War Soul, Common. Level, LV-101. Ancient War Soul Centurion, Elite. Level, LV-101. A glance around revealed a vast and endless sea of them. So, the points were calculated based on the quantity and quality of kills? Ning Chuan instantly grasped the rules. For other prodigies, this was a grueling test of endurance. They needed to judiciously allocate their stamina and magic, ensuring their safety while maximizing enemy kills. Yet for Ning Chuan, he merely glanced at his astonishingly formidable attribute panel and noted the negligible cost of his skills. Sustained combat capability, efficiency in slaughter, a familiar, despair-inducing smile crept across Ning Chuan's face once more. He snapped his fingers lightly. My apologies, but I seem to excel in both of those areas. With a resonant hum, 24 darkened halos materialized behind him. In the next moment, 24 fearsome spectral beings, their bones gleaming with a metallic sheen and flames burning in their eye sockets, marched forth with synchronized precision. With Ning Chuan's mental prowess exceeding 30,000, each undead he summoned possessed terrifyingly high base attributes. Each small skeleton rivaled an elite-level boss. My children, Ning Chuan proclaimed, arms wide like a conductor or a sovereign announcing death. Let this carnage begin. At his command, the 24 undead surged forth, transforming into torrents of death, charging headlong into the boundless army of war souls with an unstoppable momentum. Thus commenced a one-sided, merciless slaughter. Chapter 63, Points Soaring. Is this just? In the crimson realm of the ancient battlefield illusion, while other prodigies cautiously probed and engaged with clusters of ancient war souls, the area where Ning Chuan stood had already morphed into a highly efficient slaughterhouse. Under Ning Chuan's astute command, the 24 undead formed a kill formation that could only be described as perfect. No longer were the 20 skeletal warriors diminutive. Each now towered nearly 3 meters tall, their bones exuding a dark golden metallic quality, adorned with intricate runes of death. They wielded massive bone blades and hammers, forged from high-density skeletal material, generating sonic booms with each swing. They rampaged through the sea of war souls like relentless war machines. Any LV-101 common war soul could not withstand a single strike before dissipating into mere points of energy. Even the elite centurions fell victim to the combined assault of 2 or 3 small skeletons, easily torn asunder. Behind them, 2 skeletal archers and 2 skeletal mages served as the most stable artillery on the battlefield. The bows in the skeletal archers' hands had evolved into longbows shimmering with ghostly light. Each draw of the string unleashed not a single corrosive arrow but a volley of 3, each imbued with tracking capabilities. Each arrow precisely harvested the lives of multiple war souls. The skeletal mages were even more terrifying. They required no incantations, capable of unleashing meteor showers of fire almost instantaneously. Though their range and power paled in comparison to Ning Chuan's personal casting, their sheer numbers and rapid frequency made up for it. As the 2 skeletal mages alternated their casting, pale necromantic flames engulfed hundreds of meters ahead, evaporating entire swathes of war souls. Log. Killed Ancient War Soul, Common. Gain 1 point. Log. Killed Ancient War Soul Centurion, Elite. Gained 10 points. Log. Before Ning Chuan, the points notifications cascaded like a waterfall, ceaselessly refreshing every second. He stood leisurely, arms crossed, behind the undead army, occasionally intervening with a precise, bone spear to eliminate any stray souls attempting to breach their defenses or raining down a broader, meteor shower amidst the densest clusters of war souls. Relishing the exhilarating surge of points. This sensation indeed bore the essence of a necromantic calamity. Ning Chuan nodded in satisfaction. With his current strength, commanding these 24 undead was effortless, with negligible mental drain. He even found the leisure to experiment with his new skill, Soul Link. He immersed his consciousness, establishing a connection with one of the small skeletons. In an instant, his perspective shifted, immersing him in the viewpoint of the small skeleton. He could distinctly perceive every movement of the war souls before him, feel the sensation of bone blades cleaving through enemies, and even hear the clattering of his comrades' bones. In this state, his control over the battlefield reached an unprecedented level of precision. To the left, at the 3 o'clock position, 3 centurions advanced in a triangular formation. Skeletons numbered 3, 5, and 7 were to execute a bone charge to disrupt their formation. Archery. Unleash a triple volley of ghost arrows to target the war soul priest at their rear. Commands flowed through the soul link, precisely conveyed to each undead. The once instinctual and rudimentary formations of the undead army now seemed infused with genuine spirit. Their coordination became seamless, Every attack and movement radiated tactical elegance, and their efficiency in slaughter surged by over 30%. Meanwhile, in the massive arena beyond the illusion, all eyes of the spectators and mentors converged upon the colossal leaderboard hovering above. At this moment, nearly an hour had passed since the second phase commenced. Names ascended the rankings, each point gained eliciting gasps of astonishment. First place, Xiang Kunlun, points, 12,350. Second place, Baijian, points, 11,980. Third place, Feng Wuji, points, 11,560. 10th place, Li Muran, points, 8,890. 15th place, Yi He, points, 8,520. Truly, Xiang Kunlun was remarkable. The body of the Overlord was perfectly suited for this endurance contest, with nearly limitless strength and stamina. Baijian's breaking army spear intent was equally terrifying, striking with the ferocity of a dragon, yielding an astonishing kill efficiency. Feng Wuji's talent of times sand was practically cheating. The war souls around him moved sluggishly, rendering them mere targets. On the observation platform, Wang Xuanzi and others beamed with satisfaction at the names of their top disciples, the rankings reflecting their estimations of these elite talents' capabilities. But what of Ning Chuan? Why is his name absent from the top 20? The elderly figure in white robes from the Temple of Freedom inquired with sudden perplexity. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively scanned downward. 30th place, Zhuiyue, points, 6,780. 50th place, 100th place, Ning Chuan, points, 2,100. As the audience beheld Ning Chuan's lamentably low score and ranking, an eerie silence enveloped the arena once more. Everyone was left bewildered. 100th place? A mere 2,100 points? What in the world was happening? Had there been a mistake? In the initial stage, a formidable talent reached the summit, yet how could he possibly falter in the second challenge? Suddenly, a mentor struck his thigh, enlightenment dawning upon him. The Necromancer. He is indeed a Necromancer. The summoned entities require time to coalesce and take shape, rendering his combat prowess ineffective in the early stages. Moreover, his legion of undead is limited, and against an endless tide of foes, he is bound to run out of steam. This explanation garnered unanimous agreement from all present. So it appeared that ascending the heavenly ladder was merely a test of potential. When thrust into genuine combat, the limitations of one's profession became glaringly apparent. After all, how could a necromancer possibly dominate warriors and elemental mages in every aspect? It seemed that in this second trial, he would be relegated to the bottom. Wang Xuanzi's brow furrowed once more, a flicker of disappointment flashing in his eyes. If this were indeed the case, then Ning Chuan's overall evaluation would likely suffer considerably. Yi Liuyun's heart raced, yet he forced himself to maintain faith in Ning Chuan. However, just as everyone believed Ning Chuan's true form had been revealed, an astonishing turn of events unfolded on the scoreboard. Ning Chuan, positioned at the 100th place, saw his score suddenly surge at an incomprehensible pace. 2,1,0,5,5,0,0,0. 10,0,0,0. The rate of increase was akin to riding a magical energy rocket, soaring upwards with reckless abandon. 90, 70, 50. His ranking ascended with a velocity that was visibly astonishing. What on earth is happening? What is going on with his points? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment, all rendered speechless by this unforeseen shift. On the observation platform, Wang Xuanzi, who moments ago had been satisfied with Xiang Kunlun and Baijian, found his smile abruptly frozen. This is impossible. How could his killing efficiency suddenly skyrocket? Look, he has surpassed Zhuiyue. He has exceeded Yi He. He has outstripped Li Muran. Amidst countless bewildered gazes, Ning Chuan's name sliced through the leaderboard like a sharpened blade, advancing with relentless momentum. Third place, Feng Wuji, score, 18,560. Second place, Baijian, score, 19,980. First place, Xiang Kunlun, score, 20,350. As Ning Chuan's score breached the 20,000 mark, inching closer to Xiang Kunlun, every breath was held in suspense. Then, in the following second, first place, Ning Chuan, score, 21,100. The entire leaderboard seemed to quiver in response to this earth-shattering change. That glaring red number 1 stung the eyes of all onlookers. And yet, this was not the culmination. While Xiang Kunlun and the others painstakingly nudged their scores up by a mere 100 points, Ning Chuan's score had already surged by 1,000. Ning Chuan, score, 25,000, 30,000, 40,000. The gap between him and the second place, Xiang Kunlun, widened at an increasingly despairing pace. The entire arena plunged into a silence akin to death. Those mentors who had previously dissected Ning Chuan's professional shortcomings now felt a burning embarrassment, as if they had been ruthlessly slapped hundreds of times. Wang Xuanzi and the elder in white exchanged glances, each reflecting boundless shock and confusion. Is this even reasonable? The 8th-tier Holy Domain expert, Sima Kong, presiding over the selection, fixed his gaze intently on the leaderboard, his consciousness penetrating the illusion, striving to unveil the truth within. Yet the illusion was guarded by rules, revealing only a vague tapestry of energy fluctuations. Nonetheless, he was certain that something entirely beyond their comprehension was unfolding on the battlefield where Ning Chuan stood. This could no longer be merely explained by high killing efficiency. It was tantamount to cheating. Chapter 64. A Million Points. The Gift of the King of Military Souls. In the ancient battlefield, time seemed to lose its significance. As the 12 hours within the illusion approached their conclusion, Ning Chuan had long since lost count of how many military souls he had commanded his undead army to annihilate. Across the battlefield, the number of military souls had thinned considerably. They seemed to harbor a growing fear, daring not to approach the deathly realm that Ning Chuan commanded. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan's undead legions not only suffered no losses, but had grown even more formidable, having absorbed a vast amount of soul energy during the skirmishes, their presence becoming more solid and powerful. Remarkably, a few small skeletons, after vanquishing several military soul commanders, boss level, began to emanate a faint silvery glow upon their bones. They can even evolve during battle? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Ning Chuan's eyes. This was a discovery he had never made before. It seemed that the growth of undead creatures didn't solely rely on his own mental fortitude. After enduring intense battles and consuming sufficient soul energy, they could undergo a transformation of their own. This revelation suggested that the potential of the undead calamity was even greater than he had imagined. Ning Chuan's spirit soared. Just then, the entire ancient battlefield began to tremble violently. All remaining military souls, as if receiving a command, abruptly ceased their attacks and retreated en masse like a receding tide, ultimately coalescing into surging streams of energy toward the center of the battlefield. They are a colossus, towering 100 meters high, clad in tattered imperial armor and wielding a colossal battle axe that spanned the heavens, emerged slowly from the earth, its eyes ablaze with eerie blue flames. King of ancient military souls. Level boss. An overwhelming pressure far surpassing that of any previous military soul commanders instantly engulfed the entire battlefield. Was this the final boss battle? Ning Chuan's gaze sharpened, and a smile of excitement graced his face. This was fortuitous. He had been yearning for a sufficiently powerful adversary to test his current strength. The foreign military soul king's voice resonated with a deep and commanding timbre, its blue gaze locking onto Ning Chuan. Your slaughter has disturbed my slumber, yet your power has earned my respect. Now, receive my final strike. Should you survive, I shall bestow upon you unparalleled glory. Upon uttering these words, the military soul king raised its massive battle axe high. In an instant, the winds shifted, and the energy of the entire battlefield converged frantically toward the axe's blade, forming an energy singularity, compressed to its utmost, shimmering with a radiance of destruction. This strike seemed capable of cleaving the heavens asunder. Faced with this cataclysmic blow, Ning Chuan showed no signs of retreat. He commanded all his undead to fall back behind him, standing alone to confront the terrifying pressure. Come, let me witness the might of an ancient king. With a resounding roar, Ning Chuan unleashed the full extent of his power without reservation. The basic dragon soul body operated at full capacity, revealing a faint ethereal shimmer of dragon scales on his surface. The bronze halo, intensified by 100, diminishing the king's oppressive aura to its barest minimum. His more than 30,000 units of mental energy surged like a boiling sea, forming a tangible storm of mental force around him. With the Medusa's staff raised high and the starry runes on the falling star robe illuminating one by one, he unleashed a torrent of attacks at a speed that defied comprehension. The sky was blanketed by pale, necrotic flames, raining down like meteors. The earth lay shrouded in a gray, petrified radiance. The very fabric of space trembled under the roars of invisible souls. Countless bone spears, entwined with an aura of destruction, surged forth like a torrential downpour, colliding fiercely with the axe that cleaved the heavens. Boom! The entire ancient battlefield illusion emitted a mournful wail under the weight of this strike. Blinding white light engulfed all, rendering the onlookers, including Sima calm, utterly devoid of perception regarding the inner workings of the illusion. What is happening? Such a terrifying clash of energies. The core of the illusion is sounding an alarm. Quickly, stabilize the illusion. Chaos erupted in the observation platform, as several powerful beings of the sacred domain acted simultaneously to barely maintain the crumbling battlefield illusion. When the brilliance eventually faded and tranquility returned to the battlefield, the majestic king of war had vanished without a trace. Only Ning Chuan remained, standing with his staff, his garments fluttering slightly. Though his aura was somewhat disordered, his gaze remained as bright as the stars. Log, you have successfully withstood the annihilating blow of the ancient king of war. Log, your performance has earned the highest recognition from the king of war. Log, you have received the special reward skill book, King's Military Might. Log, you have been awarded the special title, King of 100 Battles. Log, your final score will receive a tenfold bonus. Tenfold bonus? Ning Chuan paused momentarily at the final notification, then a peculiar smile spread across his face. He glanced at his current score, over 98,000. Tenfold, that would be nearly 1,000,000? Outside the illusion, at the front of the leaderboard, everyone was in a state of numbness. Over the past 11 hours, they had witnessed Ning Chuan's score soar from a mere 2,000 to a figure they scarcely dared to imagine. First place, Ning Chuan, score, 98,650. Second place, Xiang Kunlun, score, 85,320. Though the gap remained evident, Xiang Kunlun and others had also unleashed astonishing potential, tightly pursuing without being left in an unbridgeable chasm. Look, time is running out, someone exclaimed in alarm. All eyes turned anxiously to the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Everyone's figures began to be transported out of the illusion, just as the light of the teleportation ignited. The number belonging to Ning Chuan on the leaderboard suddenly leapt amid a blinding golden glow. 98,650, 986, 500. A number that instantly caused the minds of all to short-circuit appeared at the top. 986,500. This figure surpassed the combined scores of everyone from 2nd to 100th place. Am I seeing things? A Prodigy murmured to himself, then slapped his own face. Smack. A crisp sound echoed. It's real, it's real. He let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The entire arena erupted into a frenzy after enduring a long moment of stunned silence, louder and more fervent than ever before. 1 million. Nearly 1,000,000 points. Has he annihilated the entire military spirit of the ancient battlefield? A monster. He is no human. He is undoubtedly a monster in human guise. On the observation platform, Wang Suans and others were rendered speechless, staring blankly at that number, feeling as though their hearts might cease to beat. Meanwhile, Sima Kong, an 8th-tier sacred domain expert, gazed at the final score, recalling the terrifying energy wave that had nearly shattered the illusion. He took a deep breath and spoke in a dreamy tone. This era may very well be irrevocably changed because of this young man. Chapter 65, New Skills and Titles. The prototype of the Undead Legion. As the light of the teleportation faded, Ning Chuan reappeared in the arena, greeted by countless gazes akin to those beheld by deities. Those who had previously looked down upon him with disdain and jealousy now regarded him with pure awe and admiration. Xiang Kunlun strode over, his expression devoid of defeat, brimming instead with fervent fighting spirit. What is the meaning of your score? Did you slay that final boss? Although his score paled in comparison to Ning Chuan's, he had sensed the overwhelming aura of the ultimate king within the illusion, but was too far away to reach before it all concluded. Ning Chuan smiled, choosing not to elaborate on the origins of his score, simply stating, sort of, I took one of his strikes, and he gifted me something. Good, good, good. Xiang Kunlun exclaimed thrice, his eyes ablaze. I knew I was right about you. You are undoubtedly my strongest opponent in this life. Ning Chuan, I shall remember you. With that, he turned and departed, evidently intent on doubling his training efforts. Ning Chuan watched his retreating figure, unable to suppress a chuckle. This earnest fool was adorably pure. Ignoring the other onlookers who hesitated to approach him, he immersed himself in the bountiful rewards he had just received. First was the title. King of 100 Battles, a unique special title. You have claimed kingship in the cycle of 100 battles, and your efficiency in slaughter has garnered the recognition of the ancient king of war. Effect 1. When facing groups of enemies, the area damage you inflict is increased by 30. Effect 2. During prolonged combat, your stamina and mental energy consumption rate is reduced by 30. Powerful. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Ning Chuan's eyes. These two effects were tailor-made for him. An increase of 30 in area damage meant that his meteor shower and the group attacks of his necromancers would escalate to a new echelon of power. The 30 reduction in consumption would make his already formidable endurance even more monstrous. Coupled with the exceptional recovery provided by beginner dragon soul body, he could almost be deemed a perpetual motion machine. The value of this title rivaled that of an extraordinary piece of equipment. Next, he turned his gaze to the ancient skill book, King's Military Might, a special legion skill. Upon learning, you can connect your will with the undead legion under your command, forming a military might. Effect 1. All undead units within the realm of military might will receive a 20 enhancement to their 4-dimensional attributes. Effect 2. You can expend mental energy to unleash the Legion combined attack skill, Undead Charge. Hiss. Upon reading the description of this skill, even Ning Chuan, with his composure, could not help but draw in a sharp breath. What a divine skill, bestowing a 20 enhancement of one's attributes to all undead. With his current base attributes soaring into the tens of thousands, 20 translates to several thousand points. This signifies that every undead under his command would gain several thousand points of all attribute enhancement out of thin air. This was no mere enhancement. It was a monumental evolution for his undead army. From this point onward, every little skeleton would become a boss-level entity. The second effect, Undead Charge, was a devastating weapon that sent shivers down one's spine just to contemplate. Uniting the strength of all undead for a destructive charge would be so powerful that even high-tier professionals would be compelled to retreat. This isn't just a calamity of the undead. It is the very prototype of the Undead Legion. Ning Chuan's heart raced with exhilaration. The emergence of the skill, King's Army, has brought about a profound transformation in his combat system. No longer does he solely rely on the quantity of the undead and his formidable mental prowess. Instead, he has truly fused himself with the Undead Legion, creating an indomitable whole. He is the brain and core of the Legion. The Legion is his extended claws and fangs. With unwavering resolve, Ning Chuan chose to learn. A vast and arcane stream of information surged into his mind, instantly enlightening him to the secrets of the army's might. He could sense a deeper connection with the ethereal realm of the undead. Simultaneously, a brand new notification appeared on his log panel. Log: you have mastered the King's Army. Your occupational traits have evolved. Log: your skills summon skeletons, summon skeleton archers, and summon skeleton mages have been integrated into the core occupational skill, Undead Summoning. Log: Undead Summoning. Tier 1 you can expend mental energy to summon undead creatures from the realm of the deceased to fight for you. Current summon limit, 30. Summonable types, skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, skeleton mages. The integration of skills? The summoning limit has been raised to 30. A surge of ecstatic joy erupted in Ning Chuan's eyes. This was an unexpected delight. He had thought he would need to wait until reaching level 120 to increase his summoning quota, but to his amazement, the skill, King's Army, had directly evolved his core occupational abilities. 30 summonable units. This meant that each time he sacrificed the undead, the attribute bonuses he could gain would exceed his previous totals by a full quarter. His growth rate would once again soar. Excellent, truly excellent. Ning Chuan suppressed his inner excitement and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The rewards from this second trial were overwhelmingly significant, surpassing even his expectations. Now, his strength was worlds apart from what it was before the selection began. He eagerly anticipated the surprises that the final trial would bring him. Chapter 66, The Final Trial. The Mirror Corridor. As Ning Chuan was still absorbing his immense gains, the voice of the host, Sima Kong, resonated throughout the arena once more. His voice bore an unmistakable fatigue and a hint of helplessness, as if confronting a monster. Clearly, Ning Chuan's nearly million-point score from the second trial had left a considerable impact on this 8th-tier, Holy Realm powerhouse. The second trial of the 100 battles has concluded. All scores have been recorded. Now, I announce the commencement of the final trial of this selection, the Mirror Corridor. As his words fell, the very fabric of space above the arena began to warp, revealing an endless, suspended corridor composed of countless massive crystal mirrors. Each mirror shimmered with vibrant hues, refracting strange lights, appearing both mysterious and magnificent. The Mirror Corridor is an exceptionally unique spatial secret realm discovered by the Federation. Sima Kong's tone grew exceedingly grave. In this corridor, each of you will face an enemy, yourselves. The crystal mirrors within the corridor will perfectly replicate a mirror doppelganger based on each individual's strength, skills, talents, and even combat habits. This mirror doppelganger will possess exactly the same power as you. What you must do is conquer your mirror image and continue advancing. For every mirror you defeat, you shall progress one step further. The corridor is infinite. How far you can go ultimately depends on your own abilities. This trial will test your understanding of your own power, your combat intelligence, and your determination to transcend yourself. This will be the most crucial and arduous challenge of this selection. Your final rankings will be determined by the cumulative results of the 3 trials. Now, the final trial begins. Columns of light descended once more, enveloping the figures of all the prodigies and transporting them into the resplendent, yet perilous mirror corridor. When Ning Chuan found his footing, he realized he was standing on a corridor entirely constructed of crystal. Surrounding him were mirrors reflecting his image in countless iterations. Before him, approximately 100 meters away, a figure identical to himself was slowly emerging from the mirror. The same black attire, the same dark hair, the same handsome visage, the same calm gaze. Even the subtle curve at the corners of the mouth was precisely identical. Ning Chuan mirror image. Level, LV 101. Occupation, Necromancer, Tier 1. Ning Chuan could distinctly feel that the figure opposite him possessed the exact same strength, aura, and skills. How intriguing, a challenge against oneself. A look of interest appeared on Ning Chuan's face. For the other prodigies, this was undoubtedly a grueling battle. For facing an opponent identical to oneself meant that all their advantages would be nullified. Likewise, all their weaknesses would be perfectly exploited by the doppelganger. This was a fight that was utterly fair, yet undeniably brutal. Xiang Kunlun would confront a version of himself endowed with body of the overlord, leading to a fierce and visceral struggle. Feng Wuji would face a counterpart who could manipulate time, resulting in an incredibly bizarre and mentally taxing contest of wits. Each of them must unearth their latent potential or leverage the environment and tactics to seize fleeting opportunities to triumph over themselves and advance. Yet for Ning Chuan, gazing at his mirrored self, a peculiar smile crept across his face. Perfectly replicating my strength, skills, and talents, his gaze fell upon his attribute panel. particularly the singular and foundational talent that was the source of all his power. Talent, Master of the Undead, upon the demise of summoned undead. All attributes will be permanently conferred to the master. Then the question arises. Ning Chuan's lips curled into a devilish grin. Upon the death of the undead summoned by my doppelganger, will the attributes be conferred to him or to me, the original? This query was one that the mirror image could clearly not answer. At the moment of its formation, Mirror Ning Chuan launched an attack. He too snapped his fingers. Invoking Undead Summoning. 30 fearsome undead creatures instantly manifested on the battlefield. And Ning Chuan, gazing at the 30 identical undead summoned by his counterpart, wore a beaming smile. Splendid. He marveled sincerely. I was just lamenting the lack of formidable opponents to help me rapidly amass attributes. You truly are a harbinger of fortune. Chapter 67. I Kill Myself. The Ultimate Bug of Talent. In the mirror corridor, 2 identical legions of the undead clashed like twin tides of black death. The sounds of thunderous roars, shattering bones, and explosive energies reverberated throughout this peculiar space of crystal. This was a battle that outsiders could scarcely imagine. Ning Chuan versus Ning Chuan. The mirrored version of Ning Chuan flawlessly replicated Ning Chuan's battle acumen. It too understood the art of fine command through the soul link and adeptly utilized terrain and formations. Each charge from the 2 undead legions, each clash of spells, mirrored one another with uncanny precision and synchrony, creating an eerie equilibrium upon the battlefield. Small skeletons clashed with bone blades, skeletal archers rained spectral arrows upon their counterparts, and skeletal mages hurled meteor showers of fiery projectiles at each other. Countless undead beings were reduced to dust amid the fierce collisions. However, at the very moment the first small skeleton from the mirrored side was obliterated by the concentrated fire from Ning Chuan's forces. An imperceptible stream of data surged across the boundary between reality and reflection, seamlessly flowing into Ning Chuan's essence. Log. Small skeleton, mirror summon, has perished. Talent undead sovereign activated. Your strength 3, agility 2, constitution 3, spirit 4. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Ning Chuan's mind, a devilish grin spreading across his face. His suspicions had been validated. The judgment of the undead sovereign, talent appeared to possess a remarkably high priority, even transcending the very rules of the mirror realm. The undead summoned by the mirror were, in essence, still Ning Chuan's creations. Upon their demise, the attributes they yielded would solely benefit his true self, Ning Chuan. And the mirrored Ning Chuan would gain nothing. This was no mere glitch. It was a loophole left by the creator god. Ning Chuan reveled in his thoughts. What was an ultimate trial of self-transcendence for others had transformed into an unilaterally advantageous feast for him. Moreover, his opponent served as a perfect training partner, continuously providing him with high-quality sustenance. Kill. Slay them all. Ning Chuan's command style became wild and unrestrained. No longer did he seek caution, nor did he concern himself with the losses among his undead minions. Instead, he adopted a nearly frenzied exchange tactic, determined to eliminate the mirrored undead at any cost. The loss of a single ally mattered not, as long as it meant claiming one from the enemy. Such was a lucrative trade. In this ebb and flow, the battlefield's balance was shattered in an instant. The mirrored Ning Chuan continued to execute commands with optimal efficiency, striving to secure victory at minimal cost. Yet, it was unaware that each time it vanquished one of Ning Chuan's undead, it merely incurred losses. Conversely, each undead Ning Chuan destroyed only bolstered his own power. Within a mere few minutes, Ning Chuan's raw attributes had surged by several hundred points. This incremental advantage manifested on the battlefield as overwhelming superiority. The undead under Ning Chuan's command, now fortified by the enhanced attributes of their true master, became more resilient and their attacks more lethal. They began to engage too. Even 3 foes at once, effortlessly crushing the mirrored legion. For the first time, confusion akin to data distortion appeared on the face of mirrored Ning Chuan. Identical in visage to Ning Chuan himself. It could not comprehend why, despite being identical units, the combat effectiveness on its side was visibly crumbling. The poor creature would soon understand the truth of its predicament. Observing the retreating mirrored legion, Ning Chuan's smile turned somewhat sympathetic. He no longer concealed his presence. His true self directly joined the fray. In response, the mirrored Ning Chuan made a corresponding move. The 2 Ning Chuans finally clashed head-on. Meteor showers. With a flourish of its staff, the mirrored Ning Chuan unleashed a torrential rain of scorching white fire upon Ning Chuan. Yet, Ning Chuan could not be bothered to activate any defensive skills. With a mere thought, an incredibly solid barrier of pure mental energy manifested above him. Boom, boom, boom. The lethal necromantic meteor flames, capable of obliterating elite bosses, struck the mental barrier, creating only ripples before being effortlessly extinguished. What? For the first time, a flicker of shock coursed through the hollow gaze of mirrored Ning Chuan. It could not fathom why the strength of Ning Chuan's mental energy had suddenly exceeded its own by such a margin. I told you, you are but a pitiful replica. Ning Chuan vanished from his position with the aid of arcane dance, and reappeared behind the mirrored Ning Chuan. He employed no elaborate skills. With a simple motion, he unleashed a devastating punch. This blow encapsulated the tremendous power he had just siphoned from the mirrored undead. The force of the punch howled through the air, warping the very fabric of space. The mirrored Ning Chuan sensed a mortal threat and attempted to teleport to evade, activating all defensive skills at its disposal. Yet, it was too late. In the face of absolute power and speed, all techniques appeared feeble and futile. Thud! Ning Chuan's fist struck true, precisely at the mirrored Ning Chuan's back. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a dull thud, reminiscent of a watermelon bursting. The mirrored Ning Chuan's form stiffened, and in an instant, fissures resembling spiderwebs spread across its entire body from the point of impact. The next moment, its entire being, along with all remaining undead under its command, shattered like a broken mirror, exploding into a flurry of crystalline shards. Log, you have successfully defeated the first layer of the mirror. Log, you have advanced to the first square of the mirror realm corridor. Ning Chuan retracted his fist, gazing ahead at the seemingly endless corridor, where a second version of himself was slowly coalescing 100 meters away. He licked his lips, an unprecedented fervor igniting in his eyes. Thus, the second round of this self-service banquet commenced. Beyond the illusion, in the colossal arena, all eyes were fixed intently upon the floating mirror realm corridor. Below the corridor, a series of illuminated panels displayed the names of each genius alongside a number indicating their progress. At this moment, half an hour had elapsed since the final trial had begun. For the majority of the geniuses, the numbers following their names remained at 0, signifying their ongoing struggles against their first mirror. Only a select few top talents had progressed to 1. Xiang Kunlun, 1. Baijian, 1. Feng Wuji, 1. Truly, they were top-tier geniuses. They had triumphed over their reflections with such speed. Astonishing. Xiang Kunlun must have endured through sheer force with Titan's body. Baijian likely triumphed through superior marksmanship. I cannot even begin to imagine the battle of that fellow Feng Wuji. The mentors in the observation area anxiously analyzed the situation. Overcoming oneself was an arduous endeavor. To achieve it within half an hour was a testament to their exceptional talent. What about that Ning Chuan? Wang Suan's gaze instinctively sought the familiar name. Upon seeing the number following Ning Chuan's name, he froze. Then, he rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking he must have misread. Ning Chuan, 5. The entire observation platform fell into a profound silence once more. 5. The voice of the elder in the white robe from the Free God Temple trembled. He had defeated his own reflection 5 times in half an hour. This was impossible. Absolutely impossible. A mentor screamed in disbelief. Triumphing over oneself would undoubtedly consume an immense amount of energy, requiring time to recuperate. How could anyone achieve consecutive victories like this, and at an accelerating pace? His doubts echoed the confusion harbored by all. Yet, within the mere seconds of their discourse, that number flickered once more under the ghostly gazes of the onlookers. Ning Chuan, 6. Immediately following, Ning Chuan, 7. Ning Chuan, 8. The frequency of that number's pulsation escalated, becoming increasingly rapid and frantic. It was as if he were not contending with a reflection of equal strength, but rather a line of straw waiting to be harvested. The monstrous Wang Xuanzi murmured to himself, sensing that his heart could scarcely endure the relentless stimulation. Sima Kong, a formidable 8th-tier Saint Realm powerhouse, clutched the armrest tightly, acutely aware that the energy consumption within the mirror corridor was surging at an alarming rate. All anomalies pointed to a singular source, Ning Chuan. What on earth had this young man done within the corridor? Chapter 68, Frantically Enhancing Attributes. The end of the corridor. Within the mirror corridor, Ning Chuan had completely succumbed to madness. It was a flawless, perpetual cycle of attribute enhancement. Defeating a reflection advanced him one step, creating a stronger reflection. Summoning the undead to slay the undead, enhancing his own strength, effortlessly crushing the reflection and advancing another step. A ceaseless loop, infinite in nature. His 4-dimensional attributes were skyrocketing at a pace swifter than that of a rocket. The 10th reflection. At this moment, the mirrored Ning Chuan possessed the attributes he had gained after triumphing over the 9th reflection. Each of his strikes was potent enough to alter landscapes. Yet, when faced with the true Ning Chuan, he was destined to be crushed nonetheless. Thank you for your gift. With a strike imbued with the power of the dragon soul, Ning Chuan turned the reflection and all its undead legion into ashes. Log, you have successfully defeated the 10th tier reflection. Log, you have advanced to the 10th tier of the mirror corridor. Log, your 4-dimensional base attributes have all surpassed 40,000 points. 40,000. Ning Chuan felt the boundless power within him, a tinge of astonishment coursing through him. This was firmly within the realm of a 3rd-tier golden-level powerhouse. Yet he remained merely a 1st-tier bronze. Onward. There was no hint of satisfaction in his eyes, only an insatiable thirst for greater power. His figure flickered as he advanced through the corridor. The 11th tier, the 12th tier, the 15th tier. Outside, in the arena, everyone had become numb. They merely gazed vacantly at the ever-refreshing numbers that shattered their perceptions. Ning Chuan, 20. Ning Chuan, 30. Ning Chuan, 50. When the number following Ning Chuan's name crossed the threshold of 50, the entire arena fell silent, devoid of gasps. It was not a lack of shock. Rather, they were so astounded that words escaped them. Their minds could no longer keep pace with the miracles Ning Chuan was manifesting. I now feel a bit of sympathy for the other geniuses, murmured an audience member. They fought tooth and nail, barely overcoming themselves to advance a single step, only to glance up and see that he had left them in the dust by leagues. What kind of mentality must one possess to endure such a blow? His words resonated with the sentiments of all present. At this moment, within the mirror corridor, Xiang Kunlun had just arduously defeated his third reflection, bloodied and gasping for breath. Yet a grim smile adorned his face. I have grown stronger. He proudly lifted his head, eager to gauge the narrowing gap between himself and Ning Chuan. Then, he beheld that blinding number. Ning Chuan, 58. Huffed. Xiang Kunlun spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back as he nearly fainted from the shock. That is too much of a blow. Ning Chuan, 80. Ning Chuan, 90. Ning Chuan, 99. As Ning Chuan advanced to the 99th tier, his four-dimensional base attributes had soared to a terrifying level that even he found unfamiliar, 70,000. He felt as though he could obliterate a small asteroid with a single punch. Opposite him, the 99th reflection possessed an equally formidable attribute nearing 70,000. At last, a challenge had emerged. For the first time, a serious expression graced Ning Chuan's face. Although he could still enhance himself by slaying the undead of the reflection, reaching this level meant that every increment in strength would become exceedingly arduous. Moreover, the reflection's strength had escalated to an extraordinarily fearsome echelon. This would be a true battle of attrition. Come, let me see where my limits lie. With a fierce cry, Ning Chuan engaged in the most brutal clash with his 99th reflection. This battle raged for a full 3 hours. The entire mirror corridor trembled under their fierce exchanges. Countless crystalline mirrors shattered into dust beneath the weight of their formidable power. Finally, as Ning Chuan, bloodied and battered, plunged the last bone spear into the heart of the reflection, he too collapsed to one knee, utterly spent. He had triumphed. He had won. For he possessed an unwavering will that transcended the reflection, a true indomitable spirit. Log, you have successfully defeated the 99th tier reflection. Log, you have advanced to the 99th tier of the mirror corridor. Log, congratulations, you seem to have reached the end of the corridor. Ning Chuan paused momentarily. The end. He lifted his gaze, witnessing what had once been an endless corridor, now revealing a definitive terminus. Before him stood a magnificent throne crafted of pure light. An ethereal, ancient voice echoed throughout the mirror corridor. Throughout the ages, you are the first to stand before me as a challenger. As a reward, I shall bestow upon you a unique power, mirror replication. Log, you have acquired the unique special talent, mirror replication. Talent, mirror replication. Unique, you may expend mental energy to perfectly replicate any target you have encountered, provided it is no more than 2 tiers above your own. The replicated reflection possesses 80 of the original strength, with duration dependent on your mental energy. A second talent. Ning Chuan's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. He had never heard of anyone possessing a second talent. This shattered the ironclad laws of cosmic will. What exactly was the nature of this mirror corridor? Before he could ponder further, the voice resonated again. The final trial has no need for continuation. Your achievements are indisputable. In the next moment, Ning Chuan's figure was enveloped by a gentle white light, transporting him from the illusion. Meanwhile, outside, when everyone beheld the number trailing Ning Chuan's name finally stabilize at 99, the entire world seemed to lose its voice. Chapter 69, the final ranking. Indisputable first. When Ning Chuan's figure reappeared in the center of the arena, the resplendent mirror corridor behind him dissipated like a fleeting dream, slowly vanishing into the air. The final trial had concluded. The vast arena, filled with tens of thousands of spectators, hundreds of prodigies, and dozens of federal magnates, fell into a profound silence, watching him with bated breath. The astonishment that once adorned their faces had long since dissipated, replaced now by a reverent awe akin to that of pilgrims. 99 squares. This number transcended the understanding of all present. In the annals of the united selection of the 11 academies, the highest record in the mirror corridor was set by Lord Wu Ding at 33 squares. This record was hailed as an eternal monument, unmatched for centuries. Yet today, Ning Chuan not only surpassed it, but did so with an overwhelming force, elevating the record a staggering threefold. What an extraordinary feat. Ahem. The host, Sima Kong, a formidable 8th-level Saint Domain expert, cleared his throat, struggling to regain his composure. He gazed at Ning Chuan, his expression a complex tapestry of admiration, astonishment, and, more poignantly, the helplessness of witnessing the next generation eclipse him. He ascended slowly, exerting all his strength to maintain an air of authority in his voice. The final trial of the mirror corridor has concluded. We shall now commence the tally of the overall scores and announce the final rankings. As his words echoed, a colossal scoreboard began to shift above the arena. The results from the ascending ladder, the 100 battles reincarnation, and the mirror corridor, weighted differently, underwent intricate calculations. Every heart raced, though the outcome was already a foregone conclusion. They yearned to witness how this historical youth would ascend to the throne with an unparalleled advantage. As brilliance flickered, names began to materialize on the final leaderboard. 10th place, Zhuiyu, Beichuan City. 5th place, Yihe, Beichuan City. 4th place, Limu Ran, Beichuan City. When the audience realized that 3 individuals from Beichuan City had breached the top 10, sweeping the 4th and 5th positions, a murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. They understood that this team from a third-tier satellite city was an astonishing dark horse. Yi Lu Yun, seated in the observation platform, trembled with excitement. His face flushed with joy, nearly overwhelmed by happiness. Soon after, the names for 3rd and 2nd places were revealed. 3rd place, Feng Wuji, Tianjing City Free Academy. 2nd place, Xiang Kuan Luan, Tianjing City Yanlong Academy. These 2 top talents from the main city, leveraging their deep foundations, managed to secure the top 3 positions. Yet, at that moment, no one cared about them. All gazes converged upon the radiant golden light of the summit. Finally, under the collective scrutiny, the name gradually emerged. 1st place, Ning Chuan, Beichuan City. When the name Ning Chuan solidified at the pinnacle, the entire arena erupted into a roar of applause and cheers that could topple the heavens. Ning Chuan, Ning Chuan, Ning Chuan, regardless of their origins or affiliations. At that moment, everyone wholeheartedly expressed their fervent admiration for this boy who had woven a myth. He ascended to the zenith of all talents with an indisputable, overwhelming presence. He was the unequivocal first. Sima Kong, observing the tumultuous scene below, took a deep breath and announced the subsequent proceedings. Now, may all students ranked in the top 100 please step forward. The admission mentors from the 11 premier academies will engage in a mutual selection with you. As his announcement concluded, the magnates in the observation platform could no longer contain their excitement. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Led by Wang Xiansu, the elder in white robes, and Sima Kong, a dozen figures instantly vanished from the platform, reappearing before Ning Chuan in unison. They disregarded all other prodigies, their sole focus fixated on Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan, Wang Xiansu of the Yanlong Academy was the first to speak, his demeanor shifting from prior restraint to a warm, welcoming smile. On behalf of Yanlong Academy, I extend our most sincere invitation once more. Come join us, and you may dictate your terms. If you desire a young dragon as a mount, I shall endeavor to procure one for you. Humph, old Wang, you only know how to make grand promises. The elder of the Free Academy scoffed disdainfully, turning to Ning Chuan with fervent eyes. Ning Chuan, join our Free Academy. We do not restrain any thoughts, nor do we bind any natures. Here, you can explore any forbidden spells you wish. We possess the most comprehensive ancient magical texts in the Federation. Moreover, we can arrange for you to enter the Time-Space Tower for training. The Time-Space Tower. At this proclamation, even Wang Xian's expression changed. The Time-Space Tower, a treasure of the Free Academy, was said to have a different flow of time compared to the outside world. 1 day inside equated to 10 days outside. What an extraordinary condition. Old White, have you lost your mind? Ning Chuan, do not heed their words. Sima Kong interjected urgently. My offer from the United Supreme Academy still stands. Personal instruction from a demigod. Choose any 3 treasures from our vault. Additionally, we can open a portal to an unexplored high-level world for you to hone your skills, with all rewards belonging solely to you. A cascade of jaw-dropping and deliriously enticing offers poured forth from the mouths of these federal giants. In their fervor to win Ning Chuan over, they had cast aside all pretense, engaging in a frenzied competition. The other top 100 prodigies, observing Ning Chuan surrounded by the magnates, felt a deep sense of envy juxtaposed with a profound sense of helplessness. The chasm between individuals felt more significant than that between man and beast. While they were anxious about which academy would select them, Ning Chuan was already in the fortunate position of choosing which demigod would be his mentor. After all the magnates had presented their offers, the arena fell silent once more. All eyes were riveted upon Ning Chuan, awaiting the final choice of this historic youth. Ning Chuan's gaze traversed the anxious and expectant faces before him. He beheld the freedom of the Free Academy, the profound heritage of the United Academy, and the sincerity of the other top institutions. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon Wang Xiansu of the Yanlong Academy. He recalled his father Ningzhang's words. Remembered Yi Lu Yun, the former envoy of Beichuan City and senior of Yanlong Academy, and thought of the indomitable spirit of the Yanlong, inherited from the ancient Xia Kingdom. His heart had already found its answer. He slightly bowed to the assembly and, with a clear and resolute voice, began to speak. Thank you, esteemed seniors, for your kindness. I, Ning Chuan, choose. Chapter 70. The Dust Settles. The Future of Yanlong Academy. As the word choose escaped Ning Chuan's lips, it felt as if the entire arena had been placed on pause, every breath suspended in that moment. Wang Xian's heart raced. A tension he had never experienced in his hundreds of years of life gripping him. The elder in white robes and Sima Kong, along with others, fixed their gaze intently on Ning Chuan, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Ning Chuan raised his head, his gaze precisely landing on Wang Xuanzi, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The Supreme Academy of Flame Dragon. These 6 simple words resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. In that instant, some rejoiced while others despaired. Ha! Excellent! Splendid! After a brief moment of astonishment, Wang Xuanzi erupted into a thunderous laughter. His face flushed with excitement, his trembling hand stroking his long beard. He appeared as though he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. It is done. This unparalleled prodigy, who emerges but once in an age, has ultimately chosen their Flame Dragon Academy. He could almost foresee that. In the decades and even centuries to come, the Flame Dragon Academy would usher in a glorious golden era once more, thanks to the inclusion of this young man. And he, Wang Xuanzi, as the chief mentor who had brought Ning Chuan into the academy, would indubitably have his name inscribed in the annals of the institution. In stark contrast were the faces of Sikong Ma and the white-robed elder, which crumbled in an instant. Alas, they were ultimately a step too late. Watching the jovial exchange between Wang Xuanzi and Ning Chuan, their eyes brimmed with endless regret and reluctance, particularly Sikong Ma, who felt a deep sense of remorse. Had he known this would be the outcome, he should have used his authority as the principal to issue a forced recruitment order the moment Ning Chuan reached the pinnacle. Now, it was far too late for any words to matter. The surrounding prodigies, witnessing the settled outcome, found their hearts filled with a complex array of emotions. So it is indeed the Flame Dragon Academy? It makes sense, as the Academy's combative style has always been renowned for its dominance and iron will, aligning perfectly with Ning Chuan's overwhelming presence. What a pity! I had thought he would choose the United Academy. After all, the allure of a demigod's personal mentorship is immense. What do you know? This precisely illustrates Ning Chuan's confidence. He does not require the name of a demigod. He believes in himself, and is certain he will reach such heights in the future. In an instant, the admiration for Ning Chuan among the onlookers deepened significantly. Meanwhile, Xiang Kunlun and Bai Zhan, both SSS-level geniuses who chose the Flame Dragon Academy, upon hearing Ning Chuan's decision, felt not a sense of threat, but rather an intensifying battle spirit and excitement. To share a school with such a prodigy, to compete and progress together, is indeed a stroke of good fortune. They could hardly wait to engage in a thrilling contest with Ning Chuan in the Academy's arena. Ning Chuan, welcome to the family of Flame Dragon Academy, Wang Xuanzi exclaimed warmly, grasping Ning Chuan's hand with an affectionate demeanor, as though he were meeting a long-lost grandson. Rest assured, everything I promised you will only increase, not diminish. From this day forth, you are the first in our Academy's hierarchy, and all resources will be unconditionally directed towards you. Thank you, Elder Wang, Ning Chuan replied with a smile. His choice of the Flame Dragon Academy was, in part, a reflection of his elder's counsel, but also because the Academy's ethos resonated profoundly with him. Unyielding, relentless, iron-willed, and fiercely protective. This embodies the spirit of the Flame Dragon, inherited from the ancient Xia Kingdom. Within such a collective, he could grow without reservations, free from the treacherous schemes lurking in the shadows. With Ning Chuan's choice firmly established, the subsequent bidirectional selections seemed rather dull. Although individuals such as Li Muran, Yi He, and Zhu Yue attracted the attention of the 8 top academies due to their outstanding performances and ultimately secured their desired institutions, all brilliance was eclipsed by Ning Chuan alone. When the selection conference concluded, Ning Chuan's name had swept through Tianjing City like a tempest and was rapidly disseminated to every corner of the Federation. Beichuan City, an unremarkable third-tier satellite city. Ning Chuan, a mysterious youth who had suddenly emerged. These 2 names would be etched in the memories of the entire Federation today. That evening, the Flame Dragon Academy hosted a grand welcome banquet for all newly admitted prodigies. Undoubtedly, Ning Chuan was the centerpiece of the evening. Countless seniors, mentors, and professors eagerly approached him, their words filled with warmth and goodwill. Ning Chuan handled the interactions with grace, neither appearing aloof nor overly familiar, maintaining a demeanor that was both gentle and confident, winning the fondness of all. After the banquet, Wang Xuanzi personally escorted Ning Chuan to his assigned residence. This was no ordinary student dormitory, but an independent courtyard situated atop a peak in the core area of the Flame Dragon Academy, where the spiritual energy was most potent. The courtyard boasted pavilions, towers, a spiritual spring waterfall, and even a private training ground and entrance to a small secret realm. From now on, this shall be your Ning Chuan peak, Wang Xuanzi said with a smile. This is a privilege reserved only for those at the Academy's top rank. Starting tomorrow, I will personally guide you through any difficulties in your cultivation. The Academy's library, merit hall, and myriad law building will also be unconditionally accessible to you. I truly appreciate your efforts, Elder Wang, Ning Chuan expressed sincerely. Ha ha ha, you are the future of our Flame Dragon Academy. It is my honor to take care of you. Wang Xuanzi laughed heartily, then produced a token that shimmered with purple lightning. Ah, yes, this is a personal gift for you. What is this? A pass to the Thunder Prison Secret Realm. Wang Xuanzi's expression turned serious. It is a high-level Thunder Attribute secret realm controlled by our Flame Dragon Academy. Teeming with violent, thunderous energy, remarkably effective for tempering both body and soul. However, it is also fraught with danger. I observe that, although you are a necromancer, your physical prowess is exceedingly rare. This token may aid you in elevating your dragon soul body to new heights. Ning Chuan accepted the token. Feeling the tumultuous, thunderous energy within, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He understood that his legendary journey at the Flame Dragon Academy was only just beginning.